Chapter 1. Let us compare whose fate is more wretched. Please suspend your thoughts for a moment. This is a personal setting. If you dislike it, kindly take another path. Within the den, an array of sounds echoed. Murmurs, whimpers, and cries of distress filled the air. And Ning raised her hand, expertly bowing her head as she pressed her palms tightly against her ears. Huddled in the corner beside the entrance, seated upon a pile of rather unclean straw, her entire being paralyzed with fear. Should anyone meet her gaze, they would undoubtedly perceive the unadulterated terror and sorrow reflected in her eyes. Such occurrences transpired nightly. There was no alternative in this place. Entertainment was a rarity, and as night descended, the sole source of amusement lay in this grim affair. Even in the caves of other beastmen, tranquility was but an illusion. During the deep hours of the night, the sounds of procreation echoed through the darkness. Though Ning had endured this for a fortnight, and at the outset had even witnessed the live spectacle, she remained incapable of accepting it. A tumult of repulsion, fear, disgust, and anxiety consumed her heart. The only solace she found was that, for now, she was spared from experiencing such horrors, though this reprieve was merely temporary. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, pleading for mercy. "Please spare me. No, I have provided you with food. Indeed, we all have." The cries of the female within the den were resounding, and Ning could sense her anguish merely by listening. Yet the other beastmen appeared oblivious, engrossed in their own pursuits. Such was the law of survival among beasts. The weak were preyed upon by the strong. Females, though spoken of as precious and delicate beings deserving of care and affection, were, in reality, nothing more than mere vessels for reproduction, devoid of any means of resistance. What was termed protection was, in truth, a different form of control, especially for ordinary females lacking innate abilities or guardians. In this brutal world of beasts, they were held in particularly low esteem. Some were not only commodified, but also treated as shared companions by males, reduced to mere instruments for the release of desires. And Ning was unaware of the nature of the beastmen outside, but those in the wild boar tribe, where she presently found herself, were undeniably primitive. Although capable of transformation, their primal instincts of reproduction and desire reigned supreme. If that were the case, she would rather meet her demise, for at least it would spare her from torment. Having arrived at this juncture, she could, in theory, accept the rules of this world, perhaps seek a partner for protection. However, she detested being manipulated and coerced. What difference was there between that and being sold off like one of the girls in the mountains? Oh, she was perilously close to becoming like those girls herself. If the day ever came when she would be subjected to such a fate, she would truly wish for death. Yet for now, as long as she could continue to live, she had no desire to perish. She had only just turned 18 in her previous life, and her journey had only just begun. The thought of this filled her with profound sorrow. She could not comprehend why the heavens had dealt her such a cruel hand. In her former life, she had painstakingly gained admission to her dream university, believing she would finally escape her family and embrace a new beginning. Yet fate had played a cruel trick on her. Her troublemaking brother had broken 4 of someone's ribs in a scuffle, and they demanded 20,000 in compensation, which her family could not afford when they threatened to involve the authorities. Her mother, who regarded her son as her lifeblood, hastily arranged a marriage for her the following day. Accepting 25,000 in bride price from a man who had been divorced 3 times due to domestic violence and already had 2 daughters. To compel her compliance, her mother tore up her university acceptance letter right before her eyes, proclaiming, "Going to school is a waste of money. You'll end up married anyway, so it's better to marry off early." For 18 years, she had been meek and timid, but at that moment, as the acceptance letter was shredded, she could no longer endure. She erupted in a fit of rage, throwing and smashing objects, acting as though possessed. However, before she could fully unleash her fury, her father, who had been out gambling all night and was already in a foul mood from losing, returned home. Seeing the chaos, he stormed up to her and slapped her forcefully. In her rage, she lost her footing from the impact of that single blow, toppling over and striking her head against the leg of a toppled chair. In the next instant, a throbbing pain resonated in her head, and in her dazed state, she could feel warm liquid trickling down her face. When she touched it, she found her hands smeared with blood, and through her blurred vision, she beheld the horrified, yet somewhat disgusted, faces of 3 individuals standing nearby. Surely, they must have been alarmed at the thought of 25,000 slipping away into oblivion. Perhaps this was Betran escape. When Ning opened her eyes again, she found herself within the body of a female named Ning in the wild boar tribe. At that moment, she thought to herself that she must have died in her previous life, fervently hoping that it was not a case of mutual soul-swapping, for that would be a dire fate for the original owner of this body. Yet upon learning the circumstances of her new existence, all she could say was, "Come, come, let us compare and see whose plight is more tragic." The mother of this body had long since passed away, and her father, once the tribe's leader, along with her brothers, had all died merely a month prior. The female whose body she now inhabited had been quite headstrong and willful before her arrival, and the males in the tribe had little good to say about her. When she was still the daughter of the chief, her betrothed, Chong Fong, had brought back another female from outside, and the two had bonded as mates. Indeed, unbeknownst to her, she had been cuckolded. This, however, mattered little to her after all. They were wild boars, and she had no desire to share a bed with one. Moreover, from the memories of the original owner, it was clear that Chong Fong was not a good pig. Though he looked down upon the original owner's arrogance with disdain, he never outright rejected her, accepting her affections as if they were a given. In fact, the Chong Fong family had leveraged their connection to the original owner to gain considerable advantages within the tribe. Yet, after the original owner's family perished, they not only abandoned her, but also used their influence to expel her from the chief's cave, forcing her to relocate to the female den. The rationale was that she was no longer the chief's daughter, and thus unworthy of residing in the chief's dwelling. And Ning's former cave was now occupied by Chong Feng's sister, Chong Lin, who was the daughter of the current chief, Chong Ji. Chong Ji was the father of both Chong Feng and Chong Lin, a recently ascended 5th-tier beastman and currently the sole 5th-tier beastman in the tribe. And Ning's father had also been a 5th-tier beastman, but after the cold season, he had ventured out to hunt with the beastmen and was devoured by a 7th-tier ferocious beast while foraging for food. Her brothers had met the same fate. Of course, this was merely the narrative spun by Chong Ji and Chong Feng, regardless of what other beastmen thought, and Ning found it hard to believe. The beastmen were classified into 10 tiers, with higher tiers indicating greater strength, and the same applied to ferocious beasts. The beast world was divided into the eastern, southern, western, northern, and central continents. The wild boar tribe was situated on the eastern continent, and as far as she could recall, there had never been any sightings of ferocious beasts above the 6th tier before. High-tier ferocious beasts were predominantly found on the western continent, with some also present on the northern continent. To the north of the wild boar tribe lay a vast forest. Being a small tribe, they had few members, and aside from the cold season, the forest resources were sufficient for their sustenance, negating the need to venture far. Thus, how could it be that they encountered a 7th-tier ferocious beast by mere chance? Chapter 2. She was truly terrified. Even if she had indeed encountered misfortune, why was it that no one else suffered, and only her family faced calamity, particularly Long Ji and Long Feng? They claimed to have witnessed her father and brother being devoured by a ferocious beast. Did this not imply that they were together at that moment, or at least not far apart? They also asserted that they had desperately fled from the beast, but was it truly that simple? Wild boars were hardly adept at evasion. That it must be noted that at that time, Long Ji was at the 4th level and Long Feng at the 2nd. Her father, on the other hand, was at the 5th level, and among her 5 brothers, 3 were at the 3rd level while the other 2 were at the 2nd. None of her father or brothers returned, yet both Long Ji and Long Feng did. Although they had sustained minor injuries, they were merely superficial, at least. That was how Ning perceived it, for in her memory, they had only needed 2 or 3 days to recuperate, and soon after, both of them ascended a level. One became the sole 5th-level warrior in the tribe, naturally being elected as the leader, while the other, still young, rose to the 3rd level, garnering praise for his remarkable talent. However, it seemed that the orcs in the tribe had forgotten that it was a 7th-level beast they had faced. With such a vast disparity in levels, how could they have escaped so easily and even advanced? While those of higher rank perished, perhaps this group of wild boars was genuinely inept, or perhaps it was simply that they only respected the living strong, or maybe they were indifferent altogether, and Ning considered that all these possibilities might hold some truth. Nevertheless, she did not trust Long Ji and Long Feng's words. She was weak, but not foolish. Tio claimed that everything was entirely above board. She would never believe it. After all, her experiences in the past half-month here had shown her that orcs could be just as duplicitous as humans. And they were even stronger. But what of it? Even if there were tangible evidence, she would not dare to speak out. She was currently frail, unable to do anything. She struggled to ensure her own safety. The cries of the females pleading for mercy in the female cave continued, alongside the lascivious laughter of the males that incessantly reached in Ning's ears. Ning tightly covered her ears, curling her body up as she continuously comforted herself in her mind that it would soon be over soon. Though she knew she ought not to, every time it reached this point, a flicker of relief would arise in her heart. Thankfully, this body had yet to come into heat. Otherwise, she would truly be facing immediate death. The female cave was a designated dwelling place for females without family protection, or those bought or picked up from outside who were not yet mated. Once residing in such a place, there were only two possible outcomes. The first was to conceive offspring, who would then be taken back to their father's cave for upbringing. The other was to become a shared mate. Essentially a tool for the males to satisfy their desires. Long Ji had cast Ning into this dwelling, his sinister intentions glaringly evident. Ning understood this well. She did not know how to articulate her thoughts, deeming it her misfortune to encounter such a scenario upon her arrival. The existence of female caves had already been established during the time of the original owner's father. Not only the wild boar tribe, but many other tribes, large and small, also had female caves. The original owner was aware of this, but knowing was one thing, and experiencing it herself was another. The death of her family, the betrayal of her future beast husband. The looming prospect of becoming a shared mate. She, who had always been exalted and adored, could not accept such a fate. Yet, due to her poor connections with the beasts, no one would be willing to offend the tribe leader to lend her a hand. The people in the tribe said that the original owner had lost her mind and jumped into the river, but she had not perished, for the modern Ning had arrived. Ning, the orc, was not unattractive. In fact, one could say she was quite beautiful. She had inherited her mother's beast form, resembling a small fox entirely covered in cream, with only the tips of her tail and ears tinted pink. And her tail was a delightful double, making her quite adorable. Her human form was also exceptionally lovely, yet she dared not reveal her true appearance now. Each day, she made herself filthy, neglecting to wash her face or bathe. For she feared the gazes of the other orcs. As long as she could remain safe, she would endure the dirt. Fortunately, the other females here were similarly unkempt, all appearing dirty and alarmingly overweight. Although she had previously been quite willful and disdainful of other females, even mocking lower-ranked males, her presence in the tribe had been one that evoked aversion among beasts. Yet, even now, some orcs would attempt to befriend her. As females were indeed a rare commodity in the beast world, the male-to-female ratio was 100 to generally. Each female had dozens of males, or even more, with the least number being around 10. However, Ning did not appreciate this. It was not that she could not accept a few more males. Given the dangers of the beast world, having more males for protection was indeed beneficial. But she desired something cleaner, rather than ugly. Foul-smelling wild boars. She truly did not wish to be subjected to the advances of wild boars. Gazing at the wild boars with their unabashedly lecherous eyes, she could guarantee that if she merely nodded, she would be dragged into the cave in no time. She was afraid. She was truly terrified. Thankfully, she was still young. As long as she did not accept food from the males, they would not dare to force themselves upon her. In the beast world, there was a regulation stating that females who had not come into heat could not be coerced into mating. Here, females primarily existed for the purpose of reproduction. Mating with females who had not come into heat could harm their bodies, potentially leading to a loss of fertility in the future. Given the scarcity of females, if this were the norm, would not the extinction of the beast race be inevitable? The females would be even less inclined to permit such occurrences, as it would jeopardize their most basic safety. Yet, of course, this regulation held no weight for wandering orcs or those abandoned by females, though they were fundamentally the same as ordinary orcs, existing primarily for release and reproduction. Once a female fell into their grasp, they would not concern themselves with whether she was in heat. To them, release outweighed reproduction. Additionally, in the orc world, accepting food from a male signified consent to mate. Some females, in a bid for survival, would agree even if they were not in heat. The powerless female within the cave, crying out in desperation, was one such case, willing to endure torment just to fill her belly. And Ning found herself at a loss for words. She did not deem this female to be at fault, for they were all too weak, and survival was genuinely arduous. Whether it was due to inhabiting a different body. She found herself craving meat as well, but she was far more afraid of the brutish wild boar orcs. Fear triumphed over hunger. She believed that if she had to accept those orcs in exchange for meat, then she would rather refrain from eating altogether. Wild fruits and vegetables would suffice. As long as they could fill her stomach, that was enough. The cries in the cave gradually diminished, yet Ning's hands remained clamped over her ears. Suddenly, someone shoved her from behind. She instinctively braced herself against the ground, crying out in pain. "Ah, ha!" came the raucous laughter from nearby, and Ning raised her head to see several orcs standing before her, revealing their grotesque and repugnant forms. Although the cave was dimly lit, and Ning could still see clearly through the moonlight streaming in point, one of the orcs shook his small member at her, grinning wickedly. "And Ning, would you like to give it a try? It's quite enjoyable." His expression was filled with malice, mirrored by the others beside him. Ning, frightened, sprang to her feet, pressing herself tightly against the wall, not daring to look at them. Chapter 3: Surviving in the Beast World was truly challenging. Ning fought to suppress her inner terror and trembled as she spoke. You can't do this. I do not consent, nor have I accepted anything from you. You must adhere to the regulations of the orcs." Seeing her demeanor, the orcs before her erupted into malicious laughter, their gazes laden with lewdness and provocation. "You won't escape us. I've longed to see what you taste like, and I wonder if a fox female is different from the others when she's asleep. Certainly, I must be the first. Perhaps I can even sire a litter of fox cubs." "Who are you to claim first?" Another retorted. "I have my eyes on her too." "Humph. Let us see who wins. The victor gets first dibs." "Let us do it." Another, slightly shorter orc proposed, trying to mediate. "We can all have a turn." He too desired to be first, but knew he could not best the others. "Together it is then, though I wonder if Ning can withstand it." After saying this, he began to scrutinize Ning, even attempting to reach out to touch her, but Ning, terrified, quickly recoiled, hiding her hands behind her back, gripping tightly onto what she held, striving to lift her head and meet their gaze, attempting to project an air of strength. "You cannot force an underage female without her consent. Are you intending to break the rules?" The male orcs merely smirked dismissively, but did not take any further action. In the beast world, there were regulations stipulating that male orcs could not force underage females. Any violation would result in having their limbs broken and being cast out of the tribe. For a male, this was akin to death, as they would lose their ability to escape or hunt, leading to either starvation or being devoured by a ferocious beast. Though unable to take any action, these orcs had no intention of letting Ning off easily. "And Ning, you better be ready. We'll all join in on the fun," one of them said with ill intent. "And Ning will be just fine. Just channel that spirit you had when you were cursing before, and you'll manage." "Ha ha." And Ning fought back her tears, lowering her head in silence, for she understood that the more she spoke, the more this loathsome pack of wild boars would intensify their taunts. She inwardly wished for their swift departure. Typically, males do not deliberately target a specific female. Yet Ning, emboldened by her status as the chieftain's daughter, had previously ridiculed the males of the tribe who had shown her favor, deriding their appearances and belittling their ranks, audaciously confronting those who dared approach her. More than half of the tribe's adult, unattached males had felt her scorn, and the brutish beings before her were no exception. In Ning's view, such behavior seemed somewhat permissible in the beast realm, as females tend to be a bit capricious and are naturally drawn to strength. Moreover, she held no affection for these males. Their persistent advances were truly irksome, and without a harsh rebuke, there was simply no escape from their relentless pursuit. Who would have thought that these brutish males could harbor such pettiness, clinging to grievances from so long ago? It remained uncertain whether all males in the beast world were similarly petty, or if it was merely a trait of those from the wild boar tribe. Seeing Ning persistently keep her head down in silence, the male beastmen, having exchanged a few words, soon found their amusement waning. Unable to act upon their impulses, they could only watch idly. Having already vented their frustrations at this point, they would rather return to their slumber. Once they departed, Ning felt the air in the cave become considerably fresher. She took a deep breath and, in a moment of defeat, crouched down to rest upon the hay. The hand that had been clenched behind her back gradually relaxed as she gazed at the sharpened stone in her grasp. A sardonic smile gracing her lips. Tears streamed down her face. Yet she dared not make a sound, that if those brutish males had truly disregarded her and acted upon their impulses, could this small stone tip truly defend her against their formidable strength? Could it safeguard her? No, it could not. She merely contemplated that at least it could be used to swiftly end her own life. But why must they treat her so? All she desired was to live like a person, to exist with dignity. Was that truly so difficult? Indeed, for her present self, it was exceedingly challenging. Surviving in the beast realm was truly arduous. Yet her sorrow lasted only a brief moment, for she knew she needed to rest. Tomorrow, she must gather food. Otherwise, she would face hunger. From a corner of the haystack, she retrieved a tattered beast skin, spreading it over the hay before lying down and closing her eyes to sleep. As the morning sun rose from the east, its rays illuminated Ning's face. Habitually, she rubbed her eyes and then climbed up from the beast skin. In that instant, she nearly collapsed to the ground. But fortunately, there was a wall nearby to support her. Leaning against the wall, she steadied herself against the dizziness that enveloped her. This was not due to any whimsy or sudden movement. It was purely a result of hunger. With her daily sustenance insufficient, it was only natural to feel faint. She realized that if this continued, she might not even survive to adulthood, for she would ultimately starve to death. When asked why she did not accept food from the tribe, she could only say that food obtained without labor comes at a price, especially for a female like her, who had offended the majority of the tribe's beasts and was not favored by the chieftain's family. The cost of obtaining food would likely be far greater. Ning crouched down, folding the beast skin she had laid upon and retrieving a small beast skin pouch hidden beneath the hay. From within, she took out 2 pieces of dried fruit she had prepared and consumed them. Feeling somewhat revitalized, she wrapped her feet in the tattered beast skin and exited the female den, heading straight for the river behind the tribe. This was where the beastmen of the wild boar tribe came to draw water. She snapped off a twig and fashioned a rudimentary toothbrush, using the clear water to clean her teeth. With limited resources, she had no other choice. Even with her stomach unfilled, she could not afford to neglect her hygiene. She scooped up some river water to drink, and upon catching a glimpse of her reflection in the water, she turned her head away, unwilling to gaze any longer. It was too painful to behold. It was not that she was ugly. Rather, she was simply unkempt. Her hair appeared greasy, and the white beast skin draped over her had become soiled and dark. Dirt marred her face, and the skin exposed to the elements was equally grimy. Even her once pristine features, a pair of white fox ears and 2 white tails, had become splotched with dirt and grime, obscuring the once clear pink tips. Although she had deliberately allowed herself to become this way, it did not diminish her disdain for her appearance. That moment, other females arrived, carried by the males. Observing them, Ning felt a twinge of relief at her own relative cleanliness. Dipping her hands in the water, she grabbed a handful of dirt and rubbed it over herself. She was simply too dirty, truly too dirty. Uncertain of how the other females appeared, she could only conclude that the females of the wild boar tribe were rather disheveled. She could not comprehend why. Even among those who were mated, they required others to carry them, that if they were unwilling to wash themselves, could their partners not assist them? Surely, their partners would be more than willing. For there is a distinct difference between embracing a fragrant pig and a foul-smelling one. But did the male beastmen truly prefer the unclean? And Ning could not understand, yet she endeavored to fit in. If dirtiness was the norm, then so be it. Being dirty could be perceived as a sign of vitality. Ning consoled herself inwardly. Chapter 4. She has neither provoked nor offended anyone, yet they all seem to target her. The female protagonist has had a rather distressing and frustrating experience. But soon, she will be taken home by the male lead. Those who bully the female lead will not escape their fates. Our female lead will have her husband to protect her and will seek justice. Current appearance of the female lead: a normal human form with a human face, adorned with a pair of white fox ears and 2 white tails, with the tips of her ears and tails tinged pink, appearing quite adorable. Feel free to imagine as you wish. The male beastmen of the wild boar tribe nearly every day embark on hunting expeditions. The females and younglings venture out to gather, but it is entirely voluntary. If a beast provides for them, they need not go. Females without family or partners typically go out daily. Since Ning arrived here, she has not had a single day of leisure. Unable to hunt, she must gather ample fruits and wild vegetables, drying them for preservation. Surely, she could not allow herself to starve. Finding a partner to care for her was out of the question, at least not at present. The thought of those male beastmen in the tribe, their appearances aside, was disheartening. Given their character, she thought perhaps it would be better to perish than to live alongside them. It was unclear whether it was mere coincidence or if today held some special significance. But nearly all the males, females, and younglings of the tribe were out and about. Ning cast a brief glance, noting that the small tribe was not particularly populous, perhaps numbering around 100. And Ning, weren't you once the laziest of all? Too lazy to even walk, and now you've fallen to the level of grazing daily like a mere fox, that a female voice called out from behind her. Without needing to turn around, Ning knew it was Zhang Lin. When Zhang Lin saw Ning ignoring her, she angrily circled to face her, one hand on her non-existent hip, the other pointing accusatorily, exuding an air of self-importance. Why are you silent? Were you not the most talkative one before? When others spoke a few words to you, you would even resort to violence. Are you now frightened? Since Zhang Lin's father became the chieftain, she had made it a point to trouble Ning. In the mere half-month since Ning had arrived, she had encountered Zhang Lin numerous times. Ah, yes, you are correct. I am silent because I lack the strength to speak after grazing. You are so beautiful and kind. Would you care to share some meat with me? And Ning feigned weakness. Speaking in a lackluster tone, she had no desire to argue with Zhang Lin, nor could she win. It was better to simply concede, allowing her to depart more swiftly. It was truly vexing. She had neither provoked nor offended anyone. Yet they all seemed to target her. You. Zhang Lin was taken aback by Ning's demeanor, as if striking a fist against cotton. Her anger had no outlet, leaving her feeling even more frustrated than if she had quarreled with her. This reminded her of previous encounters with Ning, where Ning had maintained a similar attitude, leading Zhang Lin to believe she had triumphed. In hindsight, it only served to stoke the fire of her irritation. Zhang Lin stomped her foot, exclaiming, "You are truly shameless, daring to ask me for meat." And Ning continued her fade of indifference. "You wish to speak with me, yet I am too weak from hunger to respond. To fulfill your desires, you must provide me with meat." Zhang Lin was momentarily stunned by this reasoning, at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she finally shouted, "Who wants to talk to you? I despise you the most." Indeed, she loathed Ning above all else, a sentiment she had harbored since childhood. Ning was arrogant, and even when she had everything, she still enjoyed competing with her. The beasts of the tribe often remarked on Ning's beauty, which only fueled Zhang Lin's animosity. Baiyu, having overheard the commotion, approached and inquired, "Zhang Lin, what is going on?" Upon seeing Baiyu, Zhang Lin's eyes lit up. Indeed, there was one thing Ning had always desired but could never attain: her brother's refusal to mate with her. He had never done so in the past, and now he certainly would not. Zhang Lin linked arms with Baiyu, speaking sweetly, "Sister-in-law, when you go gathering later, my brother will surely accompany you to protect you. He favors you greatly, and your bond is truly wonderful." As she spoke, she observed Ning's reaction. However, Ning offered no expression that would please her. With a subtle sneer, Ning thought, "What does it matter to her? It is not me who harbors feelings for Changfeng." Baiyu shyly smiled, replying, "Changfeng is my first beast husband. Naturally, we share a strong bond. As the first beast husband, it implies that there will be others in the future, which is rather favorable. It would be wise to seek out several obedient ones and cast aside the arrogant and malicious wild boar. Changfeng." In Anning's eyes, Baiyue's association with Changfeng is a misfortune. Baiyue, being a female of the rabbit clan, possesses remarkable reproductive capabilities and is also petite and adorable, adorned with large, expressive eyes that evoke a protective instinct in those who gaze upon her. This stands in stark contrast to the robust and dark Zhang Lin beside her. However, the sole blemish upon her beauty is that she does not appear particularly clean. It is not a matter of innate untidiness, but rather an indication of neglect in personal hygiene. Although she is somewhat cleaner than the females of the wild boar tribe, it is merely a slight improvement. Could it be that she has been assimilated, or is it a common trait among the females of the beast world? Yeah, Changlin, speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Chongfeng. Brother. Anning cast a fleeting glance at the newcomer, only to disdainfully avert her gaze. Perhaps due to her preconceived bias against Chongfeng, she could not help but find him rather unremarkable in appearance. While he is indeed tall and robust, exuding a primal vigor, for some reason, she feels a sense of discomfort towards this wild boar beast man. Perhaps it is merely a psychological effect, given her deep-seated aversion to the males of the wild boar tribe. She could not fathom what the original owner of this body saw in him. He is hardly handsome, yet she suspects he was pursued daily by her, likely due to her limited experience and lack of sophistication. Beast men possess keen eyesight, though it was but a fleeting moment. Chongfeng noticed Anning's scrutinizing gaze that he assumed she still harbored feelings for him, a flicker of impatience and disdain crossing his features. Why has she not perished yet? He stepped forward, enveloping Bai Yue in his embrace, declaring, "Yeah, I shall protect you while you gather. With me here, no one shall dare to bully you." Chongfeng shot a warning glance at Anning. He had witnessed Anning's past actions and would not allow other females to approach him, lest they bully his beloved. Seeing Ye standing alongside Anning filled him with concern for her well-being. Chongfeng's gaze towards Anning was icy. Ye is pure and kind-hearted. No other female can compare. My affection is reserved solely for her. Should anyone dare to bully her, I shall not let it go unpunished. This was clearly directed at Anning. Infuriated, Anning was left speechless. There was little she could do. She could not afford to offend him, that it would be prudent to retreat and yield. Yet, truth be told, she had never witnessed such an absurdity as the wrapping of small feet, let alone small heads. The two individuals before her, one of whom was as robust as a bear, left her feeling diminutive and underdeveloped in comparison, that no matter how one looked at it, she hardly seemed the type to be a bully. Rather, she felt more like a victim. Yet, what could she do, being so weak? They did not name her directly, leaving her without grounds for rebuttal. Sigh. Common beast, a phoenix man, Anning muttered under her breath, departing from the scene. Chongfeng's brow furrowed in annoyance. His acute hearing allowed him to catch her muttered words. Though he could not comprehend them, he sensed they were not complimentary. "Yeah, Chonglin, let us depart to ensure the safety of the females and cubs." The tribe organized into teams of 2 females, 1 cub, and 6 males. They proceeded northward, dispersing only upon entering the forest. Chapter 5. Is this a giant centipede beast man? In Anning's team, there was a female she was not well acquainted with. Along with a wild boar cub and 6 second-tier males that in comparison to before, their numbers had increased, as prior teams consisted of only 3 or 4 members at most. The females and cubs were tasked with gathering wild fruits and edible vegetables, while the males were responsible for watching over them and hunting nearby. The forest was vast, teeming with life in the spring. The tender green grass and lush foliage created a vibrant tapestry. Trees, thick enough for a dozen people to encircle, towered high, their branches flourishing abundantly. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the forest floor and infusing the air with the earthy scent of sunlight and soil. At this time of year, the variety of wild fruits was limited, but their size was substantial, and gathering a good amount to dry for storage was essential. Upon reaching their destination, Anning spoke little, instinctively collecting whatever she could reach. The females in the tribe held no affection for her, and her unfamiliarity with her teammates deterred her from forcing camaraderie. While the original owner bore some responsibility for this situation, she felt unqualified to judge. Having taken possession of another's body, in her perspective, the original owner was merely a touch willful and spoiled, yet had never engaged in genuinely malicious acts. In contrast, the other beastmen of the tribe, who had benefited in various ways during her father's tenure as chief, appeared to have forgotten their past kindness, now targeting the orphan girl with cruelty, ultimately leading to her demise. She sought not excessive care, but at the very least, wished not to be bullied. Truly, it was akin to a fox being oppressed by a pig in the lowlands, a wretched group of ill-bred wild boar beastmen, particularly the Chongfeng family, who had previously taken advantage of the original owner, now seemed to have forgotten their past generosity, relentlessly pursuing her downfall. It was not an exaggeration to liken their actions to those of murderers motivated by greed. A family of ingrates. No, it should be a family of ingrained swine. Anning furiously uprooted a wild plant resembling shepherd's purse with a stick. Indeed, to the other beastmen, Anning was merely extracting weeds. Yet she recognized it as shepherd's purse. albeit several sizes larger than its modern counterpart. She had sniffed its roots and found them identical in scent. Having consumed it before with no ill effects that as a child, she had lived in the countryside with her grandparents, familiarizing herself with various vegetables. Fortunately, her knowledge of these basics spared her from the fear of consuming unknown foods. A deafening roar reverberated through the forest. Everyone, back to the tribe. The rogue beasts have arrived. Quickly, protect the females and cubs. The urgent cries of the beastmen grew, increasingly frantic, intermingled with the wails of the females. Rogue beasts, upon hearing the commotion, Anning turned pale, dropping her gathered supplies to the ground. Memories from the original owner's recollections of her father's tales of the terrifying ferocity of rogue beasts flooded her mind, igniting a wave of overwhelming dread. Without a second thought, Anning gripped her stone dagger tightly and fled toward the tribe. Having no expectation that others would come to her aid, if a rogue beast were to capture her, her fate would be sealed. Did I end the forest? A horde of rogue beasts lunged at the beastmen of the wild boar tribe. There were hedgehog beasts, floral snake beasts, digger beasts, centipede beasts, leopard beasts, wolf beasts, and many more, some adorned with deep scars that marred their faces, exuding a fearsome presence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern fine black horizontal stripes on the left sides of their necks. Most rogue beasts bore 3 or 4 stripes, while one black leopard sported as many as 6. The markings on their necks indicated their ranks, with one stripe denoting first-tier status, and so forth. The color of the stripes represented their attributes, yet all rogue beasts bore the same black hue. The black leopard was a 6th-tier rogue beast man, clearly the leader of the pack. The males of the wild boar tribe were outclassed in rank, and the outcome was all too predictable that lower-ranked males were caught off guard and swiftly dispatched, with some cubs meeting a similarly grim fate. Faced with such a gruesome scene, the females were thrown into a state of panic. Fleeing in all directions without a clear path that they were not accustomed to running, their lack of experience only exacerbated their plight. They scarcely managed to escape a few steps before the rogue beasts seized them. The sounds of the females' cries filled Anning's ears, intensifying her terror. Despite her trembling legs, she pressed on, striving to distance herself from danger. Faster, she needed to run faster. Just as Anning was about to break free from the forest, a rogue beast suddenly appeared in front of her. This little female can run quite well. As it lunged toward her, Anning halted just in time. Gasping for breath, she lifted her gaze to the creature. What she beheld nearly caused her to faint with fright. Before her stood what appeared to be a beast man, the upper half resembling a human, while the lower half was a lengthy, segmented insect body, several meters long, encased in a hard black shell and brimming with numerous legs. The sight sent Anning's fear of clusters into overdrive. Is this a giant centipede beast man, aside from toads? Her greatest fear lay with such leggy, armored creatures. She was barely holding herself together, fueled solely by sheer will. Most alarming was the long, thick scar etched across this beastman's face, a clear indication that he had indeed caused the death of a female. Otherwise, neither rogue beastmen nor gregarious beastmen would bear such scars without cause, particularly one of this ominous hue. Each detail screamed of a particularly ruthless rogue beast. Anning was acutely aware of this from the original owner's memories. Paralyzed with fear, she crumpled to the ground, her legs betraying her. This was it. She was truly going to die. The centipede beastman grinned cruelly. I have yet to experience the differences in prepubescent females. How fortuitous! With that, he transformed fully into human form, lunging toward Anning and tearing at her beast skin. No, please. Anning, in a moment of sheer panic, shut her eyes tightly, unaware of where she suddenly found the strength to instinctively swing the stone spike in her hand towards the centipede beastman's face. The anguished scream of the centipede beastman resonated painfully in Anning's ears. Moreover, she felt a warm liquid dripping onto her face. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that the stone spike had lodged itself precisely in the left eye of the centipede beastman. Her eyes widened in shock, and in the next instant, she scrambled to her feet, desperate to flee. The centipede beastman yanked the stone spike from his eye socket, clutching the bleeding hole. Seeing that the little female who had rendered him blind still dared to escape, he was filled with a furious desire to tear her apart, cursing, "Damn female, I will devour you." Chapter 6. He is a cleanly snake. Just as a massive centipede was about to strike, Anning, in utter despair, closed her eyes again, unable even to cry. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept past her. Another agonizing scream echoed, the pain evident in the voice sending tremors through Aining's heart. Then she felt a cool, slippery entity wrap around her waist, lifting her off the ground. In the next moment, she found herself nestled in a gentle, cool embrace that didn't hurt. Was she saved? Trembling, Aining opened her eyes, only to be met with a set of well-defined abdominal muscles. Astonished, she looked up to see a handsome man's face. His dark hair cascaded casually behind him, exuding an air of nonchalance. He had a pale complexion, his features exquisitely chiseled, embodying unparalleled beauty, with brows and eyes akin to a painting. His black eyes sparkled with clarity, yet bore a hint of aloofness that he frowned, fixating his gaze on her. For reasons unknown, Aining felt she could discern a trace of adorableness within his demeanor. Inappropriately, she thought, so there are indeed good-looking beast men in this savage world. It's just that neither she nor her original self had encountered them before. Witnessing the little female being whisked away, the centipede beast man, furious at having lost an eye and now being thwarted by the snake beast man, seethed, "Return the female to me. She is mine." Xuan's gaze shifted away from Aining, glaring at the centipede beast man in displeasure. "She is not yours. She is mine. You took her, and now that I have her, she belongs to me. You harm my eye? I will kill her." Upon hearing this, Aining glanced back, only to see the centipede, drenched in green liquid, one eye a hollow socket while the other, large as a bowl, was fixated on her, seemingly eager to devour her. Terrified, she quickly turned back, wrapping her arms around Xuan's neck, her voice trembling as she pleaded. "Please save me. I don't want to go with him. He forced me to tea." That moment, she understood which leg to cling to. Ainxian said nothing to indicate agreement or disagreement, merely furrowing his brow as he looked at Aining, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as if he was suppressing something. Then, addressing the centipede beast man, he declared, "She is mine. The female must die." As he spoke, his tail lashed out at the great centipede. The centipede beast man scoffed. "Are you joking? An 8th-tier beast man easily trounces a 4th-tier one. Conversing with you is merely a courtesy." Perhaps Ainxian hadn't heard the centipede beast man's earlier claim that Aining had injured his eye. Or perhaps he simply didn't care. The notion that a weak female could harm a 4th-tier beast man was utterly absurd. If it were true, that 4th-tier beast man would indeed be hopelessly incompetent, destined to perish sooner or later. Furthermore, to threaten to kill a female he had taken right in front of him was an affront. Did he consider him dead? Before Aining could fully comprehend the situation, she turned back just in time to see the centipede beast man, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, lifeless. The sight was horrifying and repulsive. She turned her head away, unable to look further. Rather than feeling a sense of cruelty, she felt a strange relief. If no one had come to her aid, had the centipede beast man lived, she would have been the one to die. The law of the jungle was merciless, and she had to acclimate to this reality. She was also grateful for someone's intervention, releasing her grip on Ainxian's neck. Aining found herself unnerved by the proximity to such an extraordinarily handsome individual, a sight she had never encountered in both her lifetimes. Yet, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Aining. I am a fox beast man. What is your name?" Running away was out of the question. She neither dared nor could escape. It appeared she would have to follow him from now on, so she thought it best to establish a rapport, hoping for a better future. From birth, Ainxian had scarcely conversed with anyone besides his brother. Momentarily caught off guard, just as Aining assumed he would ignore her, he tilted his head slightly. "My brother calls me Ainxian. I am a snake beast man." "That a snake beast man?" Aining, cradled in Ingxuan's arms, lowered her head, her gaze tracing down his smooth, muscular lines. Below his abdomen lay a long, thick, dark tail, measuring several dozen meters, adorned with crimson patterns, its surface glistening with black scales. Aining could only think, what a truly venomous snake. Each day was truly exhilarating. In the final moments before losing consciousness, she pondered how blind she must be to perceive such a magnificent serpent as adorable. Ainxian looked down at the unconscious little female in his embrace, perplexed, and shook her gently, only ceasing when he confirmed she had truly fainted. After several days of outdoor escapades, it was time to return. There was nothing of interest outside, and he preferred the comfort of sleep. "Oh, But this time, he couldn't simply return to eat and sleep alone. He had to feed the little female. After all, he couldn't snatch her away and let her go hungry. Yet, why did it suddenly feel a tad troublesome? Never mind, he thought it was best to head back. Casting one last glance at the little female, Ingxian couldn't help but wrap her up with his tail. This little female was rather filthy, and he felt reluctant to touch her. Although females were generally untidy, he preferred not to come into contact with them. After all, he was a snake who cherished cleanliness, that if not for the fact that this little female lacked the unpleasant odors typical of others, he would have been disinclined to touch her. He had selected her after many considerations, and it would be a pity to let her go. Thus, he had to endure the discomfort of carrying her with his tail for now. He would ensure to cleanse his tail upon returning home. His hands also required washing, having embraced the little female earlier. His neck needed cleansing too, as it had been clutched by the little female. Perhaps it would be best to wash his entire body, that he would also ensure to give the little female a thorough cleaning. While her previous state might have been tolerable, he intended to keep her pristine henceforth. After all, he was a snake who adored cleanliness. Ingxian transformed into his beast form, coiling his tail around Aining, curving his massive body as he charged forward, crashing through the forest towards his cave, toppling several trees along the way, yet ensuring that none of the branches harmed Aining. Upon reaching the cave, Aining remained unconscious. After much hesitation, Ingxian ultimately placed her upon his grassy nest. He had heard from other wandering beastmen that females were quite delicate and should not be exposed to the cold, as they could easily fall ill and perish. He could not allow his disdain for her filth to compel her to sleep on the ground. What if she fell ill as a result? With that thought in mind, he ventured to the other side of the grassy nest, retrieving a neatly stacked hide to cover Aining. Now, she should be safe from the cold. If one were to inquire why he had taken the hide from across the nest, it was simply because he had none of his own and had to resort to his brother's. Ingxian mused. His brother wouldn't mind, would he? At worst, he would return it once he had his own. He generally preferred to sleep in beast form, rendering hides unnecessary, and he had been too lazy to prepare any. However, he could now consider acquiring more for the little female's use. Caring for a little female seemed to be more complicated than caring for oneself. Chapter 7. It turns out her fate had long been sealed. Aining found herself in a dream. Within the dream, she was enveloped in a space filled with thin white mist. She wished to leave. Yet no matter how she tried, she could not escape, as if this realm had no end. Aining, Aining. Suddenly a figure appeared ahead, calling her name. "Who is calling me?" she asked, cautiously stepping forward, upon recognizing the face of the voice's owner. She froze in disbelief. The person before her bore an uncanny resemblance to her current form that a guess formed in her mind. "You are Beastman Aining." The original owner nodded. "Yes, I am the deceased Aining. This is your dreamscape. I am aware you are a soul from another world." Aining paused. "So my previous body has already perished." "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Aining was at a loss for whether to feel sorrow or grief. "What about you?" The original owner replied. "I am already dead. You are now the Beastman Aining." Aining could only express her reluctance. "I didn't wish for this either." However, since she had taken over another's body, it was akin to living again, which seemed worthwhile. After all, others could not obtain such an opportunity. "Since I can see you, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? If possible, I hope you can help me take revenge." "Are you referring to seeking vengeance against the beastmen of the wild boar tribe who forced you to your demise? We encountered a group of wandering beastmen during our foraging. They are likely in dire straits." With that, Aining hesitated further. "Even if they are not in trouble, it would be difficult for me to exact revenge. Survival in this beast world is exceedingly challenging, and I am struggling to secure my own existence." The original host lamented. They did not perish. Changji and Changfeng abandoned the other orcs in the tribe and fled on their own. "What?" Aining responded incredulously, without inquiring how the original host had come by this knowledge. After all, if she could pull her into a dream, she undoubtedly had her ways. Aining had not anticipated that they could escape. The orcs of the wild boar tribe were inherently social creatures, and it was utterly disgraceful for Changji, as their leader, to forsake his kin. The original host scoffed bitterly. "What is impossible about that?" Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of deep resentment. "Such events are not unprecedented. My father and brothers did not fall victim to a seventh-tier beast. They were betrayed by Changji and Changfeng, who coveted the position of chieftain. Anning realized that her guess was indeed accurate. Yet she wondered how the original host had come to this conclusion. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Anning asked, "How did you find out?" With a tone tinged with melancholy and regret, the original host replied, "I overheard them when I sought out Changfeng. Fearing discovery, I intended to slip away in beast form. Perhaps I made a noise that alerted them. I heard footsteps behind me and ran desperately forward. When I reached the riverbank, I tripped over something and fell into the water, and then you appeared. It is all my fault. Had I not been infatuated with Changfeng and insisted on him becoming my beast husband, my father would not have placed such trust in them for my sake, and thus my father and brothers would not have perished. Ultimately, being chased into the river to drown was my just deserts. Yet, I still feel a sense of injustice. They have not only destroyed my family, but also my own life, fabricating tales of our demise within the tribe that I cannot abide letting the murderers roam free." Anning found herself at a loss for words to comfort her. Feeling a profound sense of shared misfortune and pity for both of them, that it was no wonder that many orcs in the wild boar tribe had bullied her. It seemed evident that Changji, as the chieftain, had orchestrated it all. The laws of the beast world dictated that males could not harm females, yet fearing that she might expose their crimes, Changji sought to silence her by compelling her death in this manner. It was no surprise that none of the males had aided her during her encounters with the wandering beasts. Her fate had long been sealed, and it was unlikely anyone would come to her aid. "Why is this happening to me?" The original host's eyes were filled with a plea as she continued, "I understand you cannot slay Changji and Changfeng now, nor can you even locate them. But I earnestly implore you, should you ever encounter them in the future, to help me exact revenge upon them. If possible, of course. The decision rests entirely with you." Anning solemnly nodded. "If the opportunity arises, I will." Even without the original host's urging, she would have felt compelled to do so. Otherwise, after enduring so much suffering and living in constant fear, what would it all amount to? Was this merely bad luck? She could not allow the wrongs done to her to go unavenged. Yet the prerequisite was that she needed to survive. Otherwise, all her thoughts would remain mere fantasies. The original host smiled at Anning. "Thank you, that I must take my leave now. The beast god will bless you." That as the original host faded from view, Anning awoke from the dream. Pain surged through her entire body. Had she been beaten? Gritting her teeth against the agony, Anning sat up from the grass nest and surveyed her surroundings in confusion. She found herself in a vast cave, several times larger than the female den she had previously occupied in the wild boar tribe. Apart from two grass nests nestled in the corners, there was nothing else within. It was simple yet remarkably clean. Anning rubbed her head, which felt as if it had been pricked by needles. She recalled her encounter with a wandering centipede beast while out gathering with the tribe, followed by being rescued by a snake beast, after which she had fainted in fear. So, where was she now? In a snake's den. It seemed likely, especially since that large snake had claimed to have taken her. Was she sleeping on a snake's nest? It felt tolerable enough, although the dry grass beneath was rather prickly against her skin. It was far cleaner than her previous sleeping arrangements. The animal hide covering her was also a significant improvement over her tattered old hides. One had to admit, it was rather considerate of whoever had provided her with a blanket. This hide appeared to be the sole one in the cave. However, where was the snake? There were no snakes in sight within the cave. Anning was puzzled at that moment. She could not afford to ponder further. Her legs and feet were in excruciating pain, compelling her to lift the animal hide to inspect her injuries. Her legs were mottled with bruises, devoid of any unblemished flesh, and several alarming red marks marred her thighs, with visible deep wounds still oozing blood. Her knees were scraped, continuing to bleed. Taking a deep breath, she endured the pain as she removed the worn animal hide from her feet. The skin on her feet had been rubbed raw, with small pebbles embedded in the soles. All these injuries were sustained during her escape. Looking at her current state, Anning could not help but admire her own resilience. Indeed, humans possess remarkable potential when fighting for survival. Remarkably, she had felt no pain while fleeing. With a sigh, Anning realized that if she did not tend to her wounds, infection would soon claim her life. She painstakingly removed the pebbles from her soles, bracing herself against the ground as she struggled to stand. Just as she took a step, a sharp pain shot through her, causing her to wince. That it hurt so much. The agony brought tears to her eyes. Why was she so unfortunate, stranded in this unfamiliar place and reduced to such a state? It was truly difficult to survive. Yingxian had just finished bathing and, with prey clamped in his mouth, hurried back to the cave. He needed to return quickly to feed the little female. Having brought her back, he had to take good care of her. Chapter 8. I still need to bathe you later. Yingxian had heard that the little female required several meals a day. And since half a day had passed, he was determined not to let her starve, or he would feel utterly useless. Upon reaching the cave, Yingxian found Anning in tears and assumed she must be starving. He feared that if he let her starve, he would bear a scar on his face, and he would have no place to cry. He did not wish to be an ugly snake. Yingxian placed the prey before Anning, flicking his tongue as he gazed at her. Do not cry. Eat. Anning, still crouched and weeping, was startled as the brightness before her suddenly dimmed. She looked up and nearly fainted from fright. A massive black snake with vertical pupils was staring at her. Tongue flicking in front of her lay a bloodied cow. If it could be called a cow, as it resembled one, but had an extra horn and was 3 or 4 times larger. The cow's head was directly facing her, its eyes wide opened at awe. Anning was so startled that she forgot to cry, collapsing onto the ground and pushing herself backward with her arms in an attempt to distance herself from the living snake and the dead cow. It was too overwhelming, truly too overwhelming. A talking snake had placed a bloodied carcass before her to frighten her. What was this snake trying to accomplish? Was it a threat? There was no need. Just looking at it was enough to terrify her, and oh wonder Anning had not fully grasped what Yingxian had said earlier. She was already in a state of distress, and now this shocking revelation had overwhelmed her. The only reason she had not fainted was due to the resilience she had developed during her time in the wild boar tribe. Yingxian looked at Anning with confusion, having had little interaction with other beasts. He could not comprehend the situation. He only knew that not eating would lead to starvation, especially for a little female who needed to eat daily. Thus, he nudged the prey closer to Anning with his snake head, urging her to eat. Eat? Is this for me? Or am I supposed to prepare it for you? Anning stammered, her voice trembling. Am I supposed to eat? Yingxian did not understand why the little female would ask such a question. Of course, she needed to eat if she was hungry. You eat. Your stomach is empty. Now it was Anning's turn to be bewildered. How did this snake know she was hungry? However, once the thought crossed her mind, she realized her stomach indeed felt empty and uncomfortable. She gazed at the enormous cow before her, realizing that this snake had genuinely brought it for her, that a wave of gratitude washed over her. Yet she was unsure how to handle it. Moreover, she could not eat it raw. That would make her ill. Summoning her courage, she addressed the snake beast. I remember your name is Yingxian, right? Thank you for saving me and for bringing me prey to eat. Yingxian shook his head. She was his prize, so saving her was a given, and providing her with food was his obligation. Why should she express gratitude? The great snake's head could not fathom this concept. Seeing that Yingxian only shook his head in silence, Anning felt somewhat awkward but pressed on. This prey is too large for me to consume all at once, and I do not know how to prepare it. Moreover, I cannot eat it raw. I would fall ill, that I need it cooked. Yingxian was perplexed. He had always swallowed his food whole, so he had no idea how to prepare it as the little female described. However, he understood that eating it raw would make her sick. His wide eyes blinked as he tilted his head. How should it be prepared? What does cooked mean? Anning's eyes lit up with hope. She had not anticipated that this large snake would be so accommodating. Preparing it meant skinning the prey, removing its insides, and cleaning it thoroughly. Cooking involved cutting it into small pieces and roasting it over a fire. Yingxian flicked his tail, a bit troubled. Females were indeed troublesome and difficult to care for. Preparing the prey was not the hard part, but starting a fire was challenging for him as a cold-blooded beast. He did not like fire. Most importantly, he had no fire source. All the fire-making materials were back at the tribe. The distance to the tribe was quite considerable, even if he went to seize some. By the time he returned, night would have fallen. Would the little female truly survive a day without food? From Yingxian's actions, it seemed that Ning could discern his intentions. Indeed, she had nearly forgotten that snakes were generally averse to fire. She kindly proposed, I can handle the barbecuing myself. You just need to assist me with processing and dividing the prey, if that is agreeable. The notion of a female cooking her own food was quite absurd to Yingxian. In his memories, females were never expected to prepare their own meals. Even ordinary wandering beasts would not allow females to undertake such tasks. Was he to be less accommodating than they? After all, he had vowed to care for the little female, that I will cook. However, there are no embers here. I shall take you to another tribe to procure some. Having a fire at hand would surely prevent the little female from starving. And Ning was pleasantly surprised. Was he truly so accommodating? Oh, dear snake, there's no need for theft. Since you're being so helpful, surely I can manage to create fire myself? I have a method to acquire embers. It requires just a bit of wood. After a moment's contemplation, and Ning smiled. Why don't we head to the riverbank? It would be more convenient to process the prey there, wouldn't it? We wouldn't want to sully this pristine cave with the stench of blood. Xian nodded, casting a glance at her, hesitantly stating, I still need to give you a bath afterward. Ning gasped, Rogue snake. I am still a minor, and you intend to lay hands on me so soon? Can it be that this snake is like the other wandering beast men? Surely not. Although she had accepted the idea of finding a male partner, this was far too premature. They had only just met. No, it was simply not permissible, at least not at this moment. With her eyes glistening, she implored Xian, can we perhaps wait a while? She was genuinely frightened. Xian was somewhat displeased. Why was this little female so averse to cleanliness? No, you must wash. You are far too dirty. While you do not smell presently, that may change. After saying this, he transformed his upper body into a human form that I wash every day, except during hibernation. You must also bathe regularly. And Ning's face flushed crimson. To be disparaged for her cleanliness by such a handsome snake was mortifying. She had foolishly thought the snake harbored ulterior motives, when in fact, it was her own embarrassment that was overwhelming. Very well, I shall bathe more frequently, she conceded. Seeing the little female's agreement, Xian's lips curled into a smile. Let us be off. Ning recognized that this snake bore her no ill will. For the time being, he seemed harmless. Though his speech was rather blunt and his demeanor slightly naive, he was still far more agreeable than other beastmen. Thus, she felt less trepidation around him, and even inquired somewhat impolitely. Xian, do you have any spare hides? My current attire is sullied, and I wish to change. That I do not. He replied that in truth, he possessed no hides of his own. The one she wore was borrowed from his brother. While he did have some snake skins, they were rather cool to the touch, and she would likely find them uncomfortable. He decided against offering them to her, not wishing to let her suffer from the cold. Use this hide from the grass nest. I will find you another. Isn't this meant for bedding? She questioned. Well, it seems I am dealing with a rather impoverished snake, she thought, realizing that as a freeloader. She ought not to be too particular. Let us make do. Ning nodded. Then let us proceed. Chapter 9. This snake is exceedingly kind and naive. Xian wrapped Ning in the hide, cradling her in one arm while coiling his tail around the prey and exiting the cave. Upon emerging, Ning discovered that her cave was situated within a valley, atop its peak. Nearby stretched a vast mountain range, covering extensive territory. The landscape below was a rolling expanse of hills, and the surrounding cliffs were steep, adorned with numerous thorny grasses, making it difficult for ordinary beastmen to ascend. That, of course, had she relied solely on her own abilities, she would not have been able to climb or descend either. And no wonder this snake was so unperturbed about leaving her alone in the cave. It was clear she could not escape. Naturally, she would not recklessly venture out to meet her demise. Xian moved with exceptional speed, reaching the valley floor in mere moments. He brought Ning to a sprawling meadow, where the climate was warm and the ground was adorned with a variety of fragrant flowers and grasses. To the left of the meadow lay a dense forest, lush with trees, several of which bore fruit. To the right flowed a wide river, its waters crystal clear, winding past a small hill and out of the valley. The entire scene radiated the vitality of spring, resembling a paradise, a truly soothing sight. Upon arriving, Ning felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. She gently tapped Xian's arm, saying, Xian, please set me down. He bent down and placed her on the ground. Little female, where are the embers you mentioned? First, let us prepare the barbecue. Then I will attend to your bath. Ning's lips twitched. This snake was genuinely intent on ensuring her cleanliness. It was rather burdensome for him, being so critical of her, yet still wanting to carry her. I can wash myself. Noticing his skeptical gaze, Ning added, I cannot step directly into the water right now. My legs and feet are injured. However, I assure you I will clean myself with the hides. As she spoke, she extended her leg for him to see. Xian transformed his tail into legs. pulling a piece of hide from somewhere to wrap around his waist before kneeling beside her. Supporting her body with one hand, he examined her delicate ankle with the other, his brow furrowed deeply upon seeing her injuries. And a flicker of regret crossed his expression. The wounds on the little female were clearly inflicted by sharp branches, and her feet were scraped that if these injuries were on him, they would heal in no time. But he recalled that females were particularly fragile and could easily succumb to even minor wounds. How had he not noticed this sooner? He felt utterly irresponsible, and Ning's cheeks flushed crimson, not merely due to the intimacy of the moment, but also because this snake had brazenly transformed into a pair of legs right before her eyes, completely unclothed, right in front of her. And there were two of them. Goodness, what an eye-opening experience. This snake was shockingly unrefined. Yet, to be fair, he was indeed quite different from the wild boars. The size, color, and quantity were all distinct. And Ning shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the recent images from her mind. Ning, how could you focus on such things when you're in this situation? Surely, she could not let her recent experiences with the boars lead her to become so indiscreet. After all, she was still human, and Ning awkwardly withdrew her legs a bit, saying, Ingxian, I will go wash up first. After applying the anti-inflammatory herbs, everything should be fine. Ingxian lowered his hand, looking at Ning with guilt. Little female, I am sorry. And Ning was bewildered. Why was he apologizing? It was not as though he had caused her injury. Ingxian was overwhelmed with remorse, blaming himself for having rushed through the forest while carrying her, resulting in her being scratched by branches. That he was truly a snake unfit to care for a female. He had nearly endangered her life. It is my fault for not looking after you properly. But rest assured, little female, I will ensure your recovery. Hearing Ingxian's assurances and witnessing his sorrowful demeanor left Ning utterly perplexed. That I asked this snake truly so kind-hearted. He is upset because I was injured and believes he failed to care for me? This snake was simply too good and naive, making her feel slightly embarrassed that it was indeed a significant misunderstanding. Ingxian has departed, leaving Ning without the beast's skin to wrap her feet. Ning meticulously cleaned her legs and feet, then diligently washed her upper body. Her hair, requiring several washes with the bubble leaves, was a source of discomfort. Heaven knows how unpleasant it is to bear a greasy mane. Were it not for the need to fit in with the wild boar tribe earlier, she certainly would not have allowed herself to become so filthy, now facing disdain from the serpent. Once she felt clean, Ning draped the pristine beast skin she had covered herself with around her body like a towel. She then washed the original beast skin she had been wearing, intending to don it once it dried. Thankfully, Ingxian had gathered an ample supply of leaves for her, or she would have struggled to cleanse herself. After completing her task, Ning called out loudly, Ingxian, I am done washing. Ingxian, who had been lingering nearby, immediately approached upon hearing her voice. That he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the freshly cleaned female. Her waist-length, slightly curled black hair framed a delicate face as radiant as morning dew. Crystal clear and pristine. Her large, glistening eyes, elegantly curled eyelashes, and pert little nose complemented her petite frame, with skin as fair and tender as a petal, now exuding a delightful fragrance that made him suddenly wish to take a bite. Chapter 10. The Great Serpent and Little Ning. Ingxian shook his head. The female was not prey. He could not bite her. Wounding her could lead to her demise as a male beast man. He could never bring harm to a female. Observing the handsome serpent's actions before her, Ning found his behavior perplexing. Why was he shaking his head? Did he not wish to hold her? She waved her hand at Ingxian. Ingxian, I am all washed up. Ingxian snapped back to reality, and he took the dripping white beast skin from Ning's hands, twisting it forcefully so that the water flowed down in torrents. Ning watched enviously. Male beast men were indeed advantageous, possessing such strength that made everything easier. With one hand grasping the beast skin and the other cradling Ning, Ingxian stated, The prey has been dealt with. And I found some herbs that, if I am not mistaken, they are meant for treating wounds. Ning blinked, tentatively asking, What if you are mistaken? Ingxian gazed at her seriously, responding, I have gathered several types, and I have tasted them. Only this one is non-toxic. It should heal wounds that if it's not effective, it won't poison you. Rest assured, little female, I will certainly tend to your wounds. Only non-toxic? Was it really that casual? Ning felt helpless, knowing nothing of herbs, especially those from the beast world. She could only choose to trust Ingxian, as it was indeed non-toxic. Ing Xian set Ning down on a stone and hung the beast's skin to dry. He then took the herbs from the ground, chewed them thoroughly, and gently applied the resulting paste to the wounds on Ning's legs. Let us try this one first. If you feel better, I will continue. Ing Xian silently added that if it felt uncomfortable, he would wipe it off again, as he was not entirely sure of its efficacy. With that said, Ning had no choice but to nod in agreement. Although the process seemed somewhat dubious, she believed that Ing Xian would not harm her. But truth be told, could a serpent truly discern whether a plant was poisonous? And was the serpent's saliva genuinely non-toxic? After all, this was medicine chewed by a giant serpent. Seeing the petite female with her fair, delicate complexion nodding obediently, Ing Xian felt an immense sense of pride. This was the female he had claimed. And he had made her clean, that he vowed to the beast god that this little female was undoubtedly the cleanest he had ever seen. All of this was thanks to him. However, the sight of the wounds on her legs was quite bothersome. He was determined to ensure her complete recovery. The beast skin she wore was also rather unappealing. He wanted to find her a more attractive one, a little female. I have gathered everything you mentioned for roasting meat. Where is the fire starter? I will roast the meat for you. Here it is. Ing Xian handed the wood to Ning, who, though unsure of its purpose, simply followed his lead that a good male must meet the needs of the female. Ning placed the board on the ground and began to drill with a stick. Like this, keep drilling until smoke and fire appear. This how one creates fire. Ing Xian had never seen this before. Yes, but it will take a while. Can you help me? I'm weak, and my hands will hurt. Having tried this method in the wild boar tribe, Ning had ended up with blisters and only managed to produce a little smoke before giving up and resorting to borrowing fire from the tribe. Enduring ridicule from the other beasts each time that I will do it. Ing Xian took over, mimicking Ning's actions, and before long, a tiny flame appeared and Ning hurriedly placed dry grass carefully atop it to ignite the fire. Marveling once again at the strength of male beastmen, the fire gradually grew. She added, kindling. All right, we can roast the meat now. Ing Xian watched in fascination. So this was how fire was made. Little female truly knew much. You are remarkable, little female. When Ing Xian cast a look of admiration her way, and Ning shyly smiled. It was not her brilliance, but merely the wisdom of her predecessors that she was drawing upon. You are the one who is more impressive. Without you, I could not have created the fire. Thank you, Great Serpent. Great Serpent? Ing Xian tilted his head, having never been addressed in such a manner, yet it suited him perfectly. He found great pleasure in the way the little female referred to him. It sounded much sweeter than when his brother called him Ing Xian. Ing Xian cheerfully declared, Little female, I will roast the meat for you. All right, but please do not keep calling me little female. I have a name. I am a Ning. Ing Xian pondered for a moment before replying, Very well, Xiao Ning Ning. Coughed and Ning nearly choked. What on earth was Xiao Ning Ning? Was this an appropriate form of address? Oh, it must be so. Before her stood a serpent who said this with utmost seriousness, yet she felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing it. Why do you call me Xiao Ning Ning? Ing Xian explained, You called me Great Serpent, and I am large. You are small, so I call you Xiao Ning Ning. That explanation, well, fine, it was her fault for addressing him first. Nevertheless, a name is merely a name. And Ning nodded, conceding to this title. Noticing her ears moving slightly as she nodded, Ing Xian could not resist gently pinching them, and Ning squeaked, covering her ears, casting a reproachful glance at Ing Xian. Why did you pinch my ears? Feeling somewhat guilty, Ing Xian retracted his hand, awkwardly explaining, I have never seen such ears. I was curious. One should not touch ears indiscriminately. It tickles that Ning was unfamiliar with the structure of fox bodies. No one had touched her ears before, and now that Ing Xian had, it felt rather strange, prompting her instinctive desire to prevent him from doing so again. Fine. Ing Xian felt a hint of regret. The sight of Xiao Ning Ning covering her ears was simply adorable, and he wished to pinch them again, but he feared her anger that he then produced a fruit and presented it to Ning. Xiao Ning Ning, please eat this. I just picked it from a tree. He did not particularly care for fruits, but he had heard that females often enjoyed them, so he had gathered a few. And Ning accepted it. The fruit was unlike any she had seen before, heart-shaped and red, its skin resembling that of a strawberry, clearly appetizing. She took a bite, her eyes lighting up. It was delicious. Tasted much like a strawberry, sweet with a hint of tartness, and carried a creamy flavor, even larger than strawberries. Ing Xian, what is this fruit? It is delightful. Why was she no longer calling him Great Serpent? Ying Xian felt a twinge of grievance but answered her question nonetheless. This is called a red heart fruit, that if you like it, I can pick more for you to take back. Yes, please. Thank you, great serpent. Ning adored strawberries, but her parents never allowed her to indulge in them. She had only tasted them once at her grandparents' house, where a neighbor had shared 2 homegrown berries with her. Since then, she had never had them again. She never expected that crossing into this realm would grant her the freedom to enjoy strawberries. This was one of the few joys she had found since arriving. Ying Xian's eyes sparkled. It turned out that giving Xiao Ning something she loved brought her joy, prompting her to affectionately call him Great Serpent. Now he understood. Ying Xian took the skewers of meat arranged on the leaves and placed them over the fire, diligently roasting them. Soon, the flames turned the meat a charred black, releasing an acrid smell into the air. Chapter 11. Great Serpent. You are truly impressive. Ying Xian had never roasted meat before. When he saw the meat change color, he assumed it was done, but he handed the meat to Ning. Xiao Ning, here, eat it. Ning gazed at the charred meat, a sudden loss of appetite washing over her. However, seeing the hopeful look in Ying Xian's eyes, she felt she could not refuse him. After all, she would be relying on him for sustenance. She should not set her standards too high. Ning took the meat, tentatively biting into it, only to taste the burnt bitterness of the outer layer. She took a larger bite, and an overwhelming wave of nauseating meatiness surged up. Unable to control herself, she spat it out, horrified to see the red, bloody interior, the sensation of biting into raw meat still fresh in her mind. She promptly took a bite of the red heart fruit to quell her nausea. Ying Xian noticed Ning's reaction and asked with concern, Xiao Ning, what is wrong? And Ning, feeling guilty, replied, the meat is not cooked. It is still bloody, and I cannot eat it. She felt that being a bother was rather inappropriate, yet she simply could not bring herself to consume raw meat, even if it were slightly burnt. She could manage, but bloodied meat was utterly unacceptable. Ying Xian, however, had no qualms about tossing the meat into his mouth, chewing it and swallowing. He discerned nothing unusual aside from the peculiar texture on the surface, while the interior tasted much like what he had eaten before. But what was to be done if Xiao Ning could not eat? Having lived with his brother since childhood, they had always devoured their prey whole, never having witnessed anyone roasting meat, let alone having done it themselves. He was learning alongside Xiao Ning. This snake was not particularly adept at concealing his emotions, wearing his thoughts openly on his face. Seeing the look of grievance on Ying Xian's countenance, Ning quickly offered words of comfort. It's perfectly normal for things to turn out this way the first time. I will roast it, and you can sit with me and watch. Ying Xian firmly refused. No, you are injured. I will roast it again, and it will turn out well. Just wait and eat. Sa male. How could he allow the wounded female to roast meat? Fire was perilous, and what if Xiao Ning were to get hurt again? In that case, he would truly be a useless snake. Saying this, he consumed the cooked meat, then took out fresh skewers to begin roasting anew. Ying Xian insisted on doing it himself, and Ning refrained from further protest, merely reminding him, keep the meat at a distance from the fire. Roast it slowly. Ying Xian complied, but it soon became evident that he was not particularly skilled at roasting meat. After numerous attempts, the results were either undercooked or burnt to a crisp, the charred portions so tough that Ning could hardly bite through them. Not only were the roasts unsatisfactory, but his hands were also singed by the flames. Ying Xian felt a deep sense of frustration. How could he fail at roasting meat? How could he care for Xiao Ning in this manner? It had only been one day, and Xiao Ning had either been injured or gone hungry in his care. He did not wish to endanger the small female's life as other wandering beasts might, but he did not want to see Xiao Ning perish. He did not wish to be punished by the beast god. Bearing scars upon his face, he simply did not want Xiao Ning to die. Ying Xian was on the verge of tears. Ning was startled, wondering why he had suddenly become so despondent. Had he been disheartened? Surely, it could not be so severe. She caught sight of Ying Xian's reddened fingers and felt a pang of concern. Ning rose from her seat on the stone, squatted beside Ying Xian, grasped his hand, and raised it to her eyes, asking anxiously, did you burn yourself? Does it hurt? Snakes are cold-blooded creatures, yet they fear fire above all else. She should have insisted on roasting the meat herself. Feeling guilty for causing him harm, Ning blew gently on Ying Xian's fingers, then stood and took his hand, saying, come, big snake, let us go to the riverside and cool your hand in the water. Ying Xian remained motionless, staring blankly at the small hand that held his. Xiao Ningning's hand was so small and soft. He felt an overwhelming urge to bite it. "Why aren't you moving?" And Ning exclaimed, struggling to pull him along. Ing Xian, hearing her voice, snapped back to reality and lifted her into his lap. "What are you doing?" And Ning gasped, attempting to stand. Ing Xian encircled her waist with one arm, preventing her movement, frowning as he said, "Xiao Ning, you really are disobedient. You are injured and cannot stand." That Ning bit her lip. There was something oddly commanding about Ing Xian's words, reminiscent of a domineering figure. Was this not a silly snake, but rather a powerful one? Their current position felt rather peculiar and somewhat intimate. Although they had embraced before, that had been due to her inability to move quickly. The situation was now different. Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment and sought to change the subject. "I meant to suggest you cool your hand in the river. It has turned red from roasting the meat." Ing Xian raised his reddened hand, speaking cheerfully. "Xiao Ning, it doesn't hurt." He truly felt no significant pain. His skin had not even broken, and for a male beast man, it was inconsequential. Not only did it not hurt, but it also felt slightly itchy, as if the sensation of Xiao Ning blowing on it lingered on his fingers. Ning regarded Ing Xian's words with skepticism. Really? But it looked serious. His pale fingers were bright red, starkly contrasting with the skin on his wrists. "Truly, it only feels a bit warm. It will be fine soon." As he spoke, Ing Xian activated his special ability, and a mist enveloped his hand. Vanishing in the next moment, the ITS completely healed, and Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. "How marvelous! Big snake, what was that? How did it heal so quickly?" Ing Xian replied, "That's my special ability." "What special ability?" And Ning had heard of special abilities, but had never seen a beastman use one, and her curiosity piqued. "I am an 8th tier beastman, and my ability is mutated." As he spoke, Ing Xian formed an ice blade in his hand, slicing through the remaining beast meat with precision. He then conjured a ball of ice and hurled it at a distant tree, which fell with a resounding crash. Ning was left speechless, marveling at his prowess. That if she possessed such abilities, there would be no need for concern. She could easily conquer the entire wild boar tribe. She could turn centipede beastmen into frozen centipedes or slice them into pieces at will. And Ning looked at Ing Xian, excitement bubbling within her. "Big snake, you're truly impressive. An 8th tier mutated ice power." Although she did not fully understand, she recognized the significance of the terms mutated and 8th tier. The notion of mutation sounded formidable, and 8th tier was even more so. In the beast world, the highest rank was 10th tier, so being 8th tier was already considered elite. With this realization, and Ning's determination to cling to him solidified. She was resolute in her decision to stay by this silly snake's side. Being with the snake meant having meat to eat, and she longed to grasp his tail. This snake treated her well, possessed great strength, and most importantly, would not force her into anything. For these 3 reasons, even if Ing Xian were a venomous giant snake, what of it? In her past life, she had belonged to the serpent clan. So rounding it off, they were practically kin, and living together was no issue. Snakes were so adorable. She had grown to love them deeply in this lifetime that Ning fervently brainwashed herself. Chapter 12. He truly is a clever big snake. Observing the adoring gaze of the small female directed at him, Ing Xian felt immense joy. Xiao Ning praised him for being remarkable. How could a male beastman not feel elated when a female complimented him? Ing Xian was so pleased that he nearly wished to transform into his beast form and flick his tail. Gurgle, a most inopportune sound, interrupted Ing Xian's reverie. Not that it was truly untimely. It was nearing dusk, and after a day filled with fear and excitement, it was only natural that Ning, having consumed little more than fruit, would now feel hungry. Ning's face turned crimson as she awkwardly confessed. Big snake, I'm a bit hungry. I'll roast the meat myself for you." Ing Xian's expression shifted from joy to despondency in an instant. "Go ahead, but be careful not to hurt yourself." The dejection in his voice was palpable. Ning nudged Ing Xian's hand, softly saying, "Then let go of me. It's a bit inconvenient this way." Though reluctant, Ing Xian released Ning and set her on the stone before handing her a skewer of meat. And Ning held the skewer at a safe distance from the fire and began to roast it, occasionally turning the stick in her hands. Ing Xian sat beside her, lowering his head in self-doubt. Could a rugged, solitary male beast man truly care for Xiao Ning? What kind of male would allow a female to prepare her own food? Such behavior was typically associated with useless beasts. Yet here he was, permitting Xiao Ning to fend for herself. Moreover, he had even allowed her to become injured. Oh dear, he felt utterly useless. Should he send Xiao Ning to the tribe to be cared for by other beasts? Surely that would be better than allowing her to starve alongside him. But he did not want that. The thought of Xiao Ning leaving filled him with sorrow. Unlike other females, she was not filthy or fierce. She was so well-behaved, so small, so clean that he genuinely wished to take care of her, or perhaps he could capture another beast to tend to her. That seemed feasible as well. Dalian Ning stole glances at Ing Xian while roasting the meat. She wondered what thoughts occupied the mind of this great snake, as his expressions fluctuated so dramatically. Yet it was clear he was unhappy, though Ning was hesitant to inquire further. When Ing Xian appeared displeased, he looked quite fierce, especially his eyes, which sometimes took on a slit shape. She pondered whether his mood was influenced by her presence. It must be, considering they were alone here. But why was that? Did he find her bothersome? She certainly felt like a nuisance, or was he upset with her for being picky, refusing to eat the meat he had roasted? But she truly could not stomach raw meat. Nor could she bite through the burnt portions. She was not being picky. Ning had requested that Ing Xian cut the meat into smaller pieces, and before long, she had finished roasting. She offered him a portion, smiling sweetly. Big Snake, you should try this. You probably haven't eaten roasted meat like this before. Ing Xian stared blankly at the meat she presented, bewildered in his memory. No female had ever fed a male. No beast had ever offered him food. He and his brother had always hunted for themselves, and whoever failed to catch anything went hungry. I'm not hungry. Xiao Ning, you eat it yourself. How could a male orc possibly consume the food meant for females? Even male cubs would never resort to such behavior. Moreover, he truly wasn't hungry. He typically required a substantial amount of sustenance, often eating enough in one sitting to sustain him for several days. That he had already satisfied his hunger during his recent hunt, that he had promised to let her taste, stating that he could not finish all of it himself, and offered her a portion. Anning took his hand and placed the meat into it. Holding the roasted meat, Ing Xian felt a surge of emotion, yet he remained somewhat skeptical of Anning's words. Such a small amount of meat, which he would usually overlook, was hardly sufficient, about the size of his fist. It would be astonishing if that could fill him, but that's far too little. Xiao Ning. You should eat more. If it's not enough, I will catch more, Ing Xian said, bringing the roasted meat closer to Anning's mouth. Xiao Ning was far too thin. Her petite frame made it impossible for her to grow without ample nourishment. Anning was taken aback. It was the first time someone had urged her to eat more, much less fed her. That in her past life, her parents would berate her, claiming she was less useful than a dog, which at least could guard the house. All she knew was eating without contributing. That in reality, she bore the brunt of household chores, yet delicious food was never allotted to her. They would only offer her what was left over. Nearing spoilage. As for fruits and snacks, they were even less available. It wasn't entirely absent. Sometimes her brother would toss her a scrap when he teased her like a cat or dog during her childhood. She was mocked for wearing her brother's old shoes and clothes, and when she returned home to voice her grievances, she received not comfort but a harsh beating. Throughout her life, she had few friends, perpetually the target of bullying. She was merely in her teens, and she felt sorrow and injustice. Seeing Anning's silence, Ing Xian inquired, Xiao Ning, why aren't you eating? He tore the meat into smaller pieces, making it easier for her to consume. With her small mouth, she likely found the larger pieces unmanageable. Observing his actions, Anning smiled at him through misty eyes. Thank you, She accepted the meat and consumed it. Although it lacked salt, it was delectable. The best meat she had ever tasted, a memory she would likely cherish for a lifetime. Ing Xian felt a swell of pride. His brother had called him foolish. But he was far from it. He could see that Xiao Ning could not handle large chunks of meat. Indeed, he was a clever serpent. Thus, a snake happily fed a fox meat, an incongruous sight. Yet in their beastly world, it felt perfectly harmonious. That I can't eat anymore. I'm so full, Anning said, unable to bear Ing Xian's continued offerings. All right, Ing Xian replied, reluctantly withdrawing his hand, wishing to keep feeding Xiao Ning. Watching her eat was adorable. Her mouth moved in a delightful manner, distinctly different from other orcs. Yet her appetite was so modest. It was no wonder she was so small. That if he had eaten only this, He would have been devoured by other beasts who were perpetually starved. Ing Xian wrapped the remaining roasted meat in leaves. Anning asked, "Aren't you going to try the roasted meat? It's very fragrant." Ing Xian shook his head, replying, "Wait until you are hungry again," that he detected the enticing aroma of the roasted meat, but knew he could not cook well. The meat Anning prepared was meant for her. Once he mastered the art of roasting, he would indulge. Moreover, he had made up his mind to take care of Xiao Ning Ning, to feed her until she was plump and healthy. Though he couldn't roast meat himself, he could surely find a beast from the tribe skilled in cooking to prepare meals specifically for her. "Xiao Ning Ning, it's getting late. The wild boars in your previous tribe are likely gone. Tomorrow, I will take you to the tribe," Ing Xian began, but was interrupted by a plaintive inquiry. "Are you going to send me to the tribe?" Chapter 13. She was kissed. At this point, some may argue that the female protagonist is being overly dramatic. However, in her past life, she received no kindness, living in a family that favored males from a young age. She had been cautious, her temperament soft, lacking in self-assertion. Even after her reincarnation in the tribe, she continued to be bullied. Her perspective diverged from others. While many believed communal living in a tribe to be superior, she, having faced bullying, instinctively generalized this experience, feeling that other tribes might behave similarly, leading her to subconsciously reject the idea of tribes. Yet she lacked the courage to articulate this. With Ing Xian's earlier brevity, it was easy for her to overthink. Being still young and accustomed to oppression, she found herself fearful, and all her actions stemmed from this fear that if my views have offended anyone, please tread lightly. If not, kindly bypass this to ASing novice author. Writing is not easy. Ing Xian, feeling joyful, was suddenly caught off guard by Anning's words that he stared at her, his mind struggling to comprehend the meaning behind her inquiry. Seeing his reaction, Anning assumed she had guessed correctly. He indeed found her bothersome. That IT was no surprise. She had always felt like an extraneous presence, wherever she went. Her father despised her, her mother loathed her, and her brother treated her like a plaything. If even her closest kin could treat her so, what could she expect from strangers? It was only natural for Ing Xian not to want to take care of her. He had already saved her life and provided her with fruit and meat. She ought not to ask for more. However, she truly did not wish to go elsewhere, nor did she want to live in the tribe. The best outcome there would be to become nothing more than a breeding tool, with worse fates surely awaiting her. She feared the outside world. The orcs there appeared terrifying and brutal, and she felt utterly powerless against them. If given the choice, she would prefer to remain indoors forever, terrified of the primitive lifestyle of these orcs. These thoughts swirled in her mind. Tears as small as beans began to cascade down her cheeks uncontrollably. She cried silently, making no sound. This sight completely bewildered Ing Xian. He had never witnessed such a scene in his life. Flustered, he reached out to wipe her tears, stammering, "Xiao Ning Ning, please don't cry." Anning evaded his hand. Lost in her sorrow, unwilling to speak, she rested her chin on her knees. Curling up her petite form, the crystal-clear tears rolled down her fair cheeks, her eyes glistening with moisture, long, thick lashes framing her tear-filled gaze. Her nose was slightly reddened, and she trembled as she wept, looking utterly pitiable. Watching her, Ing Xian felt a pang of distress, yet he genuinely did not know how to remedy the situation. Why did Xiao Ning Ning suddenly start crying? She won't even look at me. Could it be that I caused her tears? But I haven't done anything. As he stood there at a loss, he suddenly noticed the injury on Anning's leg, and a realization dawned upon him. He gently brushed away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "Xiao Ning Ning, why are you crying? Is it because your leg hurts?" It certainly wasn't due to hunger. He had just fed her until she was full, and with him present, no one would dare to bully her. It must be that the wound was causing her great pain, prompting her tears. Ing Xian bent down, wiping away the herbal paste he had previously applied to her leg, revealing a wound that not only showed no signs of healing, but had grown redder and more swollen. Frustrated, he struck his own head in irritation that it was all his fault for selecting the wrong herbs, worsening Xiao Ning Ning's injury and causing her to cry that he felt utterly useless. Now, not only was Anning crying, but Ing Xian also felt a lump in his throat. He lowered his head, extending his tongue to lick her wound. Da-da. Anning flinched, drawing her leg back, her voice trembling with tears. "Ing Xian, what are you doing?" Ing Xian's eyes brimmed with concern as he gazed at her. "That I'm sorry, Xiao Ning Ning, that I caused your injury to worsen. For reasons unknown, Anning felt her heart race at his gaze, a sensation entirely foreign to her. She had never encountered such a look directed at her before. No. It was more accurate to say she had never seen that expression focused on her. Flustered, she quickly averted her gaze, fearing she had misinterpreted his feelings. Ing Xian, hesitating briefly, produced a beast core the size of a pigeon egg. Xiao Ning Ning, females are delicate, but if your injury doesn't improve, you could perish. May I feed you this beast core? It will help you heal. Anning stifled her tears, looking down at her leg. Noticing the wound had indeed shown no improvement. Her attention had been diverted, and she had momentarily forgotten the pain in her leg and foot. But what was this beast core? Was it truly that potent? Would it really heal her wound? This serpent was indeed going to great lengths to ensure her well-being, even contemplating his own departure while worrying about her injury. He was so kind. Unfortunately, this kindness would no longer belong to her in the future. With red-rimmed eyes, Anning nodded absent-mindedly. Seeing her acquiescence, Ing Xian sighed in relief. He lifted Anning to sit on his lap, placing the beast core in his mouth, then leaned down to kiss her lips, transferring a breath in her mouth. It felt so soft and sweet. Once he had imparted the energy from the beast core, Ing Xian gently licked Anning's lips. That Anning's eyes widened in shock. She had been kissed. In the next instant, she forcefully pushed Ing Xian, who regrettably let go in response. That An Ning, in a fit of anger, raised her hand towards Ing Xian's face, yet lacked the courage to bring it down. Ultimately, she could only cry in frustration. That it was utterly outrageous. How could this serpent kiss her without her consent? Ing Xian, perplexed, exclaimed, Xiao Ning Ning, why are you crying again? Hearing the inquiry, and Ning's sobs intensified as she uncontrollably lamented, You are too much. How could you do this? I never agreed to let you kiss me. You are all bullying me. That group of wild boars bullied me. That hideous centipede bullied me. And now, even you are bullying me. That I haven't done anything wrong. Why treat me this way? Whoa. The collapse of a person often occurs in an instant, and this sentiment resonated deeply with Ning's current state. Normally reticent, she was startled into incoherence by her own cries, causing Ing Xian to panic and stammer. I didn't bully you. The females cannot directly consume beast cores. They require the males to assist in absorption. His initial reluctance to allow Xiao Ning Ning to use the beast core stemmed from this consideration. Chapter 14. Are all female creatures so capricious? In Ing Xian's memory, one must not easily engage in such intimate acts with other beasts. Yet, witnessing the worsening of Ning's injuries, he feared for her life, leaving him no choice but to act. Who would have thought it would lead to her tears? Ing Xian felt a tinge of grievance himself. He had indeed asked for her consent before kissing her. She had agreed to let him feed her the beast core. How could she now claim he had bullied her? It perplexed him. He was a good male beast man. He would never bully a female, let alone Xiao Ning Ning. However, she had just mentioned that other beasts were bullying her. The mere thought of this made Ing Xian's eyes blaze crimson. His pupils narrowing, a surge of immense anger flooding his heart, wishing to tear apart those who dared to bully Ning. But it seemed he could not do so. The centipede beast had already met its demise at his hands, and he regretted not having made it suffer more. The wild boars from the tribe were of such low rank that they had likely been slain by other roaming beasts. That it would be best if they were all dead. Otherwise, should he encounter them again, their fate would be far worse. Those who bullied Xiao Ning Ning deserved death. Yet for now, he needed to comfort Xiao Ning Ning. Her incessant weeping was too much for him to bear. Xiao Ning Ning, please stop crying. That I won't bully you. You are injured, and I don't know the healing herbs. Only the beast core can mend your wounds. Females cannot absorb the beast core themselves. They need the males to use their abilities to help integrate it before passing it to the females. Which is why I acted as I did. Furthermore, I asked you beforehand. You consented before I fed you. I was not bullying you. Negative emotions, when bottled up, never dissipate on their own, but expressing them can bring relief. After a bout of sorrowful crying and Ing Xian's explanations, Ning had calmed considerably. She recalled that when Ing Xian kissed her, she indeed felt something cool and soothing flowing into her body, devoid of any flavor, yet it felt pleasant in that moment. Moreover, she could distinctly sense that her legs and feet no longer ached as much. Perhaps it truly aligned with the saying that the favored party often feels invincible. Though Ing Xian's reasoning made sense, and Ning could understand that he was merely worried about her, Yet she couldn't help but voice her grievances. Through her sobs, she articulated, "I agreed because I didn't know it needed to be that way. You didn't inform me beforehand. When you suddenly did that, it frightened me that in her previous life, she had just reached adulthood and had seldom interacted with boys. She was even afraid to make eye contact with her male classmates. After her transmigration, many of her perceptions had been shattered, and she had either actively or passively crossed numerous boundaries. However, she was not yet ready for such intimate gestures with a man, even though Ing Xian was kind. This unexpected behavior still elicited instinctive fear within her. She wished to take things slowly. Ing Xian was now more anxious than when he had faced formidable foes in his youth. Xiao Ning was the first beast man he had interacted with. Apart from his brother, and he was genuinely happy to be with her, he did not want her to fear him, yet he was at a loss as to how to soothe her. Xiao Ning, I would never bully you, in the future. I will protect and take care of you. Please do not be afraid of me. His gaze bore a hint of pleading. Will you protect and care for me in the future? Upon hearing this, Ning lifted her head to gaze at Ing Xian, only to find a flicker of unease in his eyes. She blinked, wondering if she had misinterpreted. After all, he was a formidable giant serpent. What could possibly cause him distress? However, when he mentioned protecting her in the future, it implied that he did not consider her a burden and would not send her away. This thought prompted her to ask, Ing Xian, are you not sending me away? Ing Xian's expression shifted dramatically, and he tightened his grip around Ning's waist, his voice icy. Do you wish to leave? The cold demeanor, coupled with his menacing tone and the ache in her waist, conveyed the serpent's displeasure. Ning sensed that should she nod or affirm his question, she would likely face dire consequences. Swallowing hard, she mustered her courage to reply, I do not wish to leave. It was you who wanted to send me to the tribe. Upon hearing Ning's desire to stay, Ing Xian's expression softened, and his tone returned to normal, albeit still somewhat reluctant that I never said I would send you to the tribe. He had been nurturing Xiao Ning, keeping her clean and cared for. He could never bear to part with her. You mean tomorrow you will take me to the tribe to send me away? The latter part of her statement halted her in her tracks. She suddenly recalled that Ing Xian had not explicitly stated he would send her to the tribe. Ing Xian's speech was relatively slow compared to others, and he had not finished his thought, possibly intending to convey something else. Realizing this, Ning felt anxious and eagerly inquired, When you said you would take me to the tribe tomorrow, what do you intend to do? To the tribe to retrieve a beast man for you. Ning's eyes sparkled with delight. So the giant serpent had no intention of sending her away. It was her preconceived notions that led her to think otherwise. The mere mention of the tribe had evoked memories of her time at the wild boar tribe, an experience she truly wished to avoid reliving, both physically and mentally. It was her sensitivity that had caused her to cry out in distress earlier. She should not have reacted so excessively. It seemed that in the future, she ought to voice her feelings instead of bottling them up, for harboring them only leads to misunderstanding oneself and others. Moreover, Ing Xian truly was a good serpent. He had not shunned her nor ignored her, that if given the opportunity, she should treat him well in return. Ing Xian was utterly bewildered. Xiao Ning oscillated between sadness and joy, leaving him utterly perplexed. Were all female creatures so changeable? Xiao Ning, are you happy now? Surely you do not wish to cry anymore. And Ning's cheeks flushed. Who would ask so directly? Sincerity is an eternal trump card. She found this statement particularly resonant. Observing Ing Xian's conflicted and cautious expression, she smiled and replied, I am quite happy now. I no longer wish to cry. Thank you, great serpent, for comforting me. Although he had not said much in the way of comfort, the mere presence of someone during her sorrow felt immensely gratifying. She had always silently absorbed her negative emotions alone, almost believing she had grown accustomed to it. In truth, she had merely been aware that no one cared. Ing Xian exhaled in relief. It was a relief that Xiao Ning no longer wished to cry. He then nervously asked, So you are not afraid of me? Seeing Ing Xian's anxious demeanor, and Ning couldn't help but gently stroke his face. The moment she realized what she was doing, she withdrew her hand in fright. With an awkward cough, she said, I am not afraid of you. If you do not harm me, I won't fear you. Chapter 15. Ing Xian is inherently a good serpent. Xiao Ning, I assure you, I will never harm you, he vowed. After speaking, he took Ning's hand and placed it against his face. Grinning, Xiao Ning, if you wish to touch, You may continue that Ning's soft hand felt delightful against his face. He enjoyed her touch immensely that Ning's face flushed crimson. She was grateful that she wasn't currently eating or drinking. Lest she choke. What a forward serpent! How could he so openly take her hand and place it on his face? Yet it was her own folly. Why had she impulsively stroked his face? She shifted her wrist, bashfully attempting to withdraw her hand from Xian's face. I don't want to touch anymore. Please let go of my hand. Upon seeing that Ning no longer wished to touch him, Xian felt a twinge of disappointment, but complied nonetheless. After retracting her hand, Ning awkwardly curled her fingers. Noticing Xian's reluctant expression, she resolved to refrain from such impulsive actions in the future. What peculiar preferences this serpent had, enjoying being touched by her, that a silence enveloped them. Yet Ning felt as though she had forgotten to ask something important. What could it be? Ning raised her hand and lightly tapped her head twice. For she truly had the memory of a fish. Xian looked at her in confusion, unable to comprehend why she was patting her own head. Little Ning often exhibited peculiar behavior, leaving him as a serpent. Utterly baffled, it suddenly dawned on Ning. In her moment of joy, she had completely forgotten to ask, "Great serpent, you mentioned going to the tribe to retrieve an orc for me. What purpose would that serve? Orcs cannot consume orcs. Bringing one back seems rather futile." Ning's imagination ran wild. Surely, it couldn't be for her to have an orc husband. Xian replied, "To bring it back for you to roast meat." Roast meat? This statement left Ning perplexed. Why would another orc be tasked with roasting meat for her? Surely she could handle that herself. Xian shook his head disapprovingly. "You are a female and need to be cared for. Preparing food is the duty of males. The meat I roast is not suitable for you. So I will fetch an orc that can cook deliciously." This was a reason Ning had never anticipated. Although it sounded absurd, it touched her deeply. For the first time in her life, someone truly cared for her. This care might stem from her being female, yet she was undeniably the beneficiary. She felt fortunate that Xian was such a fine serpent. "I do not require another orc to roast meat for me. I can manage that myself." Reflecting on Xuan's determination to look after her, Ning added, "Moreover, I have you. Great serpent, you are so powerful and impressive. The mightiest orc I have ever encountered. With a bit more practice, your roasting skills will surely improve. I have faith that you can take good care of me." The notion of fetching an orc to look after her seemed unnecessary. She had already been in this realm for half a month, and from what she understood, females typically did not roast meat. Most who could were males with partners. Was he suggesting to capture a married orc? That would certainly be inappropriate. Even if they found a single orc, that would still be improper. Setting aside whether the orc would be compelled by Xuan's dominance to care for her, she herself would not be willing. She was acutely aware of what it implied for a single male orc to tend to a female in this world. The last thing she wanted was to invite some inexplicable emotional debt upon herself. Even if Xian were to assist her later, she did not wish to burden others. For now, having Xian was sufficient. She would not consider anything else and placed her trust solely in him. Really, did this serpent not understand? He was merely intent on capturing a cooking orc for her. In truth, Xian had not considered it from that angle. He simply believed females should not concern themselves with food preparation. He wanted Ning to enjoy delicious meals, to grow strong and healthy, at the very least ensuring she would not go hungry. Noticing Xuan's silence, Ning shook his arm and softened her voice to coax him. "Great serpent, let us not go to the tribe to capture an orc, shall we? Some orcs there are quite wicked, and I fear them. I do not wish to be among them." She spoke the truth. If given the choice, she would prefer to remain by Xuan's side, feeling secure and free from worries about food. Xian was still basking in the praise and admiration from Ning. Hearing her commend him earlier had filled him with joy, surpassing even the thrill of escaping from a higher-ranked beast during his youth, or even turning the tables on them. Now, hearing her soft, pleading voice, he was naturally inclined to agree to anything. "Very well. If little Ning does not wish to go, then we shall not fear. I will protect you and ensure no beast harms you." Even he, despite his simplicity, could discern that little Ning must have endured hardships in the wild boar tribe. Otherwise, why would she be so averse to venturing outside? If only he had encountered her sooner, he would have rescued her earlier and eliminated those who bullied her. Seeing Xuan's agreeable expression, Ning, lacking a sense of security, decided to push her luck and sought a guarantee. her tone laced with negotiation. Then we have an agreement. You shall care for me and protect me. You cannot abandon me as a nuisance, for I would certainly perish. I do not wish to die. Great serpent, can you vow to the beast god that you will not forsake me? Ingxian looked at Aining in bewilderment, not because he was unwilling to swear, but rather because he believed such responsibilities were inherent to a male, ORC, that AS for abandonment. That was out of the question. He had already rescued little Ningning, so why would he forsake her? Ingxuan's hesitation led Aining to think he was unwilling to swear, and she pouted in a pitiful manner. Oh dear, why are you silent? Are you having second thoughts? I do not care. You captured me. So you must care for me and cannot go back on your word. Deep down, she understood that Ingxian cherished her using this tone. Although it brought her a hint of embarrassment, it seemed trivial in the face of her life. Ingxian tilted his head. Was he being clung to by little Ningning? Yet this sensation was delightful. He relished the thought that she wished to stay by his side. Ingxian happily flicked his tongue and gently licked Aining's face. I, Ingxian, vow to the beast god that I will never abandon little Ningning, and I will always protect and care for her, ensuring no other beasts bully her. Did I ask this satisfactory? Little Ningning, in the realm of beasts. Whether they were wandering or communal, they held a profound reverence for the beast god that I in their eyes. The beast god was the most powerful entity in existence, bestowing life and strength upon them. No beast could stand against it. The nature of oaths among the orcs differed greatly from those made by scoundrels in previous lives. Here, orcs were genuinely capable of fulfilling their promises. Yes, that is acceptable. Thank you, great serpent. Aining felt elated that she now had a home, and her family would not disdain her. Indeed, Chapter 16. He was praised by little Ningning once more that it would be even better if Ingxian refrained from suddenly flicking his tongue at her in the future. Heaven knows what it feels like when a handsome man smiles at you one moment and then flicks his serpent tongue at you the next. Aining believed her capacity for acceptance remained rather weak. Alas, there was still much to practice in the future. As the sun sank low, the daylight gradually faded, and dusk began to settle. Ingxian stood, cradling Aining in his arms, suddenly feeling weightless. Aining instinctively wrapped her arms around Ingxuan's neck and raised her head to ask, "Where are we going now?" Ingxuan's lips moved. "To pick some fruit for you. Then we shall return to rest." Oh. Only then did Aining notice the encroaching darkness. "And my clothes, they should be dry by now." "Right. I wish to change." She felt insecure, merely wrapped in animal hides, as if she might fall at any moment. "That I'll fetch them." Ingxian took Aining's animal skin garments. "It's getting dark. Let's change when we return." He then placed Aining on a rock beside the fruit tree. "Little Ningning, wait here for me." "All right." Aining nodded obediently. "Be careful." This statement was somewhat unnecessary, as climbing a tree to pick fruit was a trivial task for an 8th-tier serpent orc. Yet Ingxian could not help but feel delighted. Little Ningning cared for him, and no beast had ever shown him such concern. Ingxian transformed his legs into a serpent's tail and effortlessly leaped up the fruit tree, which stood over 10 meters tall. Aining sat beneath the tree, and before long, Ingxian returned. He handed Aining a round green fruit, roughly the size of a fist. "This is a sour jujube that I picked a few. Do try it and see if you like it." Aining had initially expected the sour jujube to be quite tart, so she took a small bite to test it. Crunch, crunch. After finishing that bite, she took a larger one that the sourness surpassed that of the red heart fruit, but she found it acceptable. That it was juicy, crisp, and had a delightful sweet and sour taste that whetted her appetite. Aining declared, "Great serpent, this sour jujube is also delicious. Would you like to have some?" She offered the fruit to him. Only after this gesture did she realize it was inappropriate. The fruit was his to pick, and sharing a bite with him felt awkward. However, retracting her hand now would be equally uncomfortable. Ingxian shook his head, declining her offer, that he was a meat-eating serpent and had no fondness for fruits, especially not sour ones. Even during his youth, when he could not catch prey, he would rather go hungry than consume something with such an odd taste. Such fruits were preferred only by females and herbivorous males. Aining sighed in relief and continued munching on the sour jujube. Thankfully, Ingxian did not want any, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. "Little Ningning, let us depart. That I gathered quite a few fruits, enough for you to eat for several days." Ingxian picked up Aining and headed toward the cave. Aining scrutinized Ingxuan's entire being, even examining his serpent tail. Ingxian, you mentioned picking many fruits, but I do not see any. Where did you put them? I stored them in my space. Upon hearing this, Aining's eyes widened in surprise. She had forgotten about the fruit and now was curious about this space. Where did it come from? If she hadn't lost her memory, she would have thought that spaces like this only existed in the novels her roommates discussed. She had never even had time to read such things herself. Did this phenomenon truly exist? Wasn't it said that only those who had traversed worlds could possess such abilities? Could it be that Ingxian was a traveler? Aining shook her head, dismissing her wild thoughts. Impossible. Impossible that a traveler wouldn't be so simple. And a normal person wouldn't be able to consume raw meat. Ingxian clarified, it's my own space. Where did you get that? And Ning asked excitedly. Can I see it? Ingxian frowned. When a beast man reaches the 6th tier, a space appears within them. Only upon reaching the 9th tier can a beast man enter that space. Currently, my space can only hold inanimate objects. You cannot enter yet. After saying this, he added, Little Ning Ning. Rest assured, I will strive to level up to I am currently at the 8th tier. Once I reach the 9th, you will be able to enter today. Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. The existence of a space that could store items was already impressive to her. She never anticipated that at a certain level, it could also accommodate people. She enthusiastically praised, Great Snake, you are truly amazing. Just being able to store things is wonderful that I believe in you. You will definitely level up in the future. Ingxian flicked his tail proudly, basking in her compliments. Soon, they returned to the cave. Ingxian placed a Ning on the grassy nest and handed her clothes. Little Ning Ning, you can change now. All right, and Ning responded. Noticing that Ingxian showed no intention of turning away, she urged, Great Snake, please turn around. I need to change. Why do I need to turn around for that? Though he didn't understand. He complied. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and Ning fumbled to change her clothes. Great Snake. What is it? Ingxian promptly approached her upon hearing her call. Ning asked, Can you start a fire in the cave? It's too dark and I can't see you. It makes me a bit frightened. Generally, females lack the abilities of their male counterparts, resulting in poorer night vision. Without light, they were nearly blind. Ingxian's grassy nest was deep within the cave, where the moonlight could not reach, leaving Ning in utter darkness, which left her feeling insecure. All right, I'll start a fire right away. Ingxian cheerfully retrieved firewood and dry grass from his space, grateful that he had brought extra firewood for the meat grilling by the river. Otherwise, he would have had to make another trip outside. Typically, snake beasts despise fire, refusing to light it even in cold weather. But now that little Ning Ning was afraid of the dark and unable to see him, he found it acceptable to light a fire in the cave, for whether the other snake in the cave accepted it. He chose not to care at the moment. Ingxian thought that his brother had not returned yet. They could discuss it when he did. If the brother did not accept it, he could simply move out. As a male, one should prioritize the wishes of the female. That was the mark of a good male. Ning had taught him how to start a fire, and soon he had it blazing. Little Ning Ning, the fire is ready. Can you see now? Ingxian leaned in close, expecting praise. Ning chuckled and nodded, gently touching his face. Yes, I can see now. Great Snake, you are wonderful. It was amusing how such a large snake behaved like a child, eager to receive compliments for everything he did. Yet, this was quite endearing. Had he not behaved this way, she might not have accepted the sight of a snake slithering before her so readily. And Ning couldn't help but glance at Ingxian's long, thick black tail. Sighing, it seemed she was not entirely free of psychological burdens in her acceptance. For some reason, despite feeling a twinge of fear in her heart, she found herself unable to resist looking up at him. Could it be that she was a masochist at heart? Surely not. Chapter 17. She was truly under his control now. Ingxian transformed completely into a black snake, coiling around her twice, and with the tip of his tail, he wrapped around her waist, lifting her onto himself. Little Ning Ning, just lie on me and sleep. Ning's entire body stiffened. She couldn't move a muscle. She was no longer afraid of Ingxian, but facing a giant snake directly was still daunting. Not to mention, now she had to sleep on him. It felt like a recipe for disaster. She took a deep breath, trembling as she attempted to climb down from him. I can sleep in the grassy nest just fine. I'm used to that. Ingxian tightened his hold on her, preventing her descent. You can't sleep there. It's uncomfortable without extra beast skins. The dry grass will prick you. Unlike him, with his tough skin, little Ning Ning had delicate skin, and her legs were injured. Sleeping on dry grass would surely be uncomfortable. He had noticed the red marks on her upper body from the grass. That Ayan Ning felt touched by Ing Xian's attentiveness. She thought to herself, "It seems like you were the one who directly placed me on the dry grass when I was dizzy today. Now you're worried about me getting pricked out of course." She only silently scoffed at this thought, knowing he genuinely wanted to care for her. Her skin was indeed fair and tender. Having gotten used to being dirty before, she hadn't paid much attention to it. Now that she was clean, it was all exposed. Her skin was flawless and unblemished. Before she arrived, she rarely ventured outside. Her father was the clan leader, and she was entirely reliant on her family for support, living a life of ease. She never liked sunbathing, and she was always carried when going out. Whether sleeping or dressing, she was provided with the best beast skins in the tribe, even in a world where clothing was scarce. Her skin remained delicate, far better than in her previous life. After arriving here, her treatment had diminished, but she still wanted to make her nights and walks more comfortable, even if it meant using tattered beast skins. She would lay them down on the grassy nest before sleeping, and wrap her feet to avoid chafing that could lead to redness or even bleeding. Ing Xian truly cared for her. However, she still lacked the courage to sleep on him. "Great Snake, I want to sleep on you, but I'm a bit cold. I might catch a chill at night." She didn't want to express her fear directly, as she didn't want to hurt his feelings, so she chose a more euphemistic approach. She wasn't lying. Although Ing Xian was not prickly, he was cool to the touch. That was still spring, and they were residing in a cave atop a mountain. Sleeping on him would surely make her sick by the middle of the night. In summer, it might be different. Sleeping on him then should be quite comfortable. If she were no longer afraid of snakes by then, she would certainly want to sleep on him. Upon hearing this, Ing Xian felt deflated. Indeed, their serpent bodies were naturally cool, and given his ice abilities, it was certain that little Ning Ning would feel cold sleeping on him. He began to resent his past laziness. Why hadn't he prepared some beast skins for himself? At least little Ning Ning would have something to use now. He placed Ning back onto the grassy nest, tilting his head to observe her. Little Ning Ning looked better in beast skin clothes than wrapped in them. It seemed his main task for tomorrow would be to find more beast skins. "Ing Xian, do you want to transform back into human form? I'd like to lean against you for a bit." Ing Ning felt anxious under the gaze of a snake, which was not something most people could easily accept. It was a considerable test of her composure. She would rather sit in Ing Xian's embrace, even if it meant risking some advantage, than be stared at without a blink by a snake. Even though she knew in her heart that he meant her no harm, the psychological burden was immense. Ing Xian's spirits lifted again. Little Ning Ning wanted to lean against him, which surely meant she liked him. He transformed into human form and immediately pulled Ning into his embrace. "Little Ning Ning, let us sleep like this. I should be warm enough in human form. Will I freeze you?" And Ning regretted her earlier statement. Even if it meant risking some advantage, she would rather not be stared at. Oh dear, who would come to her rescue? She was truly trapped now. This snake had transformed into a human without wearing a beast skin skirt. Whether intentional or not, she found herself seated precisely at his waist. She could distinctly feel his warmth, which was higher than his body temperature. She found herself unable to move. Although she had never seen a pig run, she had certainly witnessed enough pig running in the beast world. Now, she was genuinely afraid of provoking Ing Xian. "Great Snake, it's cold at night. You should wear some clothes." Ning nervously began to speak without thinking. An 8th-tier beast man would be afraid of the cold in spring? Was she joking? Ing Xian was oblivious to any discrepancies. "Little Ning Ning, I'm not afraid of the cold." After hearing his earnest response, and Ning realized that this snake was not being intentional. He was likely just a bit clueless. However, she could not afford to be oblivious. Her feelings were all too real. Even if you're not cold, it's better to wear something. It's inappropriate not to wear clothes. Ing Xian asked. Why? This was his home. Could he not do as he pleased? He had mostly used his beast form before and had never worn clothes then. In the beast world, it was common for males not to wear clothing. At most, they would don a beast skin skirt to cover the essentials. But here, Ning felt far too shy to accept her future beast husband running around naked. Even in front of her, she covered her face. "Oh dear, Great Snake, please just wear a beast skin skirt. It would look great and imposing on you." Imposing and great in a beast skin skirt. Ing Xian was perplexed. Clearly, he looked most majestic in his beast form. But since little Ning Ning wanted him to wear it, he complied. "All right, I will wear it." Ing Xian placed Ning upon the grassy nest. then rose to his feet, retrieving a beast-skin skirt, intending to wrap it around his waist, when suddenly a figure entered from outside the cave. Oh no, it was not just any person. It was a white serpent. Ingbai had been away in the western continent for nearly a month, where he had slain many ferocious beasts and gathered a considerable amount of beast cores, intending to return and absorb them in hopes of advancing his rank. Little did he know that upon entering the valley, he was met with a scent that did not belong there, that it was sweet and delightful, that a female. Why would a female come here? This was their territory. And not just any beast could enter, even those who could rarely dare to do so. So why was there a female present? What had his not-so-bright younger brother done? Ingbai swiftly made his way toward the cave. The closer he got, the more intense the sweet aroma became. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he was first greeted by a pile of fire, which their serpent kind despised. He transformed his upper body into human form and stepped inside, coincidentally witnessing Ing Xian donning the bee-skin skirt. Ingbai couldn't help but frown. His expression deepened when he spotted a Ning behind Ing Xian. Ing Xian had long sensed his brother's presence. Earlier, engrossed in conversation with a Ning, he had paid little heed, but now, upon seeing Ingbai, he quickly wrapped the beast-skin skirt around himself and approached Ingbai, cheerfully exclaiming, "Brother, you are back." Ingbai ignored him, scrutinizing a Ning closely. Upon noticing the fox ears and tail adorning her, his expression darkened further, and he flicked his tail, striking Ing Xian on the head. Ing Xian, feeling wronged, covered his head, tears welling in his eyes. "Brother, why are you hitting me?" Seeing that Ing Xian still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, Ingbai's expression grew even more somber. The little female had not yet entered her heat. "Why would I hit you? Not only females experience heat. Males do as well, but those of higher rank can better control their desires." He had initially thought that Ing Xian had uncontrollably taken a female to relieve himself. But instead, he had brought back a female cub and had engaged in mating. While the rules of the beast world might not bind them, they could not behave like other rogue beasts without limits. Especially not towards an unmated female. Beasts could be wicked, but they must not lose their moral compass. Ning huddled in the corner, silent and nearly paralyzed with fear. Ing Xian had not informed her that there was another serpent in the cave. One was already enough. Now there was another, and this one appeared to have an unpleasant temperament, attacking Ing Xian upon arrival, while Ing Xian did not retaliate. Was it due to his brother? She had heard Ing Xian call him brother. Would this brother be even stronger? This brother's countenance was grim, indicating that he was indeed unmated. What of it? Did being unmated warrant his ire? If this brother did not wish for her to stay, what would happen? Would Ing Xian be able to resist? Unmated? What does that mean? Ing Xian looked at Ingbai in confusion, then examined Ning closely before addressing Ingbai. "I don't understand. How can you tell?" Ing Xian had had little interaction with beasts from the outside world, and those he had encountered were mostly slain. His understanding of females was minimal, consisting of vague recollections from his childhood. So he was entirely unaware of the implications of a female being in heat. Ingbai evidently recognized this issue as well, that he closed his eyes briefly, that a female's beastly traits could not be retracted. If a female had been in heat, she could not revert to her beast form without innate ability. And even with such ability, she would not appear as she did, with only her tail and ears visible. Ing Xian suddenly understood. This was how it was. He had been oblivious. However, whether Ning was in heat had nothing to do with why his brother struck him. "So why did you hit me? If you can't give me a reason, I won't accept it. Let's go outside and settle this." Upon hearing this, Ingbai restrained himself from delivering another blow. "You abduct an unmated female and force her into mating. Shouldn't I hit you?" The reasoning behind this left Ing Xian feeling both wronged and furious. Wronged for being punished for something he hadn't done, and furious that his brother doubted his integrity. "I did not force little Ning into mating." Ingbai paused, believing his brother's words. This younger sibling was quite innocent and incapable of lying. Yet she bears your scent quite strongly, and you carry hers as well. The intensity of the scent suggests that mere proximity would not leave such a lingering trace. It is akin to having mated. Ing Xian explained, accidentally hurt little Ning and applied the wrong herbs to her wounds. Fearing for her life, I fused beast cores to help her recover, and I have stayed by her side. Ingbai nodded in understanding so. He had been feeding her beast cores. That explained the intertwined sense between them. Such intimacy was an action only partners could share. Reflecting on this, Ingbai concluded that the blow Ing Xian had received earlier was not entirely unwarranted. His younger brother, with his tough exterior, would not be apologizing anytime soon. What are your intentions with her? Finally, they were arriving at the crux of the matter. Ning perked up her fox ears. Previously, she had been cowering in the corner, listening to the two serpents converse, fearful that the newly arrived serpent might turn on her. Ing Xian was a good serpent. She feared him not, but that did not mean all serpents had his disposition, especially one that attacked upon entry. She was frightened. However, after hearing the exchange between the two serpents, Ning began to feel that this serpent brother did not seem so bad. At least he was better than those beasts who thought only with their lower instincts. Whether he would harm a female was uncertain, and whether he would kill one was even more so, but she could be assured that this serpent brother would not force her. Still, she was quite concerned about this serpent brother's attitude towards her. Although Ing Xian had vowed to protect and care for her, she trusted him. But if this serpent brother did not want her to stay, Ing Xian would surely have to take her elsewhere. That would likely displease Ing Xian, as he had shared a home with this serpent brother, and their bond was undoubtedly strong, that if he had to leave his home for her sake, she would feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. However, returning to the matter at hand, Ning pondered that even if she were allowed to stay, it might not be appropriate. There was a distinction between the sexes, or rather, between males and females. What would it mean for a female to live with two single males? Ing Xian was fine, as she had already decided he would be her future mate. But what of the mate's brother? The notion of living together was rather peculiar. Perhaps they could dig another cave as neighbors? Or should she shamelessly remain as she was? Just as Ning was caught in her dilemma, Ing Xian declared, "I will take care of little Ning. I promise to protect and care for her." His tone was serious and resolute that Ning felt a swell of emotion, nearly brought to tears. And her anxiety began to dissipate. "Big Serpent, you truly are capable. I will strive to accept your beast form." Ingbai raised an eyebrow, surprised that his nearly century-old younger brother could exhibit such seriousness. Yet, he wondered, did the little female even consent? They were rogue beasts, cold-blooded beings, and he had never witnessed a female who did not shriek upon encountering him. While this one remained silent, she still huddled in a small ball on the grassy nest. Not daring to glance in their direction, Tio considered it from another angle. Even if the little female were willing, could his brother provide for her? A female was not like a male, surviving merely on being fed. They required much more. His brother was quite lazy, spending most of his time sleeping in the cave, aside from eating and occasional whims. Could a beast like him truly care for a young female? With these thoughts in mind, Ingbai spoke. "Where did you acquire her? If you wish to care for her, does she even want to stay with you? Does she not have family?" Little Ning encountered a pack of rogue beasts while gathering with her tribe. "I saved her. She wishes to stay with me, as her family is gone, and her kin mistreated her." After responding to Ingbai's inquiries, Ing Xian added proudly, "Little Ning dislikes the beasts outside. She only wants to be with me." This younger brother was becoming increasingly naive. Furthermore, he expressed skepticism towards Ing Xian's words that it was not a doubt regarding the authenticity of the content within Ing Xian's discourse. For he was well aware that this younger brother would never resort to deceit. Rather, his suspicion was directed at the small fox in the cave. He could not fathom why a female would willingly associate with such notorious vagabonds as themselves. Unless she had ulterior motives, that he dismissed any notions about familial ties or mistreatment by her kin. Even under such circumstances, she could seek refuge in other tribes, as no tribe would deny a female entry. Regardless of how frail or undesirable she might be, there would always be males eager to provide for her, as long as she was willing. That he struggled to comprehend the intentions of this female. Yet he was unlike Ing Xian. His years of travel in the beast realm had fostered a tendency to perceive creatures with a suspicious mindset, whether they were male or female, always expecting the worst. Naturally, all of this required substantiation. Ingbai stepped past Ing Xian and approached Ning, gazing down at her. "Little female, Ing Xian has taken you. Did you accompany him of your own volition?" And Ning shivered slightly. The voice above her was chilling. And it was not Ing Xian. He would never speak to her in such a manner. That was that serpent brother. Suppressing her fear, she timidly lifted her head but dared not meet Ingbai's gaze. I came willingly. I am willing to follow Ing Xian." Upon hearing this response, Ingbai continued, "The lifestyle of us vagabonds differs greatly from that of the tribes. We serpents may not possess the attentiveness of the beast men in the tribes and may not adequately care for females. If you wish to live within a tribe, I can help you find a prosperous one. That while his words seemed innocuous on the surface, they resonated with Ning as a blatant threat. What did it mean that they serpents were not attentive and did not care for females? Was he not implying that he did not wish to keep her and look after her? Xian was already taking good care of her. She was willing to comply with whatever he asked. Moreover, she was not delicate and was easy to care for. This serpent brother clearly did not want her to stay. And Ning felt like she might burst into tears, unable to utter a single word, her gaze pleadingly darting towards Xian, her heart continually calling out his name. Perhaps sensing her distress, Xian approached and positioned himself protectively in front of Ning. He glared disapprovingly at Bai. I will take good care of little Ning. She says I am quite capable, and you cannot send her away. The other beasts will bully her. I have sworn before the beast god to protect her well. As a good male, I must keep my word. Brother, do not concern yourself with me, nor speak of sending little Ning away. It will frighten her. You cannot bully little Ning, that if you cannot abide by that. Then move away. Without waiting for Bai's reaction, Xian sat down next to Ning and embraced her, soothing her. Little Ning, do not be afraid. What Bai says does not matter. I will not send you away. That if you are frightened, let him move to another place. Ning silently nodded, clinging tightly to Xian, resting her head against his chest. Bai thought to himself that this brother could not be kept. However, having already sworn before the beast god, what more could he say? It was too late for words. Although he did not understand why one would swear to protect a cherished female, it was a done deal. After all, she was merely a weak female without any abilities. With him around, she could hardly cause any trouble to for Xian's insistence on moving away. He dismissed it as nonsense. Did he not recall who had dug the cave? It was he who had excavated the cave. How could he brazenly demand that he vacate? Even if this dim-witted brother had lent a hand, it mattered not. He did not need his help. It was his desire to live together that prompted the assistance. Otherwise, given his lazy disposition, he would hardly have offered to help. Moreover, he had to keep an eye on the little fox to prevent her from mischief. Though Xian might be somewhat foolish, he was still his brother. He could not allow him to suffer or be deceived at the hands of others. That as such, he would remain vigilant for the time being. They could coexist. They would discuss matters later. This was also his cave. Let them stay as long as Xian promised to care for her properly. He should not be so lazy. That it was truly vexing. He had to ensure his brother did not neglect the little female, lest she suffer, leading to a scar on his face and a permanent decline in status, one that would prevent him from progressing further in the future. After Bai spoke, he noticed Xian had not responded. Looking down, he realized that Xian was entirely oblivious to his words, still softly comforting the little female in his arms. Angered, he took a deep breath and silently retreated to his grass nest. However, he soon encountered a matter that caused him even greater distress. Before he left, he remembered neglecting to remove the beast hide from his nest, yet it could not have simply vanished. This was the territory of 2 8th-tier serpents. Which beast had the audacity to take it? Just then, a thought crossed his mind. Fixing his gaze on Xian's nest, he spotted a familiar beast hide laid atop it, currently pressed beneath Xian's posterior. He had not noticed it earlier. Bai's expression darkened. Xian, Ning, nestled in Xian's embrace, felt the tension and nudged him. Xian turned his head, gazing at his brother, whose countenance was grim. Brother, what is the matter? Seeing this expression, Bai was at a loss for how to respond. Coldly, he inquired, why did you use my beast hide to line your nest? Before Xian could answer. Ning began to piece together the situation. Glaring at the hide beneath her, an ominous premonition washed over her. Surely, this hide belonged to Xian's brother. She had unwittingly used it, even pressing it against her skin. From the earlier exchange between Xian and the serpent brother, she understood that beast men were acutely sensitive to scents. The serpent brother, who already harbored disdain for her, would only view her less favorably upon discovering she had used his hide. It seemed she was truly on the verge of being cast aside. That Ning clutched Xian's hand nervously, aware that they were indeed at fault. Xian had acted out of concern for her. Perhaps she should proactively admit her mistake to the serpent brother. However, she lacked the courage. Without needing the other 2 beasts in the cave to speak, Bai was already fully aware that the hide was undoubtedly used for the little fox. The little fox was a juvenile female, fragile in constitution, requiring careful attention for both rest and nourishment. His brother, being a lazy serpent without hides of his own, had naturally resorted to using his belongings to care for the little female, which he had anticipated. Realizing this, Ingbai found himself increasingly vexed. He seemed to foresee a future where he would be forced to assist his brother in caring for the little female, as he could not genuinely allow his brother to let her perish. Sighing silently in his heart, he conceded, "Use it. I do not need you to fetch hides for me. Just take care of what you are supposed to." Despite the fact that his brother was nearly 100 years old, that innocent demeanor always compelled him to utter a few more words. After hearing this, Ning sighed in relief. Thankfully, the serpent brother did not seem to hold it against her. Likely out of consideration for Xian, the serpent brother appeared to harbor genuine affection for Xian. Although he had initially struck him, his words indicated a certain fondness, treating Xian like a child. Despite both being large serpents, Xian grinned. "Thank you, brother." He had faith that his brother would not bear a grudge. However, he added, "Brother, you must have some spare beast hides. Could you lend me another? I wish to use it for little Ning, as she might feel cold at night." But he had initially intended to refrain from using his brother's belongings for a Ning. But considering her delicate state, he could not be overly concerned. Little Ning's well-being was paramount. And Ning felt a mix of emotions, touched by Xian's constant consideration for her and astonished by his audacity. The serpent brother was truly bold. She could never muster such courage. Ingbai remarked, "I have never encountered such brazen behavior, needing to ask your brother for hides to care for your own little female." Though he found it exasperating, he was not overly surprised. He had mentally prepared for this scenario earlier. So it was not a significant issue. Ingbai silently retrieved a hide from his space and handed it to Xian. Although he harbored suspicions about the little fox's intentions, she was still a young female. As a male, it was his duty to care for the vulnerable. It was merely a piece of hide, and giving it to her was no burden. Ensuring she did not fall ill would ultimately spare them all from trouble. Xian accepted the hide and wrapped it around Ning. "Little Ning, now you shall not feel cold." Ning was taken aback that the serpent brother had indeed granted her the hide. He truly treated Xian well, and she felt she had benefited from Xian's presence. "Thank you, great serpent. You are so kind to me." Ning paused, then stealthily glanced at Ingbai, adding, "And thank you to Xian's brother." A touch of sweetness in one's words is never a mistake. After speaking, without waiting for a response from the person before her, she lowered her head against Xian, still apprehensive of the unfamiliar serpent beast man. Ingbai discreetly scrutinized the timid little fox who dared not meet his gaze. This little fox appeared distinct from the females he had encountered before. Most females, regardless of their surroundings, were accustomed to being pampered and tended to exhibit a rather tempestuous temperament, especially in the presence of males, often radiating an innate sense of superiority. It was the first time he had encountered a female who expressed gratitude towards a male, and he couldn't help but wonder if his limited experience was to blame. Withdrawing his gaze from Ning, he left her with a simple introduction, "I am Ingbai," before retreating to his grass nest. "Thank you, Xian's brother." What a peculiar expression, while she intended to convey her gratitude. It bore Xian's name, as if he were merely an afterthought. The very notion felt oddly awkward to him. Given that they were to coexist for an extended period, it would be rather inappropriate to continue addressing him in such a manner. "Ingbai," and Ning silently repeated his name in her mind. This was the name of the serpent brother, akin to Xian's. Since he had just revealed his name, it seemed he accepted her presence. Didn't it? As the fire dwindled within the cave, due to limited firewood, Xian gently caressed Ning's face. "Little Ning, are you feeling sleepy? Would you like to rest?" After a day filled with tension, Ning indeed felt fatigued, her eyelids barely able to remain open. "I'm tired." Upon hearing this, Xian released Ning, laid her upon the animal hide, and covered her with another hide. "You should sleep. I will rest beside you." With that, he transformed into his beast form and coiled around the grass nest, encircling Ning without making contact. To be honest, Ning was startled by his sudden action. Yet it was unclear whether she was no longer afraid of Xian's beast form or simply too exhausted. She found a sense of security in his presence. Soon enough, all three in the cave succumbed to slumber. Perhaps it was the comfort of Xian's company that allowed Ning to sleep soundly, marking the most peaceful night she had experienced since her arrival half a month ago. Throughout this time, she had lived in constant trepidation, her spirit weary from the overwhelming circumstances. But now, her heart, which had hung in uncertainty, finally found solace. The following morning, Ingbai rose early to hunt, as was his custom. To his surprise, upon returning satiated, he found the other two beasts still asleep within the cave. While he had always known Ingxian to be a heavy sleeper, he had not anticipated the little fox to be just as slumberous. Was she not hungry? Unlike the males who could feast once and go days without food, females required 2 to 3 meals a day, not including additional fruits and vegetables that if the two continued to sleep, Ingxian would surely leave the little fox ravenous. Ingbai approached Ingxian and gently tapped his serpent head. As Ingxian was deep in slumber, he startled awake, his eyes widening in surprise as he bared his fangs at the intruder. Upon recognizing his brother's displeased expression, he returned to a dazed demeanor, his voice laced with morning irritability. Ingbai, why are you disturbing my sleep? It is quite rude to wake a serpent in the morning. Unfazed by Ingxian's discontent, Ingbai replied nonchalantly, I cannot say whether it is rude to disturb a serpent's slumber, but I do know that if you do not awaken soon to prepare food for the little fox, she will undoubtedly wake up starving. Only then did Ingxian realize that he was no longer solely responsible for his own sustenance. He now had a little female to care for as well. He turned his serpent head toward the still sleeping Ning. Then you should prepare food and water before waking her for breakfast, Ingbai stated before attending to his own tasks. Ingxian cast a glance at Ning before exiting the cave. Ning had enjoyed a particularly restful sleep, only awakening when hunger struck. She crawled out of her grass nest, performing a few stretching exercises to awaken her body, feeling remarkably light and devoid of the soreness from the previous day. Moreover, the prior sensation of dizziness from insufficient nourishment had vanished. Ingbai, seated on the opposite side of the cave, absorbed the beast's core when he noticed movement from Ingxian's nest that he opened his eyes to witness the little fox stretching and performing movements he could not comprehend. It resembled some tribal ritual, yet it was distinctly different. The ritualistic gestures appeared mysterious, while the little fox's swaying tail added an element of charm. Ingbai remained silent, observing Ning intently. That it seemed as though Ning had forgotten the presence of another serpent within the cave. Upon not receiving a response, she began to approach the cave entrance to that moment. Ingbai spoke up. Ingxian has gone out to prepare food. It would be wise not to venture outside the cave. Ning turned sharply at the sound of his voice, her gaze landing upon a strikingly handsome man. The man bore a resemblance to her serpent companion, yet he was undeniably more exquisite. With silver hair cascading freely, cold white skin, chiseled features, prominent brows, deep-set eyes, a high nose, and a strong jawline that exuded an air of authority. He also possessed a certain serpentine grace. Below, he showcased a sculpted chest and 8 defined abdominal muscles. Devoid of any excess flesh, with broad shoulders and a slender waist, and no need to look further down. Beneath his waist lay a long, thick serpent tail, comparable in length to Ingxian's, albeit entirely white. Truly, why must such a handsome man be adorned with a tail? Furthermore, how could she be so oblivious as to forget the presence of a serpent in the cave after merely waking from a nap? As Ning regarded Ingbai, he too scrutinized her in return. Yesterday, the little fox had curled up, keeping her head down, making it difficult to discern her features. Now, he was afforded a full view of her. The little fox's skin was exceptionally fair. Having traversed numerous places and encountered various beast men, he had observed that the fairest among them were the serpent and merfolk. Yet, the little fox before him rivaled their pallor, perhaps even surpassing it with a hint of pink beneath her porcelain skin. Her gently curled, long hair cascaded to her waist, and her large, watery eyes complemented a delicate nose above soft, slightly pale lips, rendering her exquisite countenance both fragile and demure. Likely due to her youth, her petite frame appeared rather frail, with several minor wounds adorning her slender, snow-white legs. Ingbai furrowed his brow at the sight. The little fox seemed excessively delicate. Could Ingxian truly provide for her? Unaware of Ingbai's silent judgment regarding her frailty, Ning was acutely aware of the serpent's intense gaze, making it increasingly difficult for her to maintain her composure. It was simply too cold. Ingbai's piercing blue eyes remained fixed on Ning, exuding an air of coldness to her. The combination of his gaze and sudden frown conveyed discontent, with Ingxian absent from her side. Her lips turned paler in fear, her hands trembling involuntarily. While Ing Bai's words were bearable, his silence emanated an intimidating aura. Tears welled in Ning's eyes. She wished to flee, yet felt paralyzed, unable to even cry out. Ing Xian, where are you? Why haven't you returned? Ing Bai noticed the little fox's distress and furrowed his brow further, perplexed by her demeanor. Why did she appear on the verge of tears? He had done nothing to her. He had only advised her to refrain from approaching the cave's entrance. Their cave was situated atop a mountain. Should she, a small female, venture too close to the edge, she could easily fall, and not even the beast god could guarantee her survival. Had the females of today become so delicate that they could not tolerate even the kindest of warnings? Ingbai did not consider the possibility that Ning was frightened of him. He assumed that since she was unafraid of Ing Xian, she must also harbor no fear of the serpent race, and thus he should not intimidate her that in reality, and Ning was not entirely unafraid of serpent beasts. She merely had no fear of Ing Xian. After all, who among 10 people would not fear a gigantic snake, especially one that appeared fierce? Little Ning, have you awakened? Are you hungry? Ing Xian returned from outside. Slithering behind Ning and nudging her shoulder with his serpent head, in that moment. And Ning felt as though she had never heard a voice so melodious. Summoning her courage, she turned to embrace the familiar yet somewhat intimidating black serpent. Wrapping her arms around Ing Xian's neck, her voice carried a hint of a sob, as if she were pouting. Ing Xian, where have you been? I woke up without seeing you. Upon closer inspection, her tone was tinged with grievance. Ing Xian felt elated to be welcomed by Ning's embrace upon his return. Her clinginess indicated her fondness for him, that he extended his serpent tongue to gently lick her cheek. I want to prepare roasted meat for you. You must be hungry, little Ning, with Ing Xian by her side, and Ning felt an overwhelming sense of security. She sniffled, released her hold on him, and replied, Yes, I am hungry. Yesterday, she had but a single meal throughout the day, accompanied by a few fruits. The sun had now risen high in the sky, and she truly felt an emptiness in her stomach. Ing Xian transformed back in a human form, adorned with a hide around his waist, and sat in a grassy nest while cradling Ning. Ingbai observed the indifference with which Ing Xian treated him and the preferential treatment Ning afforded to the two serpents. Feeling an inexplicable sense of exclusion. Moreover, he seemed to understand why the little fox had wished to cry moments ago. The little fox was afraid of him. But why? Although he harbored questions about this little fox. Even disapproving of Ing Xian's decision to keep and nurture her, he believed he had not wronged her in any way, nor had he ever spoken harshly to her. As a male, he would not behave in such a manner towards a small female. The little fox was not afraid of snakes. She had dared to embrace Ing Xian in his beast form just moments ago. Why did she fear him? Could it merely be a matter of her timid disposition? That seemed unlikely. A female willing to live among stray beasts should not be so easily frightened that he could not fathom it. Yet, to be honest, there was a fleeting moment when he felt a tinge of envy towards Ing Xian. However, it was merely a transient feeling. Ing Xian retrieved the items he had brought back from outside. He handed a cherry-sized green fruit to Ning, who took a bite, and it melted in her mouth, releasing an invigorating minty flavor that surged through her senses. She inhaled deeply from the refreshing taste and couldn't help but ask, What is this cool fruit you have given me, great serpent? It is so refreshing. Cooling fruit. Ing Xian tilted his head. Have you never had this before? And Ning thought for a moment and realized she had indeed never encountered such a fruit. She had not even heard of it. She shook her head. I have not eaten this before. Is it necessary to try? Ing Xian's expression grew somewhat complex. This was for cleaning teeth. How could little Ning have never tasted this cooling fruit? Did she not clean her teeth before? Cleaning teeth. And Ning exclaimed in surprise at a toothbrush and toothpaste in the beast world. You mean to say that eating this can clean my teeth? Are you certain that it works? This seemed so advanced and convenient. She had previously been unaware, having always used twigs dipped in ash to clean her teeth. Wait a moment. Would this ignorant demeanor lead Ing Xian to misunderstand her as someone who was too lazy to brush her teeth? That simply could not be, for she knew just how fastidious he was regarding cleanliness, that I grew up in a small tribe and had never seen such a plant. The orcs there cleaned their teeth with clean hides. Of course, most beasts did not even bother to wipe. Those who spoke up close often carried an unpleasant odor. However, when her father and brother were still alive, she would tidy herself daily. She had an abundance of various hides and would meticulously clean her teeth using them. This method had been imparted to her by her mother, who advised that females, being different from males, had teeth that were more delicate and required proper care. Thus, she had always maintained this habit. Reflecting on this, Ning silently expressed her gratitude for the diligence and obedience of her original self and for her mother's wise teachings. Otherwise, she could not guarantee that she would not have ended up with a mouth full of yellow, foul-smelling teeth, possibly carrying that burden for a lifetime, instead of the current set of pearly whites. Upon hearing Ning Xian understood that cooling fruit was indeed not commonly found everywhere. Some smaller tribes lacked it entirely, making it perfectly normal for little Ning to have never seen it. From now on, I shall gather this for you. It is quite convenient, he declared if little Ning was too lazy to tidy herself. He could feed her directly to Ning nodded and smiled at Xian. Then I shall trouble you greatly, great serpent. The sensation after consuming this cooling fruit was akin to having brushed one's teeth with mint-flavored toothpaste. Though invisible, it imparted an undeniable sense of cleanliness to her mouth. Xian then produced water and roasted meat, cutting the meat into small pieces with his abilities and placing them on a leaf. Holding a piece to Ning's lips, "This is the meat you roasted yesterday. I have simply reheated it." Ning intended to take it herself, feeling it was improper to be fed like this. But Xian insisted, "Little Ning, I will feed you." "Very well," she acquiesced, slowly eating the roasted meat from Xian's hand, feeling warm inside. It was truly delightful to be cared for. She had never imagined that one day she would live a life where food was brought to her without effort. And she felt that her hardships were finally yielding to sweetness. Chapter 23. The little fox is too easily satisfied with her mouth full of meat, and Ning mumbled to Xian, "Great serpent, you are truly wonderful." Upon hearing this, Xian merely smiled faintly, not replying that he had heard such praises from little Ning several times before. He did not believe he had done anything particularly special. However, since little Ning enjoyed expressing this sentiment, he chose to listen. Although the cave was quite spacious, the nests of the two serpents were distinctly separated, positioned against the walls on either side. This distance, however, was negligible for an 8th-tier beastman. Even though Ning spoke softly, Ingbai could still hear her clearly that he found it somewhat hard to believe. Was simply providing her with some meat considered being kind? The little fox seemed too easily satisfied that he had also given her hides to use. Why, then, was she so afraid of him? Furthermore, the meat was something the little fox had roasted herself. It was hard to fathom that a female would prepare her own food. After Ning had her fill, there was still some roasted meat remaining. She had cooked a bit too much yesterday and could not eat any more. Besides, it had been too long since she had eaten meat. And consuming too much at once would not be good for her stomach. "Great serpent, you should eat this," she suggested, as she had not directly bitten into it. It was all cut up beforehand, so it wasn't tea as though she was offering him her leftovers. Xian glanced at her stomach and reached out to feel it. Ning gasped softly, shyly retreating. "What are you doing?" Xian released his hand, his black eyes innocently gazing at Ning. "You ate so little. I needed to see if you were satisfied." Ning's face flushed slightly. She had forgotten that this serpent was quite direct, and she would need to gradually adjust to that I really am full. "Indeed, I can tell," Xian replied, consuming the remaining roasted meat, that he had initially been reluctant to eat food prepared by little Ning, feeling it was beneath him. However, if he did not eat it now and saved it for later, it would become tough, and little Ning would not be able to bite into it. Wasting food was not acceptable, so he had no choice but to eat it. After all, little Ning was not just any beast. She was his beast, and he would find her more and better meat next time. Xian offered a red heart fruit to Ning, but she did not take it. She needed to relieve herself, having not done so since yesterday, and was feeling quite uncomfortable. "Great serpent, I do not wish to eat right now." She hesitated slightly, feeling embarrassed. "I need to use the restroom." "Where do I go? What is using the restroom?" Xian asked, perplexed at and Ning bit her lip, searching her mind for a euphemism for urination. After 3 seconds, she finally thought of it. "I need to go relieve myself." Xian suddenly understood. Little Ning wished to urinate. Why then, did she not say so? She was truly a peculiar little female. Xian picked up Ning and carried her outside the cave to a large tree. Setting her down, "This will do, da." All right, Ning felt truly embarrassed. Having a male escort her to relieve herself felt exceedingly awkward. Noticing Ing Xian's unwavering gaze upon her, she pressed her lips together. Great serpent. Please turn around. You must not look at me, that I will signal you when it's all right to look. Ing Xian did not comprehend the need to turn around. Even if he did, he could still hear her. And Ning knew that even if Ing Xian could not see, he could still hear, but she could not allow him to hear while also watching. Otherwise, she would truly be too embarrassed to face the serpent again. When Ing Xian finally turned away, and Ning quickly lifted her hide skirt and squatted down to relieve herself, "Then I'm done." Ing Xian turned back, casting a glance at Ning before looking down at the ground. After a moment's thought, he decided to cover it with earth and spat some of his saliva on top. Ning watched his actions, her eyes widening in astonishment, stammering, "What are you doing?" Ing Xian, with utmost seriousness, responded, "The smell is too strong. Although this is our territory, and generally, beasts would not dare to enter, we must still exercise caution. Males are less affected, but females cannot leave their scent. It could pose a danger. As male beastmen have very sensitive noses that Ning covered her face. While Ing Xian's reasoning was sound, she felt utterly humiliated. Had she known this was the case, she would have come on her own. "Let us go." "Wait, I want to wash my hands and face by the river." Ing Xian then led Ning to the riverbank, that Ning squatted down to wash her hands and face. Gazing at her transformed reflection in the water, feeling that the future held great promise. Currently, she was quite satisfied with her life. Great serpent. Do you know how to make a water tank or basin? You know, something to hold water made of stone. It would be more convenient than using leaves and could hold more. Ing Xian's eyes were fixed intently on Ning as she spoke, and he immediately replied, "I have never made one. Little Ning, please tell me how he had always entered the water as a snake." The riverbank was abundant with stones, and many were quite large. And Ning selected one large stone and then a smaller one, explaining, "You don't need to alter the base. Just hollow out the inside as long as it can hold water. It doesn't have to be overly refined." It is remarkably simple to accomplish this task. Once the mention of Ing Xian arises, understanding follows effortlessly. Xiaoning, kindly step behind me. Ning complied, observing as Ing Xian raised his hand, conjuring several ice blades through his extraordinary abilities, which he then adeptly maneuvered to carve from the top of the stone downwards that in no time. A large water vat and a wash basin were meticulously crafted. Ning stood in awe, utterly astonished by this extraordinary feat. Chapter 24. This white crystal must have been a gift from her brother, the serpent, that if that is the case, then her stone pot, stone bowl, ladle, and even a bathing tub would all find their place. If she could also construct a cooking stove, she would finally be able to enjoy stir-fried dishes and stewed meats. With this thought, Ning gazed at Ing Xian with anticipation and inquired, "I would also like pots and pans for cooking, as well as a tub for bathing, is that possible?" Bathing in the river during spring was still a bit too chilly and not particularly safe. She feared the presence of various insects that might bite her, and was especially terrified of toads, which she found far more intimidating than snakes or centipedes. Ing Xian, although unfamiliar with Ning's concerns, understood that he merely needed to follow her instructions. Little Ning was quite clever and possessed a wealth of knowledge. "You simply need to instruct me," he replied. Ning expressed her desires, listing all the items she wished for. Ing Xian, ever supportive, found the creation of these objects to be an effortless task. Before long, everything was completed. Ning looked at the finished items, feeling both elated and somewhat troubled. Unbeknownst to her, they had crafted an abundance of items, all made of stone and consequently quite heavy, making it challenging for both her and Ing Xian to carry. Embarrassed, she remarked, "Great serpent, it seems we may need to make several trips. There are a few too many items." Ing Xian cast a curious glance at Ning before stowing some of the items in his spatial storage. Wrapping the rest around his tail, he scooped up Ning, asking, "Little Ning, is there anything else you require?" Ning shook her head, but her gaze fell upon the sizable load coiled around his tail, prompting her to ask, "You don't find it heavy, do you?" Considering the items he carried, 2 large stone slabs, a stone bed, a hefty bundle of firewood, and her in his embrace, she marveled at how he seemed unfazed. Not at all. Ing Xian thought, how could these items possibly weigh him down? Even if he were to drag something twice his size, it would still feel light to him. Ning mused to herself, recognizing that her lack of experience may have clouded her judgment. She wondered if the strength of male beastmen was universally superior. Regardless, she felt a deep envy. If only she possessed such strength. Upon returning to the cave, Anning directed Yingxian to arrange the items in their designated places. Although she wished to assist, most of the items were simply too heavy, leaving her with little choice but to offer verbal guidance that, of course, she did not forget to ask Yingxian to consult Yingbai for permission to keep these items in the cave. She would only dare to proceed if he agreed, as it was ultimately his cave. Yingbai was perplexed by the little fox's intentions. The once empty cave had suddenly filled with various items, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward, though not overly displeased. That it was normal for small females to have somewhat unreasonable requests. Such was the nature of females in the wild that as a male, he should strive to fulfill their needs. As it was hardly a significant matter, strength had its advantages, and as Anning surveyed the transformed cave, she gazed at Yingxian with admiration. "Great serpent, you are truly remarkable." Yingxian could not help but smile at Anning's praise. No male could remain unaffected by the unfiltered admiration of a female, and he was no exception. This was a testament to little Ning's recognition of his abilities. Yingbai, overhearing this, felt compelled to investigate further. He scrutinized the peculiar items now adorning the walls of the cave. This isn't difficult to accomplish. How did it become something so impressive in the eyes of the little fox? She truly is an easily satisfied creature. "Great serpent, I will prepare a meal for you shortly," Anning declared with enthusiasm. "Oh, by the way, do you have any salt or white crystal?" She nearly forgot. In the beast world, salt was referred to as white crystal, a particularly precious commodity. She hadn't consumed salt in half a month, and during her time in the wild boar tribe, she had only heard whispers of this white crystal. The original owner of her body had tasted it, though only sparingly. Yingxian pondered for a moment before asking, "What is white crystal?" Anning was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Yingxian had never heard of white crystal. It seemed that something as commonplace as salt in the modern world was truly a rare find here. White crystal is something that has a salty flavor. Adding it while roasting meat enhances the taste. If you don't have any, it's quite all right, that I can manage without it. Before she could finish her sentence, a bundle wrapped in an unknown animal hide came tumbling toward Yingxian. Quick to react, he raised his hand to catch it. That Yingbai's voice echoed through the cave. "White crystal can only be found with the merfolk. I managed to trade for a small amount during my last outing. The merfolk resided in the sea, in a hidden locale, and since Yingxian was not fond of venturing out, he typically consumed his meals raw, making it understandable that he was unaware of what white crystal was." Stealing a glance at Yingbai, Anning's eyes shifted to the white crystal in Yingxuan's grasp. This white crystal must surely be a gift from her brother. The serpent that it had to be. She had just asked the great serpent if he had any white crystal, and moments later, her brother had tossed some to him. Since great serpent was oblivious to what white crystal was, it must be intended for her. Moreover, she was the only one in need of salt. Prolonged abstinence from salt was untenable, as it would lead to weakness. Unlike males, who could derive salt from the blood of raw meat, females required direct addition of salt to their food. That if her brother was providing her with salt, it must signify his acceptance of her. Or perhaps it was simply due to the great serpent's influence. Chapter 25. He pondered, reflecting on his own demeanor. Was he truly that intimidating? In her thoughts, Anning couldn't resist sneaking another glance at Yingbai. Unfortunately, this moment of curiosity led to her being caught, prompting her to swiftly avert her gaze. Too frightened to look again, she could not shake the feeling that her brother's icy gaze was rather intimidating. Yingbai, perplexed by Anning's behavior, found himself in a fog of confusion. That it was evident that the little fox had been stealing glances at him. And this was the second time. He could not fathom her intentions. When he returned her gaze, he was taken aback by the sheer fright reflected in her eyes. Was he truly that fearsome in appearance? Yingbai shook his head, realizing he remained an enigma to the small female. Yingxian, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He opened the beast hide bag Yingbai had thrown to him. "Little Ning, this white crystal is what you were referring to." Anning delicately touched one of the slightly yellowed white crystals with her finger, then tasted it, her eyes lighting up in delight. After so many days, she finally had the chance to savor salt. In the beast world, white crystal was not granular, but instead resembled small stones. Its color was not as pristine as in the modern world, yet the flavor remained remarkably similar. "Yes, this is it. Here, keep some for yourself. I will trade for more another day," Yingxian stated matter-of-factly, as if the white crystal were his to give. Anning hesitated to accept it immediately, although it was highly likely the salt was intended for her. He had not explicitly stated so. and thus she felt reluctant to take it without confirmation. She watched Yingxian cautiously. Only when he urged her to take it, saying, "Go on, I have no use for it," did she finally breathe a sigh of relief, suppressing her fear as she smiled at Ingbai. "Thank you, Brother Ingbai," did I in her mind. She reasoned that since he was the great serpent's brother, it would be inappropriate to address him by name alone. Calling him brother seemed more fitting. The soft, melodic way she called him brother sent a wave of discomfort through Ingbai that it was not disdain, merely a sense of unfamiliarity. Quite pleasant to hear, isn't it? Seeing that Ingbai showed little reaction, Anning felt a tinge of awkwardness and shifted her gaze away. She accepted the white crystal from Yingxian, pouring a portion into the stone jar she had just crafted, while storing the remainder away. She held the jar containing the white crystal out to Yingxian. "Great Serpent, could you help me grind this into powder?" Yingxian took the jar, pinching a piece of white crystal between his fingers. With a gentle squeeze, it effortlessly crumbled into fine powder. "Is this satisfactory?" Anning nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking a grain. Yes, precisely. All of this needs to be crushed, so it will be convenient to use later." Yingxian did not linger on the details. In just a few swift motions, he pulverized the chunks of white crystal. Anning beamed at the jar, her excitement growing as she realized she would finally be able to enjoy dishes with a salty flavor. Yingxian felt a swell of happiness as well. Seeing Anning smile brought him immense joy. "Little Ning, what kind of prey would you like to eat later? I can go hunt for you." Anning glanced outside, unable to discern the time. There were no clocks here. She only recognized day and night, days for regular meals. She had always eaten only when hunger struck, as she lacked the means to adhere to a schedule. At that moment, she was not particularly hungry, but after a considerable amount of activity, it was time to prepare a meal. Craving stir-fried vegetables and meat soup, she felt as though it had been ages since she had eaten. She was nearly famished. "Can I join you on the hunt? I want to gather some wild vegetables." "Wild vegetables?" Not comprehending, Yingxian asked for clarification. "Are you a herbivorous beast, man? Don't foxes prefer meat?" Anning was also uncertain about what foxes enjoyed eating. As she had never kept one before, in her memories, the original owner had always consumed meat. Although she currently embodied a fox, she still yearned for some grass, or rather, a bit of stir-fried vegetables. With conviction, she declared, "Foxes can also eat grass and fruit. I often consumed grass in my tribe. It was not merely often. Ever since her arrival, she had been feasting on it daily. It was only after following Yingxian that she had tasted the flavor of meat from the beast world. Now that she was no longer lacking in meat, it would be even better to have some vegetables to accompany it, for a balanced diet is essential for nourishment. Of course, the absence of such would not be a grave concern." Anning feigned nonchalance. Yet the two serpents in the cave interpreted it quite differently. Yingxian knew that little Ningning had not lived well in her previous tribe, but he had not imagined that she had been deprived of meat. It was no wonder she had grown so small. That group of wild boars were utterly lacking in masculinity, allowing a charming little female like Ningning to graze on grass. They were nothing but a bunch of useless beasts. Deserving of being slain by stray beasts, he felt a pang of sympathy for little Ningning and resolved to treat her even better in the future. Ingbai pondered how had the little fox tribe cared for their females. Allowing them to cook meat for themselves was one thing, but permitting them to eat grass was absurd. Could a tribe not even afford to care for a small female? No wonder Yingxian had been merely providing the little fox with meat. And she had expressed gratitude. She must have been starving before, and now that a beast was offering her meat, how could she not express appreciation? He felt he understood why the little fox willingly followed them. The stray serpents, at the very least, they would not let her go hungry. With this realization, Ingbai's suspicions about Anning dissipated. Noting the palpable concern in Yingxuan's eyes, Anning blinked in confusion. Chapter 26. The beast world seems not as dreadful as she imagined what was happening. Had she said something wrong? Why had the great serpent suddenly transformed like this? Before Anning could finish her thought, Yingxian interjected, "Little Ningning, do not worry. I shall hunt all the prey for you, allowing you to sample various meats." Anning? She was unsure what this serpent had conjured in his mind. She replied, "Then will you take me along on your hunt?" With Yingxian's strength, as long as she followed closely and did not wander off, she would be perfectly safe. Yingxian furrowed his attractive brows, somewhat reluctant to take little Ningning along. Hunting would lead them outside the valley, and he feared that during the hunt, he might inadvertently overlook her safety. leading to regret should any danger arise. Moreover, he would undoubtedly appear fierce while hunting, and he worried he might frighten little Ningning. His thoughts were evident on his face, and Aining could easily discern that this serpent did not wish to bring her along. That would not do. If she stayed alone with her serpent brother, she would feel frightened. She pleaded with Ingxian, "Great serpent, I implore you, please take me with you. I wish to be with you. I promise not to stray and will certainly not be a bother." She had become increasingly adept at charming Ingxian, for who could resist the sweetness of her words? Aining's thoughts were not misplaced. Ingxian was indeed quite susceptible to such appeals. "Very well, little Ningning. Let us depart," he acquiesced. After all, they would remain close by, and with his 8th-tier serpentine form to protect her, he could not believe any foolish beast would dare approach to harm her. Ingxian transformed entirely into his beast form, coiling his tail around Aining's waist and placing her atop his serpentine head. "Hold on tight, little Ningning." Aining, startled, quickly gripped Ingxian's serpent head. "Ingxian, wait. Could you transform your upper body into human form and hold me? I fear I might lose my balance and fall." Perched atop the serpent's head was exceedingly high. Should she tumble, it would surely be perilous. The Dio not worry. "I will secure you," he reassured, wrapping his tail around her waist. "We must venture outside the valley to hunt, and in beast form, we shall be swifter." Seeing that Ingxian had made up his mind, Aining ceased her protests. As long as she would not fall, they could proceed. Ingxian, mindful of Aining's presence, refrained from utilizing his full speed. In the beast world, trees were plentiful. Once they exited the valley, they had not traveled far before reaching a dense forest. Ingxian used his tail to lift Aining from his head, transformed his upper half into human form, and embraced her. "Great serpent, please set me down. I need to search for what I require," Aining implored. Ingxian refused. "Little Ningning, simply tell me what grass you seek, for walking may injure your feet." At that remark, Aining recalled that she had not walked much that day and had forgotten to wrap her feet in beast hide. She did not wish to strain her feet further, and walking directly on the ground was indeed uncomfortable. "Great serpent, will you hunt first?" Ingxian inquired. "What do you wish to eat?" After contemplating for a moment, Aining still found herself at a loss. She was not particularly familiar with the names of the prey in the beast world, and the original owner's memories offered little help, as she had only consumed roasted meat, specifically the tenderest cuts. "I am fine with anything." Suddenly, Aining was struck with a thought. She asked, "Great serpent, what kind of beast did you bring back yesterday?" Ingxian replied, "Horned cattle beast." "Do you wish to have that?" Aining nodded, expressing her desire for a horned cattle beast, as well as a wild rabbit if one was nearby. She recalled that the horned cattle beast had a significant amount of white fat, perfect for rendering oil. The large chunk of fat from yesterday had been discarded by Ingxian, as the beastmen did not enjoy that part of the meat. She had momentarily forgotten about the possibility of rendering oil. Had she known, she would have saved it and not needed to hunt again today. Ingxian readily agreed. As long as little Ningning has something she enjoys, that is sufficient. Having favorites is essential for growth. He cradled Aining and ventured deeper into the forest. Aining curiously surveyed her surroundings. While she had seen forests before, her prior experiences had been fraught with struggle for survival. When one's very existence is at stake, one cannot afford to appreciate the scenery along the way. This time, it felt akin to her first thorough exploration of the beast world. The beast world seemed not as dreadful as she had imagined. The trees stood tall, the wild grasses flourished, and life thrived in every nook and cranny. Aining chatted animatedly with Ingxian, her spirits soaring. Ingxian was perplexed by little Ningning's boundless curiosity, yet he could clearly see that she was filled with joy. It appeared that she very much enjoyed playing outside. He resolved to be less lazy and frequently take her out for adventures. "Great serpent, set me down. I see something familiar," Aining exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a plant ahead. If she was not mistaken, it should be a potato vine. It resembled the potato vines of modern times, albeit slightly taller with larger leaves. Ingxian plucked a smooth leaf and placed it on the ground in front of the potato vine, setting Aining down upon it. Aining stood atop the leaf, crouched down, and began digging into the earth with a nearby twig. Ingxian, perplexed, observed her for a while before finally speaking up. Chapter 27. In ancient times, Shen Nong tasted hundreds of herbs. In the beast world, Ingxian tasted mushrooms. "Little Ningning, if you wish to dig in the dirt, we could do so in the valley." Aining looked up at Ingxian. "You think I'm just playing in the dirt?" Yingxian nodded earnestly. Her actions indeed resembled play. Although he could not fathom why little Ningning behaved like a young cub, he reminded himself that she was still a minor. So it was reasonable to think of her as a cub. However, this hobby was rather peculiar. What was so enjoyable about digging in the earth? Truly a strange little female. Seeing Yingxian's agreement. Aining pouted in dissatisfaction. She was not merely playing in the dirt. Great serpent, you simply do not understand, she clarified. I am digging for the fruit inside. The soil is too hard to excavate. Upon hearing Aining's explanation, Yingxian realized he had misunderstood her intentions. Allow me to dig. With that, he crouched down, and in a few moments, a round, yellow-brown object emerged from the soil. He held it up for Aining to see. Little Ningning, is this what you meant? Aining took it, scrutinized it closely, then used her nail to pierce the skin slightly and sniff the aroma. Excitedly, she exclaimed, yes, this is it, though the one in her hand was significantly larger. The color and scent were remarkably similar to the potatoes of her previous life. It must indeed be a potato. Yingxian, though unfamiliar with this item, trusted Aining's judgment that if little Ningning desires it, then let it be. At worst, I shall taste it first to check for poison. Aining scanned the vicinity, but did not spot any additional potato vines. Nonetheless, it was not a concern. Serpents did not favor vegetables. And the potato before her would suffice for many days of sustenance. Great serpent, let us take these back with us. Very well. Yingxian unearthed the potatoes, storing them in his spatial pouch, and continued onward with Aining in his embrace. The forest was abundant with mushrooms, which Aining adored. However, she lacked confidence in her ability to ensure that the mushrooms she found were not poisonous. Great serpent, can you discern whether mushrooms are toxic? She inquired casually, harboring little hope, as Yingxian did not strike her as someone knowledgeable in this regard that as she had anticipated. She heard Yingxian's perplexed response, what is a mushroom? This predictable outcome did not leave Aining feeling too disappointed. She pointed at a plant beneath a tree that resembled a small umbrella. That is a mushroom. It is excellent for cooking and stewing meat. However, some are poisonous, and I cannot tell which are which. Yingxian gazed at the peculiar plants surrounding him and remarked, I can discern whether they are poisonous. If Xiao Ning desires to eat them, we shall gather some. Ning regarded Yingxian with a skeptical expression. Questioning, you can tell? Aren't you unfamiliar with mushrooms? Yingxian confidently replied, I can taste it. You intend to taste it directly? And Ning contemplated the image and shook her head in refusal. Perhaps not. It could be toxic. I'll eat something else instead. There's no need to take that risk. What if I ingest something poisonous? I wonder if a venomous snake would perish from its own poison. It's best not to take chances. Yingxian cradled Ning and walked towards the mushrooms, asserting, I am an 8th-tier serpent beast man. I fear no poison, for my venom surpasses theirs. He set Ning down and crouched, ready to pluck the mushrooms. Ning grasped his hand and looked into his eyes, asking, are you truly immune to poison? Her concern was palpable, as Yingxian was now her serpent, that I will not be harmed, he thought, convinced that he was the one who could incapacitate others. And that nothing could harm him, especially such a minuscule thing. Even if it were toxic, it could not rival him. Then you must promise, great serpent, that I do not wish for you to be in danger. Yingxian, delighted by her concern, playfully licked her face, saying, very well, I swear to the beast god that I will ensure no harm befalls me. He cherished the care and attention Xiao Ning bestowed upon him. And Ning released her grip, reflecting, this serpent certainly knows how to disrupt the mood. I was genuinely worried for him, but after he licked me, my concerns seemed to dissipate. The mushrooms in this area were large and tender, each weighing approximately 1 to 2 pounds, flourishing in abundance. Rather than allowing Yingxian to choose, and Ning crouched down to scrutinize the mushrooms herself. She promptly eliminated the brightly colored ones. Next, she selected those with insect holes, reasoning that if the insects could consume them, they were likely non-toxic. With each mushroom she picked, she would break off a small piece for Yingxian to taste, only storing them once he confirmed they were safe. Of course, luck was not always on her side. She had encountered 3 poisonous ones. Yet, true to Yingxian's words, he was unperturbed by the poison, consuming them without issue, albeit with an unsightly expression. This grimace stemmed not from the toxicity of the mushrooms, but rather from the taste of each variety he sampled. Yingxian genuinely felt he was sacrificing much. After all, he was a serpent. Why must he consume such oddly flavored things? Xiao Ning claimed they were delicious, yet he found no merit in them. Noticing Ing Xian's increasingly aggrieved expression, and Ning felt a pang of guilt. She indeed felt a bit sorry for him. In ancient times, the divine farmer tasted 100 herbs. In this beastly world, Ing Xian tasted mushrooms that Ning comfortingly caressed Ing Xian's face, saying, "It is all my fault. Great serpent, you endure this for my sake. You truly work hard for me, that I shall remember this, and next time, I will not make you taste them. When we return, I will cook something delicious for you. Will you be the first to enjoy it?" Initially feeling quite wronged, Ing Xian found solace in Ning's words, realizing that it was only right to make sacrifices for the female. Feeling the soft touch of her small hand on his face, he even thought that sampling all the mushrooms here was worth it. "Xiao Ning, I am fine. You should continue gathering, that I will taste what you pick. There is ample space. Let us collect more to take back." With that, he leaned his face closer, and Ning smiled and affectionately stroked the face of the spoiled serpent before saying, "Let us not gather any more for now. We can search for other things, and then return to prepare a feast." The two continued their stroll, soon discovering a vast patch of wild leeks and even wild ginger. And Ning was elated, knowing these two ingredients were excellent for removing gamey flavors, perfect for stewing meat. Once they finished gathering these, and Ning suggested, "Great serpent, you go hunt while I wait here," since she could not be of assistance. She preferred to dig for shepherd's purse, which thrived abundantly in the forest. She had become quite skilled at foraging for it. Ing Xian surveyed the surroundings for any threats and, seeing none, set Ning down, saying, "Xiao Ning, stay here and do not wander off, that if anything arises, call for me, that I will remain nearby." After speaking, he left behind his scent to ensure her safety. And Ning was foraging for wild vegetables. She suddenly heard a series of goo-goo sounds that resembled the clucking of a chicken. Whether it was her own cravings or her instinct as a fox to seek out poultry, the sound piqued her curiosity. If it were indeed chickens, they would make a delightful stew. Imagining the possibilities was appealing, yet she remained aware of her circumstances. She dared not roam freely, even if the sound was close. She could not risk causing trouble for the great serpent. The world of beasts was perilous. It was best to wait for Ing Xian's return. For Ing Xian, hunting was a commonplace endeavor. The prey Ning desired was not substantial, and he himself was not hungry. When he encountered a horned bull beast, he swiftly dispatched it with a flick of his tail and dragged it back. That on his way, he also caught a couple of wild rabbits. The other rabbits, having narrowly escaped, thought, "This serpent usually pays us no mind." With two serpent beasts in close proximity, we felt secure enough to settle here. Why is this serpent suddenly so indiscriminate in its hunting? They are far too small to satisfy its hunger. It seems we ought to relocate. If we stay any longer, we risk annihilation, as we would not suffice for even one meal. While Ning was crouched, digging for wild vegetables, she instinctively turned her head upon hearing movement behind her, only to glimpse a massive black python. "Great serpent, you are back so soon," she exclaimed. Ing Xian swiftly approached Ning, swaying his tail, stating, "I have brought back the prey you desired." Ning, seeing the horned bull beast coiled around his tail, praised, "Great serpent, you are truly amazing." Ing Xian nuzzled her neck with his head and playfully flicked his tongue against her. And Ning giggled at his antics, exclaiming, "Oh dear, great serpent, please stop licking me. It tickles my neck." Only then did Ing Xian relent, transforming back into his human form and cradling Ning in his arms. "Xiao Ning, do you wish to continue playing here? If not, we should return. We can come back another time." The goo-goo sounds persisted, and Ning pointed towards the direction of the noise, inquiring, "Great serpent, do you hear that animal calling over there?" Of course, Ing Xian heard it. It was a goo-goo beast. This sound was common and ubiquitous, and he paid it little mind, and Ning recalled hearing of such creatures but had never encountered one. "Great serpent, take me to see it. I want to take a look, that I did not dare wander while you were away. I want to know if it is a chicken." With her request made, Ing Xian could hardly refuse. The two approached the grass nest of the goo-goo beasts. Strangely, the goo-goo beasts did not flee at their arrival. Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "It truly is a wild chicken. Great serpent, let us catch a couple to take home." She had not enjoyed wild chicken stew with mushrooms in ages and could barely recall the taste, only remembering it was delectable. Ing Xian replied, "Goo-goo beasts lack meat. Only those beasts unable to catch prey would resort to hunting goo-goo beasts, and the goo-goo beast did not flee from him, because they knew he looked down upon them. But I want to eat them. Who says they have no meat? They are quite large. I could not finish one in a single meal, and they make a delightful stew. Xian nodded, conceding that if Xiao Ning desired them, then he would comply. Before the Guguga beast could react, Xian bent down, swiftly capturing and dispatching 2 of them, placing them on his tail. The remaining Guguga beasts, witnessing this, panicked and fled in all directions. Good heavens, the formidable serpent beast man is actually hunting Guguga beasts. Once all the Guguga beasts had fled, and Ning discovered that their nest had left behind numerous eggs. Instantly, she envisioned a dish in her mind, shepherd's purse pancakes with eggs. Today had indeed been a bountiful harvest. It turned out the beast world was rich in resources, though some had yet to be discovered. Great serpent, let us take those eggs from the nest. They are edible. Xian was aware that eggs were consumable, as he had cherished finding them when he was young. Upon their return to the valley, Ning did not immediately head back to the cave, but rather made her way to the riverbank to prepare the prey. She specifically instructed Xian to ensure he retained the white fat from the horned bull beast. Xiao Ning, do you wish to eat the meat from here? Xian expressed his disapproval, stating, this is waste meat from the horned bull beast. It is unpalatable. Such refuse was not even consumed by males, let alone by a delicate female, that I shall not eat it. It will be used to render oil. It will enhance the flavor of the dish. Once I prepare it, you shall see. After listening to Ning's explanation, Xian refrained from further objections, obediently processing the prey as she instructed. Meanwhile, Ning busied herself washing vegetables and peeling potatoes, using a stone knife that she had requested Xian to make for her. Although he had initially hesitated to let her use a knife for fear of injury, he could not resist her coaxing and promises. The 2 worked efficiently, and before long, all the ingredients were prepared. Let us return. Xian cradled Ning in his arms and made his way toward the cave. Upon returning to the cave, Ning busied herself energetically. While Xian was primarily occupied, she took on the tasks of tending the fire and directing the proceedings, with an abundance of dishes to prepare, especially the meat. The large chunks were beyond her capability to cut, so she had to rely on Xian. Ning planned to make 3 dishes for lunch: wild chicken stewed with mushrooms, potatoes braised with beef, and shepherd's purse scrambled with eggs. The first 2 were relatively simple. Once the ingredients and seasonings were added, it mainly required monitoring the fire, while she intended to handle the shepherd's purse and eggs herself. Fortunately, her past experience with cooking proved beneficial, and although the conditions in the beast world were limited, the expectations were not particularly high. Frying, stewing, braising, and boiling, improvisation was certainly preferable to merely consuming raw or roasted meat. Ning first instructed Xian to chop the beef fat into small pieces on the stone slab, then started a fire and placed it in the large stone pot to begin rendering. Initially, Xian paid little attention, harboring no hope that the waste meat would yield anything palatable. But as the increasingly fragrant aroma wafted from the pot, he found himself unable to tear his gaze away. Not only was Xian captivated, but another snake within the cave also glanced over occasionally. Ingbai had traversed many places, witnessed a multitude of sights, and tasted a variety of foods, yet he had never encountered such a delectable scent emanating from the cave today. Earlier, he had seen the little fox and Xian busily working, but he had not given it much thought, believing that as long as he could eat his fill, it mattered not what they prepared. Particularly, when he observed Xian slicing the waste meat, he felt they were merely wasting their efforts. However, now he realized he had misjudged. The little fox seemed to possess considerable culinary skill that Xian fixated intently on the pot. He inquired Xiao Ning, what is in the pot? It smells divine. Ning couldn't help but chuckle at his response. It's the waste meat you mentioned. Is it fragrant? Xian nodded vigorously. It's incredibly aromatic. I've never encountered meat that smells this good, that it's not finished yet. Wait until it's done. It will smell even better. You'll be the first to taste it. Xiao Ning should eat first. He insisted. Ning gently touched Xian's face. We'll eat together. The response from the great snake was rather endearing. Once the beef fat was rendered, Ning scooped the oil residue into a bowl and offered a piece to Xian with her chopsticks. The great snake opened his mouth, but then declined. You eat first. How could a male compete with Xiao Ning for food? Moreover, allowing the little female to feed him was simply too shameful for a beast. Be obedient. There is plenty more. I still have other dishes to prepare, and I can't finish this alone. You eat this first, and Ning persistently urged him. Seeing her determination, Xian finally opened his mouth and accepted the morsel. Although he felt it was somewhat humiliating, he was genuinely delighted. Ning had fed him meat. Clearly, she must have a fondness for him to do so. Furthermore, the meat was delicious, crispy, and fragrant, something he had never tasted before. Is it delicious? Ning asked. Extremely so. Ning, you must eat too. I'll find you this kind of meat every day from now on. Xian attempted to mimic Ning by using chopsticks to offer her a piece. But struggling with the utensils, he resorted to using his hands instead. Ning savored it. Indeed, the unadulterated meat was exceptionally flavorful. However, consuming it daily might become monotonous. Besides, it could only be rendered for oil. And the resulting residue was scant. It likely wouldn't suffice for Xian's needs that we don't need to eat this every day. This meat is for oil, that Ning pointed at the golden oil in the pot. It is also delicious when used for stir-frying vegetables or meat that I'll prepare it for you later. Xian gazed at the oil in the pot, marveling at how such a large piece of waste meat could transform into something so delectable. Ning was indeed clever, proficient in so many things that Ning poured the rendered beef fat into jars, storing them against the wall. Thankfully, she had asked Xian to prepare several containers, allowing her to fill 4 large jars with oil alone. The cave was spacious, and their makeshift kitchen was ample enough to accommodate future supplies without concern for space. Observing the residue on the stove, she contemplated and decided to portion it out. She kept only a small amount for herself, as she anticipated the stewed meat and stir-fried vegetables more eagerly. The remainder was divided into 2 portions, with a larger share reserved for Xian. She intended to give the other portion to Bai, as she had used his beast hide and he had provided her with salt. Offering him something in gratitude felt only right, albeit she had little else to give at the moment. Xian, you can have this. I'll keep my share, don't worry about me. It won't taste as good once it cools. And Ning said, handing him his portion. She then steeled herself mentally, striving to suppress her fear. It's all right. The snake brother only looks intimidating. He won't harm anyone, and Xian is here. Taking a deep breath, Ning approached Bai, holding the bowl of oil residue not far from him. However, as she locked eyes with him, the mental fortitude she had built crumbled. Had she known better, she wouldn't have personally delivered it to show sincerity. She could have asked Xian to deliver it on her behalf, which would have conveyed the same message. But now that she was here, retreating was not an option. Trying to avoid direct eye contact with Bai, her voice trembled slightly. Brother, this is delicious. I'm giving it to you. Thank you for allowing me to stay, and thank you for your beast hide and white crystal. With that, she set down the stone bowl and hurriedly returned to the other side, turning her back to him. Bai observed her reaction with a furrowed brow, but he was now certain that the little fox was afraid of him. Yet he could not comprehend why. While he had initially resisted Xian's decision to keep her, he had only exchanged a few words with her upon returning last night, so he had not done anything to warrant her fear. Had he? He shook his head slightly, puzzled. The delightful aroma of the oil residue wafted through the cave, impossible for even the most discerning beastman to ignore. Bai stared at the food, just an arm's length away. Lost in thought, the little fox was clearly terrified of him. Yet she had willingly brought him food as a token of gratitude, though he felt he had done nothing deserving of thanks. Allowing her to remain was due to Xian's insistence, which he begrudgingly accepted. The beast hide was a precaution against her freezing, as harming a female was something they, as males, could not condone. As for the white crystal, he surmised it was likely due to his inherent sense of responsibility as a male. With females being rare, it was their duty to care for them, in light of this. Her gesture of thanks seemed unnecessary. Generally, males were not meant to eat food prepared for females, as such actions would invite disdain from their kind, but of course, there were exceptions. Mated males could accept food from their own females as a sign of affection, earning admiration from others. Additionally, if a female had a particular fondness for an unattached male, she might offer him food to express her affection. So, what did it mean for the little fox? No, that couldn't be right. She was far too afraid of him for that to be the case. What exactly did it signify? Should he eat it? It felt inappropriate to do so, yet not eating it seemed equally troublesome. Contemplating the little fox's timid demeanor, Bai wrestled with his thoughts for a while before ultimately bringing the stone bowl before him. He pinched off a small piece of the oil residue and placed it in his mouth. Immediately, he followed up with another piece that it was just as fragrant in taste as it was in aroma, that I shall eat it. Perhaps I'll find something for the little fox another day. He mused, chewing thoughtfully as memories of Ning's gentle voice replayed in his mind. The little fox was petite, her entire demeanor exuding a delicate and timid aura, her voice soft yet melodious. Especially when she called him brother, it resonated beautifully, and he found himself quite enamored that it was far more pleasant than when Xian addressed him as brother. After finishing her portion of the oil residue, and Ning began preparing the meal. Fortunately, she had instructed Xian to make 2 pots earlier. Otherwise, it would have been dark by the time everything was ready. Great Snake, kindle the fire as I showed you before. We need both pots to be lit. One pot was designated for stewing the chicken, while the other would braise the beef. The shepherd's purse scrambled eggs would be quicker to make, so she planned to do that last. Preparing the meat first, the fire pit was constructed by Xian using stones, conveniently located near the cave entrance to facilitate smoke dispersion. Once the meat was in the pots, Ning intended to take over the task of stoking the fire. Great Snake, let me tend to the fire, she proposed. Xian remained steadfast, stating, I will do it. Allowing a female to cook was already a deviation from his masculinity. If he couldn't even manage the fire, he would truly be deemed worthless. Please go gather some dry grass for bedding. I'll keep an eye on the fire. Earlier, she had asked Xian to build her a stone bed, and now that conditions allowed, she preferred to sleep on a bed for added safety. However, the surface remained bare, and merely laying down a layer of beast hide would still be chilly. Adding some dry grass beneath would make it more comfortable. Xian refused to budge, fully aware that Xiao Ning was concerned for his hands getting hurt, yet he did not want her to struggle. Moreover, he was now quite adept at managing the fire and would not injure himself. After the meal is prepared, I will go outside to find you beast hides, and I'll bring back some dry grass. The grass in my nest can be used for your bedding. He believes that the hay is unsuitable, not because it is detrimental to him, but rather to Xiao Ningning that he still needs to gather more animal skins. They are soft and will provide ample bedding. Ensuring that Xiao Ningning sleeps comfortably to An Ning, feeling helpless, responds, all right. This is the first time that her great serpent has disregarded her words, though there is little to say about it, as his primary desire is to care for her. Chapter 31. How old are you now? The stone pot, due to its poor heat retention and thick construction, requires considerable time to stew the meat. An Ning sits beside Xian, engaging him in conversation to pass the time. Great Serpent, have you always lived here? Xian replies, no, I lived in the southern continent during my childhood. It was too hot there. After growing a bit older, I came here with An Ning inquires. And where is this place? The northern continent. An Ning has heard of the northern continent, known for its particularly cold winters, where high-tier ferocious beasts occasionally roam. The weather in the beast realm is akin to that of the modern world, with 4 distinct seasons. Spring marks the mating season for most beastmen, a time for propagation. After feasting, they relish in the company of their partners within their caves, their mating calls resonating far and wide. In the beast realm, the gestation period varies among species, generally ranging from 2 to 6 months. That if conceived in spring, the offspring are typically born by autumn at the latest. Female beasts, being naturally less robust than males, benefit from adequate resources and a comfortable environment during this time, significantly reducing the risks associated with childbirth. Moreover, autumn provides an abundance of food, ensuring suitable nourishment for the young, thereby increasing their survival rate through the winter. Summer is the season favored by beastmen. Most do not mind the heat, and with ample food available, they enjoy a carefree existence without worries that as autumn approaches. However, beastmen become industrious, diligently gathering provisions for the winter. This period also sees increased competition, as everyone seeks to stockpile food, making conflicts commonplace. Once the chill sets in and heavy snow blankets the land, animals become reluctant to venture out, making hunting nearly futile. Without abilities, females and young ones cannot endure the biting cold of winter without the male's assistance. Males must transform into their beast forms, using their fur to warm their females and offspring. Contemplating this, Ning glances at her serpent, letting out a silent sigh. Previously, she was anxious about not being cared for, but now that she finds herself anxious once more. After all, her companion is a serpent, devoid of warm fur and possessing ice-based abilities. Most crucially, it seems that snakes hibernate in winter. What will she do then? The winters in the beast realm are far colder than in modern times. She cannot possibly endure alone. Furthermore, this is the northern continent, the coldest region in the entire beast realm. Surely, winter will freeze her to death. That in her past life, she dreaded the cold. Except when sleeping, she felt perpetually chilled during winter. Alas, why couldn't she have been born as an animal that hibernates? She could simply sleep through winter without the need for sustenance. Never mind, she decides, let's not dwell on that. One more day of life is still a gain. And Ning forcefully shifts the topic. So, how long have you lived here? I heard in the tribe that there are high-tier ferocious beasts in the northern continent. Have you encountered any? Ing Xian ponders for a moment before responding. It has been several decades. We have encountered high-tier ferocious beasts, but they were all slain by us. This valley is our territory, and no ferocious beasts have appeared nearby for many years. And Ning nods. Then suddenly realizes something. She looks at Ing Xian and asks, you just said you've lived here for several decades. How old are you now? Ing Xian hesitates before answering, I'm nearly 100 years old. He has never been fond of going out, and having slept through countless years, he has lost track of time. How much? 100 years. And Ning's voice rises sharply, startling Ing Xian, and even Ing Bai, who had been quietly listening, turns to look. What is wrong? Xiao Ningning. What is the matter? And Ning, uncertain if she misheard, repeats, Great Serpent, are you certain you're nearly 100 years old? You're not joking with me. Are you? I've forgotten my exact age, but I feel I should be close to 100. Seeing in Ning's genuine curiosity, Ing Xian turns to Ing Bai and asks, Brother, how old are you? Ing Bai, surprised that the question is turned to him, glances at the little fox with her erect ears, who seems to be listening intently, yet not turning to face him. He finds it somewhat amusing. 98. Upon hearing Ing Bai's response, and Ning forgets her fear and turns to scrutinize his face. Did I ask this for real? You don't look it at all. 1898. He appears no older than 20. Could it be that the beast realm possesses some form of age-defying magic? She certainly never encountered any beastmen who looked youthful despite their advanced age in the wild boar tribe. Could it be that only their kind possesses such a secret? Just as Ning's thoughts spiral, Ing Xian interjects, Xiao Ningning, I know my age. I'm also 98. That I hatched 2 months later than Ing Bai. We were born from the same brood. Wow, so you really are that old. How fascinating. And Ning stares in astonishment. Ing Xian does not resemble someone approaching 100 years at all, neither in appearance nor demeanor. Chapter 32. In the beast realm, females typically reach maturity by the age of 15, while males mature by 20. An Ning, having just turned 18 in her past life, finds herself only 14 in this one, while Ing Xian is 98. This could be likened to an old snake indulging in a young fox. Yet being 98, it raises questions that An Ning swiftly suppresses her wandering thoughts. She realizes she has been influenced. Otherwise, how could she entertain such colorful ideas? 98 is perfectly acceptable. As long as he can protect and provide for her, nothing else matters. After all, ISNT there is saying that men can be older by 400 or 4,000 years. But never by 40. Ing Xian is over 80 years her senior. Yet that shouldn't pose any issues. An Ning's thoughts are written plainly on her face, a trait she shares with Ing Xian. Ing Xian perceives nothing amiss, only sensing that Ning's expression has suddenly shifted to something peculiar. Ing Bai, however, can somewhat discern Ning's thoughts. Initially indifferent, he finds himself wanting to clarify that he is not as old as she might think. But fortunately, Ning provides him with the opportunity. That I've seen beastmen in my tribe who appeared quite old by their 60s or 70s. How come you all look so youthful? And Ning cannot contain her curiosity. Regarding youth and age, surely no woman remains indifferent. This question momentarily stumps Ing Xian. He has never considered age in such a manner, only knowing he certainly does not appear old. That I've looked this way for decades. And so has Ing Bai. That we can live for a long time. For how long? Ing Bai takes over the conversation. Approximately 500 or 600 years. That if we ascend to a higher level, we can live even longer. And Ning's interest peaks. So, the lifespan of beastmen is correlated with their rank. Thus, their youthful appearance must also relate to their level. Ing Bai adds, indeed, lifespan is linked to rank. As for youthful appearances, that likely correlates too. Though I haven't particularly focused on it. After Ing Xian and I reached the 5th tier, our appearances and physiques have remained mostly unchanged. While he doesn't care much about looks. Believing strength to be paramount, it seems the little fox is quite invested in the appearance of beastmen. What age did you reach the 5th tier? We both reached it at 25. Finally, Ing Xian finds the opportunity to respond. He had struggled to answer Ning's earlier questions and felt somewhat irked when he couldn't interject while she conversed with Ing Bai, akin to missing out on a prized hunt. Yet he cannot quite articulate this feeling. Despite their short time together, Ning senses Ing Xian's emotions. She perceives his current displeasure. Unfazed by Ing Bai's presence, she gently caresses Ing Xian's face and unabashedly praises. Our great serpent is amazing. Achieving 5th tier by 25, some beastmen never reach that rank in their lifetime. Ing Xian tilts his head, nuzzling against Ning's hand, and the flicker of discomfort within him dissipates instantly. To her, he is unparalleled. No one can compare. Even if Ing Bai is also a 5th tier beastman at 25, he pales in comparison. Ing Bai observes the scene, subtly furrowing his brow. How could Ing Xian, a serpent of such size, behave like a cub seeking affection from a female, showing no shame in his demeanor? In regard to the little fox, it is rather perplexing how, as a female, she exhibits no temper whatsoever. It is quite unusual to see such indulgence towards males that it is rather quite difficult to articulate. Though he feels that Ing Xian has somewhat lost his masculine dignity, he cannot help but harbor a tinge of envy for this younger brother. Yes, envy indeed. The females he has encountered previously were all unreasonable, domineering, and selfish, quick to berate their males for incompetence at the slightest displeasure, with hardly any female possessing the grace and patience to commend their male counterparts. Fortunately, he is solely focused on enhancing his own strength and has no interest in partners, rendering him indifferent to the nature of other beastmen. Yet, observing the intimacy between the little fox and Ing Xian, he begins to understand why those male beastmen would endure daily scolding just to have a partner. If he could have a companion like the little fox, he thinks he might also accept the trouble. Enduring daily reprimands does not seem so bad. At least it brings a certain liveliness to the little fox. It would be rather delightful to keep. From Ing Bai's words, Ning could also infer that one's appearance and youthfulness are indeed related to their rank. The reason the wild boar tribe lacks older beastmen who appear youthful is that one's appearance only stabilizes upon reaching the 5th tier. And within the wild boar tribe, attaining the 5th tier occurs only after a considerable age, leaving their faces marked by the passage of time. How enviable it is for those with exceptional talents, living long and appearing young, akin to the practices of immortality. Just a moment ago, she was remarking on the old age of the great snake. Yet it turns out he can live for such an extended period. Perhaps by the time she passes, the great snake will still be alive. She wonders how long a female can live. Are there methods to remain ageless? Chapter 33. Would little Ning be dissatisfied with the quantity? She hopes not to be riddled with wrinkles by the time she reaches an advanced age. Standing beside the young and handsome Ing Xian does seem to overshadow him somewhat. Contemplating that image, Ning could not help but inquire, how long can a beastman without innate talent live? This time, it was Ing Bai who answered, at most around 150 years. Ning nodded. That is quite a long life, indeed longer than that of modern humans. Females might live even longer. Ing Bai had struck a chord with Ning, prompting her to ask, how long? If a female finds a powerful beast husband, she will acquire more beast cores. Beast cores not only elevate the rank of male beastmen. For females with innate talent, absorbing them can enhance their abilities, while for ordinary females, they can extend lifespan and maintain youthfulness. After Ing Bai spoke, he quietly observed Ning's expression, upon hearing about the remarkable properties of beast cores. And Ning felt a mix of joy and unease. Beast cores are indeed precious. Ing Xian had fed her some previously, and she had recognized their value at the time. Now, realizing their true worth, she felt they were far too rare. She preferred not to dwell on them. Prior to this, Ing Xian had been unaware of such matters, but upon learning that beast cores could extend lifespan, he retrieved all the beast cores he had stored in his space. He placed them into a beast skin pouch for Ning, saying, "Little Ning, these are the beast cores I acquired before. Many have already been consumed. These are for you, and I will find more for you next time." Ning curiously opened the pouch, discovering it filled with white orbs of varying sizes. These are beast cores. Yesterday, Ing Xian had fed her one, and while she remembered the sensation of consuming it, she had not closely examined their appearance. The smallest beast core was about the size of a pigeon egg, while the largest was roughly the size of an adult's fist, with a faint glow emanating from within, indicating their quality. Great snake, where did you obtain these beast cores? She asked. Ing Xian replied, they are found within ferocious beasts. And Ning understood. These were obtained from slaying ferocious beasts that To collects so many beast cores. How many ferocious beasts must one have slain? It is quite an arduous task. Are the sizes of these beast cores indicative of the ferocious beast's rank? Yes, he confirmed. The smaller ones are from 5th tier beasts, while the largest is from an 8th tier beast. So, only 5th to 8th tier beasts produce these cores. Ning then asked, are there no smaller ones? Does Ing Xian disdain hunting lower-ranked ferocious beasts? Ing Xian frowned slightly. Beasts below the 5th tier do not produce beast cores. There are none smaller. How could little Ning be unaware of this? He initially thought his own knowledge of the world was limited, only to realize that little Ning knew even less. Ingbai was also observing in Ning. Why does the little fox seem so unfamiliar with this world, so distinct from other females? Could it be due to excessive protection? No, that cannot be the case. Ing Xian had mentioned that the beast men in the little fox tribe treated her poorly, yet as a precious female, she seems capable of handling herself without any airs. Appearing soft-tempered, her past must have indeed been difficult if that is the case. Why does she seem so oblivious? Ing Bai's mind was racing with speculation, although his face remained impassive. Have you never heard of beast cores before? Ing Bai's sudden question interrupted in Ning's thoughts. She paused for a moment, realizing he was inquiring about her past. She replied, my previous tribe was in the eastern continent. It was quite small, and the highest-ranking beastman, there was only 5th tier. I did not have a close relationship with my fellow tribesmen, and the topic of beast cores was never mentioned. Ning spoke the truth. She had only learned of beast cores yesterday, and it seemed the original owner's memories lacked any mention of them. It is understandable, as only 5th tier ferocious beasts produce beast cores, and the original owner's father was merely 5th tier. He likely never encountered a ferocious beast with a core, let alone obtained one. Ingbai chose not to pursue the matter further, that he was well aware that the eastern continent has fewer ferocious beasts, and those that exist are of lower rank. Even the lower-ranked male beastmen in small tribes might not have heard of beast cores, let alone a female. Ning tied up the beast skin pouch containing the cores and returned it to Ing Xian, saying, great snake, please keep it in your space. Ing Xian felt a pang of disappointment, asking, little Ning, don't you want it? As a male, it is only natural for him to offer his possessions to his female. Her refusal would imply a lack of recognition. Little Ning cannot possibly be dissatisfied with the quantity, can she? He had heard that females sometimes reject males for their lack of ability, and he certainly is not incapable. He has slain many ferocious beasts and acquired numerous beast cores, though most of what he had obtained previously had been consumed, and he had not hunted ferocious beasts for quite some time. Little Ning, please don't feel it is insufficient. Do not reject me, that I will hunt more ferocious beasts in the future, and ensure you have plenty of beast cores to eat. Upon hearing Ing Xian's words and observing his aggrieved expression, and Ning understood everything that it appears her great snake is rather prone to overthinking. This realization left Ning both amused and exasperated. That I am not dissatisfied with the quantity, nor do I reject you. It is simply that beast cores are far too precious, and with so many, I have nowhere to store them, so I thought it best for you to keep them. As someone who relies on Ing Xian even for meals, how could she possibly disdain the fruits of his hard work? Chapter 34. There is no blood. It should be cooked. Ning's words did not persuade Ing Xian to take back the beast cores. He said, place them beside your nest. Take them when you wish to eat, that no other beasts will enter the cave. They will be quite safe. Ning still felt uneasy. This was akin to having $1 million in cash at home while one has both a safe and a bank account, yet chooses not to utilize them. She understood that leaving them in the cave would not result in loss, but why take the risk? Would it not be more practical to keep them in her spatial storage? Moreover, she would need to be able to consume them, and had not Ing Xian just fed her yesterday? Reflecting on this, and Ning felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. That I cannot bite into the beast cores. Please keep them. If I want some, I will come to you. Ing Xian appeared to have an epiphany. He stored the beast cores away, fixating on Ning's lips, visibly excited. Little Ning, I understand now. You want me to feed you, right? I will feed you every day from now on. So, little Ning enjoys being fed by him. He finds it delightful, sweet, and fragrant, even softer than the meat he had just consumed. Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. What had she just said? She merely stated that she could not bite into them, which was indeed true. She never mentioned wanting him to feed her, let alone every day. What had this snake conjured in his mind? How could he smile so enchantingly, gazing into Ing Xian's unabashed eyes? And Ning felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Unsure how to respond, she decided to change the subject. The meat in the pot should be ready by now. Let me take a look. She approached the stone pot and carefully lifted the wooden lid. As soon as the lid was removed, the aroma of the meat wafted more intensely, surpassing even that of oily residue. And Ning served a piece of beef into a bowl, gently blowing on it with her chopsticks until it cooled, then offered it to the eagerly salivating Ing Xian, having gained some experience. Ing Xian did not hesitate this time. He took a large piece of beef directly into his mouth, chewing it a few times before swallowing. After finishing, he gazed at Ning with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Little Ning, this meat is delicious. It's even better than roasted meat." And Ning felt immense joy to have her cooking acknowledged. The roasted meat had not been enhanced with white crystal, merely tasting of meat, which could not compare to this dish enriched with white crystal flavor. Ing Xian nodded vigorously. "Next time, let us bring back more white crystal to cook the meat," reflecting on the days he once experienced. He truly resembled a rough serpent, ultimately too indolent to realize the plethora of delectable treats that lay outside. Henceforth, he vowed to indulge himself and partake in all the culinary delights he had missed. He had just learned the art of braising meat, which was simpler than grilling. As long as water was added, it would not burn, though it required a considerable amount of time to cook. Nevertheless, that was of little concern, for he could sacrifice a bit of sleep each night to prepare braised meat for little Ning Ning, freeing himself from the need to rely on females for sustenance. Upon witnessing Ing Xian's gluttonous expression, Ning could not help but chuckle. She inquired, "Is the meat cooked?" Undercooked meat is rather unappetizing. Ideally, it should be tender and flavorful. Ing Xian hesitated, pondering the meaning of cooked. Was it akin to discerning whether the meat was safe to eat as he did with the grilled variety yesterday? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "There is no blood, so it should be cooked." And Ning realized she had erred in her questioning. The hardness of males' teeth and the differences in their stomachs compared to females were not to be overlooked. She took a piece of beef and tasted it. The seasoning was subtle, yet the ginger and scallions mitigated the gamey flavor, while the salt enhanced its taste. Coupled with the inherent freshness of the wild game, the dish was both tender and pleasantly chewy. She felt a twinge of self-admiration for her culinary prowess, rating it an 8 out of 10. Quite excellent. Delicious, that if the beef could be so tender, chicken would surely be no trouble at all. And Ning ladled the beef and potatoes into a bowl before washing the pot. The shepherd's purse and eggs had been prepared in advance, and the beef fat was ready to go. She simply needed to saute them in the pan. Barely a moment had passed after placing them in the pan before the enticing aroma of eggs and shepherd's purse wafted through the air. This scent was one of Ning's few cherished memories that as a child, while living with her grandparents, she relished springtime excursions with her grandmother to forage for shepherd's purse, bringing home great bundles to wash, chop, and saute with egg batter. Such a delightful fragrance. Once the dishes were ready, and Ning urged Ing Xian to extinguish the fire, then leaned in close to whisper in his ear, "Big Serpent, why not invite your brother to join us for dinner? I made quite a bit of meat, and our Bai Jing was gifted by him. Living under the same roof, it was only courteous to invite him to share a meal rather than let the two of them dine while he watched." After all, it was a matter of etiquette, especially since he was Ing Xian's close brother, and they could now be considered a family of sorts. Besides, he had given her a gift. In the beast world, Bai Jing was a precious commodity, and exchanging a bit of meat for it seemed to her a fair trade, in truth. When she had sent over the oil residue earlier, she had intended to extend an invitation, but had forgotten in her nervousness and fear. Ing Xian readily agreed, acknowledging that Ing Bai had always treated him well, and sharing delicious food was no issue that he had noticed when little Ning Ning brought something to Ing Bai earlier. Although it struck him as odd, he rationalized it by remembering that little Ning Ning was a kind-hearted and adorable female who liked him, hence her gesture of sharing meat with Ing Bai out of consideration for him. Chapter 35. Did she wish for him to become her future beast husband? Ing Xian turned to face Ing Bai. "Brother, little Ning Ning wants you to come join us for dinner." Upon hearing this, and Ning stared at Ing Xian, bewildered that no, big brother. While your statement is indeed factual, isn't this a bit too direct? I am right here, and you just call him over without even moving to indicate a seat for him. Am I not embarrassed? And what do you mean by inviting him to join us for dinner? If I recall correctly, I believe I said please. And Ning covered her face, feeling increasingly apprehensive about facing Ingbai. Though her words had been polite, the way they were relayed from Ing Xian's mouth made them sound rather commanding. Moreover, her request for Ing Xian to call him over stemmed from her own hesitation to do so. Yet, Ing Xian had straightforwardly proclaimed that she had requested IT. IT felt as though he had turned around and sold her out, that in truth, and Ning had misjudged Ing Xian, that he mentioned her name because, in the beast world, the household was typically governed by the female. Particularly concerning matters of food, males were not permitted to share their provisions with any beast unless they had the female's consent. Not even with their parents. Once a male beast took a mate, he was considered part of another family. Naturally, other beasts would not accept food from a male with a mate without a valid reason, to avoid causing complications for themselves or the other party. This understanding was innate among all male beasts. Even if Ing Xian had little interaction with other beasts, he was aware of it, as if it were etched into his very being. In Ing Xian's mind, and Ning was presently of utmost importance to him. Even though they had yet to form a mate bond, once a male beast had chosen a mate. That decision was irrevocable, that a male beast would only ever acknowledge one partner throughout his life. Exceptions existed for those who had harmed females, been punished by the beast god, or were abandoned strays, who often resorted to seizing females to satisfy their desires. However, such beasts would never truly be welcomed in the beast world. That Ning had underestimated the keen hearing of an 8th-tier beast. Ingbai had heard every whisper exchange between her and Ing Xian, that he found himself puzzled. Prior to Little Fox's request for Ing Xian to call him for dinner, he had sensed her fear of him. Yet now, that perception seemed to shift. Could a beast who was afraid of him truly offer him meat? Could a beast who feared him invite him to dine together? Most importantly, this beast was a single male. It was known that when a male had feelings for a female, he would present her with meat, fruits, skins, and various delights that she would appreciate, often expressing a desire to join her and her mate. If both the female and her mate consented, the male could indeed join them, though the final decision lay with the female. If a female fancied a single male, the bolder ones would directly invite him to mate and then bond, while those with a more subtle disposition would offer meat and extend invitations to dine at their home. Yet one should not underestimate the significance of such an invitation to dine. Beasts, especially females, were fiercely protective of their food. Aside from their offspring, they would only share food with males they held in high regard. Should a male accept, it signified a willingness to form a mate bond. Ing Xian might not have been privy to this cultural nuance, but Ingbai certainly was. However, could Little Fox, having lived in the tribe, truly be unaware of these customs? Was it mere coincidence that both beasts lacked this understanding? Ingbai found it hard to believe. Yet if Little Fox was indeed aware of it, then her prior fear of him could have been a mere illusion. Could it be that Little Fox was not afraid of him? Perhaps her reluctance to meet his gaze and engage in conversation stemmed from shyness. Did she harbor feelings for him? Did she wish for him to become her future beast husband? If so, would he in turn agree? As Ingbai grappled with these thoughts, and Ning and Ing Xian had already set the dishes upon the stone table. Ing Xian, noticing Ingbai's delay, grew impatient. "Brother, are you coming to eat or not? If you don't, little Ning and I won't wait for you." That he could hardly contain his eagerness, yet little Ning insisted they wait for everyone to arrive before they began. Ingbai was taking far too long. His indecisiveness was beyond comprehension, especially when it came to food. He was positively starving. Ning too observed Ingbai, musing, could it be that Brother Snake does not enjoy eating meat this way? That seems unlikely. I have fed Ing Xian several pieces, and he has devoured them without hesitation, exclaiming how delicious they are. However, everyone has their own preferences. Perhaps he is simply too shy to admit it if he chooses not to eat. So be it. I am already famished, and I will not wait any longer out of courtesy. Just as Ning was about to extend another invitation, Ingbai finally made a move. He transformed his serpent tail into legs, donned a beast skin skirt around his waist, and approached the dining table. Little Fox was delicate and charming, her demeanor sweet and endearing. The way she called out to him was melodious. Having such a partner would surely be delightful. Though she was smaller in stature, he was confident in his abilities and could provide for her well. It was no easy task for a beast to care for Little Fox. Hunting, cooking, crafting clothing, gathering skins, and entertaining her were duties that often fell short for a single male. With Ingbai's inclusion, they would surely be able to look after her together. the moment Ingbai transformed his tail into legs. And Ning hastily averted her gaze. Chapter 36. Little Fox served him meat. Perhaps due to the fox's keen eyesight during the day, and Ning could not help but notice the striking resemblance between the two, length and size that were quite remarkable. Male beasts in the beast world certainly lacked decorum. She was not just any female. By modern standards, she was the future sister-in-law of Brother Snake. Such behavior in front of a sister-in-law was simply not appropriate. Yet this was not the modern world. It was the beast world, where beastmen often exhibited such tendencies. Aside from Ying Xian, she had no say over the others. She had to adapt. Thankfully, Brother Snake was now clad in beast skin and appeared to be a respectable individual, harboring no lewd intentions towards her. And Ning felt only momentary embarrassment before moving on to as Xingbai approached. Ying Xian gestured to a stone stool. "Brother, you can sit here," he said this with wide, eager eyes fixed on Ning. His intentions unmistakable, that Ning understood perfectly. She smiled and proceeded to hand each of the two serpents a pair of chopsticks. These utensils, known as chopsticks, were used to pick up dishes, allowing them to enjoy the hot braised meat without burning their hands. Ning adeptly picked up a small piece of meat with her chopsticks, blew on it, and placed it in her mouth. "You both know how to use these, just as I demonstrated earlier, right?" Both Ingbai and Yingxian nodded in unison. Although they had never used two small wooden sticks to eat, it appeared quite simple. Surely, it could not be more challenging than hunting. They had managed to catch prey on their first attempt, so using chopsticks should pose no difficulty. Ning nodded in satisfaction, thinking that as long as they had grasped the concept, it was sufficient. Regardless of their beast forms, it seemed more aesthetically pleasing to eat with chopsticks in human form. The sight of a handsome man simply grasping food with his hands struck her as rather peculiar. "Let us begin to eat," Ning declared, prompting Yingxian and Ingbai to pick up their chopsticks and start serving themselves. However, while the idea was delightful, reality proved harsh. The phrase "one learns with the eyes but not with the hands" aptly described Yingxian and Ingbai's predicament. To their astonishment, as 8th-tier beastmen who had encountered countless challenges, they found themselves utterly confounded by the use of two small wooden sticks. After taking a couple of bites, Ning paused her chopsticks, captivated by the antics of the two snakes at the table. Ingbai, with one hand gripping both chopsticks, extended them into the bowl. When he attempted to separate them to grasp a piece of meat, he found it impossible and resorted to picking it out one piece at a time. This scene unexpectedly reminded Ning of a childhood memory of son Wukong eating noodles that his struggles were even more amusing than Wukong's. At least Wukong could manage to lift his noodles, while Ingbai had been attempting for ages without securing a single morsel. Yingxuan's attempts were even more comical. Unable to lift the food with one hand, he decided to wield one chopstick in each hand, trying several times until he finally managed to grasp something. Just as he was about to bring it to his mouth, his grip faltered, and the meat fell to the floor. Ning couldn't contain her laughter any longer. This outburst caused Ingbai and Yingxian to pause, both looking up at her. With a voice tinged with grievance, Yingxian called out, "Xiao Ningning." Ingbai wore an expression of embarrassment. Ning, feeling somewhat guilty, averted her gaze and tried to suppress her laughter. It was unfair to expect the snakes to master chopsticks so quickly. They had never used them before in their lives. And she had only just taught them that it was unreasonable for her to assume they would grasp it immediately. And though she shouldn't have laughed, it was undeniably amusing. Ning offered a helping hand by serving Yingxian a portion of vegetables with her chopsticks, reassuring him, it's all right that if you're not accustomed to chopsticks, feel free to use your hands. Once it cools a bit, just grab it with your fingers." After a moment's deliberation, she rose again to fetch a clean pair of chopsticks, serving Ingbai a piece of meat in his bowl. "Here, you should try this. You can eat it directly without chopsticks. I just prefer using them myself, that I didn't consider your preferences earlier." Without waiting for Ingbai's response, she returned to her seat and lowered her head to eat. She believed her actions were justifiable. She lacked social finesse, and in her previous life, her intelligence barely sufficed, while her emotional intelligence was practically non-existent. From what she had seen on television, hosts would politely serve guests, so she mimicked that behavior, even though the snakes could not be strictly classified as guests since they all lived under the same roof. She rationalized it as an apology for laughing earlier, and it seemed reasonable enough. Unbeknownst to Ning, Ingbai felt a subtle joy in his heart. The little fox had served him meat. This was no different than being fed directly. Clearly, the little fox held affection for him. Yingxian shared the sentiment. As long as he called out Xiao Ningning, she would serve him vegetables that it was evident she liked him. Thus, Anning unwittingly became the feeding attendant for the two snakes. Why two snakes, you ask? Because she had no idea why Yingbai, like Yingxian, chose not to eat from the bowl. Anning suspected Yingxian simply wanted her to serve him, while perhaps Yingbai was hesitant due to the heat or found it embarrassing to reach directly into the bowl. Regardless of the reason, she could not let the snakes go hungry, so she took it upon herself to serve them with an additional pair of serving chopsticks. She made sure not to neglect herself, taking bites in between serving them. What would she do if she ate too slowly while the two snakes devoured their food too quickly? In Chapter 37, she thought to herself, who keeps two giant pythons as pets? Anning simply expressed her intentions through action, leaving them wanting more. Although this was slightly cumbersome, she found it rather enjoyable. Grabbing food directly from the bowl felt awkward to her modern sensibilities. This method of serving herself from her own bowl felt more acceptable. Moreover, the two snakes ate cleanly, leaving no bones behind. What remarkable teeth they had! It was so convenient. She couldn't help but feel envious. After serving them both and herself once more, Anning began to feel a twinge of pain in her wrist. There was simply too much food. How long would she have to serve? As she contemplated her aching wrist, she suddenly remembered the large serving spoon. Rising, she retrieved it and, akin to a cafeteria worker, began to serve Yingxian and Yingbai. Unlike a shaky hand, she poured a generous serving without any pretense, observing the two giant snakes, eagerly awaiting their meal like younglings, and glancing at the bowls brimming with food before them. Anning smiled in satisfaction. Hurry and eat. It's been a while, and the food has cooled down. With such a generous portion, it shouldn't take too long to finish. That it was not good to be picky. The potatoes and mushrooms were quite delicious as well. You both should try them. If you truly dislike them, you can always set them aside. Initially considering their nature as snakes and carnivorous beastmen, she had refrained from serving them potatoes and mushrooms. However, with the spoon, even if she carefully avoided the potatoes and mushrooms, some would inevitably slip through. She certainly couldn't pick them out one by one. That would be no better than using chopsticks. Yingxian and Yingbai both shook their heads, indicating that it was of no concern. After all, it was food given by their future female companion, and no matter how much they disliked it, they would consume it. Especially Yingxian, who dared to eat raw mushrooms. He certainly wouldn't shy away from cooked mushrooms that had a meaty aroma. Picking up a piece of mushroom, he tasted it and, pleasantly surprised, exclaimed to Anning, Xiao Ningning, this mushroom is delicious after being cooked. It has a meaty flavor, but it's distinctly different from actual meat. Before tasting, he had merely assumed the aroma would be decent, but never expected it to be so delightful. The difference between cooked and raw mushrooms was like night and day. Unable to precisely describe the flavor, he simply knew it was exceptionally good. Had Anning known his thoughts, she could have provided an answer. The beast world had a singular approach to food, and the concept of freshness was foreign to them. Anning felt a hint of pride. She had known that no one could resist the umami of mushrooms, especially those sourced from nature. I love mushrooms too. I'll make them again next time. Yes, Xiao Ningning, you pick the mushrooms, and I'll taste them for poison. The greedy Yingxian no longer feared eating raw mushrooms. All right, Anning mused, in the future, when foraging for food, I'll bring a snake along to test for poison. What a unique advantage. Moreover, it was quite effective. She had consumed numerous mushrooms without any signs of poisoning. The beast world version of a poison testing machine, the Yingxian model, was certainly worth having to Yingbai listened to Yingxuan's enthusiastic praise of the mushrooms. He couldn't resist tasting one himself. Indeed, as he confirmed, they were exceptionally delicious, enticing even a carnivorous beastman like him to wish for them daily. Previously, he had seen mushrooms that some herbivorous beastmen had consumed, only to fall into a deep slumber and never awaken, leading beastmen to avoid such foods. Little did he know that mushrooms could be both poisonous and safe, and that they needed to be cooked before consumption. Xiao Ningning knows quite a lot. Anning served herself half a bowl of chicken soup, sipping it before deciding to abstain from further food. You both should eat more. I'm full. This meal was the most satisfying she had experienced since arriving in the beast world. Though she still craved rice, perhaps it was a reflection of human greed. Until yesterday, she would never have dared to imagine she could enjoy such food. Now that she had, her thoughts wandered to other desires. Though she was undoubtedly full, even bordering on stuffed, the absence of rice left her feeling as though something was missing, that if white rice were to appear before her now, even in her current state of fullness. She would still wish to have a few bites. Noticing that Ing Xian and Ing Bai had finished the food in their bowls, she continued to serve them. That it felt as though she were caring for two pets. If she didn't provide food for them, they would remain unaware of their hunger. Yet, this feeling was peculiar. Who would keep two giant pythons as pets? Watching them enjoy their meal, Anning suddenly found the act of eating with hands less strange. Perhaps it was simply because they were so visually appealing. Every action they took was graceful. Have you ever heard of a food called rice? Anning inquired, hoping for the best if they had heard of it. That would be ideal. If not, she would resign herself to finding other staples. She felt that humans would miss out on much joy if they abstained from staple foods for too long. Ing Xian shook his head, replying, "What is rice?" "White small grains, very tiny. Steamed, it smells delightful. And it can also be boiled." Upon hearing this description, Ing Bai concluded that it could not possibly be meat. There was no meat called rice. Nor was there any particularly small, white meat that is food for herbivorous beastmen. Chapter 38. As she continued to ponder, the meat in her mouth grew increasingly sour. That Ning contemplated for a moment. She believed that grains such as rice could indeed be consumed by carnivorous beastmen. Though perhaps herbivorous beastmen might indulge in it more frequently, that it seemed that herbivorous beastmen would likely have a preference for it. Ing Bai, silently nodding in agreement, was just about to voice his thoughts when Ing Xian interjected, "Xiao Ning Ning, do you wish to eat rice? I shall venture to the herbivorous beastmen's tribe to procure some for you." He understood that this rice was most likely found among the herbivorous beastmen. Having previously lacked animal skins and white crystals, he was determined to find rice for Xiao Ning Ning this time. And Ning picked up a piece of mushroom with her chopsticks and fed it to Ing Xian, who happily accepted it. "Thank you, Big Snake, but there is no rush, that if there isn't any. It is fine. I don't have to eat rice, as other food will suffice." Her soft voice filled Ing Xian with joy, yet it left Ing Bai feeling a twinge of sadness. The little fox had never spoken to him in such a tone. Although the little fox's voice was always soft and melodious when addressing him, it was never like this. Reluctantly admitting to himself, he acknowledged that the little fox shared a closer bond with Ing Xian, and their conversations had been far more numerous than those she shared with him. The thought made him feel quite stifled. He could not dwell on it, for the longer he thought, the more sour the meat in his mouth became. The little fox had been rescued and brought back by Ing Xian. It was only natural that their relationship would be more intimate, that he resolved to treat the little fox better than Ing Xian in the future, ensuring that she received the same care, that he too desired to be fed by a female. Considering the substantial appetites of Ing Bai and Ing Xian, and Ning prepared a generous amount of food. A decision that proved to be wise that as a female, and still a juvenile, her appetite was quite modest. She managed to consume only 2 bowls, while the 2 snakes devoured the remainder, still feeling unsatisfied after their meal. Habitually, Ning began to clear the table, intent on washing the dishes. Ing Bai, quick and agile, intervened, "Allow me. The stone bowl is too heavy." Ning glanced at Ing Bai, realizing that it was the first time someone had contested her in the task of washing dishes throughout her life. Ing Xian reached out, pulling the standing Ning into his embrace, offering her a red heart fruit. "Xiao Ning Ning, I must go out to seek animal skins," venturing to a somewhat distant location for hunting. "It would be unsafe to take you along. Would you remain in the cave? Is it particularly dangerous?" And Ning placed the red heart fruit back in Ing Xian's hand. "You can split it. I just ate and cannot consume so much that it is not dangerous for me, but I fear you might be at risk if I bring you along." Ing Xian split the red heart fruit, consuming half of the smaller piece himself, and giving Ning the larger half. Ning took small bites of the red heart fruit. In truth, she longed to accompany Ing Xian. Staying in the cave was tedious, especially since she would be alone with the snake brother. They had shared a meal, and she had even been feeding him dishes. She could ascertain that this snake brother was indeed a good creature. Yet being alone with him still made her feel slightly apprehensive. Perhaps it was merely the unfamiliarity. The cold demeanor of the snake brother was starkly different from Ing Xian, and she had nearly been frightened to death by him the previous day. Nevertheless, one matter was distinct from another. She was not so ignorant as to disregard her own safety that in the vicinity of the valley, it was acceptable to remain within Ing Xian and the other's territory. But she feared the unknown elsewhere. She valued her life too much. After enduring hardships in the past, she wished to live well. Now that life had improved, her fear of death had only intensified. "Then I shall stay. When will you return?" I will do my utmost to return before dark. That Ning embraced Ing Xian. We have a pact then. You must return by nightfall, or I shall ignore you. Ing Xian nuzzled against Ning's face. Rest assured, I will certainly return before dark. Xiao Ning, please do not ignore me. Having made such an agreement, he felt compelled to return even if circumstances dictated otherwise. If you come back, I will acknowledge you. I shall prepare stir-fried rabbit meat for you in the evening. Wait until I return to cook. You are a little female and need to be cared for. If you feel hungry, call my brother to cook, for he has eaten your meat today, and it is only right that he helps you. Diane Ning's face scrunched at his words. She had already felt indebted to the snake brother. And just as she thought she had repaid some of that debt, the big snake wished for her to continue owing. How long would it take for her to settle her debts? Just as she was about to decline the trouble, she heard Ingbai respond, "All right, I will take good care of the little fox." Goodness. She found herself unable to refuse. Was it now fashionable for everyone to eagerly offer assistance? As a female with a fiancé, was it appropriate for a single male beastman to look after her? This single male beastman was also her fiancé's brother. Furthermore, what was this little fox nonsense? Was it simply because she was a fox that she was dubbed Little Fox? She had a name, after all. Yet, it seemed she had not informed the snake brother of her name. Ing Xian consistently referred to her as Xiao Ning. The snake brother must have thought that calling her by that name was too intimate. Hence the moniker Little Fox. Perhaps she ought to tell him her name. Being called Little Fox felt rather peculiar. Deep down, she was a person. Being called Little Fox made her seem cunning. My name is Ning. Chapter 39 Xiao Ning. Allow me to feed you a beast core. Ingbai cast a glance at Ning, aware that the little fox was addressing him, but he felt delighted to learn the little fox's name, especially since she had chosen to share it with him voluntarily. Very well, Ning, in contrast to Ing Xian's melodious and clear voice. Ingbai's tone was rich and pure, perhaps deliberately lowered to convey warmth. And Ning, upon hearing his voice, instinctively lifted her gaze, only to find her eyes meeting Ingbai's. That in that fleeting moment, her heart raced, and she quickly averted her gaze. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but she fancied she saw a hint of tenderness in Ingbai's eyes. This was Ingbai, the snake brother, not Ing Xian. How could such a seemingly aloof individual be gentle with her? And Ning slightly shook her head, dismissing it as a figment of her imagination, acknowledging that her eyesight had never been particularly keen. Ingbai, of course, noticed in Ning's reaction. The little fox had always been like this in his presence. Although he felt a twinge of discomfort, he could not devise a solution at that moment. He silently resolved that as long as he treated the little fox well in the future, she would also grow closer to him. The intimate address made Ning feel nervous under Ingbai's gaze, as if she had not heard anything at all. However, the other snake in the cave was quite aware. Ing Xian felt a surge of irritation. The mere thought of Ingbai calling her Ning unsettled him. Yet he could not articulate why. It was just a name, yet it irked him so. He too called her Xiao Ning. So why could Ingbai not refer to her as Ning? He wished to prevent Ingbai from doing so, yet he found himself at a loss for a valid reason. To simply declare that he did not want him to call her, that would seem petulant. Only little females had the privilege of being unreasonable. Males could not behave in such a manner. He had heard that ignorant males would not be favored by females. After reassuring himself for a while, Ing Xian could not help but glare at Ingbai with discontent, but he then produced a beast core. Xiao Ning, I will feed you a beast core. Huh. And Ning was momentarily taken aback. Why was she suddenly being offered a beast core? I'm perfectly fine. There's no need. Before Ning could finish her sentence, Ing Xian lifted her chin and pressed his lips against hers, placing the beast core into her mouth. Perhaps it was due to practice makes perfect, but Ing Xian felt less nervous this time. After merging the beast core, he even playfully nibbled at Ning's lips, though he was careful not to bite too hard. Throughout the entire process, Ning was in a state of shock. She had never anticipated that her naive and adorably simple big snake would suddenly act in such a manner. They were not alone here. Moreover, was this not a bit excessive? Had he really progressed so much in just one day? As Ing Xian reluctantly released Ning's chin, she remained in a dazed state. Ing Xian, uncertain of his own feelings, glanced up at Ingbai, who was intently watching them. Upon noticing this, Ingbai's expression darkened. He had already turned his gaze when Ing Xian mentioned feeding the little fox a beast core. The moment he witnessed their intimate interaction, The stone bowl he held inadvertently shattered, that a flicker of irritation surfaced on his usually impassive face. Sharp glints flashing in his eyes, which intensified the coldness of his gaze, that if Ning were to catch sight of such a look, she would likely be terrified to tears. Yet across from him stood Ing Xian, who felt no fear whatsoever. In fact, the intensity of Ing Bai's glare ignited a secret thrill within him as a high-tier male beast man. The innate urge for battle surged within him, his eyes reflecting a readiness for a challenge. Ing Bai undoubtedly recognized this glimmer of aggression. The law of the jungle dictated the strong prey upon the weak, and combat was the very essence of male beastmen. Before Ning's arrival, he and Ing Xian had been each other's sole companions in this valley. Even the strongest of beastmen occasionally felt loneliness, and after nearly a century spent with Ing Xian, he had long grown accustomed to his presence. Moreover, Ing Xian's innocent nature and genuine concern for him fostered a bond that transcended mere brotherhood. They had numerous brothers. Upon hatching, they had begun to fight and consume one another to enhance their strength. Ing Xian and Ing Bai were the victors, the aggressors in this primal struggle, or else they would not be standing together now. However, if Ing Xian sought to resolve this tension through a duel, Ing Bai would gladly oblige. The two serpent beasts locked eyes, and any other beastmen who had battled in this vicinity would recognize the impending conflict and flee at once, just as a clash between 8th-tier beastmen seemed imminent. And Ning nudged Ing Xian, requesting, "Put me down." Her soft voice extinguished the combativeness of the two serpent beasts, and their gazes nonchalantly shifted away from each other, reverting to their usual expressions as they focused on Ning. Noticing her pursed lips and silence, Ing Xian affectionately rubbed his face against hers and inquired, "Little Ning, what troubles you?" And Ning turned her head away, insisting, "Ing Xian, put me down." Chapter 40. It's a snake. Not a dog, and Ning felt a tinge of grievance. Not because of Ing Xian's kiss, but because she believed such an act should not have occurred in front of Ing Bai. Having never even held hands with the opposite sex, being publicly kissed was mortifying for her. With them all in the same cave, she would feel too embarrassed to face Ing Bai again. Ing Xian sensed her discomfort and anxiously asked, "Little Ning, are you angry?" "No," she replied. Yet Ing Xian, unconvinced, noted her change in address. Recognizing her tone betrayed her dissatisfaction. "Little Ning, you're lying to a snake," he said, a hint of sorrow in his voice. "You are indeed upset. Haven T, I caused you distress. You may scold me, or even hit me if you wished." He had heard that females often had temperamental moods, venting their frustrations on their male counterparts during such times. And as a male, he was expected to indulge and soothe her. Otherwise, another male might charm her instead. He could not allow little Ning to remain unhappy. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He felt that Ing Bai harbored ill intentions. What if little Ning found him unsatisfactory and sought comfort from Ing Bai? The mere thought filled him with despair. He could endure reprimands or even blows, preferably the latter, for little Ning's soft hands were delightfully soothing against his skin, and even a slap would bring him joy upon hearing Ing Xian's words. And Ning, who had been somewhat displeased, suddenly felt an urge to laugh. She struggled to maintain her composure, stating, "I want to hit you or scold you. Just let me down." She attempted to pry his arm away, but it was futile. Ing Xian's grip remained steadfast, not letting go. "Tell me why you're upset, that I'll release you once you're happy." Ning shot him a pointed look. "You're being unreasonable. How can you behave this way?" Ing Xian feigned ignorance, leaning down to nuzzle against her neck. Little Ning's skin felt entirely different from his, sweetly fragrant. He adored it, wishing to nuzzle and lick her endlessly. As long as he could engage in such affectionate gestures, he wouldn't mind being scolded for his childish antics. Ning squirmed, her neck ticklish from his caresses, and she pushed his head away, exclaiming, "It tickles. Let me go and stop that." Ing Xian persisted, refusing to relent, licking her neck while plaintively murmuring, "I won't let go. You're angry with me, and if I release you, you'll leave," with saliva coating her neck. And Ning thought that if Ing Xian's saliva were toxic, she would surely perish. Previously, she had thought of this serpent as merely affectionate, but now she realized he was also quite cheeky. Was it appropriate for such a magnificent serpent to behave in this manner? Truly, one cannot judge a serpent by its appearance. Ultimately, unable to withstand it any longer, and Ning surrendered. She gently stroked Ing Xian's head, saying, "Big snake, I'm not angry anymore. Please let me go. My neck feels so itchy and uncomfortable. Ing Xian withdrew his head, tilting it to scrutinize her, wanting to discern the truth behind her words. And Ning, once again succumbing to his gaze, sincerely declared, I'm genuinely happy now. She felt as if she were about to raise her hand in swearing an oath. There was no denying that Ing Xian was simply too clingy. His affection was becoming overwhelming, especially with his incessant licking. Was it merely a trait of being a snake? That seemed unlikely. After all, he was a snake, not a dog. Then why were you unhappy just now? Ing Xian inquired, genuinely puzzled. Ning pondered how to respond. Should she confess? You mustn't kiss me in front of your brother. It makes me shy. In the beast world, where beastmen were accustomed to public displays. She doubted Ing Xian would grasp her sentiments, viewing it as nothing more than a kiss, merely a part of feeding the beast's core. Besides, she felt too embarrassed to voice it aloud. Ing Bai was right there. And such a revelation would be utterly awkward, and I just wanted you to comfort me. I apologize. I'll try not to do it again. The admission left Ning feeling thoroughly dejected, as if she were choking on her own words. Ing Xian's eyes sparkled with delight, and he leaned in to kiss Ning once more. Ning, resigned, acquiesced. If she had to endure a kiss, it was certainly preferable to him licking her neck and face with saliva. As for feeling embarrassed before another snake, she resolved to grow accustomed to it. Her pride would eventually thicken. In the future. Just tell me directly. I'll always comfort little Ning, no matter when. Ing Xian beamed with satisfaction. For little Ning's desire for his comfort signified her acceptance of him as her male counterpart, affirming the strength of their bond, far superior to that of other wild males. Ing Bai, observing Ing Xian's smug demeanor, found it exceedingly irksome. How brazen was this snake, shamelessly cuddling up to a female. The sight of him licking the little fox's neck was downright slovenly. After all, he was a snake, not a dog. While Ing Bai grumbled internally, he couldn't help but feel envy. He too wondered what it would be like to taste that sweetness. The little fox exuded an enticing fragrance. Her skin fair and delicate. It must be delightful to lick her, that he longed to do so. To feed her a beast core. The little fox had just mentioned enjoying comfort. Hadn't he understood. From now on, he would excel in that department, whether he was skilled or not. Ing Bai's gaze fixated on Ning's back, a determined glint sparking in his eyes. Chapter 41. Is little fox reluctant to part with Ing Xian? Ing Xian nuzzled Ning's face a few more times before gently placing her down. Although he yearned to continue their affectionate exchanges, he had important matters to attend to and promised to embrace her again upon his return. Rising to his full height, nearly 2 meters tall, he declared, Little Ning, I'm heading out to be careful. Don't wander too far, and avoid getting hurt, and Ning cautioned. Initially, she felt reluctant to having Xian depart. But after his previous display of affection, her heart felt somewhat lighter. Ing Xian stood tall, towering over Ning, who at 1.65 meters felt diminutive in comparison. Unable to even reach his face, he crouched down, taking her hand and placing it against his cheek. His clear, dark eyes reflecting the person before him, that if you encounter any trouble, let Ing Bai handle it until I return. Though Ing Bai might be less than well-intentioned, he was the only one available to care for little Ning in Ing Xian's absence. And for her sake, he reluctantly accepted Ing Bai's presence. Ning didn't feel she would require Ing Bai's assistance. But to ease Ing Xian's worries, she nodded in agreement. I understand. I'll wait for you to come back. Ing Xian gently pressed his lips against Ning's forehead, then stood up and transformed into his beast form, casting a reluctant glance back at her before exiting the cave. In that fleeting moment, Ning suddenly felt like a burden. Had it not been for her, Ing Xian would not have to worry about these matters and could simply lounge in his grassy nest, enjoying a leisurely slumber without a care in the world. Given this situation, her spirit sank, and a pang of guilt washed over her. Sitting on a stone, she cradled her face in her hands, staring vacantly out of the cave, her demeanor clearly lacking vitality. Ing Bai had been observing Ning closely. Seeing her like this, his brows furrowed in concern. Was the little fox truly so reluctant to part with Ing Xian? She seemed unhappy merely because he had stepped outside. It was entirely normal for male beastmen to venture out hunting for supplies, and typically, females would be quite pleased, knowing that aside from their own sustenance, everything else gathered would be for them, that if she desired companionship, any number of males would gladly oblige. If she simply expressed the wish, that it was unfathomable why this little fox was so different. Witnessing this scene, Ingbai felt a mix of joy and jealousy. Joy that the little fox cared for the male, and jealousy that the one she longed for was not himself. However, it was paramount to cheer her up. Ingbai approached Ning, and as his presence blocked the light before her, she snapped back to reality, lifting her gaze to meet his. Instinctively, she stood from her seat, pressed her lips together, and asked, "Ingbai Gij, is there something you need?" Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Ingbai kneeling before her. He gently ruffled her hair and asked in a soft voice, "What troubles you?" Ning, are you thinking of Ingxian?" As he spoke, he supported her arms, encouraging her to sit down. Ning stared at him, momentarily dazed, feeling as though she were in a dream. Why was Brother Snake speaking to her so tenderly, calling her Ning and patting her head, as if he were comforting her? Noticing her silence, Ingbai reached out to touch her forehead, wondering if she was unwell. Ning, for a moment, forgot to pull away. There was no fever. Ingbai withdrew his hand, rubbing his fingers together. Indeed, her skin was soft and tender, even better than he had imagined. "I am not unwell," and Ning confirmed, realizing she was no longer dreaming. "Then what is wrong? Ning, would you share with Brother Ingbai why you are feeling down?" His tone remained gentle, a stark contrast to her previous impressions of him. "That I was thinking about Ingxian," she admitted. Ingbai's expression momentarily faltered at her words. It was entirely normal for male beastmen to hunt for supplies, and given that Ingxian was an 8th-tier beastman, and Ning should not worry, he would be safe. Yet, as he mentioned Ingxian, she sensed a subtle shift in his tone, though she had no proof of it. His current demeanor was far gentler than when she first met him. That if this continued, she might find herself unafraid of him. Had Ingxian once only needed to ensure he was not hungry, to eat until satisfied, and then play or sleep without regard for others, again, it was about Ingxian. Ingbai stood up, startling Ning. Had she said something wrong that upset Brother Snake? She cautiously lifted her gaze to observe his silhouette. He walked over to his grassy nest, bent down to gather some dry grass, and approached her. What was he doing? And Ning watched in confusion. Ingbai said nothing, directly moving to her stone bed, laying the dry grass down. Then, from his space, he produced several pieces of beast skin, layering them atop the grass, selecting a particularly white one for the topmost layer. Once finished, he turned to Ning and remarked, "I noticed that your exposed beast form is white, so I placed a white beast skin on top. Do you like white, or do you prefer another color?" A hint of anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Chapter 42. Beastmen who lie do not grow tall. And Ning was at a loss for words. She had not expected Ingbai to prepare a bed for her. After all, he was a male, and it felt somewhat inappropriate for a boy to make a bed for a girl. To her, such an act seemed overly intimate. Perhaps he was merely doing it out of consideration for Ingxian, or perhaps Brother Snake was simply a good-natured person, much like Ingxian, a truly admirable beastman. And Ning's thoughts were a jumble of possibilities, none of which aligned with the reality of the situation. "I guess it that you do not like it." Ingbai assumed her silence indicated a dislike. "If so, I can find you another color. However, my selection of beast skins is limited. Most are black or brown, with some yellow. Which would you prefer?" Snapping back to the present, and Ning replied, "White is quite beautiful. Thank you that I really like it." Though she had initially intended to decline, the warmth in Ingbai's gaze made her unable to voice her refusal. It was quite strange that Ning felt a tumult of emotions. She relished the care and concern of others, yet she felt that such affection should not be hers to claim. Upon hearing her express her fondness, a gentle smile graced Ingbai's lips, softening his entire demeanor. "So, Ning likes white. His beast form is white. Thus Ning must have a fondness for him, that he only possessed one white beast skin, but if she truly liked it, he would seek out more in the future." Ning did not miss the smile on Ingbai's face. She was puzzled, perhaps even a bit afraid to ponder the implications. Ingbai stepped closer, bending down to lift her into his arms. The sudden sensation of weightlessness made her instinctively wrap her arms around his neck. The proximity of his face startled her, causing her to exclaim, "Ingbai, what are you doing?" The soft, warm sensation enveloping her and the gentle embrace felt delightfully tender, akin to playful indignation, and all of it brought joy to Ingbai. He had come to understand why the male beastmen outside would strive so hard for a female. This feeling was indeed pleasant, and he wondered how he had managed to endure his previous days of solitude. "Why have you stopped calling me brother?" Ingbai gently placed Ning back onto the stone bed. The moment she settled down, she instinctively recoiled, gripping the beast's skin beneath her tightly, her posture radiating wariness as she regarded him with vigilant eyes. That it was not vanity. Rather, Bai's series of actions were hard to interpret without overthinking. Laying down the bedding and then lifting her into bed, Bai could clearly see the apprehension in Ning's demeanor. He could not fathom why she had suddenly become fearful. Moments ago, everything had been perfectly fine, that he intended to sit beside her and offer comfort. But recalling her current trepidation, he opted to pull a stone stool closer, settling beside the bed while maintaining a respectful distance. In a softened tone, he inquired, Ning, what is troubling you? Did my actions frighten you? Seeing him act this way, and Ning felt herself relax a bit. Brother Snake was so considerate. Perhaps she had been overthinking it. If something truly were amiss, she would have nowhere to hide. After all, he had laid down so many beast skins for her, likely just a genuinely kind snake. With this thought, Ning felt entirely reassured. Shifting a bit closer to the edge of the bed and lowering her head, shyly confessing, No, I just thought the beast skins on the stone bed felt very soft, and I have never slept on such a soft bed in the tribe. I wanted to sit inside and experience it. It is very comfortable. Thank you, Brother Ing. It was indeed very comfortable. Not only had she never experienced such softness in the tribe, but in her previous life, she had never slept on such luxurious bedding. The blankets she had used before were old and worn, and she never imagined she would enjoy the feel of fur in this life. Especially genuine leather that was as natural as it could be. That if this were to be sold in modern times, it would fetch a considerable price. Ingbai was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. His eyes glimmered with a teasing smile as he remarked, Ning, beast men who lie do not grow tall. Upon hearing this, Ning looked up, meeting the mirth in Ingbai's gaze, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance at being caught in a fib. Brother Snake, why must you reveal the truth? Why not believe everything she said, like the big snake did? It made her feel so awkward. She turned her head away, declaring, You are the one lying. Females simply do not grow tall. No matter how much I grow, I will never be as tall as you males. The moment those words escaped her lips, and Ning regretted them, Brother Snake had not been wrong. She had indeed just lied. He had no obligation to indulge her, and it seemed only natural for him to call her out. Given how well he cared for her, she should not have spoken to him in such a manner. A pang of regret hit her as she considered apologizing, though her heart hesitated to do so. The smile in Ingbai's eyes deepened, and he soothingly ruffled Ning's hair, saying, Do not be upset. I believe Ning's words. You sat inside because the bed was soft, not for any other reason. Ingbai found himself enjoying Ning's current demeanor far more than when she had been afraid of him. Her shy manner of speaking was endearing, but he preferred this little playful quarrel, as it showcased her femininity. The fact that she was spoiled indicated a male-esque prowess. Her capriciousness was a testament to how well she was cared for. Brother Ingbai has never sat on such a soft bed. Can Ning's bed accommodate Brother Ingbai as well? Chapter 43. Are you satisfied with his appearance? Ning found herself in a quandary, only to be gently patted on the head by Ingbai, who spoke to her in an exceptionally tender tone, as if attempting to soothe her. The stark contrast between his seemingly cold demeanor and his unexpectedly gentle and patient manner left her at a loss for words. Particularly for someone like Ning, who possessed a pleasing personality and a low sense of self-worth, it struck her heart profoundly that in that moment, she felt her heartbeat quicken significantly. This sensation was particularly foreign to her. As someone who had not yet experienced much of the world, she could not grasp its meaning, yet she found herself unable to resist it. Please sit down, she blurted out, her instinctive words bringing her back to some semblance of rationality. A sense of regret washed over her, but it was too late to retract. Upon hearing her response, Ingbai was elated. Ning's agreement for him to sit on her bed indicated her acceptance of him. It was worth noting that not just any male could occupy a female's bed. Females typically exhibited possessiveness and jealousy. Even their beast husbands would not be allowed to touch their belongings unless they were genuinely fond of them. Ning allowing him to sit on the bed was a clear indication of her affection. Unaware of Ingbai's thoughts, Ning could no longer retract her invitation, and she could only watch as he settled beside her. Sitting on the bed with a member of the opposite sex made her nervous, as she had never encountered such a situation before. Fortunately, Ingbai was considerate. He recognized that Ning was different from other females, both timid and easily embarrassed, so after sitting down, he deliberately maintained a respectful distance. ensuring he did not encroach upon her personal space while avoiding an appearance of being overly cautious. This gesture had a remarkable effect. Observing his demeanor, Aining gradually began to convince herself. The bed had been prepared by her brother, and the beast's skins were also his. It seemed only natural for him to want to sit there, while it was generally inappropriate for a male to sit on a female's bed. The beast people tended to be more open-minded about such things, and she could not apply modern societal norms to her situation. Moreover, her brother had not behaved in any improper manner. He had politely asked for her consent before sitting down. Perhaps he simply wished to rest on the bed. She realized she had been overly sensitive. There was no need to be nervous or to overthink things. That it was a normal occurrence here, and she would eventually acclimate to it. Ingbai sat quietly beside Aining, attentive to every expression that crossed her face as she transitioned from tension to confusion, and finally to relaxation. That a subtle smirk of triumph appeared at the corner of his lips. Aining had previously inquired about Ingxian. What exactly was she trying to convey? He was not naive enough to believe that Aining was merely curious about whether Ingxian needed to eat only to be satisfied each day. If that were the case, she could have asked Ingxian directly without needing to dance around the subject. That if you have something to say, feel free to tell me, Ingbai said, gently tucking a strand of hair that had fallen across Aining's face behind her ear. You can say anything. Feeling the motion, Aining turned to face Ingbai. She found him gazing at her intently, his deep blue eyes seemingly holding fragments of moonlight, and his expression was both gentle and indulgent. When she met his gaze, a soft smile graced his lips, radiating warmth. This was a sight Aining had never encountered before, leaving her momentarily entranced. Noticing her reaction, Ingbai's smile widened further. He leaned in slightly closer, asking, Aining, what are you looking at? The sound of his voice jolted Aining back to reality. She looked at the handsome face drawing nearer to her, and in a sudden rush, turned away, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. Her heartbeat racing. What was happening? Why was she staring blankly at her brother? It was utterly foolish and impolite. Yet, she couldn't entirely blame herself. Her brother was undeniably handsome, and his smile was even more captivating. Reminiscent of a magnificent serpent, that as her fear of him diminished, it was only natural for her to steal glances at him. However, the embarrassment was overwhelming. Not only had she been caught staring, but it had also been voiced aloud, leaving her feeling utterly mortified. Aining turned her back to Ingbai, covering her flushed face with her hands, too shy to look back. The beast people had exceptional vision, especially during the day and given their close proximity. It was evident that Ingbai had noticed her reaction. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Was Aining's series of responses an indication of her satisfaction with his appearance? Though the serpent beasts might appear fearsome in their beast forms, they were strikingly handsome in their human forms. Thus, during his outings, he had encountered females who showed him favor, but he had no interest in them, that he preferred to transform into his beast form, opening his serpentine mouth to scare away any females without uttering a word. This method was highly effective. He often felt grateful for being a serpent beast, as it spared him considerable trouble. Aining was the only female he had encountered who was not afraid of serpent beasts. Although she had initially feared him, it seemed that she had grown accustomed to him now, as evidenced by her current gaze at his face. In the beast world, when females chose their mates, physical appearance was paramount, often overshadowing strength. Some females even prioritized looks above all else, favoring the handsome over the less attractive. Chapter 44. Aining is not a burden. With this thought in mind, Ingbai felt a renewed sense of pride in being a handsome serpent. Even if Aining had once feared him, he could now win her affection through his looks. That he felt a swell of self-satisfaction, but was aware that it was not the time for arrogance. Aining was far too timid. If she blushed at merely glancing at him, revealing his smugness could lead to her withdrawing from him entirely. What had Aining wanted to say about Ingxian? Why had she chosen not to speak? Did she wish to keep it from her brother? Perhaps it was because Ingbai had not pressed her further about what she was observing, or perhaps it was due to the mention of Ingxian. Regardless, after his inquiry, Aining's face began to cool down. It's all right, she reassured herself. Brother Snake was probably just asking casually. He can't be that petty, and surely he wouldn't mind being looked at. Aining continuously comforted herself. And once she felt her cheeks cool, she lowered her hands from her face and gradually turned to face him again, though she still could not meet his eyes directly. Seeing this, Ingbai did not push her. His voice was slow and gentle as he said, Brother Ingbai wishes to know what concerns you. Aining, would you share it with me? It must be said that Ingbai was truly perceptive, that he could sense Aining's unease. Yet when he asked, he did so in a manner that did not put her on guard. Rather, it encouraged her to express herself. Aining lowered her head, unconsciously fiddling with her fingers, her voice tinged with melancholy. I feel like a burden. Upon hearing this, even the usually astute Ingbai found himself puzzled. Why would Aining say such a thing? Her voice grew even quieter. If I weren't here, Ingshan wouldn't have to go hunting every day. Nor would he need to venture so far to find beast skins that I can't assist with anything. I just create trouble for you all. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, eventually becoming inaudible. Ingbai was taken aback. He considered himself well-versed in the ways of the world, yet he had never imagined hearing such sentiments from a female. Was this truly the world he knew? He even doubted if he had been away from the tribe for too long, to the point where the females had developed such mindsets. His gaze turned complex as he regarded Aining. He could tell that she was sincere, and it was precisely because of this sincerity that he found himself so shocked. Above all, he felt a pang of heartache. What kind of upbringing had Aining experienced? What had she endured to make a delicate female express such thoughts? He had traveled to many places and had witnessed how some treated females as commodities. The females who were bought and sold often led difficult lives, yet none would ever think that a male providing them with food or skins constituted a burden. Females were inherently weaker than males, and hunting was a perilous endeavor. It was only natural for males to take on that responsibility. Moreover, males also required sustenance. How much meat could a female consume? To put it bluntly, a male could easily sacrifice a few bites of his own food to ensure the female's satisfaction. As for the beast skins, they were not solely needed by females. Males required them as well, merely in varying quantities. Beast skins served multiple purposes. They could be fashioned into clothing, bedding, or most importantly, used as barter for resources. For those of lower rank who could not procure beast cores, skins became their currency, that he too made use of beast skins, storing some in his space that it was only Ingxian, being both lazy and powerful, who would neglect to prepare his own skins, relying instead on his older brother. Yet this did not justify Ingxuan's excursions for beast skins as a burden upon him. He was no longer merely a beast. He now had a young female to care for, and nurturing her was an instinct ingrained in every male beast. Any male would take pride in being able to care for his female. Whether or not he was doing a good job was another matter entirely. If he could not even care for his own female, what kind of male beast was he? So why did Aining harbor such thoughts? Perhaps it was because they had not been attentive enough, failing to provide her the sense of security she needed. Ingbai longed to embrace Aining and comfort her, but he feared startling her. Instead, he merely brushed his fingers gently through her long hair, knowing that a male's ability to care for his female should be a source of pride, while failing to do so would reflect inadequacy. I sincerely apologize for the notion it may have instilled in you that we are inept. Upon hearing these words, and Ning panicked and hurriedly clarified, "It is not you. You are remarkable that it is I." Ingbai interrupted her before she could utter the rest, stating, "I understand. Ning, you can express any thoughts directly to us in the future. Females have the right to be capricious. You may act as you wish in our presence and express your displeasure without reservation. Furthermore, you are not a burden." That he was unaware of the specific reasons behind her character, but he was resolute in his intention to treat her well, for he wished to see her happy. The phrase "you are not a burden" resonated deeply with Ning, causing her eyes to well with tears. That it was but a mere handful of words, yet she perceived it as the most beautiful sentiment in the world. A statement from someone she had known for merely a day rendered her previous 18 years seemingly worthless, devoid of value. Chapter 45. This is what truly torments the serpent, and Ning now comprehended why some young girls could be swayed by mere sweet words. She mused that had it been her, she could easily be led astray as well. The most frequently heard phrase during her childhood was, "Had I known you would be so useless, I should have suffocated you at birth. For your existence is a waste of resources." Even when she first experienced her menstrual cycle, she was berated as a troublesome girl. She had previously encountered a statement asserting that some girls' first experiences with bullying stemmed from their own parents. She found this quite reasonable, as it mirrored her own 18 years. Ultimately, she was merely a teenager, lacking the strength she wished to possess. There were indeed moments when she felt she could not endure. Yet upon reflection, she believed her life was destined to be fraught with challenges, and that eventually time would pass. Little did she know, Fate enjoyed playing with her, did I in her past life. She had not perished completely, only to be thrust into a savage world anew. Upon her arrival here, despair enveloped her. It was a greater anguish than before, and no matter her circumstances in the past, she had at least possessed a home. Here, however, there was nothing. She lived in constant trepidation, wary of everyone around her. She had contemplated ending it all. Perhaps it was due to a lack of courage, or maybe a flicker of unwillingness, that she ultimately chose to persevere. She thought suffering does not always single out the unfortunate. Her belief proved correct, perhaps aided by a stroke of luck. The fortune amassed over 2 lifetimes seemed to be concentrated in this moment. As she reflected on her past tribulations and compared them to her present, a veil of moisture clouded her eyes. Noticing that Ning had lowered her head in silence for an extended period, Ingbai subtly moved closer, only to detect an anomaly, that he turned her body to face him with one hand while gently lifting her chin with the other. As suspected, tears streamed down Ning's cheeks. Her eyes were red, and the tears fell in torrents, evoking a sense of profound injustice. Ingbai tenderly wiped her tears, yet could not succeed in fully drying them. His gaze was imbued with compassion as he lowered his voice to ask, "What is wrong, Ning? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Did I say something amiss?" And Ning attempted to turn her head away, but Ingbai did not relent, leaving her feeling even more aggrieved. "Let go of me." She did not wish to weep in front of him. She did not want to be seen, yet she found herself unable to control her emotions. Ingbai was cautious in his grip, fearing he might hurt her. "Tell your brother Ingbai why you are crying, that if not, I shall not release you. Allowing you to cry would make me seem utterly ineffectual." Ning remained silent, clutching his arm in an attempt to disengage him, but her efforts were futile. Seeing her struggle, Ingbai embraced her tightly, securing her in his arms. Observing her tear-streaked face, he could not help but frown. No matter how clever he usually was, he felt utterly at a loss in this situation, that if only Ning would express her discontent vocally, it would be simpler to manage. He could withstand a few scoldings or even endure blows for her sake. But her silent tears, with no explanation, were the most torturous of all. Uncertain of the cause, he felt powerless to console her. In that moment, he doubted his ability to care for even a young female after having roamed the wilderness for so long. He sighed, extending a hand to awkwardly stroke her back in silent comfort, allowing her to weep in his embrace. In the past, no one had acknowledged her emotions, and Ning had always silently processed her feelings alone. Yet now someone held her closely and offered solace, which only intensified her urge to cry. Ingbai's embrace was broad and reassuring, distinct from the feeling she experienced with Xian. Deep down, she knew she should not indulge in such feelings. Yet she found it difficult to extricate herself from his hold. Indeed, it seemed impossible at present. After a while, and Ning ceased her sobbing, though a slight hitch in her voice remained. Gently, she nudged Ingbai, saying, "I am fine now. Brother Ingbai, please let me go." Ingbai halted his soothing strokes but did not release her from his embrace, merely gazing at her. Her eyes, washed clean after crying, appeared exceptionally clear, devoid of malice. The redness of her nose and the corners of her eyes lent her an air of vulnerability that instinctively prompted softer tones in conversation. Ning has yet to inform Brother Ingbai why she was crying. And Ning lowered her gaze, biting her lip, fully aware that her brother would undoubtedly inquire. She did not wish to divulge the reason, but knew she could not deceive him. Intelligent individuals could be quite bothersome at times. Ingbai discerned her reluctance and declared, "It is not necessary to force Ning to speak if she does not wish to." Ning lifted her gaze to him, hoping he would let her off the hook. But his next words revealed her naivety, that he said, "Let us remain as we are, for I am quite pleased to hold you." Ning's expression fell, and she shot him a reproachful glance, attempting to assert herself by warning. "Do not push your luck. I will tell Xian about how you treated me when he returns." Chapter 46. The softness of Brother Serpent is merely her illusion, listening to her playful threat. Ingbai's expression remained unchanged. "Yes, do tell Xian that it would be best if she informed Xian. Even if she chose not to, he would be forthright that as fellow 8th-tier beastmen. Neither would yield to the other in this matter." Ingbai appeared entirely unconcerned, nonchalantly allowing her to say whatever she wished, and Ning felt powerless against him. She could neither strike him nor argue effectively, and he would not scold her. She silently lamented her own inadequacy. However, despite her grievances, she could not truly remain ensnared in his embrace that I was merely recalling my time in the tribe. This was not a lie. She simply had not provided the full context. Ingbai pondered for a moment before nodding knowingly, understanding that Ning had not enjoyed her past and empathizing with her sorrow. That is all behind you. It will not happen again. I understand. Thank you, Brother Ingbai, for comforting me. Ning felt a twinge of guilt as she nudged him once more. Can you now set me down? It was one thing to be held for comfort during her tears. But now that she was well, it seemed excessive to continue the embrace, especially considering their current attire. Ingbai pretended not to hear her that it was natural for males to be accommodating towards females. But this also depended on the female's temperament. Should he encounter a daring and willful female, compliance would likely earn him her favor. However, with the timid and easily embarrassed girl in his arms, mere subservience would only endear him to her without fostering deeper connections. Ingbai realized that if he did not adopt a firmer stance in certain matters, he might forever remain merely her brother. Ning possessed a lovely disposition, yet it was precisely her kindness that necessitated his active pursuit, but he now understood that he had misjudged her intentions. Her invitation to dinner was simply a gesture of gratitude, not a proposal for a future mate. Yet, that did not matter to him, that he cared not for such trivialities. He only knew that Ning was wonderful, and he wished to pursue her earnestly. Believing she would eventually reciprocate his feelings that, of course, he first needed to win over Ing Xian, that he felt that Ing Xian posed the greatest obstacle. If he staunchly opposed their union, convincing Ning to accept him would be exceedingly difficult, a truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. Conversely, he possessed a strong intuition that if Ing Xian consented, Ning would inevitably accept him, either willingly or unwillingly. Once she did, as long as he did not act foolishly, he would be secure in his position. Ingbai silently resolved to take Ing Xian aside after dark and communicate with him as a male beast man would. Ingbai, and Ning called softly. Ingbai lowered his gaze to her, inquiring, "What is it?" And Ning replied, "It seems you were not truly listening to what I said earlier. Please let me go. I wish to sit on the bed." With this, and Ning glared at Ingbai, exclaiming in indignation, "You have gone too far. We had an agreement. You would release me as soon as I explained why I was crying," gazed upon by eyes still glistening from tears. Ingbai felt no threat whatsoever. Instead, he found her quite endearing. Ingbai would not concede. "I never stated I would let you go." The words, though somewhat petulant, held a kernel of truth. He had never explicitly promised to Ning he would release her. If given the choice, he would prefer to hold her indefinitely. Ning, frustrated, pondered the fickleness of this snake. Only moments ago, he had been amiable, yet now he had transformed. It seemed her poor judgment had led her astray. The gentle demeanor of Brother Snake was merely an illusion of her own making. Despite these thoughts, she found herself no longer averse to Ingbai. "So, how will you manage to release me?" Ingbai smirked triumphantly. "Can you share with Brother Ingbai the tales of your past?" He feigned ignorance of life in the tribe, eager to learn what it was like. This was, of course, a fabrication. He was well acquainted with tribal life and had no real desire for such knowledge. What he sought was merely to understand Ning's history, to know everything about her, even the minutiae of her daily meals. Speaking such truths might cause her distress. Yet Ingbai felt that without the catharsis of sharing, she would remain burdened. However, this time, Ingbai was mistaken. This new body housed a different spirit that Ning could never divulge the events of her past life. At least not to anyone, for fear of being labeled a specter and burned alive. Just as the tales on television depicted that for her time in the tribe, it had spanned merely half a month. Perhaps she could share her experiences from that brief period. After all, it had been rather eventful that my father was the chieftain of the wild boar tribe, but he was treacherously slain. The one responsible became the new chieftain. And like my father, my brothers met the same fate at his hands. Once he assumed leadership, he took over my former cave and banished me to the female den, that I was left with nothing but a tattered hide and 2 garments. All else was lost to me. You must be aware of the female den, where the chieftain intended for me to perish. The male beastmen of the tribe instilled fear in me. I was terrified of their gazes, forcing me to tread cautiously each day that I managed to forage for food, accompanying the tribe on gathering expeditions that I dried wild vegetables and fruits for sustenance, eating only when hunger struck, which barely sufficed. I was brought back by Ying Xian because I encountered a stray beast while foraging, and he came to my rescue. I had nowhere else to go. Yin Ning's tone and expression were remarkably composed. She had anticipated lingering trepidation upon revealing these words, yet none arose. It felt as if those events had transpired to another, that I haven't visited other tribes, so I cannot speak of their conditions. However, my previous tribe was far from benevolent. Ying Bai listened to Ning's accounts of her hardships. His heart ached profoundly, and he struggled to fathom how she, a mere female, had survived in such a harsh environment. He understood the brutal law of survival among beastmen, but such conflicts typically did not involve females, who were generally seen as protected. The thought of a deep-seated grudge capable of ensnaring a female was incomprehensible to him. He knew of the female den, where the fate of its inhabitants rarely ended well. The chieftain had driven Ning, an underage orphan, into that den, a malicious act that clearly signaled to the tribe that anyone could prey upon her. He could scarcely imagine the helplessness and fear she must have felt. It was no wonder she had developed such a timid disposition. The only solace he found was that she was still a minor, bound by the rules of the Beastman continent, which deterred male beastmen from acting recklessly. Otherwise, he might never have seen her again. Are the beastmen who harmed you still alive, or did they fall to the stray beasts? Ying Bai refrained from inquiring how Ning knew of her father's and brother's fates. It was irrelevant to him. Even if her father had been killed by another beastman, vengeance was not in his heart. This was not due to a lack of compassion, but because the weak were destined to perish. Such was the way of the world. This belief was not unique to him. Ying Xian shared the same sentiment. As did all male beastmen. Of course, if the weak were their own females, the situation would differ entirely. Male beastmen were fiercely loyal to their females, willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Ning was taken aback by Ying Bai's first inquiry following her revelations. She had expected words of comfort instead. The beastmen of the tribe were not particularly formidable. The males must have perished, but I suspect the chieftain and his son remain, for they are exceptionally cunning and devious. Adept at using others as shields. This is how my father and brothers met their end. Chang Ji and Chang Feng were indeed alive. This was conveyed to her in a dream by the original soul. And she had not lied. There was no need for the original to deceive her. Yet such a revelation was too strange to share directly with Ying Bai, so she could only vaguely express her suspicions. Ying Bai pressed further. What are their names? And Ning glanced at him, a thought forming in her mind. Chang Ji and Chang Feng, is brother Ying Bai planning to avenge me. Ying Bai did not hide his murderous intent. Yes, they must pay for the harm they inflicted upon you. Such unscrupulous beasts are a waste of resources, that if they were to die, it would be fortunate for them. If you were to encounter them, it would not be a simple matter of a swift death. That moment. A cold glimmer flashed in Ying Bai's eyes, revealing a chilling and bloodthirsty aura. Ning felt the temperature around her drop significantly. Could it be that Brother Snake possessed ice-based powers? Ying Bai suddenly realized that his murderous aura might frighten Ning, so he softened his demeanor, reaching out to gently stroke her hair and lowering his gaze to meet hers. That was not directed at you, Ning. Do not fear me. Ning nodded. That fleeting moment. To claim she felt no fear would have been disingenuous. However, this fear was markedly different from the earlier terror that had prevented her from even looking at him. This time, though she trembled, she found herself captivated by Brother Snake's striking and imposing presence, prompting her to steal glances. Brother Snake, or rather, Brother Ying Bai, is your power ice-based as well? And Ning hesitated to meet his gaze. Having inadvertently let slip a name she hoped he had not caught. Ying Bai had indeed heard her, for he kept a vigilant watch on her. Even when she attempted to correct herself, he could not pretend he had not heard. Ning referred to Ying Xian as Big Snake and him as Brother Snake, neglecting to use his proper name but perhaps it is only in moments of urgency that one calls out names. Brother Snake. The title struck a chord with Ying Bai. It was not unwelcome. It sounded delightful when uttered from her lips that I am not ice-based. I wield mutated lightning powers. Mutated lightning powers? Are you also evolved? Does that make you an 8th-tier beast man? You and Ying Xian are both so impressive. And Ning's envy was palpable. She lamented not having transmigrated as a beast man with powers herself. Ying Bai chuckled, accepting her praise with grace. Yes, I am also 8th tier. The snake race was inherently powerful, and their innate abilities were formidable. It was rare to find beast men of their caliber, though Ning lacked powers. She was fascinated by them, likening them to the enchanting spells of Xinxia dramas. Xian could create various objects from ice with his bare hands and freeze other things. His abilities surpassed even those of a refrigerator. She wondered what Brother Snake's powers might entail. Brother Ingbai, what exactly is lightning power? Can it strike other beasts, Ingbai chuckled at her inquisitive nature. Essentially, yes, when activating my powers, I can condense it into lightning, which can indeed be used to strike other beastmen. Ning's eyes sparkled with admiration and envy. Envisioning the release of lightning felt undeniably cool. Ingbai had never considered possessing powers to be particularly remarkable. But now he felt a swell of pride that no male beastman disliked being revered by a female. And he was no exception. He relished the way Ning looked at him that my powers can also start fires, making it convenient for you to cook in the future. Ingbai had initially assumed Ning had acquired the fire for cooking from Xian during a raid, but then he had witnessed how she created fire just moments before their meal, by rubbing wood together. A method he had never seen or heard of before, which struck him as quite extraordinary. However, it was still easier for him to conjure fire using his powers, as he required no tools and could ignite flames at will. Does lightning start fires? And Ning asked, recalling that during thunderstorms, lightning often struck trees, causing them to ignite, though she had never witnessed it herself. Yes, by directing my powers at wood and grass, I can create fire. That is indeed convenient. The lighter that operates like a white card is undoubtedly more convenient than a regular lighter, which requires manual operation. With the white card, one merely needs to raise a hand. In the beast world, fire is indeed a rare commodity. Aside from fire element ability users who can naturally summon flames, other beastmen must borrow fire from their tribes. Typically, a tribe possesses only a single source of flame, which must be vigilantly guarded by the beastmen to prevent it from extinguishing. The absence of fire would lead to consequences that no ordinary tribe could withstand. Both females and younglings cannot survive without fire, especially during winter. Without it, life is untenable. Hence, most females aspire to find a mate with fire-based abilities that Ning could not help but think. Brother Snake possesses the ability to conjure fire. No wonder leaning against him feels warmer than resting against the great serpent. I wonder if it will be just as warm in winter. As Ning's thoughts wandered, she suddenly froze, realizing the nature of her musings. How could she entertain such thoughts? She stiffened, sitting upright in an attempt to distance herself from Ingbai's chest. Brother Ing, could you please set me down? I've already shared everything with you. It seemed as though he had become addicted to holding her. Why do the male beastmen of this world enjoy embracing females so much? The beastmen of the wild boar tribe are like this, and so are the two serpents in this cave. Ning patted Ingbai's arm. If you don't let go, I shall become angry. She was no longer afraid of their playful antics, yet inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. Despite Ning's declaration, Ingbai, though reluctant, placed her gently onto the bed. Ning's mind was in turmoil. The current situation left her feeling uncertain. She felt it was wise to maintain distance from Brother Snake. Consequently, she discreetly shifted to the side, attempting to keep her body away from Ingbai without him noticing. Ingbai, however, had indeed noticed. But the very act of noticing left him perplexed. Had he offended Ning? They had been conversing amiably just moments ago, and the atmosphere between them had been harmonious. Why the sudden desire for her to distance herself? Surely, it could not be due to the embrace. That would not make sense. Although Ning claimed she would be angry, he had not perceived any signs of her displeasure. The thoughts of the young female were indeed difficult to decipher. Her mood seemed to shift like the wind. However, having been so close just moments ago, it was impossible for her to truly distance herself now. Ingbai chose to ignore Ning's movements and suggested, "Would you like to visit the herbivore tribe?" Huh. And Ning halted her quiet maneuvers and turned to look at Ingbai, seeing that he wasn't watching her. She let out a sigh of relief. "What would we do at the herbivore tribe?" Ingbai replied, "Did you not express a desire for rice? The herbivore tribe may have some." Right now, Ning was indeed eager for rice. But it was not an absolute necessity. Moreover, she was uncertain if rice even existed in this world. It wouldn't be prudent to venture out haphazardly. "That I will take you there now." Ning shook her head. "No, I prefer to wait for Xian's return." What business did she have going out with Brother Snake? She was not that desperate. It wasn't as if she needed to have rice. Xian. Again with Xian. Why has this younger brother become so bothersome? Ingbai felt as if he might wither from acidity, more so than when he unintentionally consumed sour jujubes in his youth. Yet he dared not reveal any emotion that he gently coaxed in Ning. It's still quite early. Ing Xian won't be back anytime soon, that he is out hunting. If he also seeks rice, it will be quite taxing. We can alleviate some of his burden, and when he returns, he can rest properly. You don't want Ing Xian to overexert himself, do you? And Ning found some merit in Ing Bai's reasoning. One person should not bear all the burdens, for that would be excessively taxing. However, if Brother Snake were to take her in search of rice, would that not inconvenience him as well, considering it was just the two of them? And Ning still felt it inappropriate. I can do without rice. Ing Bai, having anticipated in Ning's forthcoming refusal, was resolute in not allowing her to finish. It is the male's duty to fulfill the female's needs, and Ning should not refuse. Brother Ing has said that you can express any needs without hesitation. It would not trouble us. Ing Xian specifically asked me to take care of you. That may be so, but it is for the best. Let us go. Ing Bai stood up, cradling Ning in his arms, effectively silencing any further objections that if we do not delay, we shall certainly return before Ing Xian arrives, and we will not hinder meal preparations. That Ning felt utterly at a loss for words. Her soft nature rendered her speechless. Initially, she thought Brother Snake's gentle tone indicated a mild demeanor, only to discover that he possessed an unexpectedly commanding presence. Indeed, a serpent that was both formidable and consistent. In truth, Ning was elated to leave the cave, not out of boredom, but because she felt trapped. The cave was too high, lacking abilities and the ability to fly. Descending alone would surely result in her demise. She could forego eating and sleeping, and even bathing could be managed within the cave. However, life encompasses more than just these necessities. There is also the matter of relieving oneself. She could not descend the cave alone, nor could she possibly do her business within it. This was why she felt so happy now. The opportunity to seek food was one reason. The more pressing concern was her need to relieve herself. More precisely, she felt the urge to defecate. Just moments ago in the cave, it had not been so pressing. She had planned to wait for Ing Xian's return to address it. But once Brother Snake had cradled her outside, the urgency became increasingly palpable. As they approached the valley's exit, and Ning could no longer contain herself and called for Ing Bai and Ning. What is it? Hearing Ing Bai's inquiry, and Ning's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. I need to relieve myself. Ing Bai exhibited no particular reaction. Beastmen typically did not feel shame regarding such matters. However, he could discern in Ning's embarrassment and chose not to press further. He led her to a tree, plucking several leaves for her use. Call me when you are finished. With that, he turned his back, stepping a few paces away while keeping his ears attuned to her movements. And Ning did not keep Ing Bai waiting long. Once she was done, she buried her waist in the earth, covering it with leaves and soil. She was now experienced. She could not afford to relive the mortification of that previous incident, especially when this occasion was even more sensitive. Ing Bai had been attentive, and once Ning had completed her task, he turned back to her, scooping her up in his arms. That I need to wash my hands. And Ning had been covertly observing Ing Bai, and upon seeing his lack of any particular expression, her embarrassment gradually subsided. That it was indeed mortifying to have an opposite gender accompany her to the restroom, especially one so distinctly different. That Ning felt her capacity for embarrassment was growing stronger. In time, she too would shed her sense of shame. Ing Bai brought Ning to the riverbank to wash her hands. She crouched down, dipping her hands into the water to cleanse them thoroughly. Although she had not touched anything, she still felt her hands were filthy after relieving herself. She simply could not bear the thought of not washing them. Ing Bai watched her from the side. Washing one's hands after using the restroom was not a common concern among beastmen. And oh wonder, Ning appeared so pristine and fragrant. It was due to her fastidious cleanliness. Although their serpent kin were already quite tidy, Ing Bai resolved to be even more fastidious in the future to avoid Ning's disdain. That Ning stood up, shaking off the water from her hands. Brother Ing, shall we be off? Indeed. Ing Bai cradled Ning, and upon exiting the valley, transformed his legs into a tail. Though utilizing his beast form would be quicker, he preferred to hold Ning close. And Ning reclined comfortably. Being carried was indeed convenient, as she was unable to walk swiftly, and with no shoes, the ground would surely chafe her feet. Ing Bai navigated through the forest. Animals scurried away from his path. Ning, nestled in his embrace, gazed around in wonder. Everything was a marvel to her that I in the beast world. Everything seemed magnified. The leaves that could serve as umbrellas, towering trees like pillars of the sky, and wildflowers as large as sunflowers. The wildflowers attracted numerous bees, which were unusually large, nearly the size of an adult's finger, buzzing noisily that oh no, I've kicked a hornet's nest. Dian Ning was apprehensive about provoking them. She certainly did not want to be stung. With bees of that size, a sting could be quite serious. Ingbai remained vigilant, observing in Ning as she stared at the flowers. Would you like to pick a flower? And Ning, some of them have delightful scents. I believe you would enjoy them. Without a moment's hesitation, and Ning replied, no, I want to pick them. There are bees. Let us not bother them. It simply wasn't worth the risk of being stung for a few flowers. A sting could leave a significant welt, possibly even a reaction. Though she was being carried, and Ning instinctively leaned away from the bees. Ingbai chuckled softly, using his free hand to steady Ning and comfort her. Do not fear. I am here. They will not dare sting you. An Ning nodded, yet her gaze remained fixated on the buzzing bees. Ingbai inquired, does Ning Ning desire flowers? And Ning wished for them. But she hesitated to pick them, intimidated by the large bees that swarmed in groups. Fearing a sting, that I shall pick them. Which one does Ning Ning fancy? Aren't you afraid of being stung? Ingbai cast a glance at a bee that was no longer than his finger. This little creature poses no threat. I could easily crush it with a single finger. How could it possibly harm me? Indeed, Ning Ning's timidity was evident. Even bees instilled fear in her. One could only imagine the grievances she must have endured as a lone beast. Ingbai extended his hand, swatting a bee off a pink flower before plucking it for Ning. Does this one please you? And Ning held the flower, bringing it to her nose for a sniff. Her eyes lighting up with a smile that I like it. This flower has such a delightful fragrance. It bore a scent reminiscent of a rose, but with a hint of fruity aroma. She offered the flower to Ingbai. Do take a whiff. Ingbai had caught a whiff while picking it. Indeed, it exuded a sweet fragrance. He could not determine if he liked or disliked it, but since Ning Ning expressed her fondness, he decided he liked it too. It smells wonderful. I'll gather a few more to take back to the cave. Just a few will suffice. Once plucked, they won't last more than 2 days, and Ning pointed to a purple flower. I wish to have that one too. Very well. Dadain Ning selected her favorite colors while Ingbai took on the task of gathering them. These are the ones I want. Ingbai placed the picked flowers into his storage, assuring her that should they wilt, he would fetch more for her. Dadain Ning nodded. Thank you, brother Ingbai. I didn't owe need for thanks. Ning Ning, Ingbai replied, cradling her as they prepared to continue their journey. Suddenly, his expression hardened, and instinctively, he tightened his hold on Ning. Sensing his unease, and Ning asked, what is it? She lifted her head to look at Ingbai, but he pressed her head down against his shoulder. Stay still, Ning Ning. Beasts are approaching us. Likely strays. Strays? The mention of this sent Ning into a panic, instantly believing in Ingbai's words. Snake Brother exuded an air of combat experience, capable of sensing the presence of other beasts nearby. And he had no reason to deceive her. Their last encounter with strays was merely yesterday morning. It was astonishing how quickly they found themselves in another predicament, the memory of the centipede beast pouncing on her. Tearing at her clothes filled her with despair, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Ingbai, noticing her anxiety and fear, gently stroked her head, whispering, do not fear. I am here. I will not let them harm you. Just lie against me and close your eyes. It will be over soon to be good. And no sooner had he spoken than they found themselves encircled by a group of strays. The beasts gazed at Ning with unbridled desire. Their intentions clearly written upon their faces that I never expected to find a young female here. The leader of the strays declared to the others, kill this snake beast, and the young female shall belong to us all. Upon hearing this, Ning clutched Ingbai's neck tightly in fright. Do not fear, nothing will happen. Ingbai reassured her once more before turning to face the leader of the strays, his voice cold and laced with menace. You seek death. Were it not for his concern for Ning and her potential fright, he would never have allowed this group to lay eyes upon her. Ingbai unleashed the oppressive aura of an 8th-tier beast. The strays, sensing the pressure, hesitated to advance. They recognized that this snake beast was at least of 6th tier, while their strongest member barely reached that level. Some of the weaker strays faltered, casting fearful glances at Ingbai's neck. Just a single look nearly sent them into a panic. An 8th-tier powerhouse. The strays thought, "We are finished. We've bitten off more than we can chew. Run." As they spoke, the strays fled in a frenzy. Had they known better, they would not have been so infatuated. Most would surely meet their demise. Indeed, as they surmised, no matter how swiftly they ran, facing a snake beast of an unknown higher tier. Their fate was sealed, of course. There were those bold enough to retaliate, but they merely met a more gruesome end, their bodies crushed to pulp. Ingbai moved with remarkable speed. How absurd does this sound? After all, they are herbivorous beastmen. However, upon seeing the small female tightly cradled in the arms of the snake beast man, they instantly understood. It turned out that she was being exchanged for the little female. No wonder that a flicker of sympathy and pity for Ning crossed the minds of the rabbit beast men. The little female must have been snatched away by the snake beast man, and following him would likely lead to a grim fate, especially since the little female was still a minor. Yet, sympathy aside, they could do nothing. Particularly after glancing at the beast core, their hands were tied even more. Chapter 52. Let go. Ning, wait a moment. I will fetch the clan leader, one of the rabbit beast men exclaimed excitedly as he dashed towards the clan leader's cave. Brother Ingbai, why are you pressing my head down? And Ning expressed a hint of displeasure, as she had been engrossed in what she was watching, only to have her head suddenly pressed into his embrace. That it's nothing, just a casual gesture, Ingbai replied, his tone unchanged, yet his expression bore a hint of gravity. Is that so? And Ning responded with skepticism, though it seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. Then could you please not hold me down? It feels uncomfortable. I'd like to stand for a while. Being held all day was quite distressing. Ingbai seemed to ignore her request and inquired, what does Ning think of the beastmen in this tribe? And Ning was momentarily confused by Ingbai's train of thought. What do you mean? Ingbai gazed down at her, noticing her bewildered expression, and felt a sense of relief that he then bent down to place her gently on the ground. That Ning furrowed her brows, wondering why her snake brother was acting so strangely at that moment. A small male rabbit, taking advantage of his father's distraction, scampered over to Ning and Ingbai on his short legs. By the time his father realized what was happening, the little rabbit had already reached Ning. The little rabbit's father intended to intervene, but was paralyzed by the piercing gaze of Ingbai. Just one glance assured him that if he rushed over, both he and his child would meet an untimely end. With trepidation, the little rabbit's father watched his son, internally scolding, this troublesome child. How dare he run off without assessing the situation? When he returns, he'll receive a thorough scolding and a punishment of no dinner. Seeing the little rabbit approach, and Ning's anxious heart finally settled. She had nearly been scared to death just now. Had she not urgently grabbed Ingbai's hand, the little rabbit would have surely been swatted away by him. The little rabbit, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, presented Ning with a purple fruit. Little female, this fruit is delicious. I give it to you. This little female had been watching them intently, and while the other children dared not approach, he simply could not resist running over to speak with her. And Ning felt a bit awkward. The little rabbit in front of her looked much younger, yet he was calling her little female, which felt quite odd. Thank you, but sister doesn't want to eat it. You should keep it for yourself. That as an adult, she certainly wouldn't eat something meant for children. The little rabbit's long ears perked up. The little female's voice is so lovely, and Ning was utterly captivated. She had been envious of the little rabbit's long ears while in Ingbai's embrace, and now, being so close, she found it impossible to resist. Ning reached out her small hand and deftly grasped the little rabbit's ear. Ingbai, taken aback by her sudden action, quickly seized her hand. Ning, let go. You mustn't touch other beastmen randomly. Can't I squeeze it? And Ning glanced at the little rabbit, noticing his face had turned crimson, and hurriedly released her grip. She repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry, sister didn't mean to. I just thought they were too cute. I'm sorry, I didn't know I couldn't squeeze them. Please forgive me. And Ning's actions left the other rabbit beast men astonished. It was well known that touching their ears signified a courtship gesture. Could it be that this little female? The rabbit beast men exchanged glances, observing the underage in Ning, the even younger rabbit, and the displeased snake beast man. They all shook their heads in unison. No, surely not. The little female simply didn't understand and meant no harm. Squeezing an ear is trivial. Males should be more magnanimous and tolerant of females. Ingbai also noticed the little rabbit's flushed face, and his own expression darkened, but he lifted the little rabbit and tossed him back to his father, warning, "Take care of your child. Next time, fortune may not be on your side." The little rabbit's father, frightened, quickly cradled his child, shielding him entirely. Yes, yes, I'll definitely teach him a lesson when we return that he too felt fortunate. After all, facing a powerful snake beast man, who was both domineering and cold-blooded. It was a miracle that his child was safe, all thanks to that little female. Even Ning, no matter how oblivious, could now see that the snake beside her was not pleased, though she did not understand why. She felt there was little she could do at this moment, that Ning tugged at Ingbai's hand. "Brother Ingbai, please hold me. I'm tired of standing at this moment." She was genuinely frightened, not for herself, but for the rabbit beastman. She fervently hoped that her innocent squeeze of the ear would not lead to fatal consequences, especially since the expression on Snake Brother's face was quite alarming. She resolved to remember this lesson and vowed never to be so reckless again. Upon hearing Ning's words and feeling the touch of her fingers, Ingbai's expression finally returned to normal as he enveloped her in his embrace. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "Ning Ning, you mustn't touch other beastmen in the future, especially males, all right?" And Ning felt a tickling sensation in her ear. She turned her head and covered it with her hand. "Okay, I understand." After saying this, she obediently nestled into Ingbai's arms, refraining from looking around any further. Chapter 53. Soft Fruit. Ingbai raised an eyebrow subtly as he observed Ning, whose pink, pointed fox ears were still visible despite her attempts to conceal them, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Before long, the clan leader of the Long-Eared tribe approached, accompanied by several beastmen, each carrying bulging animal skin bags. The clan leader cheerfully greeted Ingbai and Ning. "Hello, I'm the clan leader of the Long-Eared tribe. My name is Airly. We have all the food currently available in our tribe here. Please have a look and see what you would like to exchange." Yes, Airly spoke. He gestured for his kin to open the animal skin bags. Ingbai stepped closer while still holding Ning. After examining the contents for a while, without understanding anything, he decided to set Ning down to let her choose for herself. Ning, you can pick whatever you want." Airly sized up Ning before turning away, aware of the snake beastman's possessiveness. Though he felt regret for the beautiful little female, he refrained from expressing it. True to their nature, the Long-Eared tribe had an abundance of vegetables and fruits. Ning did not recognize all of them, but she knew they were certainly non-toxic. She picked up everything she recognized, including oversized carrots, corn, and apples, and even gathered some unfamiliar items that appeared appealing. As for rice, she spotted something resembling it but hesitated to confirm, for the oval, white object was enormous, larger than both of her fists combined. Holding one up, she asked the clan leader, "Airly, what is this?" "This is a soft fruit." Soft fruit? Ning had never heard that term before, and it certainly did not appear soft. In fact, it felt quite hard that I asked this soft fruit eaten directly, Airly explained. "This needs to be soaked in water to soften it, then roasted before eating that it becomes soft and sticky, and is quite fragrant and sweet. That is it truly possible for such a large item to soften?" And Ning expressed her disbelief. The texture described sounded quite similar to rice, and its appearance resembled an oversized version of rice. But the preparation method was something she could not associate with rice. "It can soften, but it requires soaking for 2 days in advance." Noticing Ning's keen interest, Airly called to the surrounding tribe members. "Does anyone have any that has been roasted? Bring some for the little female to try." And Ning quickly waved her hands that "No, my family has some. I'll go fetch it now." One beastman hurriedly ran towards his cave, that if he presented some food now, the clan leader would surely compensate him generously later. Such a profitable opportunity was not to be missed. Airly smiled at Ning, saying, "The soft fruit is a favorite among the females in our tribe. It can also be stored for a long time. Little female, you can try it later." And Ning replied, "All right, I'm genuinely curious to see if it is a mutated form of rice." The rabbit beastman swiftly returned with the soft fruit. The clan leader accepted it and handed it to Ingbai. Ingbai unwrapped the leaves encasing it, broke off a piece, and tasted it while frowning. Seeing Ingbai's reaction, Ning could not help but stifle a laugh. The expression on Snake Brother's face while eating the soft fruit was reminiscent of a large snake tasting raw mushrooms. After Ingbai finished chewing and determined it was acceptable, he broke off a smaller piece and offered it to Ning. The instant the food was presented, Ning instinctively recoiled her head. However, upon noticing Ingbai's furrowed brows, she leaned back in, opening her mouth to take a bite of the soft fruit. The piece was still too large for her to manage in one bite. "This is it," she declared after swallowing. Following that, she grabbed the remaining small piece from Ingbai's hand and popped it directly into her mouth. With her words somewhat muffled, she said, "Brother Ingbai, I want more soft fruit." The freshly baked soft fruit has cooled down, and while it has become a bit firm, its flavor is reminiscent of rice, albeit sweeter. Due to the roasting, the outer skin is slightly charred, giving it a texture akin to crispy rice. However, one thing is certain. This is a variant of rice, which would surely taste delightful when boiled or steamed. The rabbit beastman prepares it by soaking it in water before roasting. But it ultimately falls short of expectations. Nevertheless, she has no intention of informing them that food can be cooked in a pot. She wishes to avoid complications that in the wild boar tribe. She has never encountered a beastman who cooks food in a pot. It seems that Ingshur, who often roams outside, has also never seen such an item before noon. This indicates that in the beast world, no beastman uses pots for cooking. She does not wish to be an exception. Having already exposed herself in front of Ingxian and Ingbai, she figures it is fine since they haven't inquired further, and she trusts them. As for others, she prefers to be a bit selfish. Not wanting to place herself in a troublesome situation, she has no desire or capability to change the world. Having lived a burdensome life previously, she now only wishes to enjoy a good life with those she cares about. Ingbai collected all the food that Ning had picked and stored it in his space, then tossed a beast core to Erli, while he kept the beast skins. The beast skins he gathered were of good quality, so he decided to reserve them for Ning. Erli gazed excitedly at the beast core, which was the size of a pigeon egg, thinking it was incredibly precious and that a few beast skins would suffice. Though he said this, he held the beast core tightly in his hand. Ingbai did not engage him further and carried in Ning as he walked outside the tribe. Seeing this, Erli called out loudly from behind. Chapter 54. One should never judge a snake by its age. Our tribe can still gather other types of food that if you ever need anything in the future, just come and take it. No need for beast cores or beast skins. Erli had his own considerations when saying this. The snake beastman casually produced a beast core, indicating his strength. Such a beastman would surely not deign to mingle with their herbivorous kind. Yet he seemed to care deeply for the little female in his arms, that if he could make her fond of their tribe's food, it would at least prevent the snake beast from harboring discontent. Provoking a powerful wandering beast was never wise. Moreover, the little female did not require much food, making it evident that their tribe was at an advantage. That Ning was already aware of the significance of the beast core. She understood that they had suffered a loss. Noticing Ingbai's silence, she called out to him from behind, "We will remember your words and come to find you again next time." She then turned to Ingbai, saying with concern, "Exchanging a beast core for food is not worth it." She had initially thought it was a trade for beast skins, only to discover it was for a beast core, which could enhance one's level, maintain appearance, and prolong life. Its value was immense. Had she known this beforehand, she would not have made the exchange. Observing Ning's expression of distress, Ingbai chuckled and ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "It's all right. I have plenty of beast cores as long as it's something available. Ning can have whatever she desires. Just eat a bit more and grow up quickly." Ning was too thin. She appeared almost gaunt, and when he held her, she felt weightless, as if she were barely there. He was cautious not to hold her too tightly, fearing he might inadvertently harm her. Ning believed that Ingbai possessed many beast cores, especially since he was as formidable as Ingxian. "Thank you, Brother Ingbai," she expressed to her. The beast core was a rare treasure, and not just for her. Even the leader of the long-eared tribe appeared somewhat naive, illustrating the core's preciousness. Just a simple expression of gratitude toward her snake brother felt inadequate. Ingbai felt helpless. Why was Ning being so polite towards him? He did not seek her gratitude. Did she perhaps see him as an outsider, not wanting him to share a cave with them? What? The sudden remark left Ning momentarily stunned. Once she comprehended what Ingbai meant, she hurriedly clarified. I didn't tea. The cave belonged to her snake brother. How could she possibly wish to prevent him from residing there? What right did she have? As for considering her snake brother as an outsider, that was entirely untrue. Regardless of her inner thoughts, her actions indicated she did not view him as such at all. That I have no such thoughts, nor do I see you as an outsider. Making beds, hugging, feeding. Those are not things outsiders do, are they? She was puzzled by why her snake brother suddenly made such a statement. Listening to Ning's response, Ingbai continued, maintaining a calm demeanor, since Ning doesn't tea. Then please refrain from saying thank you to Brother Ingbai in the future. Such formality makes Brother Ingbai feel quite sad. Ning's tone carried a hint of disbelief. Huh. Is that so? Is your heart that fragile, snake brother? She had thought only the big snake would react this way. She hadn't expected her snake brother to be the same. One cannot judge a snake by its age. Is Ning unwilling? Bai's voice bore a touch of disappointment. Ning felt a pang of guilt. Her snake brother typically appeared so imposing, yet here he was, vulnerable. She felt as if she had made a mistake. Even though she could not pinpoint where. Fine, I won't be polite with you anymore, and I won't say thank you. After all, upon reflection, it was not her who was at a disadvantage. She was, in fact, gaining much more. A subtle smile graced Bai's lips as his tone lightened. Then it settled. From now on, Ning should treat me as her own beast. Ning found this statement a bit odd. Yet she could not quite identify why. She had promised her snake brother not to treat him as an outsider, so when he said she should regard him as her own beast, it seemed reasonable. They indeed shared the same home. Ning shook her head, realizing she had been overthinking things. All right, I will. Ingbai chuckled softly as he watched Ning. She tilted her head, looking at him in confusion. Ingbai, observing her fox ears move with her gestures, suppressed the urge to pinch them, thinking it was nothing. What a strange snake brother. After walking a while longer, Ning noticed Ingbai in good spirits and ventured to ask, Brother Ingbai, why can't we pinch the little rabbit's ears? She was genuinely curious, having been gentle with her touch while pinching. The little rabbit beastman was one thing, but why did her snake brother react so strongly? Especially since she had not pinched him. Upon hearing this question, Ingbai's smile faded, and he looked down at Ning, noting her innocent expression that he sighed inwardly, contemplating whether her naive nature was a blessing or a curse. Well, from a rabbit beastman's perspective, touching their ears signifies courtship, duh. And Ning was taken aback that I didn't know that. She genuinely had no idea. Otherwise, she would never have acted so thoughtlessly. That I meant to say that Ning's ears are adorable. She said sheepishly, Ning felt guilty as she replied. It was that little rabbit. He kept shaking his ears, and I couldn't help but want to pinch them. Was hardly her fault. Such a cute little creature was irresistible to anyone. She hadn't realized that such an action could be perceived as inappropriate among beastmen. She certainly wasn't trying to be lewd, especially not toward the little cub. Ingbai inquired what is so cute about them. They have long, white ears and their fur is so fluffy to the touch. They look especially adorable when they bounce around, their ears flopping joyfully, and Ning described enthusiastically, entirely oblivious to Ingbai's darkening expression. Does Ning like rabbit beastmen? Most females preferred beastly males with fur, as they provided warmth during winter. The lack of fur on snake beastmen was one reason why females were often disinclined towards them. Regardless of how powerful a snake beast might be, the chance of monopolizing a female was nearly non-existent. The inability to care for a female was a minor factor. The primary reason was that snake beastmen had to hibernate in winter. Even if they could provide ample food for a female, if no other male were present to care for her, she would still perish from the cold. Ingbai was the type to think 3 steps ahead. The moment he resolved to become Ning's future mate, he had already considered how he and Ingxian would ensure her well-being during their hibernation. He would find a reliable future mate for her. But it would not be now, nor would it be a rabbit beastman. Even if Ning favored rabbit beastmen, he would struggle to accept it, and Ingxian would feel the same. Rabbit beastmen were too weak to protect Ning and could not integrate into their lives. The disparity was too great. The weaker party would inevitably suffer, or the stronger would feel unbalanced. Neither scenario was acceptable to him. He understood Ning's personality and did not wish to place her in a difficult position. Fortunately, Ning did not create any trouble for him. Ning shook her head. I only like rabbit beastmen's ears. They look very cute. Clearly, she was speaking of rabbit ears, so how could Brother Snake possibly bring up the rabbit itself? Upon seeing Ning shake her head, Ingbai felt a sense of relief that it was perfectly fine that Ning did not favor the weaker rabbit beastman, that he contemplated finding her a beast husband of a higher rank. One adorned with fur, with several months still remaining until winter. He could afford to take his time, preferring quality over haste. He certainly did not wish to share a home with a male beastman of insufficient strength. Although it was indeed challenging to find one of high rank, he could slightly lower his standards. accepting one who was just a tad below his and Ing Xian's level, Ing Bai relaxed internally. His expression softened as well. He gazed at Ning's ears, which were undeniably adorable. Upon noticing Ing Bai's approval, Ning joyfully exclaimed, "Isn't it so? You find them cute too." She had always known that no one could resist the charm of the fluffy ones. Ing Bai gently patted Ning's head, his fingers brushing lightly against the edge of her ears. That I meant to say that Ning's ears are adorable. Their cuteness made him want to touch them. Yet he hesitated, fearing that Ning might be upset. After all, fox ears were not to be touched indiscriminately either. Ing Bai's candid praise left Ning feeling somewhat shy. She instinctively raised her hand to gently touch her own fox ears. They felt quite nice, though she thought they were not as lovely as rabbit ears. Ning ought to refrain from carelessly touching other beastmen in the future. It could provoke their ire. This time, it was merely because the rabbit beastmen recognized their inability to contend with them that they did not retaliate. But next time, should they encounter a more formidable beastman, the outcome might be different. Ing Bai was uncertain whether they would genuinely be angry, but he was sure that male beastmen would not resort to violence against females over such matters. Some beastmen would shamelessly insist that the female take responsibility. He did not wish for the wild males outside to become entangled with Ning due to this, so he decided to issue a gentle warning to nip the problem in the bud. And Ning was indeed intimidated, and no wonder she felt so uncomfortable when Ing Xian had touched her ears before. It turned out that fox ears were just as off-limits as rabbit ears. This time, she acknowledged her fault and resolved to keep her hands to herself in the future. "All right, I understand now that I certainly won't touch other beastmen carelessly again." Ing Bai observed Ning's expression, which was fully visible to him, and he couldn't help but smile subtly. Ning was truly innocent, charmingly, so to be by the time they returned to the valley, evening had already fallen. Ing Bai carried Ning to the edge of the woods, setting her down on a stone to sit. Then retrieving a purple fruit from his space, he peeled it and offered it to Ning, saying, "I'll make a few more bowls to take back. Wait for me a moment. It won't be long." Ning did not inquire why Ing Bai still needed to make bowls. She understood that Brother Snake was meticulous, and like her, he must have thought the stone bowls were too heavy, which was why he had brought her to the woods to craft wooden bowls. Since Brother Ing Bai intended to use wood for the bowls, he might as well replace the kitchen utensils at home with wooden ones too. Using stone spatulas for cooking was quite taxing on the hands. When she and Ing Xian had made those items, they hadn't considered this, but Brother Ing Bai was evidently more astute. Realizing that wooden bowls were lighter than stone ones, Ing Bai suspected that Ning was mocking him. Yet upon seeing her sincere expression, he realized that he was overthinking it. Ning was genuinely complimenting him. Chapter 56. What a chaotic scene. Ing Bai was unaware that wooden bowls were lighter than stone ones, that in truth, whether it was a wooden bowl or a stone bowl, they were of similar weight to him. Neither was particularly heavy or light. After all, could such a small item truly exhaust an 8th-tier beastman? The reason he mentioned needing to make bowls was that he had accidentally crushed one while washing dishes at noon, and they were running low at home. Thus he thought to create a couple of new ones. That I asked for why he had come to this wooded area. It was because there were not only stones here, but also trees. By crafting the bowls, he could also gather some firewood to take back. Considering that the firewood used for cooking earlier was running low, he hadn't expected to receive praise for such a reason. And he couldn't help but chuckle softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Whatever Ning said was fine. It was also his oversight that as a male, he shouldn't have allowed the little female to serve him food. Should I make a smaller bowl for Ning? Her hands are so tiny. If it's too big, she won't be able to hold it. All right, Brother Ing Bai will decide. That Ing Bai busied himself. And Ning understood her inability to assist and sat quietly to the side, not wanting to cause any disruption. She munched on the fruit while watching Ing Bai showcase his skills that in the beast world. The males were indeed powerful. Even without using their special abilities, their natural prowess surpassed that of modern humans. For instance, Ing Bai was currently engaged in a task that, while snakes lacked sharp claws, he was still able to hollow out a piece of wood by hand and smooth it down quite nicely. Watching him made Ning's own hands ache, prompting her to take a bite of the fruit to distract herself. These mutated grapes are truly delicious. The purple fruit in Ning's hand was called Zipaigua, round and roughly the size of a fist, with a purple exterior and equally purple flesh. It tasted akin to grapes, exceptionally sweet, sweeter even than red heart fruit. She genuinely felt that she had turned misfortune into fortune. In her previous life, she had often been left with the remnants of fruit that her family had not consumed, receiving little of quality. Arriving in the beast world, although the environment had initially been overwhelming, since being brought back by Ying Xian, the two snakes in the cave had taken great care of her. In this brief time, the affection she had received far exceeded that of the past decade. Reflecting on it, she considered herself fortunate. The heavens had not consistently turned a blind eye to her. By the time Ingbai had finished, darkness had descended. He picked up a Ning and headed toward the cave, saying, "Ning Ning must be hungry by now. Let us return and prepare a meal." As they stepped inside the cave, Ingbai had yet to set a Ning down before Ying Xian entered from outside. The three exchanged glances, locking eyes. Ying Xian's expression transitioned from joy at seeing a Ning to shock upon noticing her in Ingbai's arms, ultimately morphing into a fierce glare directed at Ingbai, his anger and hostility unmistakable. Ingbai remained composed, his gaze fixed on Ying Xian as he spoke in a calm tone. "I'm back." Having lived alongside Ying Xian for nearly a century, he was well acquainted with his presence. The moment Ying Xian entered the valley, he sensed it, yet he did not mention it to Ning Ning. Continuing to hold her close, that he acknowledged that he was being intentional. He had already claimed Ning Ning for himself, and since she did not reject him, it was inevitable that he and Ying Xian would eventually clash. Seizing the opportunity tonight was ideal. He had no desire to delay. For each day he postponed was a day less to win Ning Ning's favor. In matters concerning the little female, he would not yield even to his own brother. And Ning felt both guilty and fearful in this moment. The scene before her resembled that of a husband who had been laboring tirelessly outside, returning home only to find his wife in the embrace of another man, particularly when that man was his brother. What a chaotic scene! What a scandal! Although she had not yet crossed any lines, the guilt weighed heavily on her. Ning was nearly brought to tears by Ying Xian's piercing gaze. She had never witnessed such an expression from the great snake before. Even though it was not directed at her, it filled her with trepidation. It wasn't that she feared the great snake would harm her, but rather that he might be upset and choose to ignore her. The great snake had not spoken a word to her since his arrival. Had it been before, he would have immediately engaged her in conversation. He must be angry. Ning recognized that her feelings were unfounded. Yet she could not help but feel a bit wronged, extending her hands toward Ying Xian and saying, "Great snake, hug." Tears shimmered in her eyes, as though she would burst into tears if Ying Xian rejected her. However, Ying Xian did not grant her the chance to cry. The moment she reached out, he swept her into his embrace, and as Ying Xian held a Ning, Ingbai instinctively released her, feeling a wave of disappointment, yet somewhat understanding. After all, Ying Xian was the one who had rescued Ning Ning, and it was only natural that she would feel closer to him, that if he could make her feel safe. That was already a significant first step. Everything else could be approached gradually. Moreover, Ning Ning's current closeness to Ying Xian was indicative of her not being fickle, and he should feel fortunate to have encountered such a little female. Chapter 57. The great snake's saliva quelled her emotions. Ying Xian had now cast aside his earlier hostility towards Ingbai. He reveled in the thought. Little Ning Ning, allowing him to embrace her, proved that her affection still lay with him. No matter how other wild males might attempt to entice her, their efforts would be in vain. Even if they succeeded, he was still the one she cherished most. No one could compare to for Ingbai. For Ning Ning's sake, he would refrain from confronting him for now. But when evening fell, he would certainly demand a proper confrontation. The victor in this duel would be the one granted the opportunity. And Ning felt somewhat reassured as Ying Xian held her. Nestling against his shoulder, she murmured, "Great snake, you weren't hurt while hunting, were you?" Although she had not seen any wounds on him, she could not help but inquire. Ying Xian's thoughts were interrupted by her question, and he proudly replied, "I was not injured. I am an 8th-tier beast man, and no prey can harm me." Little Ning Ning was concerned for him, which delighted the snake. And Ning could not overlook the pride in his tone, and she praised, "Great snake, you're amazing. You're such a powerful snake." This remark once again brought joy to Ying Xian, adhering to the belief that one should speak openly about matters at hand. And Ning inquired, "Were you angry with me just now?" The Shi. Ying Xian, basking in the praise, was momentarily taken aback by the question. Although he struggled to comprehend why Ning would ask such a thing, he earnestly replied, "I was not angry with Xiao Ning Ning. Yet you ignored me when you returned. I was the one who spoke to you first." Ning was unconvinced by Ying Xian's words. After all, she was no fool. It was evident to her that the Shishi had been displeased moments ago. Ing Xian lowered his gaze to Ning, who was resting her head on his shoulder without lifting it. A pang of regret struck him that he only now recognized the discontent of the person in his embrace. Xiao Ning must have been frightened by the way he looked at Ing Bai. Had he known, he would have restrained himself. He admitted that when he saw Ing Bai holding Xiao Ning earlier, he had felt an intense anger. This was entirely normal. Any male would feel anger if. Upon stepping out for just an afternoon, he returned to find his home invaded. However, he was not angry at Xiao Ning. His ire was directed at Ing Bai. Xiao Ning, being young and timid, had surely been lured by that cunning and despicable snake. That it was also his fault. If he could ascend to the 9th tier, he could keep Xiao Ning by his side and would not have allowed Ing Bai, that scheming snake, to take advantage of the situation. The mere thought of it incensed him. No, anger was an inadequate term to describe his feelings towards Ing Bai. Ing Xian carried Ning to the stone bed and, observing the animal skin spread across it, silently cursed Ing Bai's scheming nature. Once more in his heart, he sat down on the bed, urging the still downtrodden Ning to lift her head. And Ning, uncertain of his intentions, obediently complied. Ing Xian gazed at her slightly aggrieved little face and gently licked it until her cheeks were drenched in saliva, at which point he finally released her. And Ning exclaimed, "Sometimes I really want to call the police. Why do you always have to lick me and leave me dripping with drool?" Faced with Ing Xian, she felt a twinge of guilt and shame. But now those feelings had evaporated. The snake's saliva had dampened her emotions. Just as Ning was at a loss for words, Ing Xian spoke up. "Xiao Ning, please do not be upset. It is my fault." In Ning's ears, this statement made perfect sense. That it was she who felt guilty, while brother she was merely being kind by finding her something to eat. However, Ing Xian perceived it quite differently. What did it mean that he had no time? It was clearly Ing Bai who had taken Xiao Ning because he had ulterior motives regarding her. Chapter 59. The life of a snake is not easy. Ing Xian sighed. Once again, he was tasked with making the bed and finding food, tasks that were clearly suited for a beast husband. Just moments ago, he had sensed Ing Bai's scent on Xiao Ning's bed. That shameless scheming snake was doing it on purpose. Xiao Ning was too young to understand such things. Could a great snake like him really be oblivious? The thought made Ing Xian feel frustrated. He could not help but say, "I went hunting today and had no time, but that doesn't mean I won't have time tomorrow. I can take Xiao Ning with me. I brought her back, and I will take good care of her." Ing Bai did not refute Ing Xian's words. Instead, he asked, "Isn't it possible for Ning to eat the thing she desires a little sooner?" Ing Xian found himself at a loss for words. He could not argue against this statement, yet he did not wish to concede. Acknowledging it would mean validating Ing Bai's actions. Seeing Ing Xian silent, Ing Bai seemed to discern his thoughts and earnestly remarked, Ning is a little female. She deserves the best care." Ing Xian could not refute this, for Ing Bai spoke the truth, and he harbored the same sentiment. Having known Ing Bai as a brother for many years, he understood him well. What Ing Bai was implying was that he could not take care of Xiao Ning alone, though he was reluctant to admit it. It was a fact that could not be ignored. For instance, while he was out hunting, bringing Xiao Ning along might put her in danger, and if he did not take her, she would be left unattended at home. Did he really have to find another beast to look after her? Yet he truly did not want that. Xiao Ning liked him, and he liked her too. Why could it not just be the two of them? Alas, he blamed himself for not working harder. If only he could advance to the 9th tier, wouldn't he that resolve the current predicament? The life of a snake is not easy, Ing Xian sighed. Perhaps he should just have a good fight with Ing Bai first. As long as he won, he would still have the final say. That Ning sensed that the atmosphere was off, especially between the two snakes. She had a feeling that they were about to clash. Was it because brother she had taken her to exchange for rice? Surely not, but it was indeed the topic they were discussing. Had she known, she would have refrained from being so greedy. Ning glanced at the large snake Ing Xian to her left, then at brother she, Ing Bai, to her right, and finally back at Ing Xian. She lingered on Ing Xian's face as she noticed that his expression was somewhat unusual. "Are you too angry? Is it because of me?" Ing Bai and Ing Xian replied in unison. No and Ning found their simultaneous denial hard to believe. Ing Bai stepped closer to Ning, bent down to stroke her head, and looked into her eyes, gently saying, "Brother Ing Bai is not angry and would never be angry with Ning." Don't overthink it. That An Ning seemed to be swayed by his words and nodded. That it was not that she lacked ambition, but rather, she simply could not refuse someone who, though cold in demeanor, was gentle with her. Ing Xian, unwilling to be outdone, wrapped his arm around Ning's waist, lifting her onto his lap. That I would never be angry with Xiao Ning. I am only worried that Ingbai might take you out and you could encounter danger. Next time, you must bring me along. I will protect you. Ingbai raised an eyebrow at Ing Xian, his gaze seemingly conveying, "You've learned to lie to little females now. Haven to you." Ing Xian shot him a glare. He genuinely worried about Xiao Ning's safety. This was no lie. Regardless of whether Ing Xian was speaking falsehoods, and Ning believed him. The large snake had always been sincere with her and had shown continuous concern. Seeing the strange change in the large snake's expression made her realize that her outing had indeed worried him. That don't worry. Brother Ingbai is also very capable. During our outing, we encountered many stray beasts. And Brother Ingbai protected me very well that I didn't even get a chance to see what the strays looked like before he killed them all. Ingbai nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Xiao Ning was simply too adorable. Meanwhile, Ing Xian's face stiffened. Just a moment ago, Xiao Ning had been praising him, and now, just a short while later, the snake being praised had become Ingbai. And she spoke of how great Ingbai was. What about him? Killing a few stray beasts was nothing. He could take down even more. The envious snake now turned into Ing Xian, but he could not express his dissatisfaction to Ning, as that would make him appear petty, and females despise petty males the most. He could only silently resolve to be a bit rougher with Ingbai when the time came. Xiao Ning. Why do you call him Brother Ingbai, and not me? I'm older than you, Ing Xian pouted, trying to charm Ning. Although the name Big Snake sounded affectionate and close, he suddenly felt that calling him brother was far better. The thought of Xiao Ning calling him brother Ing Xian excited him. Ingbai had a title that he must possess as well. Whatever Ingbai had, he wanted too. The Big Snake should solely belong to him. And Ning felt helpless. Why was the Big Snake acting like a child, competing over titles? Then do you want to try the soft fruit we exchanged for today, Brother Ing Xian? The mere thought of it brought her joy. Chapter 60. Just thinking about it makes one very happy. Heh. Ing Xian nodded enthusiastically, as if his legs had turned into a tail, swaying with excitement. Ingbai shot a cold glare at Ing Xian. If it weren't for Ning being present, he would have given him a tail swipe. Was it too much to demand that he not steal even the titles? Fortunately, in Ning's heart, she still had a place for the title of Snake Brother. Thinking of this, Ingbai felt somewhat reassured. Aside from soft fruits and rabbit meat, what else does Ning wish to eat? I will prepare it, Ing Xian suggested. I caught some fierce beasts. Let's do them with mushrooms. Ning hopped down from Ing Xian's lap. Brother Ingbai, please chop the soft fruit into small pieces for cooking. A whole one is too large and will take a long time to cook. Just enough for me will do. Since brother she did not enjoy soft fruit, she thought that the big snake might not like it either. So she would prepare a little for him to taste first. If he liked it, she could make more next time. Ingbai nodded and took out a soft fruit, crushing it into pieces the size of mung beans. Placing them in a basin for Ning to see that this size acceptable. Ning gave a thumbs up to Ingbai. Yes, that is perfect. Just like this, the crushed soft fruit finally resembled rice. Ingbai smiled, his eyes twinkling as he looked at Ning. Should we add water and cook it directly? Brother Ingbai, please take the rabbit meat out of the pot. Be careful not to burn yourself. After taking it out, wash it with clean water, then I'll handle the cooking of the soft fruit. Ning took the crushed soft fruit from Ingbai's hands. Steaming it required controlling the water level, and it was a task better suited for her. All right, Ingbai obediently followed Ning's instructions. Big Snake, Brother Ing Xian, please don't start the fire yet. Cut the fierce beast meat and mushrooms first. In truth, Ning preferred calling him Big Snake. Perhaps she had always called him that. It felt more natural. However, since Ing Xian wanted her to call him brother, she would try to accommodate him. Hearing Ning's words, Ing Xian eagerly went to chop vegetables. Ning washed the soft fruit twice, placed it in the stone pot that Ingbai had just prepared, added an appropriate amount of water, and began to heat it for steaming to that moment. Ingbai had also cleaned the rabbit meat, and Ning was preparing to stir-fry it. Ingbai took the spatula in hand and interrupted. I'll do it. Ning just instructs me on how to proceed. That he remembered Ning saying that stir-frying was tiring on the hands, so he thought it best to take on the task himself. After all, it was his responsibility. Then you could do it, and Ning agreed without hesitation. The rabbits in the beast world were several times larger than those in modern times. After skinning and gutting 2 rabbits, there was quite a bit of meat, making it challenging for her to stir-fry a large pot that it was better not to strain her arms. The only seasonings they had were scallions, ginger, and white crystals. So stir-frying the rabbit meat was simple, just requiring a bit of strength that Ning directed while Bai handled the cooking, and Xian was in charge of stewing the mushrooms and fierce beast meat. In addition to tending the fire, one pot was for stir-frying rabbit meat, another for stewing fierce beast meat, and a stone pot for steaming rice. No, soft fruit, that Ning looked at the 2 handsome snakes busily working and thought to herself, it's much better to have more people working. Look at how each person is responsible for a task, and she doesn't even need to lift a finger. Moreover, having handsome men cook for her brought her immense joy. It was not merely that the cooks were good-looking. It was that she felt the food they prepared would be delicious. Seeing that she had nothing else to do, Ning found a stone pot, filled it with water to use as a vase, and placed the fresh flowers that Bai had set on the table inside. Then she surveyed the cave and ultimately decided to place the stone pot on the dining table, for there were no other tables available. Otherwise, it would have to sit on the ground. The rich aroma of the meat bubbling in the stone pot drew Ning closer. Brother Xian, is the meat stewing in the pot ready? It smells so good. The aroma of the mushroom stew and the potato braised beef pales in comparison to that of the midday goo beast. She could hardly restrain herself from sampling it. This query left Xian at a loss. How could he discern whether it was properly cooked? He had no issues consuming it raw himself. Yet if it was undercooked, little Ning would struggle to bite into it. Seeking assistance, Xian glanced at Bai, who was equally uncertain. Before noon, he had only partaken in roasted meat, and he was unaware if it had been adequately cooked. As he had never tasted stewed meat before, everything else was indistinguishable to him. Bai first scooped out a piece of rabbit meat into a bowl, then lifted the pot lid, ladling out a chunk of the stewed beast meat. Once it had cooled slightly, he savored it with care. Was Ning hungry? Perhaps she should have a fruit to tide her over. The meat would require a bit more time, and it was not as tender as it had been at noon. She might find it difficult to chew. And Ning shook her head and settled beside Xian. I don't wish to eat fruit. I will wait for the meal. She was still preoccupied with thoughts of the beast meat, curious about its delightful fragrance. Don't you think the stewed beast meat is far more fragrant than the meat from noon? Bai, while sought the meat, remarked, although the beast meat does not compare to the essence of a beast core, it is nonetheless beneficial for the physique of beast men. The texture is delicate, and the flavor surpasses that of ordinary prey, making it particularly appealing to females and young ones. Ning will understand once she tries it. Xian added, this beast was on the verge of advancing to the 5th stage when I dispatched it. At this juncture, the flavor is at its peak. Little Ning, you are bound to enjoy it. This beast had been slain just before it matured into a beast core, meaning all the core energy was preserved within the meat. Consuming this meat was akin to absorbing a beast core. Bai glanced up at Xian and inquired, you mean this is a beast about to evolve into a beast core? Xian's expression bore a hint of pride. Indeed, he had been fortunate. Finding a beast on the brink of evolution was no easy feat. Far rarer than encountering one that had already matured into a core, that it was also fortunate that this beast was not particularly clever. Typically, a beast seeking to evolve would find a secluded spot, especially one that needed to leap a significant tier. Once successful, it would be classified as a high-tier beast, and it is worth noting that a beast with a core possesses power vastly superior to one without, despite only a single tier of difference. However, this foolish beast did not even think to hide before its evolution. Had he not killed it, it would have likely been slain and consumed by other beastmen or beasts. In light of this, Ning truly ought not to indulge excessively. She had already consumed a beast core today. Bai clenched his fist, forcing himself to disregard the image of Xian feeding Ning the beast core. The energy contained within the meat of a beast in such a state could surpass that of an average 5th stage beast core. Ning had never consumed anything imbued with energy before. An excessive intake within a single day could overwhelm her body. Had he forgotten the lessons of the past? Xian, unaware of this, could not afford to be foolish that he had not initially realized this beast was on the verge of evolving into a core. Now that he did, he refrained from suggesting that Ning eat more. Should she absorb too much energy, they would be unable to remedy the situation. Xian was momentarily taken aback. had Ingbai not pointed it out. He would not have recognized the potential issue that he had previously experienced the consequences of consuming too many beast cores at once, nearly leading to his demise in a conflagration of agony. Had it not been for Ingbai's assistance, he believed he would have perished that time. Little Ning Ning's constitution was not as robust as theirs, and she was even weaker than he had been as a child. Thus, excessive absorption of beast core energy was indeed inadvisable. Although a couple of beast cores seemed negligible to him, she was but a child, and caution was paramount. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Ing Xian, filled with remorse, embraced Ning, his tone somber. I am sorry, little Ning Ning, that I intended to treat you, but I did not consider whether your body could withstand it. That Ning gently pinched Ing Xian's face. Smiling brightly, there is no need for apologies, Ing Xian Gij. You meant well that I shall forego eating this time. You both enjoy it. She understood Ingbai's concern, fearing that an excessive intake might overwhelm her fragile body. Ing Xian's good intentions were evident, and thankfully, she had not consumed anything yet, so it was not a grave matter. Ing Xian leaned down, nuzzling in Ning's neck. Little Ning Ning, I will catch another beast for you next time. For now, refrain from eating. All right, thank you, Ing Xian Gij, and Ning said, ignoring the sorrowful look in his eyes as she turned away from his affectionate gestures. This snake was undeniably clingy, always seeking to rub against her or lick her. Whether in joy or displeasure, he behaved the same way. Although she cherished Ing Xian's affectionate displays, they left her feeling quite ticklish to be why the time the meal was prepared, the night had fully descended. Ingbai kindled a fire within the cave for illumination, and together with Ing Xian, they set the dishes on the table while Ning was tasked with fetching the bowls and chopsticks. Ingbai lifted the lid of the stone pot containing the steamed soft fruit, and Ning leaned forward, eyeing the black and yellow substance at the pot's edge, unable to suppress a frown. The rice had burned. Upon seeing Ning's expression, Ing Xian followed her gaze, discovering that the contents of the stone pot were a mix of white, black, and yellow, emitting a peculiar odor. Was this the soft fruit? It certainly appeared unappetizing. Ingbai looked at Ning, his eyes seemingly asking, Are you certain you wish to eat this? Ning felt a bit embarrassed and explained, It was left on the fire too long. The outside is burnt, but the white inside is still edible. She had witnessed rice being steamed over a wood-fired stove in her youth, though she had never done so herself. It was only natural for her first attempt to go awry. Next time, she would simply be more mindful of the timing. Upon hearing her explanation, Ingbai said nothing further. He took a small spoon and scooped out some of the white soft fruit from the pot into a bowl. Tasting it himself before offering it to Ning, it had no off-putting flavor, allowing Ning to eat with peace of mind. It tasted quite similar to what she had enjoyed in the Long Ear tribe, but even better. Isn't it delicious? Let me try, Ning said, taking a small bite with her chopsticks. After chewing a couple of times, her eyes widened with excitement. This is it. This is real rice. From now on, I can have rice. It was delectable. The soft fruit was indeed delightful when steamed. Ing Xian Gij, would you like to give it a try? Seeing Ning's enthusiasm, Ing Xian grew curious. Could this white substance truly surpass the taste of meat? He too dipped his spoon into the bowl and took a bite, only to find it difficult to swallow, his face contorting as though he had consumed raw mushrooms. Had he known better, he would have refrained from his curiosity. What could anything containing fruit possibly taste good? And Ning couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. It seems you've no fortune for this delicacy. From now on, the soft fruit shall be mine alone. You two should stick to the meat. Indeed, it is all Ning Ning's, Ingbai said, serving Ning a generous portion of rabbit leg. Try it and let me know how it tastes. Ing Xian promptly followed suit, offering Ning 2 pieces of mushroom. Little Ning Ning, taste the mushrooms I stewed. You cannot eat the beast meat, but this mushroom is safe. Though both Ingbai and Ing Xian were not adept at using chopsticks. Ning had taught them to use small spoons while the food was being prepared, and now they handled them quite skillfully. Let us begin. Don't wait for us, Ning urged, glancing left and right. Surely you don't expect me to serve you before you begin eating? I insist we each eat our own. Despite her words, Ning still served both snakes some food, just this once. Mind you, from now on, you must serve yourselves. Had she truly become their animal caretaker? Ingbai, noticing Ning's misunderstanding, clarified, in households with females, it is customary for the females to eat first. Ing Xian shot Ingbai an annoyed glance before addressing Ning. Little Ning Ning, you should eat first. Was there such a rule? Had they not just eaten rice together? That was merely a taste test. It doesn't count. During meals, the female always eats first. Females are more precious in the household. While Ing Bai's explanation was accurate, the premise of females eating first applied only in the presence of their males. Otherwise, other males would hardly concern themselves with such customs. That An Ning nodded, realizing why she had insisted Ing Xian eat first at noon. There existed such traditions in the beast world. Was this not akin to ancient customs? If the head of the household did not move their chopsticks, neither could the others. The rules were indeed numerous. Very well, I shall take a bite first. And Ning sampled a small piece of rabbit meat. All right, you may eat now, do not wait. Ing Xian feigned a pout. Little Ning, why did you not try the mushrooms I made? And Ning replied, it was not intentional, that I simply had never eaten rabbit before, and thought to try it first, plus the sawed rabbit is not as hot as the stewed mushrooms. All right, I shall eat now. One must pamper their own snake, after all. Once Ning finished both the rabbit and the mushrooms, she declared, there, I have eaten. Now it is your turn. Little Ning, how does it taste? Ing Xian inquired. While Ing Bai added, Ning, what is the flavor like? Gazed upon by two handsome serpents with eager eyes, even if the dish were unpalatable, and Ning felt compelled to lavish praise. She raised both thumbs in a gesture of sincerity. One for each serpent, and slightly elevated her voice. Delicious. The flavor is exquisite. You both are remarkable, truly gifted in the culinary arts, far surpassing my own efforts. That An Ning firmly believed that commendable serpents were worthy of praise. Although Ing Bai and Ing Xian were already exceptional, she had faith that they could only improve further. Encouraging one's growth is vital, and similarly, the encouragement of two serpents' development holds equal importance. Indeed, both serpents appeared elated. Their joy manifested in the curious outcome that, despite Ning not serving herself, her bowl remained perpetually filled. When she noticed Ing Xian reaching to serve her again, she promptly covered her bowl with both hands. Her expression filled with refusal. No more, please. I am nearly full. Consuming too much will keep me awake later. Upon hearing her mention sleeplessness from overeating, Ing Xian swiftly redirected the contents of his spoon into his own bowl. Unperturbed by the prospect of excess, little Ning must have a good night's rest. He could not risk her witnessing his tussles with Ing Bai, lest she be frightened to tears, having eaten her fill. And Ning ceased her consumption, though her desire to sample the delectable beast meat lingered, its aroma intoxicating and heavenly. Yet, she valued her life more than fleeting cravings. Such trivial temptations paled in comparison. Ing Bai and Ing Xian feasted heartily, while Ning resolutely reminded herself, I am not tempted, truly not tempted. The beast meat is bitter and not at all appetizing. You two handle it. I am satiated. Turning her gaze away, she resolved not to look any longer. Rising, she approached the water tank, only to discover it was empty. Ing Bai, noticing her actions, inquired, what is little Ning up to? And Ning set down the ladle, intending to wash the pot and heat some water for her bath, that I wish to bathe in warm water. The river is far too cold. Now that conditions permitted. She did not wish to endure discomfort. When she had accompanied Ing Xian to the riverbank yesterday, she had refrained from entering the water, merely using a beast's skin to dab at her body. Feeling that such a wash was insufficiently clean. Chapter 63. Perhaps her perspective was rather narrow. The water tank was devoid of water. An Ning glanced at the two handsome serpents. She required assistance to exit the cave. Fetching water was beyond her capabilities, and she hoped for a serpent to take the initiative. Ing Xian, ever conscientious, declared, I shall fetch water for little Ning. Ing Bai, ever the thinker, suggested, no need to go out of your way. Ing Xian, simply gather some ice to place in the pot that I will tend the fire, and as the ice melts, we will have water. Oh, is this what it means to be an intelligent serpent? And Ning regarded Ing Bai with admiration. She had not considered such a solution. Ing Xian served not only as a refrigerator, but also as a veritable reservoir. Not only Ning, but even Ing Xian observed Ing Bai, acknowledging that his brother possessed a modicum of cleverness. Yet the primary responsibility lay with him. He was the serpent of substantial significance, capable of procuring the ice and tending to the fire. Rest easy. Ning, we shall prepare the hot water shortly. Ning shrugged, content that the matter of water was resolved. She had exerted herself enough, given her lack of abilities in this beastly world, where without the support of the strong, she truly struggled to advance. Reflecting on her time with the wild boar tribe, She had found herself in disarray, nearly losing her life. Were it not for the great serpent, she might have been reduced to nothing more than scraps of bone. In her previous life, she had not been a jack of all trades, but she had managed household duties and possessed a commendable capacity for learning. In this life, however, she had become a dependent, requiring constant care from her current situation, and Ning seemed to foresee a future of resignation. Ing Bai and Ing Xian swiftly finished their meal, and together they transformed ice into water. Ning sat upon a stone by the cave's entrance, feeling the cool breeze. After a while, she began to feel chilled and retreated back into the cave. The water need not be scalding, merely warm. Ning lifted the pot lid, dipping her hand inside to test the temperature. It was nearly ready, and she determined not to add more wood. Shall I pour it into that large basin? Ing Bai gestured towards the stone tub in the corner. Ning nodded, correcting him with a serious tone. That is not simply a basin. It is called a bathtub. Ing Bai smiled gently. Very well. Whatever Ning says it shall be. Hearing his words, Ning mumbled softly, it is what it is. It is indeed called a bathtub. I will pour water for little Ning. All right, let us use this basin. Ning intended to hand the basin to Ing Xian for him to pour water slowly into the bathtub. Unexpectedly, Ing Xian lifted the bathtub and brought it to the pot's edge, and Ning silently set the basin down. Well, perhaps my perspective was indeed too limited. She had presumed everyone was like her, unable to lift the large stone bathtub. Ing Xian poured all the water from the pot into the bathtub, asking where little Ning wished to bathe. Ning, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied to Ing Xian and Ing Bai, it matters not where I wash. The main point is that you both must turn away and not watch. Ing Xian, unfazed, countered, you are my female. I may gaze upon you. It is only necessary for Ing Bai to turn his back. After saying this, he glanced at Ing Bai. Ing Bai restrained himself, fighting the impulse to swat Ing Xian with his tail. That I cannot act out. Especially not in front of Ning. Ning objected. You cannot look. You must also turn away. Although she accepted the great serpent as her future mate, she could not yet bear the thought of exposing herself before him. It was far too embarrassing. Ing Xian frowned at Ning, questioning, why must I turn away? I wish to bathe little Ning. Ning was taken aback by this statement, faced with Ing Xian's grievance. She steadfastly refused. I can wash myself clean. Ing Xian, you must step outside. I will be quick. The great serpent seemed overly fixated on bathing her. She was not even dirty at present. Unbeknownst to Ning, Ing Xian's desire to bathe her was not due to her lack of cleanliness. Ing Xian wished to protest further, but was pulled away by Ing Bai towards the cave entrance that if you want Ning to bathe in cold water, then let us hurry. Her bathing water will cool. Upon hearing Ing Bai's words, Ing Xian obediently exited Ning's side in relief, grateful for her serpent brother's intervention. That moment, her brother Ing Bai addressed to Ning, take your time bathing. However, when the water cools, do come out. Should you need anything, just call. I have placed some cleaning leaves on the table. All right, I understand. Ning retrieved the cleaning leaves from the table, placing them beside the bathtub, then removed her bee-skin dress and settled into the warm water. She comfortably closed her eyes, splashing water over her shoulders and neck. Outside the cave, Ing Bai and Ing Xian maintained a respectful silence. The higher the rank of the beastmen, the more acute their senses became. The two serpents seemed to perceive in Ning's every move. The warm water, her fair skin, the delicate pink of her ears, and the gentle sway of her two foxtails created an alluring scene. They too suddenly yearned for a bath, not merely a plunge into the river. Soaking was a delightful experience, yet Ning was cautious not to linger too long. It felt unfair to leave the cave as occupants outside in the chill, while she luxuriated within. Next time, perhaps she would fashion 2 grass curtains to hang in the corners, creating a simple bathing area, allowing her to indulge as long as she desired. Chapter 64 is Brother Ing by attempting to soothe the young cub, and Ning had not considered whether the grass curtains would effectively shield her from the outside serpents. To her, if they truly wished to act upon her, no mere barrier could withstand their prowess as 8th-tier beastmen. The efficacy of the curtains would depend on the serpent's character, and she had faith in their integrity. Rising, she found herself drenched, unbothered by the absence of a towel. She donned her original beast skin, then approached the cave entrance, announcing, I am ready. You may come in, without needing a Ning to call out. Ing Bai and Ing Xian outside already sensed her completion. However, they were engaged in a silent contest of restraint before entering. Upon hearing her invitation to enter the cave, they stepped in one after the other. Fresh from her bath, and Ning exuded a mist of steam, clad in a strapless top and a knee-length bee-skin skirt, revealing her fair, slightly pink skin, which appeared even more delicate than before. Her lustrous dark curls hung damply, cascading over her slender waist. Her petite, exquisite face radiated purity and innocence, resembling a celestial being in the dim cave. The sweet fragrance in the air intensified, nearly overwhelming the two elder single serpents. Yingbai and Yingxian stared unblinkingly at Ning, remaining silent, as if uttering a word might shatter the enchanting scene and dissipate the sweet aroma within the cave. Achoo, unable to restrain herself. And Ning sneezed, rubbing her cold hands along her arms. Why are you both just standing there? Are you enjoying the breeze at the cave entrance? With that, she moved to sit by the fire. The atmosphere, disrupted by Ning's words, snapped Yingbai and Yingxian back to reality, prompting them to join her by the fire. Little Ning, are you cold? Yingxian took Ning's hand. Feeling its chill, alarmed, he exclaimed, Why is it so cold? Are you unwell? Upon hearing Yingxian's words, Yingbai hurriedly reached out to touch Ning's forehead and then gently grazed her arm, that he then retrieved a piece of animal hide from his space to wrap around Ning. Wondering if she had caught a chill after her bath, as she felt quite cool to the touch, it's nothing. I merely got a bit wet from bathing, and the wind has made me feel a tad chilly. In fact, I'm not cold at all. And Ning tucked her dripping tails behind her and moved closer to the fire to warm herself. The disadvantage of having fur is that it takes ages to dry once wet. Fortunately, it is spring now. If it were winter, she might as well be frozen solid. Seeing this, Yingbai pulled out another piece of animal hide, tore it in half, and tossed one piece to Yingxian. I'll dry her hair. Being damp can lead to illness, though we must be more careful next time. It's our fault for not taking better care of you. Yingxian had initially been reluctant to let Yingbai dry Ning's hair. But since the hide he caught was not immediately usable, he felt he had no choice but to rely on Yingbai. Upon reflection, he realized he had no grounds to object, though he felt a surge of irritation. Yingxian accepted the hide from Yingbai. I'll dry your tail, as doing it directly with fire will take too long. Ditto. I think I can manage myself, and Ning replied, feeling somewhat resistant. After all, she was capable enough. She shouldn't need help for something so trivial. However, her gentle refusal seemed ineffective against the two serpents. Let me, little Ning, rest. You are my female, and it is my duty to tend to your tail. I should also wash you. If I did, I assure you, you wouldn't catch a chill. Ning handed her tail to Yingxian, saying, Go ahead, for the bath. That's unnecessary. Just be careful not to rub off my fur, or I might get upset. Having already threatened her about bathing, what more could she say? If he wished to dry it, so be it. It would save her the trouble. Your hair is so long, drying it will take ages. I'll take care of it. If not dried promptly, you might fall ill. Females tend to be more fragile. And if you do fall sick, you'll have to endure a particularly bitter medicine, which I'm sure you would dislike. Yingbai added. Ning blinked, tilting her head to look at Yingbai. Are you trying to pamper a little cub? Yingbai smiled gently, and in the firelight, his eyes sparkled as if filled with stars. He didn't deny her words. After all, she was still. Ning remarked, eating and sleeping excessively is akin to raising pigs. Getting plump means fetching a good price. However, I must admit, sleeping on a bed draped with animal hides is utterly delightful. Soft, furry, warm, and comfortable. Soon, she drifted off to sleep. Once it was confirmed that Ning was soundly asleep, Yingxian quietly rose, gently tucked the animal hide around her, and exchanged a knowing glance with Yingbai before the two of them silently exited the cave, walking a short distance away. Ning slept deeply, her dreams absent until dawn broke, and it was once again Yingbai who roused her. The reason being, of course, that Yingxian was still asleep. Yingbai stood by Ning's bedside, holding a chilled fruit. Offering it to her lips, Ning glanced down instinctively, reaching out with her hand, only for Yingbai to evade her grasp, repositioning the fruit to her mouth once more, urging her to eat. Perhaps it was the imposing stature of Yingbai standing upright that made Ning feel pressured, leading her to reluctantly acquiesce to his insistence. Seeing this, Yingbai smiled, turned away, and dipped a piece of animal hide into a basin of water, wringing it out before approaching Ning to wipe her face. Startled, Ning quickly snatched it from him, exclaiming, Brothering by, I can wash my own face. It was rather unusual for him to be so attentive this early in the morning. He had called her awake, fed her chilled fruit, and now sought to wipe her face, that as for the great serpent. She would not mention him, still fast asleep. She distinctly remembered that last night, the grand serpent had taken human form and slept beside her. How had he ended up coiled in his grass nest, transformed back into a large black snake by morning? Could it be that he had fallen from the bed while sleeping restlessly? The image brought a smile to Ning's lips, her imagination running wild. Are you in a particularly good mood today, Ning? Is there something that brings you joy? Ingbai inquired, prompting Ning to cough awkwardly. Realizing she was smiling foolishly, that it's nothing, I'm just a bit hungry. Ingbai recognized her attempt to change the subject, yet he had merely asked out of casual curiosity that he lifted Ning and placed her at the dining table. Brother Ingbai has prepared some food for you. Ning, do have a taste and let me know if you like it. Wait a moment, and Ning interrupted, grasping Ingbai's arm as he moved to fetch food from the pot. Brother Ingbai, where did those injuries come from? You didn't have them yesterday. Initially, she had failed to notice, but when he lifted her, the wounds became evident. Ingbai paused, knowing he had deliberately avoided bending down to speak with her, fearing that she might become frightened upon seeing the injuries. Yet he was still caught. Let me see your wounds, and Ning insisted, tugging at his arm. Brother Ingbai, you need to squat down. I can't see properly if you don't. With a resigned sigh, Ingbai gradually knelt before her, and Ning examined the long, bleeding gashes on his chest, shoulders, and back, hesitant to touch them, yet her heart ached as she asked, does it hurt? Most of the wounds appear to be inflicted by a sharp blade. But thankfully, they were not deep that it doesn't hurt, Ingbai replied honestly. This is nothing at all. For a male beast man, these are hardly considered injuries that has only been a short while since my tussle with Xian. Otherwise, in another moment, these little cuts would have healed completely in truth. The wounds had been much deeper, but their serpentine constitution was robust. Within the span of preparing a meal, they had nearly healed that you're lying. With so many cuts, how could it not hurt? And Ning was unconvinced. She was no stranger to pain herself. Just the other day, her legs had ached so badly, she could barely walk, and it was only after Xian had given her a beast core that she felt better. Remembering the core's effects, and Ning urged Ingbai, you should take out a beast core and eat one. It'll make you feel better. Ingbai had intended to explain that it was nothing to worry about. But upon seeing in Ning's reddened eyes, he fell silent and simply took out a beast core. Popping it into his mouth, he gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, it's all right. Brother Ingbai has eaten it now. You need not worry, Ning. The fact that she was concerned for him brought him immense joy. He wished he could endure even greater pain, lamenting that he should have allowed Xian to strike him a few more times. If only he could lie down instead. But no, he must not lie down. Doing so would forfeit his chance to be Ning's beast husband. Seeing that Ingbai had consumed the beast core, and Ning felt considerably relieved, regardless of the reasons. She did not wish for her gentle and considerate brother to be injured. How did you get hurt? You're an 8th-tier beast man. Ordinarily, other beast men shouldn't be able to harm you, and it's only been one night. You shouldn't have had a chance to fight, right? Could it be? Glancing at Xian, still asleep, and Ning turned back to Ingbai, cautiously probing. Did you fight with Xian? Ingbai's heart skipped a beat. He was unsure how she had deduced this, but he felt compelled to deny it, lest she become upset. Ning, how could you think that? I did not fight with Xian. Really? Yes, you can ask Xian yourself. This was the first time Ingbai had ever lied in his life. Though he appeared calm, inwardly, he was in a state of panic. After all, this was not just anyone. It was his little female. How could he not feel apprehensive? In truth, sparring among males was a common occurrence, especially among those vying for the favor of the same female. They sparred more frequently, as all desired to earn her approval. Demonstrating strength was the best means to gain a female's favor, for in her eyes, the weak had no right to claim her. This rule applied not only to females but across the entire Beastman continent. Only the strong had the privilege to speak and make decisions. Although Ning had never explicitly forbidden fighting, Ingbai sensed her disapproval of conflict among beastmen. Ning is too timid and overly sensitive. If she were to learn that my clash with Xian was due to her words, he feared the path to winning her heart would be fraught with challenges. Hence, he chose to keep this to himself. As it was merely a matter between males, just to spar for the sake of their shared affection for Ning, that as long as she was well, Nothing else mattered. From his understanding of Ing Xian, he was certain his brother shared the same sentiment, as he had already persuaded him. Ingbai served Ning her breakfast, placing the bowl on the table and handing her chopsticks. Ning, please eat first. It will soon cool down. If you have any questions, you can wake Ing Xian after finishing your meal. Upon hearing Ingbai's words, Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her serpent brother had risen early to prepare breakfast for her. And here she was, suspecting him of something untoward. How unreasonable of her. Thank you, brother Ingbai. Ingbai feigned a sorrowful expression. Ning still considers me an outsider. You promised yesterday that you would no longer say thank you. And Ning quickly waved her hands. No, I didn't mean it that way. I just said it without thinking. It wasn't intentional. Why did he adopt such a demeanor? She had merely expressed gratitude. As if she had wronged him. Brother Ingbai. I'll remember next time. Please don't be upset. Listening to her explanation, Ingbai struggled to suppress a smile. I asked what you say true. And Ning nodded vigorously. Absolutely, I promise. Very well. I believe you. Ingbai held the bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other. Let brother Ingbai feed you. That doesn't seem right. You said you wouldn't be polite with brother Ingbai. Ignoring Ning's reluctance, he scooped a small piece of meat and offered it to her mouth, gently coaxing, Go on. It will cool soon. Ning looked down at the meat on the spoon. Then up at Ingbai's expectant gaze. After much hesitation, she opened her mouth and ate. Seeing this, Ingbai smiled broadly and, once she had finished, eagerly inquired, How does it taste? Delicious. What kind of meat is this? It's meat from a gugu beast, stir-fried with mushrooms. A gugu beast. And Ning pointed at the meat in the bowl, asking, But there are a lot of bones in gugu beasts. Why are there none here? I removed the bones. During their meal yesterday, he had noticed how much Ning enjoyed gugu beast meat, but unlike him and Ing Xian, she took her time eating, spitting out the bones. Thus, this morning, he had taken the initiative to remove them entirely. Ning felt a mix of emotions. She understood Ingbai's intentions were for her benefit, yet it felt excessively considerate. Brother Ingbai, you needn't go to such trouble. Cooking it directly is just fine. The gugu beast isn't that large. It's quite a hassle to debonair. It's no trouble. As long as Ning can eat more, that's enough. Ingbai scooped another small spoonful of soft fruit and offered it to her. Be a good girl. Don't talk for now. Just eat. I'm not a little cub. I don't need to be fed like this. Well, you are a big cub. As she was still underage, and Ning could indeed be considered a big cub. Chewing her rice, she mumbled, Brother Ingbai's cooking is excellent. This soft fruit is far tastier than what I steamed. I saw you steaming it yesterday. This time, I didn't cook it for as long. Ning corresponded with Bai, giving a thumbs up. The soft fruit was both fragrant and glutinous, imbued with a hint of sweetness, making it exceptionally delectable. Brother Snake possessed a remarkable culinary talent, mastering the art of cooking at a mere glance, surpassing her skills. Within the cave, a black snake was coiled comfortably in a grassy nest, while a girl with fox ears was indulging in the feeding from another white snake, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 68. She even found the snake rather adorable. The morning light streamed in, illuminating Ingbai's pale skin, prompting Ning to glance up at him. Amidst her consumption, a nagging feeling arose within her, as if she had forgotten something important. Observing Ingbai's bare upper body, Ning suddenly stood up. Brother Snake had yet to explain how he had sustained his injuries. Should she inquire again? Perhaps not. If Brother Snake wished to share, he would have done so earlier. She had already questioned him, and his silence indicated a desire to keep it to himself. Thus, she resolved to refrain from asking. Brother Snake's wounds appeared to be healing well, suggesting he was fine. No more questions then. She would wait until Big Snake woke, and then inquire whether he had been in a fight with Brother Snake. Big Snake would surely not deceive her. I've had my fill. Ning gently nudged Ingbai's hand, signaling that she could eat no more. All right, it's still cool outside. I'll save some for Ning and have it again at noon. Ingbai took the dishes away to wash, while Ning rested her chin on her hand, watching him. Brother Ingbai, aren't you eating with Big Snake? Ingbai shook his head. That we can forego meals when we're not hungry, that a male can occasionally accompany a female for a cooked meal, but with our appetites. Cooking for every meal would be exhausting. Why is Big Snake still asleep? Shouldn't we wake him? Ning expressed her concern. It seemed excessive to sleep so long that he generally enjoys sleeping, Ingbai reassured her. If you want to call him, then do so. Injuries from a scuffle were inevitable, and Ingbai harbored no worries for Ing Xian. knowing that given Ing Xian's strength, he must be nearly healed. His slumber was a result of sheer laziness. Aining hesitated before approaching Ing Xian that I'll go wake him. Although it felt morally questionable to disturb his rest, her concern for Ing Xian lingered, especially since she was puzzled as to how he had ended up on the floor. Big Snake, wake up. Seeing Ing Xian unresponsive, she bent down to gently tap his eyelids. Are you going to eat? Still no response. Aining prodded again, raising her voice slightly. Brother Ing Xian, if you don't wake up, you won't be allowed back on the bed to AT that moment. Ingbai wished he could rush over and knock Ing Xian unconscious, for then he would lose any chance of sleeping on Ning Ning's bed. Ing Xian must have heard Aining in his dreams as he opened his large snake eyes upon recognizing the person beside him. He immediately nudged closer. Little Ning Ning Aining responded with a gentle acknowledgement, reaching out to stroke Ing Xian's snake head. Big Snake, you sleep so much. I called you several times just now. Hearing her words, Ing Xian let out a soft, aggrieved hum. He had not intentionally ignored little Ning Ning, that he and Ingbai had been engaged in a fierce battle from dusk till dawn. Had he not feared that little Ning Ning would awaken hungry, they would still be at it. He had gone an entire night without sleep, lost the fight, and sustained injuries. Were it not for his innate healing abilities, he might have remained asleep even longer had Aining called out to him. With this thought, Ing Xian felt even more aggrieved, nuzzling against Aining, wishing he could shrink and wrap around her entirely. But alas, he was still charred from Ingbai's lightning, and coiling around little Ning Ning would surely soil her. Aining noticed that Ing Xian was unusually clingy at that moment. He had always been affectionate, yet something felt different now. The current big black snake appeared rather pitiful. What's wrong? Why doesn't Big Snake transform into human form? In this serpentine guise, she could not discern what troubled him. Ing Xian's affectionate nuzzling paused momentarily, and the next moment, he extended his tongue to gently touch Aining's neck. Does little Ning Ning dislike snakes? This question struck a chord. Just a day prior, Aining might not have voiced it, but deep down, she had harbored a dislike for snakes. However, things had changed. She no longer felt repulsed by them. When Ing Xian affectionately rubbed against her, she even found the snake quite endearing. Her capacity for acceptance was truly remarkable. Aining silently commended herself. Not at all. I really like Big Snake. Ing Xian joyfully licked Aining's lips. Then how about I stay in beast form today? He had no desire to take on human form, at least not today. He was still blackened all over, and the thought of transforming into a human while looking so unkempt was unappealing. What if little Ning Ning found him repulsive? In beast form, he could still maintain some semblance of dignity, as both his beast form and black hue would be indistinguishable to others aside from himself and Ingbai. The instigator. All right. Aining grasped Ing Xian's tongue firmly. Stop licking me. I have something to ask you. Ing Xian opened his mouth and hissed, startling Aining into quickly releasing his tongue. She gently blew on the exposed tip of his tongue. Apologizing, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? I didn't mean to. She truly had not anticipated how delicate a snake's tongue was. She had barely exerted any force. For snakes, their tongues were among the softest parts of their bodies. Suddenly being grasped had caused Ing Xian some discomfort, but it was not unbearable. He merely wished to elicit some sympathy from little Ning Ning. After all, soon, little Ning Ning would not be solely his snake. Chapter 69. Is he not essentially bringing misfortune upon himself? This was a predicament he found himself in, for he recognized the validity in Ingbai's words. A single beast indeed found it challenging to care for a female. For little Ning Ning's sake, he would begrudgingly accept Ingbai, as he was undoubtedly far superior to other beasts. However, acceptance aside, he still yearned to be the most significant snake in little Ning Ning's heart. At the very least, her affection for him must not be lesser than that for Ingbai. Big Snake, are you still in pain? Not anymore. Ing Xian nudged Aining's delicate face with his snout. Aining could tell from Ing Xian's demeanor that he was indeed fine. Not only was he unhurt, but he seemed quite joyful, even wagging his tail. Were it not for Ing Xian's serpentine form, she might have suspected he was a dog. Aining adjusted Ing Xian's head gently, creating a slight distance to meet his gaze. Big Snake, weren't you sleeping on the bed yesterday? Why are you on the floor this morning? Ing Xian felt a pang of guilt and wanted to turn his head away, but he could not, as Aining's hand held his head in place. That it was not that he could not turn. It was that he dared not, because I'm accustomed to sleeping in beast form. The bed is too small for me, so I crawled to the grassy nest on the ground to sleep. Xian was incapable of lying, especially in front of his mate. He felt so guilty that his face flushed. Fortunately, he was in snake form, a black snake at that. Otherwise, little Ning Ning would surely see through his deception. Xian did not wish to deceive Aining, but he could not very well admit that he had been in a scuffle with Bai and ended up looking like this. Fearing to return to the bed lest he dirty it. That would be too shameful for a snake. He had his pride, especially in front of his mate. How could he confess that he had been bested by another male? Such a confession would be both degrading and undignified. Admitting defeat was one matter. He would simply strive to reclaim victory next time. Complaining to a female was something only immature offspring would do. Aining scrutinized Xian for quite some time, noting that he did not even blink, leading her to believe his words were genuine. As Big Snake was indeed rather simple-minded, if Big Snake prefers to sleep in beast form, then let us do that from now on. There is no need to force yourself to sleep with me. We are all in the same cave, and I can manage on my own without needing someone to keep watch. Big Snake truly was being silly. If he did not like it, he should not force himself. She was no child who required constant companionship to sleep. Xian froze, wondering if he had unwittingly brought misfortune upon himself. Alas, he harbored a deep fondness for sleeping alongside Xiaoning. That it was all the fault of Bai, that cunning serpent, who was envious of his ability to embrace Xiaoning during slumber, thus deliberately casting him in a negative light. Upon hearing Anning's words, Bai nearly burst into laughter. He had never slept beside Xiaoning, despite having prepared her bed. Now that she had spoken up, he thought it best that no one sleep at all. It was fortunate he had rendered Xian in such a state that in the past, when he engaged in fights, he typically resorted to biting or strangling his opponents, rarely employing lightning to strike other beasts. Should he have done so, it would have been a swift kill. Yet it was Xiaoning who had suggested using lightning against other beastmen the previous day, and thus, reminded, he had unleashed his lightning upon Xian. He had used merely a fraction of his strength, and while Xian had not sustained severe injuries, his entire being had turned to sooty black, not the shiny black of his beast form, but rather the charred black akin to the soft fruit Xiaoning had burned yesterday. Even in his human form, he appeared utterly darkened. The sight had left him momentarily stunned, that of course, the consequences of provoking Xian were not light either. He had suffered several fractured bones and could scarcely rise. Had it not been for his final blow that toppled Xian, he would now be lying in beast form instead. Xian, the entire serpent, appeared dejected, his head drooping in a manner that conveyed his grievances, yet he could not articulate them. Seeing Xuan's head lowered, Anning squatted down, resting her head against his, and spoke in whispers, "Big serpent, I noticed that Brother Bai has wounds on him." When I asked him, he remained silent. Do you know what happened? Upon hearing this, Xian immediately perked up, glancing at Bai and not far off to the side of Bai's expression. He instantly understood that I don't know. Did Bai get injured? I didn't notice. Anning also stole a glance at Bai, wondering if he was all right now that he had consumed a beast core. She leaned her head against Xuan's, her voice soft as she inquired. "Big serpent, did you and Brother Bai get into a fight? He told me to ask you." Xian felt a pang of anxiety, and the denial slipped out before he could think. No, that detestable Bai, fully aware that he wished not to deceive little Xiaoning, had deliberately sent her to inquire, "Isn't that answer a bit too hasty? Brother Xian would never lie to me, right?" Anning fixed her gaze on Xian. He nudged her ear gently with his serpent head, affirming, "I would not lie." Anning straightened up, covering her ears with her hands. "No touching my ears." Xian tilted his head to regard her. "Little Xiaoning, you are adorable. Adorable or not, you mustn't touch." "All right, then I shall merely nuzzle your neck," he replied as his serpent head moved closer. Chapter 70. Was the valley raided last night? "Oh dear, big serpent, do not tease. It tickles." The girl's laughter rang out like silver bells, filling the ears of the two serpents with joy. Xian played and frolicked with Anning while Bai watched with a smile in his eyes. That was not that he was envious, but rather, given his nature, he found it difficult to engage in such playful antics with the little female. Fortunately, they both sought to please the same female, and regardless of the methods employed, the outcome was ultimately what they desired, thus preventing any feelings of imbalance. All right, big serpent, I am tired and no longer wish to laugh." Anning, exhausted, lay on Xuan's serpent head. Panting, after a moment's respite, she quietly expressed her need. "Big serpent, I wish to go outside to relieve myself. Ah, how difficult it was in this day and age, needing to report to a serpent before using the restroom and requiring their accompaniment. Ingxian was about to wrap his tail around Anning to lift her onto his head when he suddenly remembered that his tail was also covered in that sooty hue. And he lowered it again, that I cannot soil little Xianing. That detestable Ingbai was truly infuriating. Ingbai, having overheard Anning's words, understood Ingxuan's concerns that he approached and picked Anning up, stating, "I will take Xianing down." Ingxian said nothing, merely casting a glare at Ingbai's retreating figure before promptly following suit. Anning was utterly bewildered. What was happening? She had requested the big serpent to carry her to the restroom, yet it was the snake brother who was taking her down. If the big serpent did not wish to carry her, why was he trailing behind? It was merely a trip to relieve herself, not a battle. Did two serpents need to accompany her? No, this restroom dilemma required a solution. Who needed to be carried every time they went? As Anning was led down by Ingbai, her gaze fell upon the scene within the valley, rendering her speechless. She pointed at the scattered stones and the jagged, broken trees, along with the wild grasses and flowers trampled into the mud. What? Was the valley raided last night? But that cannot be. Raiders should have targeted the cave, not these surroundings. Ingbai and Ingxian exchanged glances. We were careless. We forgot to clear the scene. Anning scrutinized both Ingbai and Ingxian, her eyes filled with a hint of suspicion. I wish to hear your explanations. The state of their territory had been reduced to such a mess. And she could not believe the two serpents were oblivious. Ingxian turned his serpent head, looking everywhere except at Anning. Ingbai felt a surge of panic that if Xianing discovered that he and Ingxian had been deceiving her, it would be disastrous. Females do not favor deceitful males, that if only I had known, I would have fought outside the valley, that moment. They had been concerned about leaving Xianing alone in the cave, fearing something might happen to her, thus refraining from venturing outside. Little did they know it would lead to such disarray. They were also too caught up in the excitement to remember to clean up. This is all my fault. I couldn't sleep last night and was merely exercising my beastly form. Exercising your beastly form? Are you certain? Anning's lips twitched, although she did not know how one would exercise. The level of destruction suggested it resembled the work of a frenzied pack of beasts. Indeed, I often trained this way before. Ingxian is aware. Ingbai shot a glance at Ingxian, who feigned ignorance, prompting him to lash out with his tail at Ingxian while Anning was not paying attention. Ingxian yelped in pain, his serpent tongue flicking out. Upon hearing the sound, Anning turned to Ingxian, asking, "Big serpent, what is the matter?" "Nothing. I merely wish to assert that Brother Ingbai speaks the truth." Ingxian shot a glare at Ingbai, suddenly having a thought, and turned to Anning to report. Ingbai often engages in such antics. I tell him, yet he pays no heed, leaving the scene in this state. What kind of male delights in destruction? Little Xianing, do scold him well. If Xianing reprimanded Ingbai, it would serve as a form of retribution for him. Given that Ingbai had just struck him, Anning's gaze shifted back to Ingbai, her expression torn. She too believed that Snake Brother's actions were rather inappropriate. The scenery in the valley had once been quite beautiful, yet now it was marred by such devastation, undoubtedly an eyesore. However, if she were to scold Snake Brother, even with the courage of 10, she would not dare. She also wondered what the big serpent thought of this. Ingbai raised his eyebrows slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked at Anning with eager anticipation. He genuinely wished to hear Xianing scold him. Her voice was soft and sweet. Even if she were to chastise him, it would undoubtedly sound delightful. Moreover, if Xianing were to scold him, it would imply she regarded him as her male. The thought alone was quite advantageous. This younger brother had quite the proposal indeed. Ingbai shot Ingxian an appreciative glance. Ingxian, puzzled, thought, is this serpent unwell? Anning, already hesitant to speak, felt even less inclined to do so under Ingbai's gaze. Snake Brother was truly peculiar. Even after being scolded by the big serpent, he still smiled. Chapter 71. Why does it feel like Snake Brother's body has lost its previous softness? Perhaps it was her imagination. But Anning felt as though Snake Brother was quite eager for her reprimand, that it must be an illusion. Who would relish being scolded? She certainly did not. Brother Ingbai, please set me down. Anning had not forgotten her primary purpose for descending. Ingbai expressed a hint of disappointment. Why does Xianing not scold me? Ingxian also lamented, why does little Xianing not scold Ingbai? After being set down by Ingbai, Anning walked behind a fallen tree. Xian promptly followed. Ning turned back, pointing at the large tree. I won't stray far, just behind that tree. Big serpent, you mustn't follow me. Otherwise, go help Brother Ingbai clean the valley. Ingbai had already begun clearing the stones, tying up the broken trees to take back for firewood. Xian huffed in displeasure. I will wait here for little Xianing. Let Ingbai clean up by himself. He wished to remain with little Xianing. Ingbai had spent the entire morning with her, yet he had not even dared to embrace her, all because of Ingbai's influence. Ning merely made a suggestion. All right, then you stay here, but do not come over. If the big serpent did not wish to clean, then so be it. After all, he was not the one who caused the mess. This was her third time. The routine had become quite familiar. After relieving herself, she dug a hole to bury her waist. I am done. Xian glided over, gently nudging Ning's face with his serpent snout. Little Xianing, I shall take you to wash your hands. Let us go. And Ning gently stroked Xian's serpent head. That it was cool and smooth, and the more she looked, the more adorable it became. Upon reaching the riverbank, Xian diminished his size slightly and dove headfirst into the water. He intended to wash himself thoroughly, determined to rid himself of that layer of darkness, that if he truly couldn't wash it away, he would make sure not to rub against Xiao Ning. Ning watched in astonishment as Xian twisted and turned in the water, exclaiming, Wow, big snake, you can shrink too. Xian swam over to Ning, flicking his tongue to taste the hand she had dipped into the water. Ning giggled as she felt the warm, damp sensation on her palm and quickly withdrew her hand. Emerging from the water, Xian tilted his serpentine head to gaze at her, overwhelmed by his cuteness, and Ning reached out to touch him, asking, Big snake, can you become even smaller? Xian nodded, and in the next moment, he transformed from a several-meter-long serpent into a small black snake, roughly the length of her arm. The little snake's body sank into the river, its black scales shimmering like jewels under the sun, creating a dazzling spectacle. Unable to resist, Ning reached into the river again, eager to touch Xian. In response, Xian swam closer, gently biting her finger. The moist warmth on her fingertip made Ning chuckle. The big snake behaved like a playful little cub, reminiscent of a docile pet snake. Big snake, or rather, I should call you little snake now. How about I help you take a bath? She mused. You look quite clean. Does anything need washing? Such a fastidious little creature. Hearing Ning's address, Xian flicked his tail in displeasure that he refused to be called a little snake. He was a big snake, and that title sounded far more majestic. However, the prospect of Ning giving him a bath was enticing, that if he could be bathed by her, what did it matter if she called him a little snake? He released her finger and coiled around her arm, nuzzling against her. This is what it felt like to be wrapped around a little female. No wonder other stray beasts were so eager to claim her. And Ning's skin was soft and fragrant, and he yearned to remain entwined with her, that he wondered what it would be like to coil around her entirely. It must be even more delightful. Gently tapping Xian's little snake head, and Ning said, Little snake, stay still. I'm going to give you a bath. Xian was not pleased. How could little Ning be the elder sister when he was the older brother? Little Ning ought to call him brother. All right, and Ning replied, her agreement brief and to the point. She plucked a leaf for cleansing, creating a lather as she applied it from his head to his tail, gently massaging his body. Xian closed his eyes in bliss. Little Ning's hands were so soft, and the sensation felt wonderful. He wished it could last forever, realizing that the little black snake was thoroughly enjoying himself. And Ning dedicated herself to the task, ensuring every inch except for his head was attended to. Xian, who had been basking in the pleasure, suddenly stiffened, his eyes flying open in surprise, if it weren't for the faint awareness in his mind that it was little Ning giving him a bath. He might have bitten her hand for intruding on his personal space. Little Ning, please, don't rub anymore. I'm clean, really. And Ning paused in her ministrations, glancing curiously at the black snake on her arm. Big snake. Why are you stuttering? Are you uncomfortable? You seem to enjoy it just now. As she spoke, she couldn't help but poke him gently. Why did it seem like his body had lost some of its earlier softness? Xian had been managing his impulses, but in Ning's poke at his tail was the last straw. He could no longer contain himself. Chapter 72. Big snake, don't do that. I'm scared, he released in Ning's arm, his body bulking up and coiling tightly around her until he had completely ensnared her. He was bewildered by his own actions. Though he was a serpent of ice powers, a wave of heat surged through him. urging him to act on instinct. Ning felt a surge of panic. She wanted to struggle but hesitated, reasoning that the big snake would not harm her and was likely just playing. Thus, she ceased her attempts to break free, primarily because she found it futile. The black snake's forked tongue explored in Ning's body, brushing against her face, lips, neck, and collarbone. His tail roamed over her, as if searching for something. And Ning, who had initially reclined, gradually sensed something was amiss with Ing Xian. She couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, yet a primal fear gripped her. "Big snake, please stop. I can't breathe. Let me go," she pleaded. Upon hearing her words, a semblance of rationality returned to Ing Xian, that he loosened his grip slightly, but did not release her entirely, that he felt as though he might explode from the pressure building at his tail. Only little Ning could save him. The black snake's head rested on Ning's shoulder, his tongue brushing against her neck. She smelled so sweet. He felt lightheaded, longing to bite down and never let go. His tongue traced her neck delicately, while his tail wound around her thigh. Ingbai, moving swiftly in his beast form, cleared the rubble from the valley and transported broken trees into the cave. Once his tasks were completed, he set out to find Ning. It was frustrating that he had to do this alone, especially since it was both his and Ing Xian's responsibility, the elder brother. He felt it was unfair that he had to take on all the work. However, having finished, it was only right for him to accompany Ning now. Upon reaching the valley floor, he had yet to spot the snake and fox when he heard Ning's cries. Alarmed, he rushed toward the sound. Ing Xian's actions had frightened Ning to tears. "Wah, big snake, please stop. I'm scared." She could feel Ing Xian's tail against her. "How cruel." Ingbai arrived just in time to witness this scene. His azure eyes darkened with a hint of crimson, his thunderous powers coiling dangerously in his grasp. After a moment of restraint, he ultimately chose to hold back, fearing for the safety of the person within the black snake. And Ning's tears fell onto the black serpent's head, and her cries jolted Ing Xian back to his senses. He raised his head, and upon seeing her tear-streaked face, he froze. The fiery sensations within him seemed to extinguish in the face of her tears, and a wave of calm washed over him. Gazing at her tear-stained cheeks, he felt an unfamiliar pain, his heart clenching as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Little Ning, I'm sorry. Please don't cry." Ingbai stood nearby. His gaze fixed intently on Ing Xian, his expression taut and icy. Ing Xian released Ning at once. He rarely displayed anger, but at that moment, his face was a chilling storm, starkly different from the playful squabbles of jealousy before. He was genuinely furious. Had he not been concerned about Ning being caught in the crossfire, he would have already confronted Ing Xian. Upon seeing Ingbai approach, Ing Xian felt a mix of guilt and relief. But more importantly, he was anxious. He unwound his serpent form from Ning, transforming into his human shape to embrace her. By the time Ning registered what was happening, she found herself nestled in a cool, comforting embrace. She looked up, her tear-filled eyes meeting his exquisitely handsome face, pushing against his alabaster chest as she protested. "Let me go. I don't want your embrace." Her voice was laced with a clear sob. Ingbai reached out to take Ning from him, but Ing Xian was reluctant to let go, only releasing her when met with Ingbai's piercing gaze that he had no choice but to comply, his guilt overpowering him. "Little Ning," he murmured, but Ning turned away, unable to bear witnessing his sorrowful expression, fearing she might soften. The big snake had crossed a line, not only licking her collarbone, but also biting her, though it hadn't hurt. It was incredibly embarrassing. Most alarmingly, he had dared to slide his tail beneath her animal skin skirt, touching areas she hardly dared to herself. The icy sensation of his tail had terrified her, leaving her breathless. Just the thought of it sent shivers down her spine, and she wished to avoid being held by the snake brother entirely, especially since below his waist he too possessed a long serpent tail. She was now afraid of snake tails. Ing Xian parted his lips, observing Ning's reaction with a complicated mix of emotions that he yearned to explain but found himself at a loss. He had indeed been impulsive. Thankfully, nothing too grave had occurred. Otherwise, he would never forgive himself. Ingbai, momentarily setting aside the need to confront Ing Xian, transformed his tail back into legs, securing the animal skin skirt with one hand as he cradled Ning onto a nearby stone. Ning, are you all right? Did he hurt you? Does anything ache?" Chapter 73. She could live in another world. Ingbai spoke as he scrutinized Ning's body for any signs of injury, and Ning shook her head silently. She wasn't in the mood to talk. Ing Xian stood behind Ing Bai, quietly studying Ning. Although he was certain she had not been harmed, he couldn't shake his worries. Little Ning was so fragile. Had his coils not hurt her? Ing Bai's eye meticulously examined Ning's exposed skin. Upon noticing the torn beast-hide top with a gaping hole and the faint bite marks on her pristine skin, he felt a lump form in his throat. And as Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, he clenched his fist, pressing it into his palm. This time, Ing Xian had truly gone too far. It was no wonder that Ning had been reduced to tears. Did Ning feel pain? And Ning looked up, casting a puzzled glance at Ing Bai. No, it didn't hurt, and she wasn't injured. Her brother had already inquired about it. Are you really not in pain? Ning's face flushed. Ing Bai reached out, gently touching the torn fabric of Ning's top, his silence speaking volumes through his gaze that Ning glanced down. And in that instant, she quickly covered the exposed tear with both hands, forbidding any further scrutiny. She had been embraced by Brother Snake while wearing such an outfit, and it had been seen. Was there any difference between her and those male beastmen who roamed bare-chested? Moreover, Brother Snake had drawn attention to the red marks on her snow-white skin. Whoa, she wished she could escape to another world. All of this was Ing Xian's fault. Ning's eyes widened in indignation as she recalled the crimson marks. Glaring at Ing Xian felt guilty and wronged. Little Ning, and Ning feigned deafness. Ing Bai's eyes remained fixated on the small hands that shielded Ning's garment. Although he was considerably older, in certain respects, he was still an inexperienced snake, having previously focused solely on hunting ferocious beasts to level up that was the female form. Indeed, it was strikingly different from their own, small and round. It was almost unnaturally fair that it appeared soft. Though he wondered what it felt like to touch, Ning's modest covering seemed to provoke even more inappropriate thoughts. What are you staring at? You're not allowed to look at me anymore. And Ning, feeling embarrassed and irritated by Ing Bai's gaze, attempted to leap from his lap. Ing Bai, quick as lightning, wrapped his arms around her waist that Ning struggled to move, her little legs kicking aimlessly. She dared not use her hands, for if she loosened her grip, everything would be exposed again. That I'm not looking to be good. Ning, don't jump down. The ground is rough. Ing Bai reached out to soothe Ning's hair. Speaking softly, Brother Ing Bai wants to make clothes for Ning, but I'm unsure of the size, so I looked a bit longer at your outfit. Please don't be angry that if you didn't pacify her soon. The little fox would surely show its claws, that of course. Even if the little fox did show its claws, it wouldn't scratch him painfully, but he worried about Ning injuring herself. Hearing Ing Bai's words, and Ning's temper instantly softened. Yes, Brother Snake had just shown concern for whether she was hurt, noticed her torn clothing, and wanted to make her new clothes. He was indeed a proper and kind snake. She had overreacted. Besides, she didn't have much to show. She was still small and not fully developed, even less so than Brother Snake and the larger snakes. She was hardly worthy of his attention. I want to go back and rest for a while. It's not right to keep covering my clothes like this. That I'll take Ning back. Ing Bai lifted Ning, his legs transforming into a serpentine tail as he glided toward the cave. Ing Xian followed behind like a remorseful child, his gaze constantly fixed on Ning's face, watching her expressions that he longed to hold little Ning, but she wouldn't let him and was ignoring him. She was angry with him. He understood what had happened at the time when little Ning had touched the sensitive part of his tail, and he had lost control. In nearly a century of existence, it was his first encounter with the allure of a young female. She was remarkably different from the males, in scent and touch, drawing him to desire closeness with little Ning. Ing Bai entered the cave with Ning, placing her gently on the stone bed and draping a beast-hide blanket over her. Rest now, Ning. Brother Ing Bai will make you new clothes shortly. And once you feel better, you can wear them. Ning nodded, casting a wary glance at the black and white serpentine tails by the bed before quickly averting her gaze. Ing Bai observed Ning's reaction thoughtfully, bending down to gently touch her forehead, speaking softly. It's all right. Ning, don't be afraid. Close your eyes and rest well, okay? The warmth in Ing Bai's eyes and the gentle tone of his voice conveyed unmistakable care and affection, making it hard to resist. Okay. Ning gradually closed her eyes. Perhaps she was simply exhausted from her earlier emotional turmoil, for she quickly fell into a deep slumber. Seeing her asleep, Ing Bai shot Ing Xian a meaningful glance. Ing Xian, with his head bowed, followed Ing Bai out of the cave. Once they were certain that the sleeping occupant within the cave could not hear them, Ingbai turned and forcefully struck Ing Xian with his tail. Ing Xian's body slammed against the stone, and as he swiftly regained his footing, he prepared to retaliate when he suddenly recalled the reason for his punishment, instantly deflating. Guilt washed over his face. I frightened little Ning Ning. You can hit me, I deserve it. Little Ning Ning would never strike back. She lacks the strength, oh please, take out your anger on me. I want to fight back. Ingbai, he genuinely wanted to strike Ing Xian. But faced with his brother's sincere demeanor, he suddenly felt less inclined to do so. Initially, he had been furious upon witnessing Ning Ning's distress, and had it not been Ing Xian, he would have killed on the spot. But Ing Xian was different. He was someone who mattered to Ning Ning, a beast man who genuinely cared for her, and thus he could not bring himself to harm him, but he had intended to console Ning Ning first, and then privately teach Ing Xian a lesson. But seeing him like this, he felt disheartened. Ing Xian did not defend himself or evade. It was one-sided aggression, and he was not a beast man given to brutality. Have you entered your heat cycle? Apart from this, Ingbai could think of no other reason for his usually innocent and straightforward brother to act so impulsively, but he could see how much Ing Xian cared for Ning Ning. He would not be like other wandering beast men, consumed by their own desires. Otherwise, he would not have waited until this age to whimsically capture a female. Heat cycle. Ing Xian blinked, looking at Ingbai, asking, "What is that?" Ingbai, you can't be serious. You don't even know what a heat cycle is? Observing Ing Xian's earnest expression, Ingbai sighed. His foolish brother truly had no knowledge of such matters. The heat cycle for snake beasts occurred each spring and lasted approximately 2 weeks. During this time, they would become irritable, their bodies would heat up, and they might even lose their appetite. Ingbai also lacked experience in this area. He could not accurately describe the sensations, relying instead on his own experiences to explain it to Ing Xian. After hearing Ingbai's words, Ing Xian pondered for a while, then his face lit up in understanding. So that's what it was called. He had always thought it was merely due to the hot weather affecting his appetite, that a snake who seldom ventured out. He had no knowledge of such things. Each year he experienced this phenomenon, initially thinking something was wrong with his body. However, after testing his strength in fights, he realized he was still formidable, perhaps even stronger than before, so he dismissed it as merely the heat. He had naively attributed it to the weather, as snakes truly dislike heat, especially him, with his ice elemental powers. Ingbai rubbed his forehead, sometimes genuinely admiring his brother's carefree nature, but I'm quite curious about how you've spent your heat cycles in the past. Is it difficult to endure the heat cycle? When it gets too intense and I feel heated, I simply dive into the water to cool off, and if I don't feel like eating, I skip hunting altogether. IT works out well. I just sleep until I'm hungry again, and by then my body has cooled down. Ing Xian spoke casually. For him, it was indeed easy, if not for hunger. He would prefer to remain asleep, even during bouts of irritability, that if it became unbearable, he would simply freeze himself to cool down. Suddenly, I feel a wave of envy, Ingbai reflected, each time he endured his heat cycle. Apart from his own self-control, he often relied on intense fighting to ease the tension, and once his powers and stamina were sufficiently drained, the impulsive desires would dissipate. Until now, he had always thought Ing Xian was merely toughing it out, admiring his self-control, only to discover that his brother simply slept through it. Why is there such a vast difference between snakes? It wasn't your heat cycle that caused you to act like that by the river. You truly frightened Ning Ning. Ingbai did not forget the matter at hand. Upon mentioning this, Ing Xian grew despondent, aware that his previous actions had indeed terrified little Ning Ning, and the thought of her tears pained him deeply. I shrank down and dove into the river for a bath. Little Ning Ning wanted to help me, and I agreed. But then she touched the sensitive part of my tail. Ing Xian raised his tail, pointing at the sensitive area with a somewhat aggrieved expression that I told her not to touch it, but she poked me with her finger, and I couldn't hold back. Little Ning Ning had been the one to offer him a bath. And after he had protested, she continued to poke him. I in that moment of excitement. He had lost control, and now little Ning Ning was ignoring him. How can one treat a snake like that? He felt increasingly wrong that it's all Ingbai's fault. Had it not been for Ingbai, that cunning serpent who had cast him into darkness, he would not have taken a bath just now, and thus the subsequent events would never have unfolded, leaving Xiao Ning Ning unwept. Ingbai had caused him this distress. Ing Xian glared at Ingbai with a heart full of resentment. How could this scheming serpent dare to lecture him with such audacity? Was he not aware of his own actions? Ingbai glanced at the direction pointed out by Ing Xian, then averted his gaze. Chapter 75. It's all right, it's just too hot, he said. Even so, you must endure it. Ning Ning is still young and does not understand. You are much older. As a male, can you not withstand such a minor inconvenience? You should be accommodating towards her. Females need to be pampered. Ing Xian retorted. Ingbai, do you hear the serpent's words? Upon uttering these words, Ingbai felt a twinge of guilt. Truth be told, the male's anatomy was indeed not to be trifled with. No wonder Ing Xian had reacted so unusually earlier. As a serpent who had been single for nearly a century, confronted with a female he admired, Ingbai sighed. Ning Ning, alas, he had instructed her not to touch other beastmen, and she had listened, refraining from doing so. Yet, she remained sensitive when it came to her own household. He had heard that some females, before selecting a mate, would ask males to shed their beast skins to gauge size. But he had never heard of them actually touching. No. Ning Ning was so innocent. She surely did not comprehend this aspect and would never entertain such thoughts. Moreover, since Ing Xian had transformed into a small serpent, what was there to touch? It must have been Ing Xian overreacting, his mind tainted with impure thoughts. Certainly, if it were him, well, he would find he admitted he might. But he was sure he could exercise more restraint than Ing Xian. Though somewhat incredulous that Ingbai would say such a thing, Ing Xian felt there might be some merit to his words. Thus, he began to ponder seriously that if little Ning Ning enjoyed touching him, perhaps if he endured and allowed her to touch him a few more times, she would no longer be angry with him. However, that would be quite uncomfortable for him, and he feared he might lose control, which would only frighten little Ning Ning into tears. Furrowing his brow, his expression shifting continuously, Ing Xian struggled internally for a long while, finally resolving, I know how to soothe little Ning Ning. What? Ingbai's chaotic thoughts were interrupted by Ing Xian's declaration, and he frowned at the suddenly bright-eyed serpent before him. Ing Xian, with a light-hearted voice, said, Little Ning Ning likes to touch me, so if I let her touch me a bit more, she surely won't be angry anymore. Though it would be uncomfortable for him, for the sake of embracing little Ning Ning, he was determined to endure, even if it was difficult. Ingbai reacted swiftly, raising his voice. No, why not? Didn't you say that little females should be indulged and accommodated? After saying this, Ing Xian frowned in discontent, looking at Ingbai as if to say, You just said to pamper little Ning Ning, and that I, a serpent of such stature, should be able to withstand being touched a few times. Now that I've resolved to accept it, you say no again. Why are you so troublesome? Ingbai's brow twitched as he gritted his teeth, explaining, No means no. Ning Ning is still young. She only touches because she doesn't understand. Not because she likes it. She is timid and easily embarrassed. You must not do this. It will frighten her. Does this foolish brother even know what he is saying? To suggest allowing Ning Ning to touch him once was not enough. And now he was addicted? On what grounds? He had never even had that experience, let alone kissed Ning Ning. Ing Xian regarded Ingbai with a hint of skepticism. Really? You're not deceiving me. Are you? Ning Ning truly does not like to touch me. He worried that Ingbai might lie to hold little Ning Ning closer, which was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Considering his dubious past, Ingbai nodded firmly. Yes, you are in beast form. Ning Ning likely does not comprehend our serpent anatomy. He could not believe such an innocent girl would take pleasure in touching a serpent's sensitive areas, leaving only this explanation plausible. Besides, even if Ning Ning did have an inclination, it was time for him to take the lead in comforting her, that if her delicate hands were to touch his tail. Then, upon reaching this thought, Ingbai felt his ears uncontrollably redden, and a subtle stir began at the base of his tail. Ing Xian looked down, pondering for a moment, yet ultimately came to accept Ingbai's reasoning. Little Ning Ning had spent all her time in the tribe, and had surely never seen a serpent. She must have accidentally touched him. But if little Ning Ning did not enjoy touching him, how was he to console her? Ing Xian frowned, raising his head to inquire of Ingbai, when suddenly his keen eyes caught sight of something curious. Ingbai, your ears are so red, just like little Ning Ning's face when she is shy. Upon hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flickered across Ingbai's face that he clenched his fists, striving to cool the warmth in his ears, and replied earnestly, It's nothing. It's just very hot. Hot. Ing Xian looked up at the sky, then carefully felt the surrounding temperature, stating earnestly, I don't feel it is very hot. Ingbai sighed in exasperation. Is it so hard for this serpent to give him an out? Oh, I know. Are you entering your heat period? That must be why you are so warm, Ingxian exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation. Ingbai's expression turned wooden. No, this brother of his, calling him foolish, truly sometimes learns things too quickly. He had previously been oblivious to what a heat period entailed. And now he dared to assume he was in one. Did he think that his ears merely reddening indicated such a state? That was far too casual a conclusion. Feigning ignorance was not an option. He was a male, after all. Why was he drawing such attention to himself? Chapter 76. Perhaps it has been many years noticing that Ingxian intended to continue questioning. Ingbai interjected, "You should focus on how to cheer up Ning Ning." Upon hearing Ingbai mention Ning Ning, Ingxian ceased to care about Ingbai's flushed ears. Brother, how should I cheer up little Ning Ning? Ingbai cast a sidelong glance at Ingxian. When there was a matter at hand, he was a brother, but in moments of leisure, he was merely Ingbai. Now that he was aware of his brotherly role, yet they were not merely siblings, but rivals in love. What kind of fool would ask a rival how to win over a female? I have no experience either. Perhaps giving Ning Ning things she likes and indulging her. Listening to her words would help a little. As soon as he finished speaking, Ingbai regretted his words. What a fool he was for offering advice to a rival. Ingxian, his eyes half-lidded, had his attractive brows furrowed together. He was still unsure of what little Ning Ning liked. He felt utterly incompetent, and he mustered the courage to ask again, "Brother, do you know what little Ning Ning likes?" Ingbai did not even lift his eyelids. Replying nonchalantly, "I don't know." Haven T, you always claimed to know Ning Ning best. You don't even know what she likes. He was aware that Ning Ning liked flowers. She had told him so herself. But he would not divulge this information to Ingxian, as he wished to win her affection himself. Disregarding Ingxian's turmoil, Ingbai stated, "You can think about it slowly. I will go back to make clothes for Ning Ning." With that, he turned to head back to the cave. "I will also make clothes for Ning Ning," Ingxian called out behind him. Ingbai raised an eyebrow, turning back to look at him. "You can?" Ingxian's face stiffened. Indeed, he could not. He had only focused on eating and sleeping before, never paying attention to female clothing. He had hardly encountered many females at all, most of the time. He was in beast form, and he could not even recall when he last had a single piece of beast skin clothing. That it had probably been many years. Male beastmen wore simple skins, merely wrapping a piece of hide around their waists and tying it on both sides. However, females were different. The skins used for their clothes not only needed to be of good quality, but also had to be well fitted. If they were too large, they would sag and fall off. If too small, they simply would not fit. Ingxian declared earnestly, "I can learn to make them." His tone held determination. "I will definitely learn." It was an essential skill for every male to learn to make clothes for their female. There was no reason other males could do it while he could not. After all, he was a level 8 beast man. If he could not even manage to roast meat properly, how could he claim to be unable to make clothes? If that were the case, not only would little Ning Ning be disappointed, but he would also disdain himself. Ingbai considered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, then you should learn well." This younger brother of his had been exceedingly lazy in the past. Now his determination to learn more skills was commendable, as it would enable him to better care for Ning Ning. Relying solely on one male would not suffice to care for a young female. That is, the two handsome serpents approached the cave entrance. Just as they were about to enter, Ingbai pulled Ingxian aside, speaking softly, "Transform your tail into legs. For the time being, it's best not to use your beast form." Ingxian lowered his voice. "Why? Using beast form is so convenient and fast." Seeing him act so foolishly, Ingbai sighed in exasperation. "Why do you even need to ask? Was it not your beast form that frightened Ning Ning into tears? If you do not wish for her to avoid you, then refrain from using it. But if you insist on using it, then by all means, go ahead and dig yourself a cave to live in alone." This reminder to Ingxian was not due to any great generosity on his part. Primarily, he was concerned for Ning Ning, wishing to spare her any unease. Ingxian lowered his head and fell silent. Ingbai and Ingxian approached the bedside to glance at Ning, who was peacefully asleep, before quietly making their way to the opposite side of the cave. Ingbai retrieved some animal hide from his spatial pouch and fashioned 2 needles from animal bones. Meanwhile, Ingxian took on the task of twisting the thread, using hair plucked from the body of a honey goat beast. The honey goat beast, being rather diminutive, smaller even than the cuckoo beast, boasted soft yet sturdy fur, making it ideal for sewing garments. Although honey goats were not particularly aggressive, they were remarkably swift and elusive, making them difficult for most beastmen to capture. The honey goat wool in Ing Xian's possession was a stroke of good fortune. The previous night, a hapless honey goat had inadvertently wandered into the valley, only to stumble upon Ing Xian and Ing Bai engaged in a scuffle. Thus, the unfortunate little creature found itself stripped of its fur, and Ing Bai had even tossed its body into Ing Xian's mouth. How about this? Ing Xian displayed the twisted thread to Ing Bai, muttering under his breath, "This honey goat beast has far too little wool. This is all I managed to twist. Let's sew a few pieces first, and we can catch more later." Ing Bai meticulously cut a piece of yellow animal hide, awkwardly threading the bone needle. In truth, he had no real skill in sewing. He had merely observed other beastmen at work and had a theoretical understanding of the process, yet lacked practical experience. Nevertheless, he confidently endeavored to instruct Ing Xian, despite not knowing where this confidence stemmed from. First, thread the line through the needle's eye, just like I showed you. Chapter 77. Otherwise, it would seem she lacks any temperament. Ing Xian mimicked his actions. One hand grasping the needle and the other the thread, clumsily attempting to thread the needle, dropping it several times in the process. Ing Xian was nearly in a sweat, yet after considerable effort, he finally succeeded. "I've threaded it." "All right, let's begin sewing," Ing Bai replied, folding the edges of the prepared animal hide and commencing to stitch them together. Ing Xian followed suit, his hands moving in a similar manner. When Ning awoke, she groggily sat up in bed. Upon witnessing the incongruous scene before her, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Two handsome men, each over 2 meters tall, sat on a stone in the corner of the cave. Their long legs cramped, their well-defined hands delicately wielding tiny needles to sew garments, their movements quite unfamiliar. Their expressions were serious, brows furrowed, and gazes focused, as if they faced a formidable adversary. They were so engrossed in their task that they did not even notice her rising. And Ning adjusted her clothing and approached them, cautious not to startle them and cause an accidental prick. "Ing Bai Gij, Ing Xian." Upon hearing her voice, both Ing Bai and Ing Xian immediately looked up. "Little Ning, you're awake. You must be hungry now. I'll go heat up some food for you." Ning smiled gently at them, saying that food could wait. "Is the clothing ready? Let me see." Rather than rushing to eat, she was more eager to don a fresh outfit, as the tattered one she wore instilled a sense of insecurity. "Little Ning, take a look at what I made." Ing Xian unfolded the animal hide skirt for Ning to see. Observing the crooked stitching, and Ning pressed her lips together. It was not that she was being critical. It was simply that Ing Xian's creation was rather subpar. The uneven stitching was somewhat acceptable, but several seams remained unstitched, allowing 3 fingers to fit easily through the gaps, giving her the impression that it could rip apart with the slightest tug. Ing Xian felt a pang of anxiety. It was his first attempt at making clothing, and he was uncertain whether little Ning would find it lacking. "Little Ning, how did I do? Do you like it?" And Ning longed to say it was not very good, but faced with the fruits of someone else's labor, she found it difficult to outright reject it, especially since it was made specifically for her. She couldn't bring herself to utter that it was unsatisfactory. "That it's all right. There's room for improvement." She couldn't comfortably claim to like it either, fearing Ing Xian might take it to heart and feel obligated to keep making her clothes in the future. And Ning's vague response left Ing Xian feeling slightly disheartened, though only a little. That he was aware that his work was not up to par. He had known it while sewing, as crafting clothing was far more challenging than slaying ferocious beasts. However, he resolved to practice more in the future, as he had plenty of animal hides from yesterday's hunt to hone his skills. Once he became proficient, the garments he produced would surely satisfy little Ning. Yes, little Ning, I will get better at this." Ing Xian's eyes crinkled with a smile, his pure black irises sparkling like stars. Little Ning had just spoken to him. He thought, perhaps she is no longer upset with me. And Ning smirked slightly. Her heart had softened after witnessing Ing Xian's earnest and innocent smile. However, she still felt it necessary to teach the serpent a lesson, lest it appear as if she had no temper at all. Ing Bai could discern in Ning's thoughts from her expression that he felt a sense of helplessness. How could there be such a good-tempered female? Fortunately, it was he and Ing Xian who encountered her. Had it been other less scrupulous males, she would have been bullied mercilessly. "Ning, take a look at what I made. It's my first attempt, and it's not very good. I will practice more in the future." He acknowledged his lack of experience, realizing that Ning's kind words were merely her way of sparing Xian's feelings, unaware that Xian had taken her praise to heart. And Ning accepted the bandeau top from Bai, smiling at him as she said, "It's quite good. Thank you for your hard work." Bai giggled that in her heart. She thought, the serpent and the big serpent truly are brothers. Their craftsmanship is equally lacking. Yet she quickly reminded herself that it was their first attempt, and given her own habit of lying around and doing nothing, she had no grounds for criticism. Furthermore, it was generous of the serpent to make her clothes. It was not an obligation. Their kindness should not be taken for granted, regardless of the quality. She felt grateful for their efforts. Xian observed the interaction between Bai and Ning, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Just the day before, little Ning had been close to him, and now she seemed to favor Bai, a consequence of his inability to control himself and inadvertently startling her. Xian cast a glance at the animal hide skirt he had made, regret filling his gaze. Perhaps Ning should change into something else. Although he recognized his work was subpar, Bai still wished to see Ning wearing it. Xian also eagerly anticipated her response. Chapter 78. It was him. He twisted my ear in truth, and Ning had intended to make some alterations before wearing it. However, seeing the two handsome men staring at her with eager expressions, she lost her desire to change. What is the harm in wearing it as is? It's not a big deal. If the stitching isn't tight and shows a little, who is going to pull at my clothes? You two, turn around. No peeking. Bai and Xian promptly turned their backs, accustomed to hearing this request over the past few days. Ning placed the garment on the bed, removed her tattered clothing, and donned the new creation. Once she had arranged it properly, she called out, "I'm ready. You can turn back now." Bai and Xian turned around to scrutinize her, and Ning attempted to tug the animal hide skirt down a bit, but found it unyielding. "What do you think? Is it a bit too short?" While it felt quite comfortable and the quality of the animal hide was undoubtedly excellent, the fit was indeed a concern for her, as she felt it was too short. The bandeau top barely covered her abdomen, but otherwise was acceptable. The skirt, however, was rather scandalous. It barely covered her hips, and she dared not bend or squat, fearing an accidental exposure, as she wore no undergarments beneath. Bai's gaze faltered as he regarded Ning, and he thought, "I'll make her a longer one later." Xian concurred with Bai's sentiment. Little Ning looks lovely like this, but it does provoke quite a reaction. That it reminded him of the scene by the river, where little Ning's skin was so fair and fragrant, captivating all who beheld her. Xian forced himself to divert his gaze from Ning, saying, "You must be hungry. I'll go heat up some food." Bai added, "Then I'll make another animal hide skirt for Ning." This outfit is far too enticing for the serpent. Her delicate limbs were fully exposed to the air. Although the feminine form was concealed beneath the animal hide, the half-revealed state was all the more alluring. Particularly the marks on her collarbone and neck seemed to beckon the serpent into temptation. Perhaps I should give it a try. I can sew as well. Bai Gidge has been cleaning the valley and making clothes for me. He has worked hard for so long. He deserves a break. In comparison to Bai, and Ning had more faith in her own abilities. After all, she had mended clothes in her past life. Crafting a simple animal hide skirt should pose no challenge for her. Bai remarked, "Is Ning implying that he did poorly? Such a young age, yet so articulate. How sweetly she speaks, making it impossible to feel upset." "Well then, Ning, why don't you give it a try? Bai Gidge will learn from you." Bai retrieved some animal hide and thread, taking care not to prick himself. "Otherwise, I'll have to take over." "I want tea." And Ning assured him confidently. Ning shook her head, the two fox ears atop her head, swaying gently with her movements. Bai's gaze was filled with fervor. He had long coveted her ears, and now he could no longer restrain himself. He reached out, lightly brushing the pink tips of Ning's ears, and then gently pinched them. "Duh!" And Ning exclaimed, raising her hands to cover her ears. She shot Bai a glare, her face tinged with a hint of grievance. "Why did you pinch my ears?" It felt undeniably strange for anyone but herself to touch her ears, causing a fleeting discomfort that she could not quite articulate, neither entirely unpleasant nor entirely comfortable. And Ning's voice caught the attention of Xian, who approached and inquired, "Little Ning, what's wrong?" Seeing someone to support her, and Ning pointed at Bai, her eyes brimming with accusation. "It was him. He pinched my ears just yesterday. He told me not to let others touch the ears of beastmen. Yet here he is, pinching mine. Upon hearing this, Ing Xian turned a disapproving look towards Ing Bai. Why did you pinch little Ning Ning's ears? She doesn't like having her ears touched. He recalled the last time Ing Bai had pinched her ears. She had scolded him for it. Ing Bai thought to himself, Ing Xian, this foolish snake truly understands nothing, but he observed the irate in Ning and found her exceedingly adorable. Just moments ago, she had been sulking in his embrace, and now she was reporting him to Ing Xian for touching her ears. Truly, she was a capricious little female. With a resigned shake of his head, a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Though he dared not fully express it, he took Ning's small hand in his. Gazing at her with gentle eyes, Ning Ning, in brother Ing Bai's heart, you are no ordinary beast. You have said that you do not regard me as an outsider, so I am allowed to touch your ears. And Ning tried to pull her hand away, but found herself unable to, responding defiantly. That is not true. You said touching ears signifies courting. The words left her lips. She lowered her gaze, her cheeks betraying her with an uncontrollable flush of crimson. Ing Bai's gaze lingered on Ning's face, his expression inscrutable. Brother Ing Bai was referring to the rabbit beastmen. Upon hearing this, and Ning's anxiety spiked, her speech quickening. Rabbit beastmen cannot have their ears touched, and neither can foxes. After speaking, she quickly glanced at Ing Bai's expression before hastily lowering her head again, her fingers curling into a fist, conveying the same sentiment. The last words she uttered were barely audible, so faint that unless one were very close, they would hardly catch what she had said. Ing Bai observed the little female whose cheeks and neck were flushed a deep shade of red, and he felt a stirring within him, unsure of the sentiment behind it, merely responding with a soft "oh." Chapter 79. Ning Ning's heartbeat, so rapid, and Ning herself was unsure of what was happening. The words she had just heard made her feel as if she had been pushed from a great height, the sensation of falling sending her world spinning, her heart racing with both anxiety and discomfort. "Don't hold my hand," she exclaimed, straining to shake off Ing Bai's grip, but to no avail. Frustration welled up in her, causing her eyes to sting and swell with tears. With reddened eyes, she turned to Ing Xian for help. "Big snake, please pull him away from me. I don't want him touching me." She covered her nose, suddenly feeling a sharp ache there, as if the emotion threatened to overflow into tears, yet she desperately wished to hold back. She could not bear to cry in front of Ing Bai. It would be too embarrassing. The way she had spoken earlier seemed akin to a confession, and yet Ing Bai had shown no reaction, indicating that he cared not at all. Why was he still holding her hand? She was not confessing her feelings. She was merely clarifying the nature of fox behavior, with no ulterior motives and nothing to be ashamed of. Yet, why did she feel such a deep sense of grievance? Seeing in Ning's teary eyes, Ing Xian's displeasure grew, and he shot a glare at Ing Bai. This snake, usually not lacking in wit, was so oblivious at this moment. What benefit was there in making little Ning Ning unhappy? He knew full well that this scheming snake was being willfully ignorant, but he had seen how Ning had been playfully teasing Ing Bai earlier. And now, with no attempt to placate her, Ing Bai feigned ignorance, as if he had not previously gone to great lengths to entice her. "But what's this? Do you no longer wish to be little Ning Ning's beast partner? Well, that suits me just fine. She belongs to me, the snake." Ing Xian draped an arm around Ning's shoulders while using his other hand to push Ing Bai's wrist away. "Ing Bai, let go. Don't touch little Ning Ning. You're making her cry. You should be comforting her, not aggravating her. Have your snake eyes gone blind?" Ing Bai evaded Ing Xian's hand, pulling Ning into his embrace, then turned to Ing Xian, saying, "You go and heat up some food for Ning Ning, and while you're at it, reflect on your previous actions." Ing Xian, how am I supposed to respond to that? Ing Bai was truly insufferable. He hoped little Ning Ning would give him a proper lesson. Ning, astounded that Ing Xian was truly turning to leave, exclaimed, "Ing Xian, you're really going to ignore me? Why are you listening to him?" Why had the big snake suddenly become so obedient to Ing Bai? Ing Xian paused, turning back to Ning. "Don't worry, little Ning Ning. Ing Bai wouldn't dare bully you if he makes you upset. Just hit him if you can't manage. Tell me, and I'll take care of it." He understood that Ing Bai genuinely cared for little Ning Ning. He had probably just gotten carried away in teasing her. Now he would surely need to make amends. Ning, with reddened eyes, turned her head away, refusing to look at Ing Bai. How could she dare to hit him? He was not someone she could confront. She could not even muster the courage to speak back. Ing Bai found her demeanor both amusing and disheartening. He gently pinched her cheek. Does Ning Ning really dislike brother Ing Bai this much? and Ning recoiled from his touch, unwilling to let him hold her. Ingbai, however, was unperturbed, recognizing that he had indeed upset the little fox. He sat on the bed with a Ning in his arms, one hand around her waist while the other lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. That Ning wished to evade his eyes, feeling that the position was somewhat perilous, and she did not want to lock eyes with Ingbai. "Don't move. It might hurt," he said, releasing her chin and instead cradling the back of her head to ensure it wouldn't hurt. Ning, exasperated, glared at him fiercely. "If you're afraid of hurting me, then let go. Who told you to hold me?" Ingbai gazed intently at Ning, the affection in his eyes akin to a surging tide, unmistakably evident. Does Ning dislike being held by brother Ingbai? And Ning's heart tightened under his scrutiny, and she quickly averted her gaze, as if fearing he might perceive something. I don't like it. If Ingbai did not like her, then she would not like him either. Yet, as she looked at the delicate blush adorning her cheeks, Ingbai felt a warmth spread within him. He chuckled softly, lowering his head to lightly brush his lips against her rosy hue. Feeling the sensation on her face, Ning instinctively covered her cheeks. "Ingbai, you..." Before she could finish, Ingbai interjected, "But brother Ingbai really likes Ning and wishes to hold her forever. Even if Ning does not like it, it does not matter. Brother Ingbai really likes me." And Ning's heart quivered at the thought, and she looked up, her eyes meeting the tender gaze directed at her. Her heart skipped a beat, and in the next moment, it inexplicably raced faster. Thump, thump, thump. Ingbai's lips curled upward, his azure eyes exuding an overwhelming tenderness that he gently tapped on the left side of Ning's chest. A smile gracing his tone. Ning's heartbeat is so rapid that Ning abruptly pressed her hands against her heart, her eyes reflecting both grievance and anticipation as she gazed at Ingbai. "Why you don't go too far." Chapter 80. Ning. "My face is still here." And Ning pressed her hands against her heart, her eyes filled with both grievance and a hint of expectation as she looked at Ingbai. "Why you don't go too far." Ingbai tenderly stroked Ning's hair. "I really like Ning. Will you accept me?" And Ning bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously clutching the fabric over her chest, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, she could ascertain that she did not reject him. In fact, there was a secret delight nestled within her heart. Noticing Ning's reaction, Ingbai feigned sorrow, asking, "Does Ning not like me?" At that moment, even if Ning wished to deny it, she had to admit that she was somewhat superficial and perhaps a touch infatuated. She truly could not bear to see a handsome man in distress. "No," Ingbai chuckled inwardly. "Then it seems Ning does like me." He had always known that she harbored feelings for him, that Ning did not want to refute him, yet she also did not wish to admit it outright. "You didn't care about what I said earlier, and now you claim to like me. You're just deceiving me." Upon reflecting on this, she felt a profound sense of grievance swell within her heart. Having grown up, it was her first time uttering such audacious words, yet they seemed to be dismissed as inconsequential. She could not discern whether she had become overly sensitive or if it was something else. But in that fleeting moment, she felt truly sorrowful. Although Ning's words lacked clarity, Ingbai understood her unspoken sentiments. When Ning conveyed the significance of touching Fox's ears, he did not respond in the moment, leaving her feeling disheartened. That he admitted that his initial silence had been intentional. Even Xian could perceive it. The reason behind his actions stemmed from his own selfishness, as he harbored jealousy towards Ning's closeness with Xian, yearning to hear her express her affection for him directly. However, it seemed he had overstepped. Xian would surely mock him in his thoughts, and rightfully so. Alas, had he known, he would have acted differently, sparing Ning from anger and sorrow, and the doubt regarding his feelings. That he enveloped Ning in his embrace, cradling her as one would a child, his hand gently stroking the back of her head. "I apologize, dear Ning, for causing you distress earlier. I swear to the beast god that my feelings for you are sincere. I truly cherish you." Ning was already aware of Brother Snake's affection. She believed in his sincerity, yet she felt compelled to voice her grievances, lest she be easily manipulated in the future. Lacking intelligence, she realized the importance of establishing boundaries ahead of time. With her face pressed against Ingbai's chest, she mumbled, "I dislike your indifferent demeanor." Noticing her softened attitude, Ingbai promptly apologized. "It is my fault. Feel free to hit or scold me. Anything to ease your anger. I won't hit you, nor do I wish to scold anyone." And Ning retorted, poking him with her finger, "You must explain yourself." If your reasoning is sound, I shall not remain upset. This question momentarily stumped Ingbai. Could he confess, I simply wish to hear you say you like me? That would be too sentimental, and as a male, expressing such thoughts would seem overly dramatic. Moreover, voicing it might invite trouble. He could imagine Ing Xian's reaction, likely unable to restrain himself from striking him. Yet he did not want to upset Ning Ning further. At that moment, he pondered the significance of touching a female's ears in the context of courtship. What would it signify as a beast husband? What did Ning Ning perceive it to mean? And Ning furrowed her brows, blinking in confusion. How had the conversation veered so sharply? She had posed a question to Brother Snake, yet he had turned it back on her with such an odd topic. What could it mean for a beast husband to touch his female's ears? Certainly not courtship, as they were already bonded. Was it a prelude to mating? Suddenly, and Ning felt the truth dawning upon her. She playfully smacked Ingbai, her face flushed as she exclaimed, You are shameless. Huh, how am I shameless? Ingbai responded, bewildered, even raising a hand to touch his own face. That I have a face, he lifted Ning's hand to his cheek. See, my face is still here. The An Ning was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. What do you mean your face is still here? How had the conversation taken such a bizarre turn? Observing Ingbai's serious expression, she felt utterly powerless. That wasn't she scolding him? How had shameless transformed into a literal interpretation? Perhaps in the beast world, this wasn't an insult. After all, she perceived that most beasts lacked a sense of shame. Pouting, she gazed at Ingbai. Do not change the subject. I demand an explanation. What do you mean by beast husband? Do not brush me off, since Brothering had already assumed the role of her beast husband. They had indeed bypassed the courtship ritual. However, Ingbai was uncertain of its implications, lost in thought, unaware that Ning Ning was anxiously awaiting clarity. Chapter 81. Ning Ning's face and neck were flush crimson. Had she known Ning Ning was so eager, Ingbai would have immediately expressed his feelings, preventing her distress. That he took her hand and kissed her fingers, his tone brimming with remorse. It is entirely my fault. Please forgive me this once, will you? And Ning was left speechless, bewildered by his words. Was it her fault for being anxious? Did she long to hear Brother Snake confess his feelings, upon realizing her own thoughts? She found no fault in this assertion, yet a strange sensation of being unfairly accused lingered. That no, this is not right. Her face twisted in confusion, betraying her feeling of being deceived. Ning Ning, do not speak. I am pondering, she said, covering Ingbai's mouth with her hand. Why has Ning Ning suddenly become so domineering, silencing me? He mused. After a moment, she released her grip, fixing her gaze on him, articulating each word. When did you become my beast husband? I was unaware, only just accepting her feelings for Brother Snake. How had he confidently referred to himself as her beast husband? Was his audacity not excessive? When the topic arose, Ingbai felt a twinge of guilt. The matter of becoming Ning Ning's beast husband had been tacitly agreed upon between him and Ing Xian, yet he had not had the opportunity to inform her. Nevertheless, his actions were those befitting a beast husband. Ning Ning allowed his embrace, shared meals with him, and acknowledged his affection. With Ing Xian's approval, he effectively occupied the role of her beast husband. With this reasoning, Ingbai felt reassured, speaking with newfound confidence. Ning Ning, you also hold feelings for me, do you not? Caught off guard by the revelation of her feelings, and Ning diverted her gaze, her voice soft and shy. You are changing the subject again. No sooner had she spoken than laughter echoed above her. Ingbai's fingers traced her neck, grazing the delicate skin, that in a low and enticing tone. He remarked, I like you. Ning Ning, and you accept me, thus making us companions. That Ning thought to herself. Despite her limited experience, Brother Snake could not possibly deceive her so easily. This was merely mutual affection. How could it equate to marriage? Moreover, was he not overly confident in assuming she liked him? She had yet to voice such sentiments. Tilting her head to evade his touch, she found his caress irritating. Ingbai lowered his hand, casting a meaningful glance at the girl in his arms, his eyes lingering on the faint marks on her snow-white neck, evidence of Ing Xian's kiss. Was this the completion of their ritual? However, considering Ning Ning's youth, certain practices would have to wait until she matured. Ingbai's demeanor remained serious, yet Ning felt her cheeks flush. You are shameless, she yearned to chastise him, yet found herself at a loss for words. No longer the Navi and Ning, She had witnessed the ways of the beast world. She understood the implications of the ritual Brother Snake referred to. Was it not a euphemism for that sort of activity? How had Brother Snake transformed so? The tenderness he had previously shown now seemed like a mere illusion. Has he truly lost all sense of propriety? Ingbai inquired, curiosity piquing. Is shameless an insult in the beast world? And Ning fell silent, unwilling to admit before him that she had been scolding him. She was not foolish. Understanding dawned on Ingbai. Ning's words were indeed a rebuke. His eyes crinkled in amusement. While he did not grasp the meaning of shameless, he recognized that Ning rarely scolded anyone, which made her singular repetition of the phrase amusing. Moreover, he found her flustered state endearing. Did his reasoning hold merit? Or did Ning harbor other sentiments? As he leaned closer, his voice a soft whisper, each word seemed to possess an enchanting quality, causing her cheeks to redden and her heart to race. Unable to resist, she turned her head, her eyes and cheeks averting from him. Yet her neck, partially hidden by her hair, lay exposed to the air that a dark glimmer sparked in Ingbai's eyes as he drew near. His tone teasingly gentle. Ning's face and neck are so red. Is she shy? What thoughts occupy her mind? And Ning felt herself nearing her limit, her hands pushing against his chest. Do not act this way. I will be angry, and then I will ignore you. The little female's cheeks appeared as if they might bleed, her threat undermined by the sweetness of her voice, which sounded like a playful tease to Ingbai's ears. Unable to contain himself any longer, he lowered his head. Chapter 82. Ning seemed to be warming to his advances. Ingbai's lips brushed against her delicate fox ear, and before she could voice her surprise, they trailed down to her flushed neck. Ning, do not be afraid. Everything is all right, my dear. Amidst the flurry of activity, Ingbai did not neglect to provide solace to Ning's emotions that Ning's eyes were veiled with a sheen of tears. And she could not help but grasp at Ingbai's hair, her voice tinged with a faint sob. Ingbai, let go down on the side. Xian had been feeling stifled, but had held his tongue until he could no longer contain himself upon witnessing this scene. This cunning serpent, Ingbai, still had the audacity to criticize him when he himself had been relentlessly pestering little Ning. Xian rapped on the stone basin, but even after shattering it, Ingbai showed no sign of stopping. Fueled by irritation, he shouted towards the bed, Ingbai, enough! Little Ning needs to eat. Do you intend to let her go hungry? The displeasure in his tone was palpable to anyone within earshot. Ah, let go of me! And Ning, hearing the commotion, began to struggle anxiously, her hands and feet flailing. Ingbai was about to release Ning when, at that very moment, her erratic movements caused her small hand to inadvertently strike his chin with a sharp smack. The sound was crisp and clear. Hiss, that hurts! And Ning cried out, her right fingers instinctively curling up as she covered them with her left hand, her small face contorting in pain. Ingbai, alarmed, grasped Ning's hand, gently prying her fingers apart. Let me see. Xian, equally concerned, approached. What happened to little Ning? Upon seeing Ning's reddened fingers, both Ingbai and Xian knit their brows in unison. Ingbai cradled Ning's hand, lowering his head to blow gently on her fingers. I am sorry. It was my fault. I hurt Ning. Hearing this, Xian glared at Ingbai, discontent evident in his expression. You should be more careful. How can you blame me when you've injured little Ning like this? Actually, it's my own fault. I was the one who acted out, and Ning interjected. However, Xian, the embodiment of double standards, disregarded her explanation, firmly believing that it was Ingbai's fault for causing Ning pain. Not only did Xian feel this way, but Ingbai himself also believed he was the one who had hurt Ning. Bending down, Xian brought his face closer to Ning's. Does it hurt a lot, little Ning? Let me feed you a beast core. No need. Xian produced a beast core from his hand. And Ning placed her other hand on his wrist to stop him. I don't want to eat. If you want to eat, you can eat it yourself. I'm fine now. It was just that one time. Really, it doesn't hurt anymore? Really? Observing that Ning's fingers were not as red as before, Xian decided to put the beast core away. It's good that little Ning is no longer in pain, he thought, but he still felt the need to keep the remaining beast cores for future occasions to feed her. Ning curled her hand, which Ingbai had been holding gently, and offered him a shy smile. Her tone somewhat sheepish. Ingbai Gidge, I'm no longer in pain. How could she not feel guilty? She had struck him first, yet he was the one apologizing. However, she could not be entirely blamed. After all, who asked her serpent brother to be so overly affectionate towards her? Getting hit was hardly a loss, especially since she was not doing it intentionally. In fact, she felt she had suffered a loss. Having not only been kissed but also having hurt her hand. The moment her hand struck his face was indeed painful. Her reaction was purely instinctive pain response. She truly could not tell if her hand was too tender or if her serpent brother's skin was too thick. Striking his face felt akin to hitting a wall. She recalled how soft the face of the great serpent had felt when she pinched it. By Gij, I want to pinch your face. Without waiting for his consent, Ning reached out, gently pinching the thin layer of flesh, squeezing it a couple of times while murmuring, "It's soft too." She then applied a bit more pressure and, upon releasing, scrutinized the result, asking, "Does your face hurt?" Although somewhat confused, Ingbai answered honestly, "No, it doesn't hurt that. Oh, then I didn't hurt you just now, right?" Ingbai Gij, I'm sorry. Ning's voice was filled with remorse. That had been her first time striking someone in her life, and it was against someone who had treated her so well. Her conscience was troubled. Ning quietly explained, "It wasn't intentional. You didn't ask for my permission, and I was too nervous to see clearly." Ingbai gazed at Ning's flushed cheeks and neck, a knowing smile playing on his lips that he understood exactly what she meant. He too had been somewhat anxious at that moment, fearing that Ning might become upset and ignore him. However, now he felt completely at ease that it seemed that Ning did not reject him after all. Quite well indeed. Ingbai's gaze lingered on Ning's neck, where he had left his mark. Ingbai Gij doesn't hurt at all. There's no need for Ning to apologize. The little strength Ning had used to hit him was akin to a gentle touch. He only wished that she would do it a few more times but not too many times. It could hurt Ning's hand. Next time you're angry, don't use your hands, okay? Your hand must have hurt quite a bit just now. Chapter 83. Does he also need to learn from Xian? And Ning pouted slightly, muttering softly, "Who would have known your skin was so thick?" Ingbai chuckled as he ruffled Ning's hair, finding it amusing that she was blaming his resilience. "All right, little Ning is hungry. I'll carry her to eat." Xian took Ning from Ingbai's arms, cradling her himself. This cunning serpent, Ingbai, was relentless, leaving little Ning's neck redder than before, even more so than his own marks. "This is infuriating." And Ning sighed helplessly, "Great serpent, I can walk on my own." How had she ended up in a position where her feet barely touched the ground? "The ground is cold. I'll carry little Ning." Xian seated Ning at the dining table and began to feed her. Ning weakly protested, "I want to eat by myself." She was not at the stage of being so weak that she could not take care of herself. Hearing this, Xian looked down at Ning, the disappointment in his eyes unmistakable. Is little Ning only fond of Ingbai now? "I want to feed you, and you refuse." The corners of his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Am I no longer the serpent you like?" Seeing Xian on the verge of tears, Ning felt a pang of guilt in her heart. She gently caressed Xian's face, her tone tender. "No, I really like you, great serpent, but I just want to eat on my own. If I let you feed me all the time, I'll end up becoming a useless person who can't do anything. And I don't want to be that way." Xian shook his head earnestly. "Little Ning, you are my little female. It's only right for me to feed my little female. You are not useless. You know many things my little female. You don't have to do anything. Just focus on being happy and eating well. Not having to do anything, just happily eating and sleeping every day." I can't fathom how many people long for that. Ning thought that would indeed be a joyous existence. Yet wasn't that akin to raising a pig? No wonder the females in the beast world tended to be plump. That was how they were nurtured. Not needing to eat on her own, not having to walk, nor even to dress herself. Except for the unavoidable necessity of using the restroom. Everything else could be done without moving. It was no surprise they gained weight. Noticing Ning's lack of response, Xian bent down to peck her cheek, playfully whining. "Ingbai must have fed you this morning. I haven't fed you yet today." Little Ning can't be biased towards Ingbai. "Let me feed you, all right." Fine, you can feed me." Ning turned her head in resignation. She found it hard to resist Xian's clingy, affectionate demeanor. "I'll feed little Ning." Xian was thrilled, using a spoon to scoop food for Ning. After taking a bite, Ning said, "Let us agree on something. From the next meal onwards, we'll eat our meals separately and not do this feeding thing anymore." "But," Ning interrupted Xian with a firm tone, "No buts. I've already decided." Yet her decision barely lasted 3 seconds before being undermined by Xian's pitiful gaze. Ning cleared her throat without much resolve. "Well, Maybe it's okay just this once. But only this once that IT was absurd. A man over 2 meters tall and nearly 100 years old was pouting like a child in front of her. And she, a mere 16-year-old, could not bring herself to refuse him. Was she too kind-hearted, or was Ing Xian simply too charming? Ingbai observed this scene thoughtfully, realizing that Ning enjoyed when males acted coy with her. Perhaps he should also learn from Ing Xian. It seemed plausible. Privately indulging in such sweetness with his own female wouldn't be a disgrace. Seeing Ing Xian's cheerful demeanor, he remarked, if little Ning Ning wants to be fed, just come to me. Ingbai cast a casual glance at Ing Xian, then added, I can also feed Ning Ning now. Ing Xian pretended not to hear, continuing to feed Ning. Ingbai's words made Ning feel somewhat uneasy. Having been so intimate with her serpent brother just now, Great Serpent had not even questioned her. He continued to feed her as if nothing had happened, which could lead to indigestion that Ning had not engaged in any physical activity that morning. And now she was hardly hungry. She could not finish the leftovers from breakfast. She turned her head to evade the spoon Ing Xian was bringing to her lips. I'm full. Ing Xian frowned slightly. Little Ning Ning hasn't eaten enough. How will you grow like this? Just a bit more, please. That Ning held his hand, placing it on her stomach. I'm really full. My stomach feels stretched. Ing Xian gently stroked her abdomen. Then we won't eat anymore. Xiao Ningning playfully tugged at his hand, encouraging him to touch her. Giggling softly, Ing Xian consumed the remaining dishes, and when Xiao Ningning grew hungry again, he would prepare a feast of fierce beast meat for her. And Ning nodded happily, exclaiming, all right, thank you, to Shi. She wrapped her arms around Ing Xuan's neck, drawing him closer, and planted a kiss on the left side of his face. Foreheads touching, Ing Xian beamed with a silly grin. Xiao Ningning is my little female. I take joy in cooking for you, and when you kiss me, I am equally delighted. Chapter 84. What is Ingbai up to? Observing the joyful smile on Ing Xuan's face, and Ning felt increasingly guilty. After much internal conflict, she resolved to address the matter. She distanced herself slightly from Ing Xian and, with a cautious tone, inquired, to Shi, you must have seen and heard what transpired between me and Ingbai just now. What are your thoughts? Do you mind? The moment the words escaped her lips, she felt a pang of guilt. Although such situations were commonplace in the beast world, her modern soul struggled to enjoy the present without clarifying her feelings. For a fleeting moment, she regretted giving Ingbai any opportunity. If Ing Xian was unwilling, she would be harming two wonderful individuals. Ning anxiously clutched Ing Xuan's hand, torn between anticipation for his response and fear of it. It felt as though her mind was split in two. One voice urged, Ingbai has treated you so well. You've acknowledged him. Are you really going to retract that? You heartless girl. The other countered, Dashishi is also wonderful. He saved you. How can you bear to hurt him? You ungrateful wretch. Ingbai observed in Ning's inner turmoil, and even Ing Xian noticed her distress. Ing Xian held in Ning's hand tenderly, his dark, clear eyes fixed on her, sincerity radiating from his expression. Xiao Ningning, having an additional beast will enable me to care for you better. This is something Ingbai and I have already agreed upon. For your sake, I am willing to accept that moment, and Ning found herself at a loss for words to describe her emotions. She had an inkling of how Ing Xian would respond. But when she heard his words, a wave of warmth surged within her, making her tremble and her eyes misty. They truly cared for her. Xiao Ningning, Ing Xian said, noticing her reddened eyes, do you not like Ingbai? If you don't, I can send him away. Please don't cry over this, that he had gained some experience now. He recognized that such reactions from Xiao Ningning often led to tears, and he could not bear to see her cry. What kind of male would allow his little female to weep daily? That would be utterly inept. What was Ingbai doing? Why did Xiao Ningning begin to cry the moment Ing Xian mentioned accepting him? The inept white snake, Ingbai, truly wished to scold the black snake. How could Xiao Ningning possibly not like him? Ing Xian had a penchant for speaking without thinking, that he even claimed that her tears were due to him and that he should be sent away. This brother was indeed infuriating and foolish. He couldn't quite comprehend why Xiao Ningning reacted the way she did, but after Ing Xian expressed his acceptance, her relieved demeanor clearly indicated that her sorrow stemmed not from dislike, but rather gratitude. Feeling helpless, Ingbai approached, disregarding Ing Xuan's glare, and embraced Ning. Gently brushing his fingers against her reddened eyes, he asked, what is wrong? Xiao Ningning, we mustn't cry anymore. The touch of his calloused fingers along her eyelids caused Ning to involuntarily grasp his hand. I am fine. I'm not going to cry. Although she felt a surge of emotion that nearly brought her to tears, Ingxuan's words had sparked a smile within her, and while she remained touched, tears were no longer an option. Ingbai tightened his grip on Ning's hand, his tone feigning sorrow. Does Xiao Ningning like Gijing Bai? If not, Ingxian will surely send me away, and I would be left homeless. Wandering outside. How pitiful. And Ning was not so easily deceived this time. She poked Ingbai's shoulder, saying, Gijing Bai knows perfectly well. Why ask me now? She would never send you away. Listening to her tone, one might be led to believe that had she not been aware of his capabilities, she might have fallen into his trap. Brother Snake had grown mischievous. He had once been gentle and considerate. Yet now he bullied her like she and insisted she express her affection for him, despite her earlier acknowledgement. Ingbai smirked but did not refute in Ning's words, merely stating, Gijing Bai knows in his heart. But Ingxian remains unaware. Would you mind telling him? And Ning pouted, refusing to engage. Tio confess her feelings for another to someone who adored her was not something she would do. Ingxian could no longer tolerate the situation. He cast a frosty glare at Ing, but if Xiao Ningning did not wish to speak, then there was no need to press her further. He had overheard their earlier exchange. Now Ingbai wanted Xiao Ningning to repeat herself. Was he trying to drive him mad? Seeing that the other two beasts in the cave were unwilling, Ingbai chuckled lightly and said no more. He was merely teasing Xiao Ningning and had no real expectation for her to confess. Such matters were best discussed privately between the two of them. Gijing Bai, please let me down. I wish to walk for a while. Diane Ning truly did not want to be held continuously. A few steps within her own home were manageable for her. I just finished eating. Being held like this hinders digestion, and my stomach feels full that I want to be able to eat during the next meal. With her declaration, Ingbai gently set her down. Chapter 85. A moment of shyness and Ning leisurely jogged around the cave, but after just a few steps, she slowed to a walk. Both Ingbai and Ingxian gazed at her in confusion. After watching her for a moment, Ingxian could not help but ask, Xiao Ningning, what are you doing? Exercising. Ingbai inquired, perplexed. Did a few steps truly qualify as exercise? And Ning replied confidently, indeed. Life is all about movement. Exercising benefits one's health. Her current physique resembled that of a frail chick, far inferior to her previous self. If she did not engage in more physical activity, she would become utterly weak and reliant. Ingxian frowned slightly at her statement, believing that eating well and sleeping soundly, coupled with a cheerful disposition, would ensure better health. That he lived by this philosophy, eating when hungry and sleeping when full, leading a comfortable life that kept him both healthy and strong. And Ning shook her head. That may be true for you, but I am not like you. You are a level 8 beast man, able to run swiftly. Did I tire after a few steps? My stamina is far too lacking, and that is detrimental. Without a beast form, improving her physical fitness would be advantageous in every aspect. Sighing, she wondered if she would possess any exceptional abilities upon reaching adulthood, that if so, she might transform into a little fox. And her beast form would certainly be stronger than her current state, that if fortune smiled upon her, perhaps she would acquire some formidable abilities. While she might not be a fierce fighter, at the very least, she would not be a mere burden. However, Ingbai interrupted Ingxuan's unfinished thought. I will accompany Xiao Ningning. Ingbai walked behind Ning, the two of them circling the cave together. Although he was unsure how much stamina walking would build, he was willing to support her desire to exercise. Ingxian, observing Ingbai's actions, hesitated before joining them, taking small strides to keep pace with Ning. The two handsome snakes moved in sync, pausing and resuming their steps. Mindful of their little female's pace, the cave was spacious. After several laps, Ning felt fatigued and decided to stop. She had intended to run, but considering she had just eaten, engaging in vigorous exercise could lead to discomfort. And her body was indeed rather delicate. In her previous life, she had always excelled in running, never faltering, even while hauling a bucket of water up 4 flights of stairs without resting. Yet in this life, she found herself breathless after merely walking, and running was an even greater challenge, often resulting in blisters. Sighing, she resolved to take her time. One could not become an overindulgent glutton all at once. Ingbai and Ingxian exchanged glances as they looked around the cave, then turned their attention back to the panting Ning. What was the point of those few steps? Xiao Ningning. Not only did it fail to benefit her, but it also left her exhausted. Ingbai knelt down, gently soothing in Ning's back that if you're tired, it's best not to continue walking, that we will always be here for you, and we will carry you if need be. Ing Xian held out a cup of water for Ning to drink, that if Xiao Ningning wishes to strengthen her body, consuming beast cores is far more effective than mere walking. An Ning accepted half a cup of water from Ing Xian. Wiping her mouth with her hand, that I do indeed feel weaker now, but with more practice, I will improve. She was well aware that they were insinuating her walking was ineffective. How could it be worthless? At the very least, it helps with digestion that I have made up my mind. I shall run a little every day from now on. Neither of you should try to discourage me or hold me back. Persisting in her exercise, she will undoubtedly regain the stamina of her previous life. Currently, her delicate and feeble body leaves her feeling quite disheartened. Ing Bai, in a tone of persuasion, spoke up. One who hinders progress is Ing Xian. What else can be done? Whatever our little female does, they will follow along. Ing Bai gently kneaded in Ning's slender calves, offering her a massage. Then I shall take Ning out of the cave every day. The valley floor is quite spacious. Upon witnessing this, Ing Xian set down his cup and, with his distinctly defined fingers, began to massage Ning's other leg. I will accompany little Ning in her runs. Oh dear, please do not. And Ning's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, her hands clutching one of Ing Bai and Ing Xian's hands, refusing to let go, with two handsome men crouching down to massage her legs. It seemed like an indulgent treat, but this unexpected fortune was somewhat overwhelming for her. It was rather embarrassing. What is the matter? Ing Bai asked, noticing in Ning's flushed cheeks that he chuckled lightly. It is nothing to worry about. We are merely giving Ning a leg massage. After such exertion, your legs must be quite uncomfortable. And Ning stubbornly resisted the massage that no, I do not require it. My legs are not sore. She was not so delicate as to truly be this fragile. A brief rest would suffice, and if a massage were necessary, she would prefer to do it herself. Very well. Ing Bai and Ing Xian reluctantly released their hold. Their little female was indeed too easily embarrassed. If she felt this shy over a simple leg massage, what would become of them in the future? Seeing that the two serpents had ceased their ministrations, and Ning released their fingers, that I am going to make another skirt. You two can entertain yourselves. Chapter 86. Making her feel like cosplaying, fearing that these two serpents might act unpredictably, and Ning hurriedly distanced herself. Ing Bai and Ing Xian exchanged glances. Is it just our imagination? Or do we feel as though our little female is rejecting us? And Ning inquired, where are the tools for making clothes? Where did you put them? Ing Bai produced a piece of beast skin, this time having specifically cut a longer section. Ing Xian threaded a needle, noting that there was still some leftover honey sheep wool thread, which would be sufficient for sewing another skirt. Ning also selected a thinner piece of beast skin, instructing Ing Bai regarding its size and shape for him to cut it appropriately. Ing Xian, holding a triangular piece of fabric, curiously asked, Ning, what is this for? And Ning shyly bit her lip, unsure of how to respond. Should she admit that it was for making undergarments? That was far too embarrassing. Even if she said it, the great serpent and the serpent brother would not comprehend. This is something I need. Fearing further inquiries from Ing Xian, and Ning snatched the triangular piece of beast skin from his grasp, her face aflame as she declared, I shall begin now. With little technical skill required to stitch the edges of the beast skin together. And Ning, despite her lack of experience in clothing making, managed to sew it together quite passably. While it may not have appeared particularly exquisite, it was certainly superior to what Ing Bai and Ing Xian had produced, albeit a bit labor-intensive due to the stubbornness of the beast skin. After considerable effort, she finally completed a beast skin skirt and 2 pairs of undergarments. This will do, and Ning announced, cutting off the remaining thread, signaling the end of her work. Ing Bai and Ing Xian breathed a sigh of relief. They had been watching anxiously, fearing that Ning might injure herself as they had done, while they could endure the pain. Their little female was entirely different. If she were to hurt herself, they would be devastated. Ning is amazing. She can even make clothes. Little Ning's creations are truly beautiful. Hearing Ing Bai and Ing Xian's praise, and Ning felt a bit bashful that it's nothing special. My skills are quite ordinary, that I can only manage something simple. These two serpents certainly knew how to provide emotional support. Whatever she did, they offered encouragement and validation. If only the great serpent were less novice. So, it turns out I need to sew 2 pieces together. Is this clothing? Ing Xian questioned, holding the completed undergarments in his hand, perplexed as he examined them. And Ning, feeling embarrassed, fiddled with her hands. Why is the great serpent so curious? Can't you just forget about this? She had even tried to conceal the completed undergarments behind her, yet he still managed to notice. It is clothing that is so small, Ing Xian mumbled, looking over Ning's entire figure. Yet after a prolonged gaze, he discerned nothing. Driven by his curiosity, he held the undergarment and asked, Little Ning, where does this go? This tiny thing barely covers anything. Ning felt her cheeks grow warm, exasperatedly replying, This is clothing meant for females. You, a male, have no need for it. Why are you so curious? Put it down. Which man would continuously hold onto a girl's undergarment and ask where it is worn? If she did not know that Ing Xian was genuinely clueless, she would have scolded him for being a lecherous serpent. Stop asking, just return it to Ning. Ing Bai snatched the small garment from Ing Xian's hands and placed it back behind Ning. Truly, this younger brother is hopelessly Na'vi. He cannot even recognize clothing, nor can he see that Ning is embarrassed. Whatever it is, just give it back. Otherwise, we risk upsetting her, and then we would be the ones suffering. Ning, change your clothes. We will not look. Ing Bai cast a heated glance at Ning's lower abdomen before turning away with Ing Xian, that he had also been assessing Ning's physique. Observing the shape and size of the garment, and ultimately understood where she intended to wear it was no wonder she felt so shy. Ing Xian, compelled to turn away, glanced back at Ning. Wishing to say something, but upon meeting her glare, he obediently turned away that he was merely curious about little Ning. Why did she react so strongly and glare at him? Ing Xian felt wronged. Yet he dared not speak, that I am ready, and Ning announced after hastily changing her attire. She gently adjusted the knee-length beast-skin skirt, feeling quite satisfied. This was much better. Wearing undergarments gave her a sense of security. The previous form-fitting skirt had made her feel as though she were cosplaying. Resembling a character from a game her former roommates had discussed, she had inadvertently seen that character before. Truth be told, her previous appearance bore a striking resemblance, with fox ears, a short skirt, and a fox tail, only missing a pair of over-the-knee stockings. Wearing such an outfit had made her uncomfortable, especially under the scrutinizing gazes of Ing Bai and Ing Xian. It had intensified her unease. Now, with the skirt falling past her knees, it was just right. Not too revealing, yet not overly concealing that, of course, if only she could have a pair of pants, that would be even better. But alas, she lacked the talent for clothing design. Chapter 87. Are you not going to manage him? Ing Xian's gaze remained fixed upon Ning, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Little Ning's clothing is beautiful. It looks even better when worn. You are the most exquisite little female. His curiosity lingered about where that small garment was meant to be worn, but he dared not inquire further, having been glared at previously. He feared further reprimand. While he was not afraid of being scolded, he dreaded Ing by taking the opportunity to win favor with little Ning that if she grew closer to Ing Bai. Where would he go to lament? Now little Ning had two serpents at her side. He absolutely could not allow her to feel unhappy that Ning cast an incredulous glance at Ing Xian. The great serpent, usually so straightforward and adorably Na'vi, was surprisingly articulate now, and his words made her feel rather bashful. Ing Bai raised an eyebrow at Ing Xian, sensing a hint of rivalry in his brother's demeanor. Had he learned to sweet-talk Ning to keep her happy? Ing Xian was correct. Ning was indeed the most beautiful and endearing little female he had ever encountered. Upon hearing this, Ing Xian shot a triumphant glance at Ing Bai. His brother was now adopting his manner of speech. He felt quite accomplished. Ning smiled shyly, her fair cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she lowered her head and murmured, I am not as remarkable as you say. Ing Bai bent down to pat Ning's head gently, his voice warm. But it is true, Ning is the best little female. Ing Xian echoed. Little Ning is the best, summoning her courage, and Ning lifted her gaze to meet theirs, gripping Ing Bai's hand with her left and Ing Xian's with her right, suppressing her shyness that I in my heart. The great serpent and brother Ing Bai are also the best males. This declaration brought a radiant smile to Ing Xian's face. His eyes crinkling with joy, he crouched down, enveloping Ning in his arms, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her flushed cheek. Little Ning, would you like to go out and play? I can take you. Ing Bai's lips curled into a smile as he took Ning's small hand. Pressing a kiss upon it, his eyes filled with affection. Would Ning Ning like to go? It would be lovely to explore outside the valley. You have likely ventured out very little today, and Ning felt tempted by Ing Bai's suggestion. Yet she had tasks to accomplish today. That let's go another day. For now, you both can carry me down. She had noticed some vines in the woods at the valley's base that she intended to collect. All right. Ing Bai refrained from probing further about her plans. Seizing the moment when Ing Xian was unprepared, he scooped Ning into his arms and made his way toward the cave entrance. Ing Bai, it is I who am holding little Ning Ning, Ing Xian exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief, hastily following and reaching out to reclaim Ning for himself. Ing Bai sidestepped, countering, do not interfere. Be careful not to hurt Ning Ning. Ing Xian was completely unconvinced and was about to retort when suddenly, his not-so-large brain experienced a moment of clarity that he suppressed the urge to curse the snake, furrowing his brow and blinking his large eyes. He pouted to Ning. Xiao Ning Ning Ing Bai treats me this way. Want to you do something about it? Xiao Ning Ning was the softest-hearted of them all, whenever he acted this way. As long as she wasn't angry with him, she would invariably comfort him. Ning glanced at the handsome man who was acting spoiled beside her, then at the other handsome man who was holding her, and sighed helplessly in her heart. Why were these two snakes so childish? They were merely embracing her, and yet were competing over it, and now they wanted her to make a decision. Indeed, the joys of having two suitors were not easily enjoyed. Looking at their faces, she truly did not wish to see either of them feeling wronged or distressed, seeing Ning extend her hand. Ing Xian immediately understood and leaned his face towards her. Ning gently caressed the handsome face in her hand and spoke in a tender tone. We'll go down soon. And Ing Bai Gij can't hold me for much longer. When we return, will the big snake hold me again? Ing Xian negotiated. Then I want to hold you for a little longer. When we get back to the cave, I want to hold you too. All right. Upon hearing Ning's agreement, Ing Xian felt elated, casting a triumphant glance at Ing Bai. Ing Bai pursed his lips, ignoring him, and carried Ning to the edge of the cliff at the cave entrance. He wrapped her hand around his neck, saying, Ning Ning, hold on to me. With that, he leaped down. And Ning screamed in fright. Ing Bai's voice echoed, Ning Ning, don't be afraid. It's fine. It felt as if he were whispering in her ear, yet also distant. Ning tightly shut her eyes, unable to hear anything at that moment. Soon, they reached the valley floor, and Ing Bai landed effortlessly without making a sound. He looked down at the frightened girl in his arms, feeling a deep sense of regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have brought her down this way. Ing Bai gently stroked Ning's back to soothe her. It's okay. It's all right. I'm sorry. I didn't consider that it would frighten you, did I? He initially thought she might be scared of their beast forms. So he hadn't transformed back, but jumping down directly had still startled her. What is wrong with Xiao Ning Ning? Ing Xian also jumped to the valley floor, approaching Ing Bai and gently stroking Ning's hair. Calling her name, Xiao Ning Ning. Ning took a while to calm down, feeling her heart settle back into place. She had nearly been scared to death. Who would jump directly off a cliff? Who wouldn't he be afraid? In Chapter 88, The Delicious Treats by Xiao Ning Ning's mouth, she recalled that she had previously descended cradled in the snake's semi-beast form. Though it was fast, at least she was descending along the cliff-esque slope. Unlike now, which felt akin to bungee jumping. She felt as if her heart had leaped into her throat. Ning raised her head, meeting the concerned gazes of the two men beside her, and waved her hand, indicating she was fine. Ing Bai bent down to kiss her slightly pale face, saying with concern, I'm sorry, Ning Ning, I scared you. It's all right, Ing Bai Gij, just give me a heads up next time. And I want to be so frightened. Then, Ning's tone shifted as she shook her head and cheerfully said, but to ensure I remember, Ing Bai Gij must fetch me some vine branches later. Those branches have thorns, you know. The vines grew too high, and with thorns on them, it would be difficult for her to retrieve them. She would have to rely on her two snakes. Ing Bai couldn't help but laugh. All right, Xiao Ning Ning was truly soft-hearted and adorable. Collecting vines was not a punishment, but rather his duty as her beast husband. Ing Xian volunteered, I'll fetch some for Xiao Ning Ning. How could he miss out on a task assigned by Xiao Ning Ning? And Ning thought for a moment and said, Big Snake, help me find some tougher hay to take back. I have use for it. Ing Xian nodded, his expression goofy. I'll listen to Xiao Ning Ning, that he was thrilled to be able to spend time alone with her. Let us begin, and we should finish before it gets dark. And Ning, fearing Ing Bai wouldn't recognize the vines, first took him to where the vines grew, pointing at the thorny climbing vines in the thicket. Those are the vines, they have thorns. Can you manage it? Ingbai Gidge, or shall we do it together? Being questioned about his capability by his little female was unacceptable. Ingbai was eager to prove himself, confidently stating, I can do it. Whatever Xiao Ning Ning wants. I will get that in. Ning shook her head. Not too much is needed. Since they grow here, if we don't have enough, we can come back for more. To be careful not to prick your hand. Okay. All right, you can rest assured, Ning Ning. Afterward, Ingbai instructed Ing Xian not to take Ning Ning too far, and to take good care of her, that I understand. With that, Ing Xian carried Ning away from the thicket. Finding hay was easy, and soon Ning and Ing Xian had gathered enough. Ingbai collected a good number of vines, but they couldn't be used immediately. They needed to soak in water first to loosen the skin. Ing Xian and Ingbai worked together to scrape off the thorns from the vines, ensuring Ning didn't have to lift a finger. Ning sat on a nearby stone, munching on fruit while admiring the two handsome men at work. The old saying held true. Men who work diligently become even more handsome. After processing the last vine, Ingbai asked, Ning Ning, the thorns are all scraped off. That will throw them in the river to soak for 2 or 3 days. Ingbai tied the vines together and tossed them into the river. Ing Xian washed his hands clean and lifted Ning from the stone, bending down to lick the fruit residue from the corner of her mouth. What does Xiao Ning Ning need these vines for? Xiao Ning Ning was sweet. Even the sour fruit he disliked tasted sweet, and he wished to eat another one. Seeing that Ing Xian was about to continue, and Ning tilted her head and stuffed the fruit in her hand into his mouth. The vines could be woven into baskets, made into stools, or even used for shoes. Ing Xian's expression turned somewhat aggrieved. That it was one thing for Xiao Ning Ning to refuse to let him lick her, but now she was feeding him fruit he disliked. Should he spit it out or not? Upon seeing this, Ning revealed a hint of mischievous glee, her tone laced with mischief. Big snake. Is the fruit tasty? She knew that the big snake didn't like this sour jujube fruit. She was doing it on purpose. After all, the big snake had licked her without reason, treating her that way earlier in the morning. Feeding him a fruit he disliked felt like revenge. Under normal circumstances, Ing Xian would have spat out the fruit, but since it was offered by Ning, even if he disliked it, he still chewed it with a frown. The fruit by Xiao Ning Ning's mouth is delicious. His straightforward remark made Ning blush, and she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. The big snake was truly something. She had gotten fruit on her mouth, and instead of just reminding her to clean it, he had to lick her and now say such embarrassing things. Ing Xian gazed longingly at the residue by Ning's mouth, wishing to help her clean it, but he took hold of the hand Ning used to wipe her mouth, pressing the back of her hand against his lips and slowly licking and nibbling. Ning's eyes widened in shock. She truly hadn't expected Ing Xian to do something like this. This was too shameful. Ing Xian, we need to go back. She tugged at her hand, attempting to distance herself from the sensation on her hand. Ingbai, standing nearby, reminded, we should head back. Let us go back. And Ning tugged at Ing Xian's hair. Big snake, I want to go back. After Ning's insistence, Ing Xian reluctantly released her. I'll take Xiao Ning back. Upon returning to the cave, Ing Xian still didn't putting Ning down. In Chapter 89. Why must we bring up his love for sleeping? And Ning nestled in Ing Xian's embrace, calming her racing heart. After a while, she lifted her head to look at Ingbai and Ing Xian, saying, in the future, when you two take me down or up, please use your beast forms. When they descended, her snake brother had cradled her and jumped down directly. And just now, the big snake had jumped up with her a few times effortlessly, akin to the lightness of a martial arts master. They could endure it, but as the one being held, she could hardly bear it. Although she knew they wouldn't drop her, she still felt fear that it was truly too high. If this continued, she would surely be scared into having a heart attack. Ing Xian tightened his hold on Ning. All right, I will go slower next time. Don't be afraid, Xiao Ning. Seeing the terror on Ning's face, Ingbai comforted her by gently ruffling her hair and suggested, how about we move? We could dig a cave at the foot of the mountain, making it more convenient for Ning to leave the cave whenever she wishes. Move. And Ning had been troubled by the inconvenience of using the restroom. Ingbai's suggestion was very tempting. She asked, wouldn't that be too troublesome? Not to mention moving things, they would also have to dig a cave, and she couldn't help at all. She could only give orders to the snakes. Ingbai shook his head, not troublesome at all. For him and Ing Xian, it was quite easy. Even if it were troublesome, they would still move, for he could tell from Ning's expression that she wanted to relocate. And Ning had some reservations. Are you both accustomed to living below? Her two snakes had always lived on the mountaintop, so surely they loved it here. She had to consider their feelings as well. Accustomed? We can live anywhere. We lived here before because during summer, the insects in the woods made noise that as he spoke. Ingbai glanced at Ingxian. Ingxian loves to sleep and finds the insects bothersome. So we dug the cave higher. Aining nodded knowingly, realizing the truth of the matter. She had thought it was merely a habit of the snake, but it turned out to be its preference. Ingbai's words left Ingxian bewildered. Why bring up his love for sleeping when we're simply moving? He admitted that during their cave digging, he had suggested digging higher for the sake of tranquility. But it was not he who made the final decision. Why, then, was it now being attributed to his fondness for slumber? As a male, how could he allow his female to perceive him as lazy? Ingxian shot a glare at Ingbai, then turned to Aining, assuring her, "Little Ningning, don't worry that I no longer love sleeping. We shall move downstairs. Females certainly wouldn't favor somewhat lazy males." Ingbai was deliberately speaking ill of him in front of little Ningning. Amused, Aining playfully pinched Ingxian's serious face to its nothing. Loving sleep isn't a bad habit. When there is nothing to do, let the great serpent sleep as long as it wishes that is a cold-blooded beast man. The great serpent doesn't indiscriminately kill or commit crimes. What is wrong with being a little lazy? If possible, who wouldn't want to lounge in bed? Ingxian rubbed his face against Aining's hand. I wish to stay with little Ningning even more. Aining smiled sweetly. All right, then let us move downstairs that I want to be of much help to you too. Ingbai gazed at Aining with gentle eyes. Ningning, you just need to direct us to its getting late. Let us begin tomorrow. While the skies outside had yet to darken, Aining patted Ingxian. Great serpent, please retrieve the hay we found earlier. Ingxian set Aining down and produced the long reed like hay from his space. What shall we do with this? Let us weave it into a curtain to partition the space in the corner, that in the future, we can bathe inside, and you need to go outside. We can even hang it at the cave entrance, that as she spoke, Aining suddenly had an idea. When you dig the cave tomorrow, take me with you. Can we dig it the way I suggest? Ingbai frowned, somewhat troubled, crouching in front of Aining to discuss that we can dig the cave faster with our abilities, but it might be dangerous if you're too close. Just tell us what kind of cave you want, and we'll manage. Aining nodded, pondering for a moment before finding a stick and crouching down that I'll draw it for you. She sketched out her ideas, explaining in detail how to open a few small holes inside the cave and then partition it. Ingbai and Ingxian listened intently, and with Aining's thorough explanation and simple diagrams, they grasped her concepts easily. Ingxian looked at Aining with shining eyes, excitedly exclaiming, Little Ningning, you're incredible. You can create caves and draw. I've heard only the shamans from the big tribe can draw, and he truly was a discerning snake, able to find such a clever little female. Unlike Ingxian, Aining initially felt quite enthusiastic, but her expression grew somewhat stiff. So only shamans could draw in the beast world. How would she explain that? The great serpent was simple enough to be easily deceived, but what about Brother Snake? Would he think her strange? She had only just begun to adapt to life in the beast world. She didn't want to be seen as an outlier. Aining glanced helplessly at Ingbai, trying to read something from his face. Chapter 90. They are not easily deceived. Ingbai noticed the unease of the little female beside him. He pulled her into his embrace, softly comforting her. It's all right. It's just me and Ingxian here. Ningning is very clever and understands a lot, but we must keep this from the beasts outside. All right. Ingbai had witnessed the greed and selfishness of the beastmen. He understood the principle of having a precious jewel brings trouble. Knowing too much without corresponding strength could easily lead to danger, that he knew that Ningning was different from the little females on the Beastman continent. Yet, that didn't matter. He didn't want to know who she was or what her identity was. He only knew she was his little female now, and he would protect her with his life, ensuring she lived happily and healthily. Okay, I understand. Aining maintained a calm facade, but her heart was in turmoil. She unconsciously squeezed Ingbai's fingers. Did Brother Snake notice? How could he remain so composed? Or did he not notice at all? Should she confess? It seemed unnecessary. Both Brother Snake and the Great Serpent treated her well. They were currently comforting her and considering her feelings. Whether or not she revealed it seemed inconsequential. It might be better not to mention it, lest she frighten the Great Serpent. She was now the Beast Man Aining. The previous Aining had perished. but would refraining from speaking appear insincere. They were partners now. Seeing the conflicted expression on Aining's face, Ingbai gently patted her head to bring her back to her senses. There is no need to think too much. Ningning just needs to know that you are our little female, and no matter what, Ingxian and I will always stand by your side. Ingxian looked at Ingbai and Aining. Somewhat confused, he didn't understand how the conversation had shifted to this topic after little Ningning had just taught them how to dig a cave. And why was little Ningning back in Ingbai's arms? Ingxian pulled Aining from Ingbai's embrace, resting his chin atop her head. I am little Ningning's male that I'll do whatever she asks. I'm very obedient, but he couldn't let Ingbai, that snake, pledge loyalty to little Ningning without him making a statement too. Aining smiled, her heart no longer troubled. What does it matter? The only wealth I have now are these two snakes that as long as they are mine and stand by my side. Nothing else matters. She leaned up and kissed Ingxian's chin, then pulled Ingbai down, lightly kissing his face like a dragonfly skimming the water. Now it's settled. You two must listen to me in the future and not bully me. The two snakes, as if in a daze, touched the places where the little female had kissed them, their hearts brimming with joy. Seeing the sweet smile on the little female's face, it was not just a matter of agreeing to two sentences. They would unhesitatingly dive into a pile of toxic yellow powder if she asked, "We want to bully you?" Whatever little Ningning says goes. Ingxian leaned down to plant a kiss on Aining's pink fox ear. Aining covered her ears, raising her head to scold Ingxian, but upon seeing his somewhat silly smile, her desire to chastise him faded. Forget it, we're all family. The great serpent is still my partner. A little touch is fine, that I'm happy now, so I want to hold it against him. Ingbai, seeing that Ingxian had not been scolded, felt a little mischievous that he reached out to rub Aining's other ear. Ingxian was right. In their family, little Ningning was in charge. Aining now had both hands over her ears, pouting, her eyes accusing Ingbai and Ingxian. You two, don't be too much. If you keep this up, I want to pay attention to you any more. One snake touching her was enough. The other following suit made it hard to single out just one, so she decided to scold both of them together. No more of this. Ingbai's lips curled into a smile, agreeing with Aining, but internally he found it both amusing and exasperating. Ningning couldn't even scold beasts properly. Every time she tried to threaten them, it never worked. It simply didn't intimidate them at all. Ingxian, grinning, pressed his lips against Aining's hand covering her fox ear, gently coaxing, "Little Ningning, are you no longer angry? Are you hungry? Shall I go cook you some fierce beast meat?" He was no longer afraid of little Ningning's threats, for he knew she was the softest-hearted, and as long as he was a bit thick-skinned and acted a little spoiled, little Ningning wouldn't stay mad at him. Aining, lacking in resolve, nodded that I want to eat that it was quite helpless. Her stomach didn't heed her brain's commands that I'll go make it. With that, Ingxian released Aining and stood up to prepare dinner. Ingbai was also busy. Under Aining's guidance, the two worked together to weave the grass curtain. Having grown up in the countryside, Aining was familiar with crafting. Children raised in rural areas often learn to do manual work. And she had tried her hand at making bamboo stools, rattan baskets, and grass curtains. Although her skills weren't particularly refined, they were sufficient to teach a novice. Ingbai's large hands were well suited for weaving. And soon he completed one. Aining admired the freshly made grass curtain, praising Ingbai. "Brother Ingbai, you learned so quickly. It looks so neat and beautiful." She thought her own work was acceptable, but it still paled in comparison to what Ingbai held, particularly in speed. Chapter 91. Thus, Ingbai is considered his brother, its all thanks to Ningning's excellent teaching. Ingbai held Aining's hand, scrutinizing it closely. "Did your fingers hurt while weaving?" "If it hurts." Dante continued that it doesn't hurt. It's not particularly heavy work. Aining withdrew her hand and continued with her task. "Brother Ingbai, don't worry. If it hurts, I'll stop." Ingbai nodded, picking up more hay from beside him to weave another piece. "How many grass curtains shall we make?" Aining glanced at the remaining hay and replied, "Let us weave as many as we can with the leftover hay. They will be useful. Once we have our new home, we can hang them at the cave entrance to block the wind, though we can roll them up during the day and let them down at night when we sleep, and they can also be hung at the openings of the small holes in the cave." In the new cave, she plans to create several small rooms, a task not overly complicated, primarily aimed at separating the cooking area from the sleeping quarters. Otherwise, the lingering smoke from prolonged cooking might waft onto the bed. The grass curtain is perfectly suited to hang over the door of the little bedroom, allowing for both ventilation and a degree of privacy while blocking some of the smoke. Observing that Ingbai had just begun to weave the grass curtain, Anning proposed, "Brother Ingbai, let's see who can weave faster." No sooner had she spoken than she quickened her pace. Ingbai nodded with a fond smile, saying, "Then let us have a competition to in the end." Anning emerged victorious, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Brother Ingbai, I'm done." "You're truly remarkable, Anning," Ingbai said, his gaze warm as he regarded her, lifting his nearly completed work. "That I just need to finish the last touches." Anning nestled closer to Ingbai, affectionately rubbing her cheek against his arm. "Brother Ingbai is impressive too, especially fast." She was aware she was being a little cheeky, knowing that her brother was allowing her to win. Ingbai paused, lowering his eyes to the little female who was clinging to his arm in a playful manner. "Brother Ingbai weaves particularly fast," Anning remarked, tilting her head in confusion before nodding in agreement. "Yes, Brother Ingbai is really fast." Seeing her expression, Ingbai couldn't help but smile wryly, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on Anning's forehead. "Such a simple little fox." Anning pouted at Ingbai. "What is wrong with me?" she thought, bewildered by her brother's sudden remark. Does he know that sometimes the word simple can imply foolishness? "Little Anning, it's time to eat." "All right." Upon hearing that dinner was ready, Anning set aside her thoughts about Ingbai's comment and went to the dining table. Ingxian placed the stewed meat in front of her, scooping a few pieces into her small bowl while asking expectantly, "Would little Anning like me to feed you?" Anning, looking rather considerate, declined. "Brother Ingxian, you've worked hard cooking. Please take a break. I can manage feeding myself." "Very well." Ingxian sighed, having anticipated Anning's response and feeling only mildly disappointed. Anning took a bite of potato for herself before picking up a piece of the beast meat, blowing on it before offering it to Ingxian. "Here, big snake." Ingxian happily accepted the food, feeling quite privileged to be fed by a female. Who else could boast such a fortune? Anning took another piece, cooling it down. "Brother Ingbai, this is for you." Having just ignited the fire, Ingbai rushed over, taking the meat from her hand in a few swift steps. He gently tousled Anning's hair, thanking her. "Thank you, Anning, but please eat for yourself. No need to feed us." "Oh, all right." Anning had never intended to feed them continuously. She merely wished to share. Ingxian felt a twinge of pain in his heart. It turned out that the male who could be fed by a female also included Ingbai. "But that is fine. I'm not jealous." Ingbai was little Anning's male, and he had agreed to it. So Ingbai was like a brother to him. Thus, they were all family. Little Anning had fed him first, so surely she liked him a little more. If anyone should feel jealous, it should be Ingbai. Ingxian cheered himself up in his mind. "Little Anning, do you like the meat I stewed?" Anning nodded, her mouth full of food, mumbling, "I like it." That it was indeed delightful. The beast meat was rich in energy, and the quality was excellent. Paired with the all-natural mushrooms and potatoes in the stew, the flavor was overwhelmingly delightful, if a tad too salty. After a moment's thought, Anning decided to voice her thoughts, swallowing her food before delicately suggesting, "The meat is truly delicious. I like it very much. However, I find it a bit salty. Big snake, perhaps next time you could use a little less salt. Too much white crystal might make me shed fur." She had heard that cats and dogs shouldn't consume overly salty food, lest they lose their fur. Although she was neither a cat nor a dog, she too was a furry creature. So she preferred to be cautious, not wanting her tail to become sparse. Upon hearing the potential severity of her concern, Ingxian quickly assured her, "I will use less next time." After speaking, he gazed at Anning's tail and ears, contemplating, "Perhaps I should make a new pot." Those cute ears and tail of little Anning's were too precious. He didn't want them to become sparse. Anning waved her hand, reassuring Ingxian, "No need to worry. Big snake, it's fine to eat it occasionally." Chapter 92. What if that snake doesn't like it? Really? Indeed. Anning spoke with conviction, though secretly she felt uncertain, simply wishing to avoid trouble. Seeing her confidence, both Ingbai and Ingxian felt relieved. Ingxian even specifically reminded Ingbai, "Next time, be careful too. We can't let little Anning lose her fur." Ingbai retorted, "Who should be cautious? Wasn't it you who made the food salty?" Though he grumbled internally, Ingbai still nodded earnestly, but he didn't want Anning to lose her fur. How wonderful it was to stroke her fluffy softness. After finishing her meal, Anning's bowl was immediately taken by Ingxian. "Ill wash it, that all right. That it seemed they wouldn't let her do any work at all. The remaining food in the pot might spoil if left overnight. Why don't you both finish it?" She didn't want her two snakes to eat leftovers, But there seemed to be no other option. She couldn't finish a whole meal herself, and leaving it would risk spoilage, while discarding it felt too wasteful. If only there were a refrigerator. Anning's eyes sparkled. She had a ready-made refrigerator. Excitedly, she grasped Xuan's hand. Big snake, you can use your powers to turn it into ice and store the cooked food inside. That way, it won't spoil by tomorrow, and we won't have to prepare food again. Ingbai agreed with Anning's idea, finding it splendid. Ingxian could create a larger block of ice, hollowing it out to store the food inside. It would be perfectly fine until tomorrow. Having said this, he added, but let us wait until next time. Didn't Anning say that too much white crystal could make her shed? Just a small problem. Adding a little water when reheating tomorrow will counteract the saltiness, so we'll stick with this. Anning spoke with certainty, prompting Ingbai to refrain from further discussion. That I'll listen to little Anning. With that, Ingxian raised his hand, and a block of ice the size of a basketball quickly formed. He didn't stop there. As he released his powers, the ice block continued to grow larger. As the ice block reached an estimated cubic meter, Anning hurriedly called out to Ingxian, all right, that is big enough. It just needs to hold the food. There is no need for it to be excessively large. After all, the ice will melt. Ingxian obediently ceased his actions, while Ingbai approached to carve a hollow in the ice block. Anning grasped Ingxuan's hand, looking up to carefully examine his face, a hint of concern in her voice. Big snake, are you all right? Ingxian crouched down, meeting her gaze. Little Anning, I'm fine. What's the matter? Seeing his expression was normal, Anning nodded in relief. That's good. It wasn't her being overly dramatic. It was just that in her past life, she had seen characters in dramas who, after expending too much magical power, faced repercussions, so she worried that Ingxian might feel the same strain from using his abilities. However, it seemed that Ingxian was perfectly fine. Her big snake was truly formidable. Anning's south eyes curved into crescent moons as she reached out to gently stroke Ingxian's face, being able to create such a large block of ice. My big snake is truly amazing. Ingxian, flattered, grinned widely, his eyes sparkling like stars as he proudly declared, I can make even larger ice blocks. And let us make them even bigger in the summer. Sure. Ingxian took hold of Anning's gently swaying foxtail. Softly stroking it, Ingbai transferred the remaining stewed beast meat into a basin, placing it into the small ice hole. All done, Anning. Does this look right? Let me see. Anning walked over to the little freezer, reaching out to touch the exterior of the ice block. Observing that the ice hollow wasn't yet full, she suggested, add a few fruits that you both like. Tomorrow we can enjoy ice-cold fruit. It's too cold. Anning will get sick from eating it. Ingbai disapproved verbally, but his hands were quick, retrieving various fruits from his spatial pocket. Ingxian also produced some red heart fruits and sour jujubes from his own space. You should eat. The ice fruit will taste even better. You snakes must enjoy cold treats. Anning meticulously selected the sweeter fruits, choosing this one and that one that the great serpent could consume the red flesh fruit. And a few icy pieces of the red flesh fruit were also included. Ingbai should eat the purple skin fruit, and indeed, the purple skin fruit was also required. Two elegantly slender male serpents stood quietly by, their eyes fixed intently on the little female who was selecting fruits for them. Observing this scene, they felt as if their entire being had been immersed in honey, a sensation entirely foreign to them. Until now, no one had ever shown them such heartfelt consideration. In truth, they were not particularly fond of fruits. Their desire to eat fruits stemmed solely from wanting to accompany their little female. However, from this moment on, they sensed a burgeoning fondness for fruits. After all, these were chosen with care by their little female, who remembered their preference for chilled delicacies, wishing to share with them her most cherished delights. What reason did they have to not feel joy? Sweet treats, a sweet little female. What serpent could possibly resist such a lure? That's all for now. If you enjoy these, we shall procure more next time. For we have the great serpent, and we can always indulge whenever we please. Chapter 93. How could one bear to say such words? Anning placed the selected fruits into a small ice chamber, prepared for tomorrow's feast. Ingxian gazed at Anning with fervent eyes, his gratitude unmistakable. Little Ningning is truly wonderful. I adore her the most. Ingbai clasped Anning's slightly chilly hand in his palm, expressing concern that you've worked hard. Ningning, your hands are freezing. Anning shyly smiled at them, that I'm not cold at all. You are so kind to me, so I must reciprocate. The fruits were all gathered by you. I merely picked a few. It was no trouble at all, Dada, with those rosy cheeks. You are simply adorable, Ingbai remarked, lifting his hand to gently graze the blush upon Aining's face. Aining evaded his hand, playfully scolding, Ingbai Gij. All right, I shall say no more. Ningning ought to rest. With that, Ingbai lifted Aining and placed her on the bed. Aining shook her head, blocking Ingbai's hand as he attempted to cover her with a blanket. That I need to wash my face and feet before sleeping. Ingxian offered, I will fetch hot water. Aining sat up, stopping him. That is unnecessary. It's not a bath that I can simply wash with cold water. It won't freeze me. Little Ningning, cold water is not suitable, is it? Ingxian inquired with a glance at Ingbai. Ingbai paused before replying, using animal skin to wipe off is acceptable, just don't soak your feet. Then I will go fetch water. Aining retorted, this is my body. Can't I decide for myself? Must you two deliberate over everything? Ingxian brought a basin of water, while Ingbai retrieved the animal skin Aining had used that morning, wringing it out in the water before handing it to her. After Aining wiped her face, Ingbai took another piece of animal skin, dipped it in water, and knelt to wipe her feet. Ningning, please stay still. That Ingbai's warm hand grasped Aining's ankle, preventing her from retracting her foot. The sensation on her ankle made Aining involuntarily curl her toes. That Ingbai's palm bore a few calluses, and as they brushed against her skin, she felt a desire to pull her foot back. Yet she remained still. Ingxian, watching enviously from the side, grabbed a piece of animal skin and knelt to wipe Aining's other foot. That at this moment, Aining could no longer contain herself, protesting, I can do it myself. You don't need to help me. Could she truly endure having two handsome males tending to her feet? How had it come to this? Ingxian blinked at Aining, playfully pouting like a serpent. Little Ningning, Ingbai has already wiped your feet. I wish to do so as well. That I am also your beast husband. It wouldn't be fair otherwise. Aining sighed, exasperated. You want everything. Whatever your brother does, you must imitate. Is wiping someone's feet such a grand task? Thankfully, I have 2 feet. If I had only one, would that mean one serpent wipes 1 foot each? Go on. Just a few wipes will suffice. Otherwise, my feet might get cold. Aining reclined languidly, choosing to ignore the situation. The delicate, soft little foot in their palms was so tender that a slight pressure revealed the underlying blue veins. Her toes were round and adorable. Capturing the affections of both serpents, who held her gently, cautious not to exert too much force lest they inadvertently hurt her. Initially, they intended to linger longer in their ministrations, but upon hearing Aining's concern about her feet getting cold, they abandoned that notion. All done. Once the sensation on her feet had departed, Aining quickly withdrew her feet back onto the bed, pulling the animal skin blanket over her entire body, even covering her head. All in one fluid motion. Ingbai chuckled, tugging at the blanket to expose Aining's head. Aren't you going to feel stifled like this? Aining stubbornly replied, I'm not stifled. That that's so. Ingbai reached out, gently touching her rosy cheek, chuckling softly. You're all flushed. His words sent Aining's cheeks heating further, and she glared at Ingbai, bashfully declaring, I'm going to sleep now. You should rest too. No more looking at me. With that, she turned her back to the stone wall, presenting a small silhouette to the people by the bed. The little female's bashfulness stirred something within Ingbai's heart, and he settled onto the bed. Very well. I shall not look. That I'll accompany Ningning to sleep. Feeling the movement beside her, Aining sprang up in surprise, her eyes wide as she stammered. You know, I don't need you to keep me company. You sleep by yourself. That I am Ningning's beast husband. It is only right for me to accompany my little female. You let Ingxian sleep with you yesterday. Ingbai took Aining's hand and placed it against his face. His gaze warm and fervent, his tone gentle, yet somewhat insistent. Today it's my turn. Ningning cannot be a biased little female. Please don't refuse, Ingbai Gij. All right. Aining felt herself nearing her breaking point. Just as she was about to speak, another serpent's displeased voice interrupted her. Ingxian was so enraged he could have fought Ingbai again. Little Ningning said she doesn't need company. I clearly didn't accompany her yesterday. Why should it be your privilege now? If anyone should accompany her, it should be me. Fuming, he glared at Ingbai, who was so cunning. How could he dare say such things? Ingbai cast him a sidelong glance, coolly remarking, I isn't it because you prefer to sleep in beast form that you don't accompany her. Thus both Ningning and I respect your preference. Ingxian, feeling disrespected, retorted, listen closely, is this what a serpent would say? Just because I prefer to sleep in beast form means I wouldn't accompany little Ningning? Wasn't I beaten into that state, forced not to sleep in the bed? How could Ingbai, the instigator, have the audacity to utter such words? His face was as thick as a wall. If he truly respected him, he would allow him to share the bed with little Ningning. Seeing that Ingxian was unwilling to back down, Ingbai revealed his trump card. You told Ningning that you enjoy sleeping in the grass nest. Are you deceiving her? Ningning is our little female. Cornered, Ingxian was on the verge of tears. Ingbai, that sly serpent, was insufferable. That it was they who had conspired together to keep little Ningning unaware of their brawls. Why should he bear the brunt alone? He longed to sleep beside little Ningning. Realizing he couldn't win against Ingbai, he turned his attention to Aining, pouting in a feigned distress. Little Ningning, I used to enjoy sleeping in beast form, but now I prefer to sleep beside you, that I wish to accompany you. You cannot only want the white serpent and not the black one. Aining replied, I don't want either, in truth. She wished for neither serpent to accompany her in sleep. Ingbai shot a cold glare at Ingxian, wondering where his foolish brother had learned such behavior. If this continued, Ningning would surely soften towards Ingxian, and who knew which serpent would end up in bed with her. I'll accompany her today, and you can take your turn tomorrow. Ingbai looked meaningfully at Ingxian. Yesterday, it was you who kept her company. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Ingxian to respond, he lay down with Aining, pulling the blanket over them in a smooth motion. Ingxian, who had accompanied Aining to sleep the previous night, was both shocked and wronged upon hearing Ingbai's words. How could there exist such a shameless serpent in the world? But now that it had come to this, what could he do? He certainly couldn't drag the white serpent off the bed, that if it weren't for little Ningning, he would have given Ingbai a proper thrashing. Transforming into beast form, Ingxian coiled himself into a tight spiral. Turning his head away and placing it in the center of the spiral, silently comforting himself. Little Ningning is my little female. Everything is for her sake. Tomorrow, I can sleep in the bed. I am a magnanimous serpent. I want to hold this against Ingbai this time. The two serpents curled up together, their heads drooping as they nestled in the corner of the grassy nest. A sight that evoked a sense of bittersweetness. Aining lay there, feeling the weight of the situation. She wondered, is no one going to speak up for me? What? Are my opinions now deemed insignificant? Without her consent, they lifted her to embrace her, and Ingbai, without her agreement, laid down beside her. Feeling the tension in her little female's body, Ingbai leaned down to kiss the top of Aining's head. Softly murmuring, Ningning, sleep well, that don't be tense. Just sleep as you wished, you'll get used to it in time. Aining could acutely sense the warmth radiating from her face, a sensation entirely beyond her control. As if she were ablaze. Who could, in the span of merely 2 nights, effortlessly allow 2 distinct serpents to slumber beside them without a hint of psychological burden? She was hardly an audacious individual. Aining gently pushed against Ingbai's chest, her voice barely more than a whisper. You're holding me too tightly to that moment. They were entirely entwined, a stark contrast to the previous night's embrace with the large serpent, which had enveloped her from beneath a layer of beast-skin blankets, whereas her current position with the serpent brother found them sharing a single blanket. It is worth noting that the garments adorning male beast folk merely concealed their most essential parts, while the female beast-skin attire offered little in the way of bodily coverage. In this intimate proximity, she could distinctly perceive the sensations of their skin touching. Sharing a bed with a man left her heart racing. The strength emanating from his chest felt insufficient even for a gentle scratch, yet he instinctively reclined slightly, loosening his arms to merely encircle Aining in a tender embrace, urging her to rest. Aining, with a hint of boldness, remarked, I still cannot sleep like this. Cannot sleep? Ingbai softly patted Aining's back with one hand while the other delicately stroked her tail. That he understood that if a young female did not sleep at night, she would not grow tall and might even suffer hair loss. That he was aware of Aining's concern for her hair. In moments of idleness, she would often twirl her locks with her fingers. Ingbai was astute enough to recognize that the prospect of hair loss could easily sway Aining. What girl does not cherish her beauty? Very well, I shall sleep now. Aining obediently closed her eyes. Observing this, a smile tugged at Ingbai's lips, and as the rhythm of her breathing slowed, his own eyelids gradually descended. The following morning, Ingxian was surprisingly awake without the need for a call. Conversely, Ingbai remained unusually nestled in bed. Not because he had not awakened. On the contrary, he had been awake even before Ingxian. but rather because the young female curled atop him was in the depths of sweet slumber. Chapter 95. I can accept that Xian beheld this scene with a twinge of envy, but refrained from commenting further. He tossed a chilled fruit into his mouth and proceeded to quietly prepare the meal. Once the food was ready, Ingbai softly called out, "Aining, it is time to rise." Upon hearing his voice, Aining furrowed her brow slightly as she drowsily opened her eyes, only to be met with the sight of skin as pristine as white jade. She propped herself up on her hands, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and lifted her head. Ingbai chuckled softly, tenderly brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen across Aining's face. "Have you slept well, my dear Aining?" With her mind still clouded, Aining blinked in confusion, lowering her gaze to her hands resting upon his abdominal muscles before glancing back at the person beneath her. Her breath hitched at my heavens. What was she doing? How could she be so bold as to have spent the night sprawled atop him? And those hands, how adept they were at choosing their resting place. Noticing the bewildered expression on the young female's face, Ingbai gently called her name. Aining snapped back to reality. Aining rolled to her side, only to falter midway. Ingbai, quick of reflex, pulled her back into his embrace, preventing her from tumbling off the bed. With a slight frown, he inquired, "Why the haste?" "Aining, do take care not to fall." The current position left Aining feeling flustered, her legs inadvertently pressing against Ingbai's abdomen. She swiftly retracted her legs and reached behind to tug at his hand resting on her waist. I am hungry. I need to get up." Before Ingbai could respond, Ingxian hurried over upon hearing her voice and swiftly lifted Aining away.